us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, we dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, we dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, we dirt
proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, the dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, the dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, we don't in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise, we don't in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
In our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
so proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to give him the rampage! Overhead. Go, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back, you wonderful people out there. We're getting ready for another game of Dota 2, Trent. It is wonderful action. Riyadh Masters 2023. And we got a good one. EG versus GG. Somebody's going to be saying GG. Will it be GG or EG?
It's good. It's good to have the number one team here at Riyadh Masters currently in Group A versus G.Gladiators. It's
God.
It's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, 3-1 right now. EG. They are currently first in their group. This other lowly team with a 1-1 and 1-1 in their 2 games, leaving them currently at a 2-2 score. They're they're tied for third with Quest. But we'll see how these young upstarts can do versus evil geniuses.
True enough. Well, let's get into it a little bit because you are talking about the group stage, and we are in that second round of the group stage, which you can see right in front of us, round robin. 8 teams in each top 4 go through immediately into the upper bracket. Then that 5th and 6th spot are going to be in the lower bracket, and finally we're going to be losing 2 more teams from each group. Right now, that would be 9 Pandas, OG, Tundra, and Team Secret, but still a lot of games still to be played over the next couple of days. And of course, you can see right here that those are those 16 teams that are all playing it out right now. And they're all playing for something as well. That something is going to be a hell of a lot of money. Look at that. $5 million going to the top team. We've already eliminated some. I think that if they're knocked out at this phase, is it $100,000? Am I right on that?
That sounds about right. I remember that it went pretty far down. You just keep scrolling, and there's still lots of digits, as I recall, in the prize distribution. So, yeah, they're having a good time.
Well, we're going to figure out what indeed is going to happen all throughout today because, again, the 22nd, we've got all of our matches up here. First, EG versus G.Gladiators. We're going to be taking a look at Aster versus TALON after that, and then we're going to have the lovely lads, I think it's still Gareth and Waga that are coming in, right, to cover the G.Gladiators Quest and then the Tundra and Team Aster games at the end. So, Trent...
Yeah.
After all is said and done, when we look at these things, how was your Friday? How'd you do?
Great. Yeah, I had a great Friday. Thanks.
Oh, good.
We cast some Dota. There's insane thunderstorms along a lot of the East Coast has been happening of the North Americas. So hopefully I'll be here for the whole series. That's my goal, is to be here for both series, ideally. Because it is still wild and out here. It's a storm out here, much like this storm of Dota that we are sifting through here.
Okay, I like that. I will tell you right now that my PC just tried to restart for some reason.
Good.
Because usually they want to do it like early in the morning, and it's 2 a.m. right now, so it's like, you're not doing anything important, right? I'm like, get the hell out of here. I'm trying to cast. Leave me alone. No, it's exciting though. It's going to be some freaking great games today, like it was yesterday, and like you talked about there. So EG versus G.Gladiators, these are 2 squads. I think everybody should collectively remember this moment when evil geniuses are first in the group, and like remember back to just a couple weeks ago, everybody's like, "Oh, EG are washed. Oh, EG, they're never going to do anything again. EG, they're out of here. They need to disband." No, Matthew is just sick in Bali. Get over it, y'all. Chill a little bit. My goodness.
That's a pretty good point, I guess, huh?
Yeah, that's all I got to say. I was getting a little bit frustrated with folks, but it's fine.
I'd like to see a little bit of the Matthew sauce today. He's a very saucy player. He brings out the good heroes every once in a while. I want to see him being being feisty. I want to see him hunting couriers. I want to see some
Oh,
roaming around your jungle on some hero,
I like
trying
that.
to pick people off. You got to really take it to these gaming gladiators guys, because I guess they're like the best team in the world. Once they won
Right.
like 5 tournaments, everyone's like, okay, fine, you guys are good. So they're trying to do it again.
Well, and what's interesting is that, like, a lot of them are very beloved, but Quinn has, like, gone into his villain arc a little bit recently, which has been fun to watch.
It's a villain parabola.
Yeah.
It comes and goes,
Exactly. No, totally. As it does oftentimes with polarizing figures. You love it, you hate it. And he has, a message for all of those that feel one way, and we know what it is. And I'm not going to repeat it here on broadcast, but we are going to be getting into the game number 1, Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiators. The Brood Mama banned out. You don't want to see the spider. Arachnophobia was a terrible, but it's a good decision in 2.
There's actually 3 heroes that have been picked or banned more than Broodmother in this tournament.
Really?
Yes. Those 3 heroes are Snapfire, Undying, and Rubik.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, keep in mind, those are mostly picks for those heroes, short of Undying. Undying also has 63 bans, Brood's at 64. But we're just seeing a lot of Snap and a lot of Rubik. Rubik's the most picked hero, 57 games so far here, 47% win rate. Snapfire, 45 picks, 53% win rate. She is just winning. She's looking great for the second most picked.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when you go to your other, what's crazy is that, okay, so it's the most picked is Rubik and Snap, 57, 45. The next most picked after 45 is 27 at Batrider. And then Timber saw at 25. And then everyone else just chills in the 20s. But it is crazy that it's almost a 30-pick gap, a 20-pick gap between the third most picked and the second most picked.
Yeah, that is nuts. Actually, when I was looking at it, I had slightly different stats, but I think that's because I'm not doing it. I'm including the qualifiers in mine.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is one of those things that's kind of insane, like how much it's been played. And how much success it's still managed to have. So we are seeing the Undying get through. So even though it's not picked a ton, when it is let through, people tend to come up with pretty good answers to it. But Evil Geniuses still wanting to run with it themselves. And then, of course, Gaming Gladiators, I don't think they had the Undying last time when they played this. But they picked Enchantress Beastmaster the other day, and it looked really good. I'm curious if they want to run the same thing again.
I mean, I wouldn't blame them. They did lose that game, I guess, to Spirit, but that was also a game where we definitely did not think they were going to lose.
Right. Yeah, they are going to be regretting that.
Yeah, that was a little painful. But, that was their warm-up game. Warm-up series, I suppose. Second match of the tournament. Then they went 1-1 with LGD after that a few hours later, so. But they got the third most picked. We're bringing out the bat.
Interesting. Yeah, that is a pickup there. So this is EG's actually first game playing Undying in this tournament. It's either been banned by them in the first phase or been banned by their opponents in the first phase. So they're finally opting to actually take it. I always feel like when you get pretty bans that I almost feel like they're a bit of holdovers from before. I don't know if I love it, but this is EG's been running a ton is the first phase Legion.
Yeah, she has she is. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, because we didn't get any Legion Commander games. But when we were looking at the overall highest pub stats right now, Legion is dominating. She's one of the most picked heroes, and she's at a 54% win rate, and it just keeps, which is extremely high when you're being. She definitely has some great counters in versus, which would be based on 1-8. There was a game yesterday with Arteezy's Naga Siren. You may have seen a certain image posted that said, I didn't know they moved Arteezy to support subreddit. Because he started extremely poor in this game, and it was because they tried to counter a Broodmother Siren. And that was answered back by this Legion Commander. And although the Naga Siren attempted to chase the Broodmother to whichever lane the Broodmother tried to go, they would just rotate Pure's Legion Commander instead and just chase after this Naga. And he did not get to play any Dota. It was a bit of a sad sight to start that game.
Damn. That's pretty crazy. I like that, though. It's a good answer. So the thing about this is that when I'm sort of looking through the heroes that have been, or the teams that have been playing Legion, it looks like Entity picked it in the early days. There's been it's been a lot of different people that have messed around with the idea, but I think EG is the one that's playing it the most. They have 3 games on it so far, and I think that they've won all of them. I need to double check that. But regardless, it's this hero that's been having a pretty good win rate and seems great against the bat. But now we're getting into the next phase. The Pango ban, the Ember ban, taking those mids out of the pool. Clinks, interestingly enough, can be kind of annoying to play against the Enchantress, I guess.
What's interesting here too is the bat issue for G.Gladiators. I mean, personally, I think their bat has looked fantastic when they've given it to Celery. I think he looks absolutely insane on it. And then it usually leaves more open for Tofu. But when you open the Ench and the Bat Rider, it's very likely this will probably be a Tofu bat. You know, obviously it could go to a core role, and that's part of the power of the hero right now.
Right.
But this support bat has just been looking so ridiculous. It almost feels like, unless it's a crazy good counter pick, you almost just want to keep it a support. You know, they have not been opting for a lot of core bat on the side of Gaming Gladiators lately.
No, I feel like we've been seeing it much more often. Like we had Boxy playing it the other day too, I think, in one of the games we cast.
Yeah.
They do ban out the Oracle, which again, it kind of just makes sense. And then you also would have the problem then of EG having 3 save heroes, basically, right? You got the Tombstone, you got the Press the Attack, and then all of Oracle's shenanigans.
Dude, ban the Darkseer. Don't let it happen.
So?
Yeah, 100%. This is a Darkseer setup. This is the bait. You're just like, oh, they're banning Oracle. I mean, to be fair, Oracle's also okay versus Beastmaster because you have like damage versus the boars, but they play a ton of Bat Rider Darkseer.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ace does love that hero. They will have the first phase out of it. I mean, the one problem that you do have is already having Undying on the side of Evil Geniuses. If they do take a Darkseer right now, Ichi could just Bloodseeker, or like... All right, yeah, they banned the Bloodseeker. All right, so they're going to Darkseer.
yeah, the Darkseer player knows.
Yeah.
Oh, they could just Bloodseeker. Oh, God, no. Here he comes.
All right, so we have to go into our little carry bag of tricks. Interesting. So now they have Bat Darkseer. I think that you got to take your carry in this next 2 for EG. And there are a couple of heroes that kind of make an annoying situation in the laning stage, but a lot of them end up being bad in game, and this is one of them. Morphling can deal with this in the laning stage, but he does get countered late game, so they're just going to try and shut down the lanes mega hard, I think.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out in chat to Shy Dagger, who just said, someone pick Weaver, please. Which is funny because Weaver is statistically the worst hero. The worst hero for Darkseer to face in pubs overall. It is his worst matchup. Well, of course, we never see the hero. So, you know, Shy Dagger, you're onto something. All right, you got some smarts there.
Dude, I hate playing against Weaver. It's the worst thing ever.
Is it just the bugs?
He just Sakuchis at you. You have to just like run away, and it's like if he gets on top of you, you have to run away, which means you have to quit Surge, and
he has Surge
bad,
too.
The game is bad. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
True.
Okay.
It's so Morphling, not the nuclear option, I guess, of the anti-mage either, but I mean, all those heroes have the same issue, like you're saying, where like once the wall comes out, it's kind of spooky.
Yeah.
We have not been seeing a lot of Morphling since the nerfs, so it's a bit of a surprise here for us. And oh, speaking of nerfs,
whoa,
hey-o, it's Marcy. She still exists. You definitely need the extra levels for the rebound. That's definitely the big nerf. I'm sure if any of you have tried to play Marcy after, it feels kind of bad. We started seeing a lot of core Marcy for a while since you got more levels and it felt easier, but this is very likely going to be for Matthew. And I mean, it's what I want. I want some sauce. This is saucy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process is here entirely, if I'm going to be honest. This draft definitely feels kind of crazy. You picked 3 melee heroes and a Morphling into Darkseer. Like,
I think I know it is really good versus Ench, obviously. Like both core and support, I would say, because like you have some tools versus the support Ench. You have high mobility; she can't like chase you that hard. And then if you have your ulti, you can actually just punch them. That's kind of cool.
Absolutely.
And Sidekick with Morphling and Legion is also pretty good. But I mean, I'm kind of with you. There's nothing like stellar on the EG lineup in terms of just like, oh, this looks perfect. And then you look at Game Gladiators and you're just like, oh god, I don't want to fight any of these heroes. And they have so much flexibility still on the side of Game Gladiators with this Batrider and Templar as to where it's gonna go. Like it locks you out of certain matchups in the mid lane for EG, even though we play all these TAs in the safe lane. It still is going to reduce your choices because there's always the option that Quinn just takes it. Right. So.
Absolutely. Well, I'm curious what they're going to run with this, and also like the thing that sort of feels strange about in particular for EG, or rather for Game and Gladiators, that I'm kind of noticing is that there isn't that big vacuum pairing right now. It feels like they're trying to play a lot more around Surge and Ion Shell, but then they also have this TA. So it's mainly just, I guess, the Bat that they're going to be playing around and trying to use him to burn people down and take stacks and just get bigger eventually.
That's funny. I was also just thinking about how they don't have any dual pairings for EG. Yeah. So both of these potential offlaner heroes, assuming that's where Legion winds up and doesn't wind up mid, which, I mean, obviously Legion very much can go to the mid lane currently, so that's certainly a possibility. Yeah. There is definitely not a lot of help for some of the bigger spells of those two heroes.
Right. This is going to be a fun game. I think EG are going to get out to like a quick lead, and then Gaming Gladiators mid game is going to be insane. But I don't know. This Marcy's throwing me off too. Like, what are we going to see with this? I'm feeling like it's probably a Matthew hero.
Yeah. But it could be off lane. I mean, theoretically, if they shift the Legion Commander, it definitely could be. But I think it's probably just 4. They banned the Viper and the Death Prophet. A couple of nasty green heroes.
Yeah, don't want to see the green. Interesting. Evil Geniuses. They spent a lot of time on that Marcy pick, of taking out some of these mids that can pair together really well in the team fight combos. Now for their last pick, I don't even know what I really want from them. Maybe like some low-cost initiation. They're kind of committal right now with the way that they run it. Sort of like where the Ember would fit well.
I don't know. This is a bit of a weird one. And then, yeah, but you can't get hardcore counterpicked either.
Right. Yeah, no. I mean,
so it has
Ember's
to be like
bad
somewhat safe. Yeah, that's true. It has to be like somewhat of a safe pick, but also...
DK
has to answer a lot of questions. I know, that's the guy who stands out, isn't it?
It's also bad against Darkseer, I think. He creates some freaking huge dragon illusions. I mean, being big and tanky is nice against him, though. But
Pango's banned too. Oh wow, they actually played Bounty Hunter. Damn, and we missed it.
Oh,
okay. That kind of fits the bill. That's pretty solid. It definitely fills up some of the gaps that they had. Because someone has to go in first here. Marcy can sort of go in first, but it's not the most successful all the time. So it's like Marcy and Prime will hop in first, and then Legion wants that follow-up, like, perfect duel. She can see it.
Dude, give me the Dyrachyo punch.
Oh, yeah? Yeah? The big boy?
I'm down. Actually, I don't know. He might just die. They could also, like, Faceless if they wanted to, maybe here.
I assume... All right, the Bat definitely wants to be support because the whole Legion Commander matchup thing. So I don't think you want to do any weird flex. So yeah, I think we're just getting a Quinn hero.
Okay.
That seems to make the most sense. Ooh, the Monkey King. Okay, we got some funk here. I assumed, yeah, Dyrachyo takes that, Quinn takes the TA, and then, yeah, what do you do on EG now? Who do you send mid? All right, they're giving Seek out the Primal Beast. Okay.
Okay.
It's got funky at the end. I like it. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about a Monkey King maybe for EG before they took the Morphling. I thought at that point that it kind of looked nice for them, especially with how they play with Matthew, that like Monkey King could have set up really nicely with the Legion Commander too, but I guess maybe they feel like Monkey King... I mean, it is versus Batrider, so maybe then if they had shifted the Batrider core, it would have been a little bit worse. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's a really interesting one. Yeah. Monkey King definitely feels like, I mean, again, you have 4 melee heroes in Morphlane, and now you have Monkey King Darkseer, right? Like the area control is insane. The question is, of course, like how good are the lanes now for EG? Because when I looked at it at the start, that's really what the Morphlane idea is against Darkseer, is that you just deny every creep away from him. Mm-hmm. But if that doesn't happen, I don't know. I'm a little, if they win that lane but don't win the other lanes, then it kind of doesn't matter that much, and Darkseer can catch back up later. I feel like Gaming probably have this, unless there's some other weird thing that goes on. Marcy's the X factor for me. How much can C Smile and Matthew get done?
Yeah, I feel like they gotta be like
important.
They gotta be like a crazy duo for sure. It's like hopping all over the map together.
True.
I also with like Ace and Tofu, are they just gonna pull the creep waves? Like how are they gonna stop and dying?
Yeah. That is one nice thing about Marcy, I guess, is that you can rebound onto the creeps to sort of get the stun and body block them, and then you can't like pull it all the way behind the tower. There's some things you can do to mess them up with that, or even just dispose. So could be some cool tech. Well, interested to see it.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say I'm definitely favoring G.Gladiators here. Just draft wise, for sure. Just seems a lot simpler. Like their game plan is. I mean, to be fair, it also has some very obvious points where it's like, oh, they're gonna be going for a Roche at this timing, and like the Darkseer's gonna be trying to pull these waves, and he's gonna want to farm bottom for a long time. And we see this classic play with the Batrider too, where they're always looking to. Like farm up for a while before they really do a whole lot, because you're kind of useless early. You don't do a whole lot, you know. I shouldn't say useless. They make these insane plays where they have this like crazy damage early that's you don't really suspect, but really once you get into like the first item, that's when it goes a little bit nuts. So here is Tofu does escape from a entire squad of EG here.
Yep. Pakas is down bottom. Celery and Ace trying to maybe get a rune for himself eventually. See Smile making the move over. He didn't quite get in range for that tower to reveal the ward. I think that he was thinking about going over a little closer. Cutting all the trees. Okay, interesting. There's definitely a ward there. So he's helping their ward.
It's just so he won't jump on them later.
Right, that makes sense. I wonder if he was cutting those to try and make them think that he had placed a ward on that high ground, because he knows that that ward gets more vision. Uh-oh. Turn. Duraccio, he's hitting hard. Matthew, dispose for the first blood.
The fairy fire.
Unbelievable, he's not going down. Matthew survives. That's crazy. That's an insane play. Oh, is he going to go deny to the tower?
Oh, yeah, he's good.
This guy's
good.
This guy's so smart.
Wait. A little bit more
dun, 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 dun.
Look at him. Gets the perfect timing gold for the sentry, too. Just beautiful stuff right there.
Whisper, though, he's going to pay the price. This is the problem. You commit so much, and now your lane is, like, absolutely wrecked.
Bro, why didn't you do suicide, too? Like, what are you doing?
That is unfortunate for Whisper.
Batrider, Monkey King. This is disgusting.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, down bottom is not going to be easy for Ace. This is going to be a very difficult game for the old DS. But you can see Whisper still getting something for himself over here.
Dude, they do this so nicely too with Celery on this edge. When he plays into this lane. Yeah, their laning's so fluid, you know? Like, they're so good with their multiple pairings. It's funny because they used to have this, like, Ace and Tofu used to, like, dual Q all the time, right? And now I feel like I see Celery in the lane with Ace more than even Tofu. Right. Whenever Celery gets his edge, it feels like he just has so much more freedom to work with down here. And the value's high.
Wow.
You did it again?
Dude. Duraccio goes down. That is huge. 0-2 on Duraccio. He will have a TP when he comes back up, though.
I love how this is just a level 1 Mercy. Like, she's just disposing. That's it.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. But you're going to...
out of the way early.
Yeah, exactly.
Those deaths.
You got to get him taken care of. We are seeing down bottom, though, the problem. And actually, I mean, like I said, they found a way to make this lane up here work. The bottom lane was always going to be pretty bad for Gaming Gladiators, even though they can find some things for themselves every now and then. As C-Smile takes a lot of damage from Quinn. Some of those side blades coming through.
Yeah, Ace just not having the damage to contend with the glorious Morphling.
Right.
Or even getting hopped on with the decays. A little bit close there. But hey, I got heals. It's fine.
True. Yeah, I mean, coming out in a pretty good position across all three of their lanes are EG.
We missed the sentry too. He didn't unblock the camp. That is unfortunate. As
Quinn?
C-Smile continues to take a lot of damage. That was so close.
Up top, the big battle. Going after it. Looking for Dyrachyo again. Almost have enough, but they didn't have another overwhelming odds. He did get the Jingu up, so he's going to be able to regen. Well, never mind. They go back in and manage to take him out. Dyrachyo, I didn't think there was going to be a kill, but he just walked back in, and Dyrachyo didn't walk away from the overwhelming odds.
Yo, dude, Patrick's getting owned. Meanwhile, C-Smile's catching side blades mid and almost dying. Like, I also went back mid. It's like, dude, he's going to die. Like, he's getting side bladed on the high ground.
The jump away. Yeah, this is a very contentious. Like the problem too is that like for EG, I think they really need this to happen. They need to be finding these kills and kind of shutting down Gaming Gladiators because their mid game it's going to be scary.
And Ace does have 2 points in the Iron Shell now, which is where you can actually do quite a bit more on this hero. Feels much more powerful. The other big thing is the levels coming up on Celery too, obviously. The heal as well as the creep. Really, them missing that D ward hurt. Jeez.
Oh, Tofu! Oh, what happened? Oh, the play, Tofu! Broke and burned his ankles. Holy moly!
Oh, all four of them. Just those ankles. They're just all going down.
Well, that was what you want to see from Tofu. Matthew has to walk back home. Gaming Gladiators, they're making it work. I mean, Pakas is still crazy farmed, but Quinn is winning mid now. Dyrachyo, in spite of his deaths, 16 and 10, it's not bad. Like, he's getting a lot of denies. See how it goes.
This bottom lane is just like, I feel like you could just rewatch this entire bottom lane. It's like a little mini story. It's like an entire arc happening down here between like the D wards battling between Panda and Celery, trying to get these camps opened up, trying to utilize all the different creeps. Meanwhile, you got Ace and these clowns are just fighting on the other lanes. We're trying to have intelligent Dota.
Trying to get him. He gets him. After he goes down the turn, overwhelming can't go for it. Tofu's going to connect that one up too.
There are two wolves inside of you, you know? There's the top lane and the bottom lane. There's cool, calculated, and there's just like MVP caveman Dota.
Oh, it's true. They just do run at each other, and that works well. That's what you want to see. Man. Tofu heads on in, retakes that Watcher. Gonna find C-Smile, who he's almost on par in levels with, and I mean running. Oh my god, he broke him! He broke him!
Yup.
Oh, Panda moving in, wanting to salvage this. C-Smile has to run away. Yo, Tofu on this Bat Rider. I mean, we saw Celery make something special of it. This dude is killing it too.
And of course, the Ench versus the Primal Beast. We have that enchant where you can stop the onslaught. So keep an eye on that one. Because you can just dispel the charge buff, because that's a thing. As we discussed the last time we had this hero.
Good move in with the Enchantress Quinn. Oh, got body blocked there by Celery, and now the run through coming from C-Smile. It's enough for the kill. I don't think that body block. I don't think that body block mattered, but it, Quinn will still tip him later.
I was gonna say, you can still say it did.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to keep up the ego of your mid players. It's never their fault. Matthew getting the rundown here. Uh-oh. Whoa, where you going to go? Help me, Whisper.
He has a rebound. Just saving that rebound to try and go for the finish. Make sure that they have a way to connect for the kill, and they're going to punish Tofu for all his movements around the map here and ensure that they get their wisdom rune. Bacchus down bottom.
Dude, what a come up here from Ace.
Yeah.
38 CS. He's within 5 now of the Morphling. After a very difficult start. And I know that every Dark Series player's favorite thing is hitting 6 versus these Agi heroes. Is he dead? Oh, man. If he had a little more mana.
Yeah. I think that they're trying to not scare him because they're bringing through Duraccio. They go all in on Panda, actually. I mean,
how
this
he's not
is
even microing the illusion.
Yeah.
This isn't warmed up yet, you know?
I like that play a lot. Because, again, like, killing the Morphling is going for the all-in. Killing the Undying is slowly building your lead up. As mid, they're going to find Quinn. He goes for the tower, gets it, expose, turns, decides to fight him all with the duel, and bringing 4. It's a second death for Quinn.
Yeah, a lot of heroes maybe not so happy about that kind of a rotation. Legion, obviously, very pleased. Well, permanent bonus there. As Tofu just wants to harass them with his DD. Shouldn't be a kill, one would think. That would be kind of crazy. Well, it could be a kill the other way, because there's still 4 heroes here, my friend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Don't give up.
So this does come back to walling that Undying down bottom, though, because it kicked the Morphling completely out. The Undying couldn't stay and soak any XP or just like pull the waves off the tower or anything like that. Ace eventually makes his way back here, and this whole lane became forfeit the second Ace hit 6. So this is, you know, sure, it was good in the lane in terms of getting some farm for the Morphling itself, but now this is just a situation where Ace is going to go relatively unchecked for a while. I think it's going to be hard to grab there. Well, speaking of grabs, though, Matthew's way over here right now.
Yeah.
You got a D ward.
What's
this?
He
Is
doing?
not bounty hunter, sir.
The hell is this guy doing?
Yeah,
all right.
He's jet lagged.
Okay.
Coming from SA, so he didn't realize it was 9 minutes. Checking for a wisdom rune, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
I guess just trying to get that. Oh, you know what it is? They're trying to block out that camp so that way they can see if Darkseer goes to farm it up. Because that camp you love to hit up a bunch. Tofu? Oh, couldn't quite get onto him. If that stun hits, they probably get him. Instead, they're going to go down bottom onto Ace. Smile. Tries to catch him. The pulverize. It's at the ready. But immediately broken by Duraccio. Well played.
Well, and Tombstone drop, too.
Yeah. Oh,
interesting how they have Duraccio just farming behind Ace for a while here. It's like a little tandem where he's just kind of lurking nearby, and that fully prevents any deaths on the Ace. And then they leave those bottom camps for Duraccio. Ace rotates back up to these slightly safer ones, but overall they're both just happy to continue farming.
Mm-hmm. Well, 7-6, a 2,000 gold lead. Paka still the top net worth in the game right now is Celery. I'm convinced that this is part of why Celery is so good at what he does. He just comes and takes away some of the stacks, right?
Yeah.
That's a nice little way to just like chip away at your opponent's farm.
Whenever they play Dire Side for G.Gladiators, Celery and Tofu just live in this area. They come into the Radiant Ancient camp constantly. Like, they have no fear about it, and they always seem to get away with it too.
Yeah,
and they're always, they never leave it as like a safe haven for you to farm into. And I don't think it's as easy to do on the other side. Like, I wouldn't say that many teams do it from Radiant to Dire, and I wouldn't even say that G.Gladiators have a lot of success like focusing effort on the end of the map. It just seems like this one feels a little bit more vulnerable.
Right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, EG bringing numbers again. You can see the way that G.Gladiators are spread out. They're getting a lot out of the map right now, and they might even still try and come to contest this tower. It seems unlikely, though. Quinn, well, wait. Quinn just TP'd, but then he hit an illusion rune. Quinn canceled the CP. All right, they are not going to defend this. In fact, Celery is going to maybe die. No. Turn. Whisper. In trouble. Oh, and now the lasso pulls in Marsky and gets the kill. Even though Quinn messed up his TP, they still make this work. Overwhelming odds, the runaway. Z-Smile goes back in. They find the kill onto Celery. Just like that, they're out. Are they?
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Gone, I think.
Z-Smile. Press the attack. Running. Didn't get the pushback. They'll kill Panda.
Nice try.
No seed shots to help out there. The War Pines. Instant smoke. Horacio wants to keep chasing a bit here. He is sped up now by the speed aura.
Oh, big.
Go.
Good cut. That kept him alive. Matthew in a world of hurt. Can't quite get in range for a dispose. Ends up tying to neutrals. Well done.
Oh, they save. Well, everyone else escapes too. And yeah, here they are back in their home, which they own. So aggressive with this Monkey King. I love the early Echo Saber. Boo Battle Fury on this hero. Just give me Monkey King forever with no Battle Fury. We should have one of those hard-coded exceptions where it's just no Battle Furies. I say we just remove the item from Monkey King for like 2 weeks and let's just see what happens to the win rate. Because I'm convinced it goes up.
I'm convinced nobody would play Monkey King in pubs anymore.
I mean, I just see that as a win-win.
That's a fair point. Nothing of value was lost.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, G.Gladiators steal the stack, continue to slowly build up this lead. And the top heroes are still the top net worths, but I don't think this Morphling is the same indomitable carry that it used to be. Those nerfs have definitely hurt him a lot. It's going to be hard to just solo carry this game.
I was a little surprised, I gotta say, by the nerfs. I thought that they would just straight up remove all of the stats stolen. I thought that maybe this would be still too powerful, but it seems, I mean, certainly it doesn't appear that way, at least in the eyes of a lot of the pro teams, because he has fallen a lot. He's obviously no longer in the first phase of picks and bans, so I'll be curious to see if he has another rise here, because I still think the hero's extremely strong. I think the fact that his laning stage is still the way that it is, it's just always going to make him good. It's so hard to actually bully him out of the lane because it's just the way that attribute shift works and how much control you can get over last hitting and the inability to actually push him out. So I'm still a Morphling believer for sure.
In this game you are as well?
Yeah, in this game too, I think. I mean, I don't know if he's going to win, but I still think it's a good hero. Like, I still think that
I hear you.
Like, life's still pretty good here.
Yeah.
Back to the Monkey King, though. I think that what's really interesting about the Monkey King this game, too, is that being able to go for this Echo Saber style build because you have a TA mid.
Ooh.
You know, a TA mid is having a great time.
Yeah, really good time, definitely. Dispose, they've been pushed all over the place, but they end up getting the dual win at the end. Ace just not, only the 1 point in vacuum at this stage. It's not really where he needs to be to fight.
I guess that's the message, isn't it? He's like, I don't really want to fight, guys.
Yeah.
4 points in Surge.
Right.
It's not often I'm surging towards the enemy, you know? Just going the other way right now.
Well, almost 16 minutes in, and those kills are really important. Getting Legion to scale would be nice, but only 28 dual damage so far.
It's hard to stack them up early, feels like.
Yeah.
Does have the talent now, though, so the big thing is kind of like when you have the talent and then you get level 12, that starts to feel a little bit better. Level 1, no talent, only 10, is, I gotta say, it's a little bit rough. I mean, I know the hero's kind of broken right now, but I wouldn't mind buffing that part and removing some other stuff.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like a real win, you know?
Oh, Whisper.
Mail. Get him.
Oh, he wanted to go for the all-in. Wait a minute, they maybe still can. Gonna have dual blink up in a second. They find it onto Ace. That is exactly what they were not looking for.
Way.
Oh my God, they're all gone! Oh no! Oh my goodness, Horacio, have mercy! What a freaking turnaround! Oh,
And, ladies and gentlemen, that is without a Battle Fury. Let me just add. I actually don't understand. How did that deal so much damage? That was just Ion Shell. That.
Oh my God!
Everything was just working. There was some slices and dices coming in there. People were getting hit by Psyblades. It was just the dream.
You know what that was? That was 4 melee heroes and Morphling against a Darkseer. Darkseer Monkey King.
Is that it? Is the game just over? Did it just end?
I think.
Like, was that all their momentum just completely stalled?
Yeah, a little bit.
That was shocking. Like, it looked so good. You're like, ow. I mean, they're all on top of him. This guy's just going to die. But they were really on top of that Ion Shell. Oh, my goodness.
No, it's pretty devastating. I think that there is a big problem. Oh, my God. They find Dyrachyo, though. If it turns into team fights, I don't think they can win anymore.
Gotta be.
Oh, my God.
Not again.
Oh, my
Not
God.
again.
Not one more time. Yes, it is going to be one more time. Just wants it. Waveform. Oh, man, that sidekick. That saved the day right there. If not for that, it's over. But maybe Paka is still in some trouble. Gets the replicate, gets the refraction, tries to back away. They're still doing a lot of damage, but he gets another waveform off. Okay, EG pulling things together. There's no Dyrachyo here. No Wukong's command. They turn now onto Quinn. Whisper with the save. Oh, the back and forth action that comes out from these two teams. It's pretty to watch. Teamfights score. They send him forward. Celery, that was supposed to send you forward. A little misclick. He does a 360 no scope with the onslaught. And then manages to get out.
How can we have an equally ridiculous turn after something like that? I have no idea how I managed to survive. That was crazy teamwork to keep it going. And then it's this endless chase. It's just dogs after cars from both sides. Not exactly sure what they're after. When they get it, it doesn't usually end up to be a very good decision. And that just cut the lead in about half right there. That was almost a 4K-ish XP swing, 3K gold. A little bit ridiculous.
I love this game, man. It's so good.
I don't even know what's happening. Well, it's just the I mean, the heals and the saves coming up from Game Gladiators, and more so like the spacing and just chaos of this like dispose, rebound, onslaught, bumpity doodah that's happening. And soon we're gonna have BKBs mixed into this.
Right. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that's when the fun stops.
yeah, 100%. I was gonna say the same thing. Like,
but this
of fun. There's a duel.
You know what? This is the answer to BKBs. Gets him gone. Can't turn it around enough with that Darkseer. Good save to try and help him out, but yeah, that is the problem. If they find a dual target, normally I think it's Darkseer want a duel here. I feel like they maybe need to focus Monkey King every time, because if he gets that Wukong's off, it's over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Especially like part of the problem should be forcing the fight in the Wukongs, though, you would think.
Right.
Because, you know, like you pointed out earlier, this whole idea of, like, the vacuum being there, like, there wasn't a lot of things to pair with the vacuum. And then eventually you do get this Wukong's command, but how do you actually keep them inside with all this high mobility that they have on the side of EG?
Right.
But, yeah, if they're stuck inside, it's Jover.
It's a problem. It's no bueno. All right, what's going to happen now? 13-13, 5K gold lead. Whisper, he's got to be the man this one. Got to find those targets. He almost has his BKB. I believe it's flying out right now, but it's Gaming Gladiators. They're going to run down bottom, take the Roche.
Yeah, this is what we discussed, like walking out onto the map of this. There is one very clear timing that you're going to see from this side of GG. It's TA getting Aegis around this time, getting Deso, especially if you see this build, obviously. So they know Tofu's guarding the Twin Gate. They're scanning it, but not anything they can do about it. So they're going to have to contend with that. And this is the dream when you do the Blink Deso build, because now you have this Aegis. You don't have a defensive item, but your Aegis is your defensive item. So you're going to use that to advance the map state in favor of your team. Also, Tofu got this Blink, and we just had a couple of crazy fights, but for a long time, they didn't really get any like smoke plays around the map. It goes back to this idea of just being content with how the map was moving. And now he is very farmed compared to the other supports.
Right. Yeah, it's true. He has gotten a ton. He's almost caught up to the Primal. Are they going to be able to get anybody? Dyrachyo goes through the portal.
There's a sentry. There's a sentry. He's in the Invis rune.
TP's, walk forward, duel. Got one. That's not good enough. When he get with the pulverize there, can they bring down Ace? The jump forward. Quinn almost dead. Oh, the back wall with the big boundless on top of all of it, but they don't quite have enough. They save him inside that tombstone. That's life number 1. Panda trying to back away, but that's both supports dead. Aka's trying to back out. They have down now. The turn on Duraccio is to pop that BKB waveforms through, and they keep themselves alive. So they will lose this tower. They lose 2 supports, but they burn the Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. I think that multiple tier 2s were in the cards there for Game Gladiators with this Aegis. And especially with how that fight started. That could have been a lot worse if they didn't have that sentry placed down, because it gave them a brief moment where they could position slightly better versus C-Smile before he blinked in on that Primal Beast. But overall, I kind of feel like you take that as EG, like you said. Like, actually getting the Aegis feels kind of nice.
Well, and it does raise some interesting questions here. Like, Duraccio cancels his TP? Oh, no. Oh, that is not the way that was supposed to go. I guess that... I mean, they saw them head by that Watcher, I thought. Maybe they didn't. Matthew, vacuum, no follow-up. Tries to run away, gets the big turn with the dispose and the waveform through. Onslaught tries to find another target. They're going to be onto Celery and onto Quan and trying to take down Ace. Maybe target spread a bit too far. But in the end, EG out fighting them. I mean, somebody's just getting dueled at the start of these fights every time, and they don't have an answer for that on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, that is true, considering how early it came out on this Legion, like this was going to be a Legion Commander game.
Right.
The only thing they can really count on is burning some of their big auras, like burning the Crimson Guard, burning the Guardian's Greaves, but that doesn't feel very good when you're focused it all into a single hero. You're trying to kind of, utilize that to its maximum potential in these big engagements, so... Yeah, great grab there. And like you said, it was kind of a weird start, though.
Yeah. Definitely. I don't know what happened, what they saw where he because he was TPing and then canceled the TP. So that part felt kind of strange. We saw in that graph there for a second, too. It feels like it's this line that's sort of been trending the direction of Gaming Gladiators over and over again, and then somehow EG, through some like weird things happening, are like pulling it back into their favor a little bit. If everything's kind of set up and static, I think Gaming Gladiators are happy. And if EG can make stuff weird, that's when it feels like things start to go their favor a little bit more.
This is just the market. We're in a recession. This is a Gaming Gladiator recession. But eventually the line goes up.
I see.
I understand
Got
now.
it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you did economics, right? Isn't that exactly what the market looks like? That's pretty
Yeah,
close.
sure.
Eventually
That's
it
real.
trends upwards.
Yeah,
Buy
sure.
real
Why
estate,
not?
guys. Buy property, all right? Eventually it
God.
goes up.
Apparently, this is financial advice hour. I'm not sure
Not
what's going
financial
on.
advice.
Okay, got it. I understand.
Unless I get something to shill. Anyone who needs something to shill, let me know.
Good. That's the way of it. Trent with the rebrand, finance guru.
Yeah, that sounds like, ooh, Whisper though. This guy knows how to invest. He's got a great healing lotus. Went up there.
Oh, okay.
That's nice. Found quite a few lurking in the pool there. Cross the pond, as they say. That's what the phrase means, right?
True.
That's about right.
Very. Big smoke. Looking for one. Lasso connects onto Matthew. That sidekick has been really a huge part of what's found success for EG. Because I think that when they're creating the Darkseer illusion, Morphline's life stealing off of it more than like he normally would, because it's taking extra damage.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I think that that's what's been allowing them to sort of deal with these illusions a little bit more effectively.
They have a Legion offlane. The heals are just like level 1 soul rip, but mostly life steal. I mean, Sidekick has been the heals that they've sustained their own crazy survivals through these fights. But they're starting to lose a bit of this map control. That looks of it here. Although they're going to bring Matthew back up on the respawn to join up with Whisper. This was under a ward, seeing this movement up top, though. So Quinn's going to know this is coming.
Yeah, that
He
ward
didn't
right
see
over
the
that tier
smoke, But yeah, he's gonna know. Yeah, and then immediately disappears. So a little unfortunate timing for EG. If this had been a few seconds later, maybe he doesn't know. Quinn does the ultimate safe route back all the way across.
Yeah.
He works on his Lincolns so that he will not get dueled or pulverized immediately anymore.
I honestly think if gaming buy 5 Lincoln Spheres, they just automatically win this game because I don't see how to duel.
Is it like Exodia? Like the game just ends, like a message pops up on screen?
Exactly.
Is it a cultural victory?
Yeah, you get it now.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Maybe a religious victory. I feel like Lincoln's is sort of this thing that you pray to.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Tower is under attack.
I could never win those games any other way. It's just culture or religion. I don't know. I wasn't cut out for the warfare. I'm not a general, guys.
Fair
How
enough.
about... Oh, Panda, he's hiding.
Tofu looking. The save. Panda drops the tombstone right before the boundless strike. Oh, good save.
That was
Needs
sick.
to wait for him out, but they pull him away. The big stun. Pacus gets out of the ring. They've lost 1. Tombstone down. Matthew gets the rebound towards safety as Duraccio runs forward, looks for the dispose, but it's only just the 2 of them that are going to go down. So Gaming Gladiators, good move up top, and then taking that fight. And again, these windows where things are sort of set up and clear and, you know, everybody knows what's happening, that's when Gaming Gladiators are finding these victories.
Oh, Tofu gets caught mid. Pop down into a duel.
Under attack.
That's
Pump
rough.
that damage up to 74 now onto Whisper. That was a sick save, though, by Panda. Because I'm pretty sure they chain down Pakaz if he doesn't get thrown inside that tombstone. Which is not the easiest save to make, obviously, on this hero. Feels like he kind of needs Aether Lens these days. I mean, he's going for a blink, so that's going to be his better idea. He'd just be a little bit more dangerous. I mean, Aether Lens, like, doubles the cast range of it as a save. It's so short.
It is kind of crazy how that works. Looks like Gaming Gladiators. Quinn is going to go try and take the Tormentor. Nice use there of the refraction.
Yes. It's a good thing they invented Tormentor so we can finally see little friends.
Yeah. Exactly.
And we totally notice it every fight, right?
No,
Yes,
totally.
I know, Patrick. Yes, there's a tombstone. But guys, look. It's time.
Bottom tower is
All right, keep your eyes on it, folks.
Keep eyes on what now?
The tombstone and the little friends.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah.
They're all friends. Yeah.
We also do have the Elven Tunic on the morph now, which is pretty interesting too. So you've got a little bit of evasion, which could play a pretty big role playing against the TA right now. No form of break through that at all. And obviously a hero that depends upon those big hits.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Dire's bottom tower.
Another good thing about the Marcy, you can kind of just buy whatever.
Right.
Since you do have built-in mobility and you're already pretty tanky because you're, a universal hero. I almost said a strength hero, imagine.
Right.
But, she still gets up there.
Radiant's middle tower
But that's the whole point. I guess that's why you can definitely buy anything now.
Right.
As Marcy is. Just going to find a Centaur chilling in the pit. Potential respawn timer just came up, and wow, is he going to wait out here for the next 15 seconds? Is Matthew a psychic? Not this time. Hold.
Well, I mean, it also would have spawned bottoms or top, so.
That is a great point. You make an excellent point.
They're both smoked. He gets the ward down. They're going to have the better vision. Gaming Gladiators pop it down afterwards, but they already have the duel onto the target. Can they bring him down? Lasso, is it enough? Pacas, does he get it all off? No, he can't get the surge away. No vacuum used either. See Smile onto Celery, trying to blow him up. A good hit comes in. Panda, they miss on the low ground, but, I mean, Pacas is too big through all of this. With 2 dead, only the supports on the side of EG. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to lose.
That tombstone was doing mad work.
Oh, yeah.
And what a beautiful tombstone, man. When you get a fight like that, that's actually just game-winning Undying.
Yeah. Well, because they got down first, and then it was dewarded, so they lost vision after the duel. They had to get that tombstone down. And now, this sets up for Roche. EG. I am so impressed by their ability to come out on top in these last couple of minutes, because, I mean, if Ace gets one ability off there, I feel like gaming just win that fight.
Yeah, that's insane. That I mean, I saw the auras pop, but that was it. Like no vacuum, no wall, obviously, and that could have been a complete turnaround there. Yeah, the build in terms of the Satanic too, you could see how much work it was doing for Pakaz, because everyone else is forced to use their mobility skills to get outside of the Wukong's command, but Pakaz just takes the time to chase down. He just walks down Dyrachyo the whole fight. He's utilizing the Satanic. He's standing in the Wukongs. He's comfortable because he's life-stealing, and he is just clicking this Monkey King with the debuff, just saying, "Oh, wait, where's the lifesteal, bud? What you gonna do?"
Yeah.
And he was just a sad little monkey.
Ooh, and Whisper. Got that DD. Want somebody. It's Dyrachyo. Will they get him, though?
The problem is he has no due diligence because there's no wards up, so
Yeah.
he can't utilize his DD.
That's sad. Due diligence. That's crazy. Due diligence is crazy, man.
Yeah, it's a wild idea.
They get anybody.
The market started trending upwards again. We've hit another recession.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is we can solve a lot of things here. I'm just gonna move my whole portfolio into following Game Gladiators.
EG.
Buy
EG
now.
Stocks.
No,
All right.
no. I'm shorting. I'm shorting EG.
Okay.
I might lose it all.
There's a chance. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, it really does come down, I feel like, to Whisper, but also just maybe more Lincoln Spheres. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Darkseer's queuing one up now.
Yeah.
They have to get him.
They have to
But likewise, Legion
is
hasn't.
there any? I mean, I guess there's Wind Waker. I was gonna say, is there any other solution for the after duel? And it really is just Wind Waker, right? Or
Yeah.
tier 5 neutrals. That's the other choice.
E-Blade could maybe work.
Did we still buy that? Is that item legal?
In this game, probably not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Yo, Ench E-Blade? That's now we're talking. Okay. Now I'm with you.
All right. Celery. Hey, enchant. And then the rundown.
Silver Edge so bad though.
Damn. Yeah, has the full Silver Edge coming out now on Pakas. So that these pickoffs steadily ages.
Quinn trying to hit the big damage next up here too.
Right.
Go for the Daedalus. When Tofu is about to have Aghanims.
Right.
It's a tough call, I think, on this Bat Rider. I don't know why the Ags look so good. I feel like if you read the description, it feels like it shouldn't. Why is it always so successful? I don't know what. To me, when I envision a lasso, it feels like, oh, what are the chances I'm going to get a second target? And yet, inevitably, he finds them. These Bat Rider players that go for this item, they make it look so good.
Well, and I think in this type of a game in particular, I mean, this is the reason why I feel like this Gaming Gladiators squad is eventually just going to win, is that it's, again, 4 melees, right? They're going to be clumped together when these fights break out. If they're trying to all-in a target, like in that last one, right? Like the Legion dueled the Darkseer, and then immediately C-Smile on the Primal blink trampled on top of it, right? Like, that's the way that you fight. So if there's a lasso, they're going to find 2. If there's a vacuum, he's probably going to find 4. And then if Dyrachyo manages to get his ring down, particularly 25, when Dyrachyo gets 25,
Dude,
this game feels so hard.
I hate that talent. It's so good.
They're going to find Pakas here, but they won't be able to get him. He was surged away because he's in Darkseer form. 25 is what I think Gaimin are waiting for on Dyrachyo.
They also just finished that Aghanims and the Daedalus, and then immediately bought a smoke on Tofu. So there's certainly some discussion happening of just like, hey, I want to move on the map right now. Speaking of moving on the map, Celery is under an OBS and doesn't have. Well, he doesn't drop a sentry. He doesn't have a gem, but it doesn't look like he's gonna end up being punished for this.
Right.
Either way, they're here now with the Aegis. It's go time. It's only 30 seconds left on it though.
Oh.
Could they punish at the end of this 20 seconds? I feel like Pakaz probably leaves, especially Oh, I was gonna say especially because he just used Satanic, and then I noticed it's just Sidekick. God, that's absurd.
It's really crazy how good it is. I mean, they're going to try and hold out as long as they can, but this is the window for EG. They take that full melee racks. The Aegis just now expiring.
Okay, great take. EG feeling like they're now in control. They're going to have the economic advantage. That slow trend towards gaming gladiators we've been seeing during the downtime, during the farming, is now going to stop, really, because you're taking away so much of your gold. I guess it's not as much as it used to be in terms of like how valuable the lane creeps were and stuff, but
right,
it's still clearly going to be an impact, mostly because of the time that's spent trying to deal with this middle lane.
Mm-hmm. This looks like they're going to try and make another run at it here, though. EG, get together, smoke up, coming out. Shirley, hello? Smoke? Hello? They not? They need to push out this wave. Okay, that makes sense.
It's crazy that Whisper has only used BKB twice.
Yeah. He's
Feels
been able to
really
get away
odd.
with a lot.
Yeah. For better or for worse, it seems. Okay, so do we have anything yet to deal with the duel? We don't, right? Other than Lincoln's?
TA on Lincoln's.
Or Lasso, I guess, yeah.
Darkseer also has Lincoln's.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And
They're
Halberd,
going to run
I guess,
into him
too.
first. Break the Lincolns, get the duel. But Boundless Strikes try and turn C-Smile through. They're still all grouped together. Can he get the vacuum off? He will, but it's not enough. Darkseer still goes down. C-Smile controlling Duraccio. Everybody else backs away, disarmed. And they bring him down in time. Duraccio fall in. The sidekick is good. 2 dead, and they're going to find a third onto Quinn. Double killed for Pakas. That is everything they needed and more. EG are hitting their time perfectly.
These halberds are so funny. Triple halberd is comical versus TA Monkey King. They just couldn't play. Topo even got a double lasso, but it didn't matter. It didn't last long enough. They were split up at the start of the fight. That wasn't a true engagement for Game Gladiators. They didn't have everything, and they need the full squad there to win these engagements.
Really tough for them. C-Smile is taking some hits from Celery here, but EG, they want to end the game right now. Tier 4 tower goes down. No Darkseer. Another 20 seconds, and they find the duel onto Duraccio. Gonna kill off Celery. GG is called. EG pull out a fabulous performance. Really, really impressive stuff from EG here.
My portfolio's ruined. It's the ultimate recession. Everything has crashed. It's gone through the roof.
I am really impressed with the Evil Geniuses after that game. That was not an easy game to win. Whisper played out of his mind on this Legion commander. Really solid stuff there. God. And
Yeah,
what a
the pressure was on them. Like, it was a classic situation where, like, the more things stalled, it was just looking better for the other team. So you're the ones who have this need to keep going forward. And this Morphling in combination there with Whisper, as you said, like perfect items for the Morphling. Like, this was a true like one carry style of game where he was the one who had the most sustained damage during the engagements, and you had C-Smile and Whisper as this like double playmaker initiator style, and they did a fantastic job. And then this triple halberd idea of Matthew, C-Smile, Whisper all getting halberds right at the end versus the TA Monkey King is just perfect. There was nothing they could do. That is all of their damage.
It was super impressive. I mean, you can see in these fights the way that when Duraccio hit those first set of items, it was really scary for EG. But again, you know, I said this at the start of the broadcast. There's more people listening now. To everybody that said that Evil Geniuses are done, Evil Geniuses are completely washed, maybe, just maybe, you know, take one tournament with a grain of salt. Because they're showing that they're still one of the best teams in the world, taking down Gaming Gladiators here and sitting top of the group. These guys are freaking gamers.
Now, I have a question for you. Should this Monkey King have bought Battle Fury?
I don't know, man.
For context, I really dislike Battle Fury. But you know what? Then this obviously is the one issue, is that this was a Battle Fury-less Monkey King because you have a Templar Assassin, and you're hoping to play this entire game off of that Blink, Deso, Aegis timing. And trying to take a lot of the game from there. But they lost the Aegis pretty fast. It was still a winning fight for Game Gladiators, but they didn't do that classic sweep across the map, take a lot of, like, at least 2 tier 2 towers, as well as take over the enemy ancient camp. That's what you'll often see with this exact style of lineups. You've seen it 100 times, when she gets that timing. But they didn't, and then things start to stall out, and slow down. And although it was still moving in their direction, they didn't have any like crazy accelerant for Dyrachyo. He also played like very tight and very close to an ally a lot of the times, like be it Ace or something like that. So he wasn't a true like farming carry, but EG just outplayed them in the fights, 100%.
Totally. And I will say one last thing there that stands out to me is I am really, really impressed in particular with the decision not just to go for the Morph lane, but then to go back with the Marcy too. I think that was integral in their ability to find success here. It was a huge amount of the reason why Morph was able to do what he did in that game. Like sustain against the illusions that were coming out from Ace. Solid stuff. So we're gonna go to a quick break. When we get back, we're gonna have game 2, Gaming Gladiators versus EG. See y'all then.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We're getting ready for game number 2. Gaming Gladiators facing off against versus Evil Geniuses. That's never going to get old. Or it might.
Nope.
Which is another possibility. Damn, man. That was a crazy game, though. I really enjoyed seeing all the cool things that Evil Geniuses were able to do. I think Gaming Gladiators put on a good performance, but I don't know. Maybe it was something about the Dyrachyo Monkey King needing to go Battle Fury. Maybe it was like needing to just like secure that next Roche, getting to places a little bit quicker. There was like those fights around the tombstone up on high ground. It was impressive. Undying did do a lot. I think that was one of the biggest things about it. The save potential from that hero in a couple of those clutch situations where maybe Morphling dies. I think if Morphling dies in that game, it probably goes better, but he didn't. Baka's owned.
I think some of the stuff that they did really well was right at the end and the transitioning out of the laning stage. Because we talked about how like they killed Panda and they just never went bottom again. And they tried to go down there one more time to kill Ace, but then Dyrachyo was nearby to sort of back him up, and they stopped that pick. And instead of like chasing them around or anything, they just kind of got to a point where they decided, hey, we're going to control the top half of this map. We're going to try and get some kills onto Whisper. We're going to wait till we have these bigger items up onto C-Smile as well as Pakaz, and then we'll fight a little bit. And those fights didn't go like perfect, and they lost some fights, and they ended up losing the Aegis and the Roche and stuff, but they kept building up. They never felt too far behind. They held their high ground well when they got forced to just lurk in the high ground for a while, and they eventually were able to turn that whole game around with those great initiations once the items were there, and the proper defensive itemization of the halberds versus this like double right-clicking victory idea of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, I'm curious to see what Gaming Gladiators' response is going to be, because I think there's a lot of, in a game like that, there's a lot of potential things that you could look at and be like, this was too difficult to deal with, this was too difficult to deal with. And now that they're actually in there and talking about it, they take the Legion out first. I think that's the right decision. This hero in Whisper's hand, it really did appear to do some special stuff.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the flex was still there as well that whole time. Like this Legion Commander is definitely a hero that can go to the mid lane. It can go into the safe lane right now. She is seeing a lot of action all over the map. And again, she is just good. I wonder if her numbers have gone up again. I keep checking. It's actually gone up again. I check every day on Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see how Legion Commander is doing. It started at around 54%, then it climbed to 55%, and now Legion's up to 55.6% win rate. She's now the 4th most picked hero in top tier pubs and rocks a, almost 56% win rate. That's crazy.
So in comparison,
so
you're saying that among the top games played in Dota 2 right now, Legion is the 4th most picked, and it has one of the highest win rates.
Yes, that is correct. Of the top MMR, like 7K, 8K.
I mean, it's
crazy.
It's a really good hero. So this does change things around. We saw this literally just yesterday. So this has been a big refrain, has been Gaming Gladiators taking the IO, the enemy team trying to steal away the Leshrac. And yesterday when we saw this happen, who was it against? Was it against...
They do it!
Yeah, this is the answer. So this is what Gaming Gladiators do. They run the
Team Spirit.
the Razor. I was trying to pull up the draft actually. I'll find it here in a second.
It was Team Spirit because then we had a really funny moment where they went Ion. We said, okay, so is Team Spirit going to steal the Lesh? And then they did. They went Lesh and Elder Titan, and then Gaming Gladiators answered with the Razor. And then when we went back, the last time this happened to Gaming Gladiators, the last time they played Razor was in the exact same situation versus Team Spirit 7 months ago, where they opened with Io, and then they stole their Leshrac, and they immediately went Razor. So this is their idea that they go with here to deal with Leshrac. They gave it to Quinn in the mid lane. Dyrachyo wound up playing a Sven later on, but that was largely due to the fact that Drow was picked up by Team Spirit later. So they kind of got pushed in towards a Sven-style strat. And it worked pretty well.
So I think that obviously in a group stage format, like you can't necessarily guarantee that the enemy team has watched all of the games and have seen this stuff happen, but I do have a feeling that because this is the first game of the day, Evil Geniuses did look back at that Team Spirit thing and had an idea for the IO. And their idea is, instead of running the Elder Titan with the Lesh, we're going to run the Undying with the Lesh, which I think makes it a lot stronger. You've got like a hard save now when that shard comes out to deal with this. And also I think in that game when we saw Laurel play it, I think that was on the Lesh, he went like Yules first. And I was like, dude, it's not like 2015. What are you doing? But I'm sure it was fine.
So it does seem to be that we're trending that way with the Lesh rack. People want the Blink Yules again. That's
Really?
kind of been that's where we're going.
No.
So get used to it because it's gonna keep happening. Yeah.
No.
It's I'd say it's like 50-50 right now of Yules
right.
first or Bloodstone first. So Bloodstone's not out, but it's looking a little bit sus.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so
we've maybe not.
Yeah, I mean that's the ultimate thing, right? I can just throw all the theory crafting out and just say, "Did you win or lose, nerd?" And then poke him in the chest. Huh?
That's what Lyrical does at LAN. He often intimidates the players.
That's what I also do when people say hi to me in a candy store. The copy pasta. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, it's a grocery store, dog.
Oh, is it a grocery store?
I
just want
USA resident mistakes grocery store for candy store.
I just want candy.
I know everything has corn syrup in it, but it is still technically a grocery store.
It's not true. Everything is corn syrup. Oh, that sweet nectar. All right, we got Batrider taken by evil
hooked up like an
geniuses.
IV bag. It just drips right into the bloodstream. He's back. Batrider going to be going over to Evil Geniuses. Slightly more likely in my eyes that this is a core, just based off the fact that it's Evil Geniuses. I think that's a fair guess. And the last time they had this hero, you know who they paired it with? It was a glorious Matthew Clinks, the support Clinks. See, this is why we want to watch Evil Geniuses. Matthew, so far this tournament, has picked up the Bounty Hunter, the Clinks, and then he just busted out a Mercy. So I'm a big fan, gotta say.
Okay.
Matthew's my guy because when we were trash commentators doing all those in-house leagues and the only thing we were casting to was like ourselves basically, Matthew was in there. He was on his grind set.
It's true. Dude, you're not wrong. All right, can I tell you something? This is exactly what Gaming Gladiators did last game against Team Spirit. They ran Io Lesh with the Underlord.
5 seconds.
And then the next pick would be Rubik to help cover them not getting Rubik, although it's Batrider.
Yeah, they banned
take Lion.
So they have to take the Lion instead.
Okay.
But, part of this, I do think the Underlord might have been a worthy ban. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they just removed some of the other more powerful heroes too, like the Lycan. Maybe instead of the Lycan, I would have liked to see the Underlord ban because part of the success they had last time was utilizing this gate. It was so frustrating doing the gate with the relocates. Like, they constantly had full numbers there from Game Gladiators. Very similar to what EG just did in last game, where we saw all 4 heroes show up mid to duel Quinn at minute 9. Or whatever, and then Tofu immediately dies to 4 heroes that are still mid lane for some reason at that point. That's what you are able to achieve without sacrificing so much farm when you have both relocate as well as the Fiend's Gate.
Yeah. No, it's really strong, and it means that you can just sort of go, I don't know, what was the type of thing? You can go for the relocate type of play, but with only 2 heroes smoking out together, suddenly you can bring your entire squad there, which is pretty nice. Oh my god, it's telling. I need to look at this. Telling me to restart my computer. Give me a second here. Oh god, I'm scared. Oh no, wait an hour, please. Don't get me in the middle of the game. All right, this game can't go over an hour, Trent. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
All right, perfect. You must update. If you suddenly vanish, I'll take over. We got it. Well, funnily enough, we were just talking about how Game Gladiators have played a Sven. EG gonna bust out the Sven. So, Sven, why wasn't Sven being picked, guys? Right? We have all these illusion heroes everywhere. They're farming up everything all over the map. Why doesn't Sven farm up everything all over the map? Well, the answer is maybe he should have been being picked because right now he's being picked quite a bit in pubs, being spammed a little bit by a couple of the players who are playing this tournament, and he's looking all right. He farms creeps fast. Mask of Madness feels pretty good. Echo Saber feels good. You got Halberd activation later on.
Right.
If the game's going pretty well, and it looked very solid for Draccio. He had a fantastic game. They struggled to really kite him as well. And looking at this, the kite's not too bad. I mean, you are a melee hero versus Razor, so obviously there's some issues. But the thing about Sven, unlike most melee heroes, he just wants to do his thing in the span of like 3 seconds. So linked or not, the damage is going to be there.
Right. No, it's true. And I think that it was also kind of that integral part of Gaming Gladiators squad yesterday, like you're talking about, that gives that armor to Razor, allows him to sort of stand tall in those engagements. I think now that you kind of have this mixed damage coming out from Gaming Gladiators, it's still going to be good, that like sort of sustained damage over time, but I think the Warcry is going to give that sort of strength to Leshrac that he really needs, because in that last game that we saw against Spirit, they weren't able to do it. He needed something like a Lich or a Warcry next to him to keep that damage mitigation going.
That's a great snipe on the Medusa ban. Late in the draft, it's very unusual for it still to be in. And with the Darkseer ban too, that might have even been what made them remember, like, oh right, yeah. But obviously Game Gladiators can't just pick Medusa if Darkseer's still in, because it even outside of a Medusa counter pick, it looks like a great Darkseer game for EG. Classic combo with the Sven, it would really help. They have a good lane with the Bat Rider anyway. So, good call.
And I think that they are reading this right too, that it's going to be a Duraccio hero they're looking for last here.
5 seconds remaining.
This matchup against Sven, it's been so long. It's hard to think about what you even really need to worry about.
Honestly, Troll Warlord, but I mean, every time he suggests Troll, it's just like dead hero. But like, I mean, Game Gladiators don't really play it. In fact, the last time they played it actually was it 5 months ago, and it was versus Evil Geniuses.
Yeah,
and they lost. So, it did work out for them with the major. Do they want their revenge? I don't know.
Lifestealer would have been good. Morphlane, if they wanted to run, it's already banned.
Still TA. You'd have Refractions versus Sven. Oh, there's Leshrac. That's a bit
What
of
about
a
just Faceless?
Just the classic.
Throw in the Void. Let's do it. Duraccio, I believe in you. Surely you wouldn't miss any Chronos.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, we're going to rewind back to that clip a little bit later.
Why is that?
Just surely you won't miss any Chronos. That's just how you curse somebody. Yeah, nice call. I like that. Time dilation looks incredible this game, especially if they decide to core the Bat. That's going to be a bad time. It can be decent versus Leshrac too, and Undying. Even Sven, you know?
Yeah.
He's got a couple actives that you know he's going to use right away. Yeah, but about 3 of them he's going to pop the second a fight starts. So maybe you kite him around a little bit there too.
Now, what do you think about this? If they put Whisper on the Lesh instead, and then take a different mid here, I wonder if they could do that. Is there anything that they could pick that would like really mess up the Razor mid?
I don't think there's anything that absolutely obliterates him. The only popular heroes right now that are pretty good versus him would be like Meepo. Is it a good? I mean, it's Meepo into Underlord is the real downside. I don't know if it's like the worst counter pick. It seems pretty good, obviously, because of just percent-based damage and AoE control. And you really have to be ready to Meepo. Although, if I recall, I believe C-Spal was practicing it quite a bit.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, he's not up there anymore if he was. The most Meepo games in the past week here. Last 8 days, we got Gunner at 11, Shiro at 10.
God.
Dude, Shiro's on his grind.
He's ready.
Kiritich, Kiyotaka, they're also on their grind set, but we're just going to keep it simple and pick up a Doom. A lot of offlaners were banned out, so this is not a hero's win rate you want to look at in pubs, that's for sure. I can't believe he got nerfed again. This poor guy is way too good in pro games and way too bad in pubs. He was actually at like a 41% win rate when he got nerfed, and it's fallen even further. He's currently at 40.6% win rate. In top tier pubs, like the best pubs. Yeah.
Right. Which obviously incredibly different from pro games, but I think it's a good answer here against Duraccio Faceless Void. There's going to be a long window before that Lincoln Sphere comes out where he's just going to be super annoying to deal with. And I think the biggest thing for me is put Whisper on a game-winning hero, right? That's what I want to see when I see Evil Geniuses play.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll see if it ends up being what they need. C Smile playing on the Leshrac versus the Razor mid. Pretty cool stuff, all in all.
We'll see. Yeah, obviously, this. If I recall, the lane went very poorly for Quinn.
Right.
Remember, he got kind of bopped.
He get a little bit destroyed.
Yeah, he got owned last time when he was playing versus Laurel. So hopefully he maybe remembered a few interactions there, because this is probably not a matchup you're getting a lot in pubs. It seems to be a very specific counterpick that you're doing with your IO. Like, this is definitely a game plan thing with this whole Razor idea. Right. And yeah, we'll see if it works a little better from this side. But to go through it, essentially, everyone. So you've been seeing the IO Leshrac. You understand that is a very strong strategy here from G.Gladiators. Every other team knows that too, and that's why they're sealing this Leshrac. So this idea of the Razor, it's a very similar concept, really. Like, they're going to be moving around the map together with the IO and the Razor. You're going to be build up like this, like Sanj and Yasha style items. You're just running at them. He probably wants to delay the BKB as much as possible. It looks like another game where he's probably not going to have a very early BKB as well, like going into the Doom and stuff too.
Yeah. I think the other thing is, like you're saying, basically you just get on top of the Lesh and you do the physical damage way more than he's capable of dealing with. You remove all of his armor and you just rip him to shreds. So we'll see if it ends up working. We're getting into this, though. Game number 2, and both teams heading out across the map. We'll see if he can get tanky enough and strong enough on that Razor to deal with the pressure coming in. And then, of course, the big issue is going to be that Doom, because I think that, like, the combination of Lesh with the Sven giving him extra armor is enough to keep C Smile alive. But then you have the follow-up that comes in from the IO to boost up the Razor, from the Faceless Void to drop the Chrono, and then it's going to be down to, like, Doom. So you got these, like, weird stacking team fight abilities on top of each other and figuring out who hits their line better.
Yeah, that is true. Whereas there's... Yeah, I guess it is kind of for both, yeah. I was going to say it almost seems like more so for one side than the other, but you also have to consider, like, you really can't layer too much for either side.
Yeah.
Because you want to be pretty specific with your jump from Pakaz and that lasso, but you also want to make sure that you're not blowing it with the Chrono. Okay. Lanes are not looking too funky. Looks like everyone's just going to be doing their normal thing. Celery will be returning to his IO gameplay. IO or Ench. That seems to be the fun times for Celery right now.
Yeah.
What else has he even played this tournament?
I actually don't know if it's been much more than that. I think the only way he plays something else is if IO and Ench are banned out.
Oh, we missed a Rubik game. Okay, played some Rubik.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
We might have even cast that one, actually.
Played some Disruptor. Wow. Nah, it was versus LGD.
Okay. So, getting into this early game, Celery is going to head on through the portal, take the pass, and Ace going to try and do what he can. I feel like this lane, it probably is a little bit scarier for Ace than most, because you've got Decay and then also a stun here. There's a chance they can maybe get a little bit fresh on him.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how Pakaz plays it with the levels in the cleave as well. Just because of, like, the way Underlord wants to play the lane, it might be fine to just take the points in the cleave, no worry about holding it, and you just keep harassing him down if he decides to stay nearby. Tofu and Panda just trading blows for a while, but yeah, there it is. It's stacking up.
Dangerous. And Pakaz takes the first blood over Ace. Well done, well done. Yeah, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, he just recognized that so fast. Panda buys out here as well, and will save his small camp. So good D ward on that. Try and get some control back in. Mid lane though, this is kind of what happened last time. Remember Quinn tried to get his first last hit? Oh, it took him so long.
Yeah.
But he got one this time, so things are already looking a lot better for Razor compared to the previous one.
Again, it's 7-3 versus 2-3, but this is still better than it was last game. Yeah. Or not last game in the series, but last time we saw the Razor versus Lesh matchup.
I love the pump fake as well, right? Keeps forcing Quinn to move, messing with his last hitting possibilities because He knows he's a little weak right now. It did turn up quite a bit once he got up to like level 4 and level 5, but oh man, he also did get, I think he was first blood last time.
Yeah. No, it was
solo killed.
It was a problem. And Quinn?
Oh my god.
Fairy fire, just the punches. Damn, dude. See Smile taking him to task. All lanes looking very good for EG. Similar to what we saw last time around from them. I feel like EG after Bali, they have like a lot, not necessarily to prove, but I feel like they want to prove it themselves, you know? They don't have to, but I think they want to. Quinn?
Oh my god, I cannot believe he lived.
Oh, jeez. Oh, bottling up the turn. Walks back in. Does have not enough mana for Lightning Storm. Oh my god. Playing on an edge.
That uphill miss, though. I think if he hits that, he chases. Matthew's getting blood grenade down bottom, though, as he makes his way to the bridge.
No chance for a bash.
No, you shall not pass today.
Stun. Got him.
Oh, double bridge action.
Ace in trouble. Tries to get away. Not going to happen. 2 kills early for Pakas.
You know, he kind of is like the Balrog. I mean, we have Doom in the game, I guess. He really is the Balrog, so there's a lot of Lord of the Rings happening here with these passes. Do we have any lovely wizards? Who's Gandalf in this game? Lion, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
He's been to hell and back.
Like evil Gandalf. It's true.
Lion the White.
Yeah. Although I don't think that was it hell that Gandalf went to. It wasn't really.
Bro, it was pretty. I mean, as far as Lord of the Rings goes, that was pretty hellish. You fall down a long time, you know.
I mean, oh, I see what you mean, right? Yeah, I was talking about when he died, but yeah, that's a good point. Okay. By the way, Lion has 10 last hits. Tofu is doing things this game.
He's trying to surpass Quinn. He heard that Quinn's having a rough time, and so he's hoping he can get higher than Quinn, so he can show him this replay and teach him how to
yeah,
mid.
I like that. Yeah, Lion mid, new meta. New but old meta. Water runs picked up.
Unfortunately, I've seen people attempting it.
Oh, no.
Let's keep it old. Don't bring it back.
Celery. Gotta get away from Matthew there. And we'll manage to back away from him. So far,
certainly respects support bat.
So far, so good, though. Definitely Quinn the lowest out of the cores, but not by, like, an unbelievable margin right now. He's keeping things fairly even.
Yeah,
definitely
even
a bit
compared to C-Smiley, he's fine. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's especially considering the gap that was there earlier. You know, life's pretty good at this point. Just to make sure he doesn't get owned by a support rotation.
Wow.
They try and walk down Celery.
Oh, that pushback. That was much needed. Matthew onto him. Not going to be able to get quite enough damage. The blood grenade chased down. Rachio just running through fire. Wants a bash. Wants it real bad. Time dilation. Actually has the 2 stacks on him. And Matthew, he has stick charges? Can they get a bash? Can they get a hit? Can they get anything?
Oh,
Hello?
no.
Bang. Rachio got him. Did miss a couple creeps for that, though. Wow, Baka's up top. Finding ace. 2 points in atrophy aura, though. That'll be enough to stop anything from happening.
Damn, Baka's was so low, though. Very scary stuff as the Firestorm comes back off cooldown. But the Tombstone means it's very hard to turn and try and put any sort of a play back on Baka's. And Tovu also busy going to that top rune here, so first power rune, we'll see who gets it.
Dun, 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 dun. Up top.
Invis, though. Not exactly what you're hoping for. Definitely wanted something a little bit more oppressive versus this Leshrac. We'll get like a haste rune or a DD or something.
Matthew, in the meantime, picked up the other bounty. Now, they do have level 6s, both of those mids. And I think that he's just going to try and spam this out on the Razor. So far, so good. Lion's still the support that's kind of having the best time out of it as he keeps on getting these pulls off. Whisper is close to 6. Well, not really. He's level 5.
Close-ish.
Yeah.
Be another chill farm game here.
Yeah.
Garacho, we had a fantastic Faces Void performance by Mikke.
Whisper?
Match.
Oh my god, dude, these bashes. He put 3 points in time lock. Didn't even notice. Damage. Needs another one. Oh, the tree drop. Oh, nicely done, Whisper. He does ring around the rosy. That keeps him alive. Holy. That was sick.
Yo, Johnny Appleseed. He gets
that
it
was
done.
Whisper. That was nice.
This is where you stay on the lane and die. Because you made this sick play. Oh, speaking of dying, up top there.
Yeah.
Quinn makes the move.
That was good. Yeah, he's going to survive. Heads back on over. Gets a few tangos handed to him as Sven off to farm up some of these camps across the map.
Nice. Yeah, Quinn, though, taking advantage of using that ulti.
Whisper. He walked back in. Flame break pushes them both back. Whisper has a tango ready to go to heal him back up, and not going to be able to do all that much damage to the double bash. Matthew's still chasing forward onto Duraccio. The stun with the run through the portal. Oh, they had him. Well done. And then hitting some creeps on his way through. 3 swipes. God, makes the play.
That could not be any better. Like, you're farming up top. You get kind of bullied out by this Razor who's ulting. He's like, why is he in my jungle? You get a freebie down bot, but Panda might be gifting one back here.
He just died. Oh, no.
Tofu. He's rich. He's lying.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a problem. If he can get to a quick blink dagger on Tofu this game, EG are going to maybe be in some trouble there.
You know you're in trouble when they won't even spend for the Tranquil Boots.
Yeah.
A 175 gold. He's like, no, I'm close. I got this.
Oh, and he's getting the stacks on too.
Cosmo has the Mask of Madness.
Stun and run. Raccio not quite 6, but Whisper there needs to hit Quinn, keeping him away. It's enough. They get him. They managed to find one, but now the turnaround. They're going to pay for their transgressions. Zombie connects for the kill on Celery, and they take down Quinn too.
Yeah, considering the chase, I think that's kind of worth it for EG. I mean, obviously Sven is at a pretty critical part in his game where he's trying to maximize his farm right now, but as long as the Razor and the Eye are going down, you're kind of okay with this. Underlord also getting stacks up here. Classic game in Gladiators where all the focus is on the other 2 cores, and then Ace quietly becomes the most farmed person. That's usually what happens in their matches.
Interesting. Tofu, I thought he was going to actually just try and drag that, but I think he was trying to get a deep ward down. Steals away the bounty. Matthew right on top of Tofu now. Does not have level 6 for the bat. Ooh, throws out the stun. Finger of Death, enough. See Smile now in trouble from it. Ends up dying. Good play by Tofu to make sure he got that finger off first. And Matthew now stuck up on a cliff is just going to accept his fate here. They lose vision for a moment. Matthew doing a good job of this, but eventually bring over the courier to make sure they can get him.
Wasting a little bit more of their time. This is one thing I'll never understand about pro players. I couldn't be this pro Lion. Like, I would have to buy the Tranquil Boots. Like, surely the gold is worth it. It's 175 gold for 20 movement speed the entire time that you're building up to this Blink Dagger. Like, I feel like he would have lived there because he would have been through that dire jungle faster. But, you know, they want these timings. You know, they got to hit him. He wants that blink.
Oh, Tofu kind of messed up, but never mind. Doesn't matter. Didn't even need to actually get the Hex off there. Was fully expecting that Quinn was going to be able to clean up, and indeed Quinn did. So 7-7. Still, most farm hero in the game by a pretty wide margin is this Sven. Aka's getting everything he needs, although if they can finish off this stack, that is going to give a nice little chunk of change into their hands. Try and catch back up to that Sven's farm.
It's obviously not the fastest, but with a little bit of help from the Underlord, you can get this done. And then 50 seconds till relocate, 15 seconds until Fiend's Gate. If they set something up with Chrono, oh, not yet, Duraccio. Live a little longer, bud.
They got him.
Oh, he's not living.
They got him. Nicely played. See, Smile the one that's
going to go in.
Clean up. I mean, no Doom, no
nice
Lasso. Whisper. Whisper going for the more fighty build. No Midas. Just straight into Crimson.
Yeah, kind of prepared for the aggression they want to bring out. Maybe hoping to buy a little bit more time. Jeez, these dodges right now.
Yeah.
Who knew? But yeah, hoping to buy more time for his Sven, I think. Now it's pressure onto the mid tower. Tofu, he's going to dig up a bounty rune right now. Let me see it. Shovel, Tofu. Plop your shovel. Right out. Here it comes. Oh, he was waiting for the obs to watch. That's so smart of him. All right, let me see it.
There it is.
Get a bounty rune. Tofu, you're killing me.
It's not
killing
happening.
me, bud. Come on.
It's not.
Come on. Come on. Look, this could be a GPM creep. You're trying to get a blink dagger here, bud.
Hey!
Oh.
Mango.
Da-na-da-na.
If he dug quicker, it would have been a bounty.
Yeah, for sure.
Up top. Panda. Didn't cheat. Oh, poor Panda.
That's savage. to Chrono and Undying. That's...
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that.
He just Midased him, basically. You know, he just used the cooldown of Chrono to just gain some gold and XP and then go back to farming.
Exactly.
That's all it was.
Pretty good. Oh, down bottom. They're going for this. Trying to get him. Fagus in trouble and going to die. Wow. That is a much bigger pickoff. Huge.
Yeah, you are okay dying there as Tofu. You're very happy to be involved.
Wow.
Make sure that happens for the squad. And that is going to be Blink Gold when he comes back up.
Smile.
Doesn't have to do much.
He hits him. Now, with the Purge on to Quinn, they're bringing him lower, but they don't quite have the damage. They will be able to bring down Celery. Still chasing, looking. Oh, Matthew, they caught him. He's in trouble now. Panda drops a tombstone up on the high ground, doing what damage he can, but Quinn just standing tall throughout all of this. Oh, well, we'll see how far they can go. I can't do much more. Man, Gaming Gladiators playing these last couple of minutes really well, and I think the big thing is slowing down that Sven.
Now they're going to probably smoke up and go again. 30 seconds until relocate, 40 seconds until Fiend's Gate, and a blink is up on Lion. So it's just time to go, go, go. Duraccio could also even just farm out bottom, and Chrono will be up in a minute, so they can make their way there. Roche timings this game, not particularly fast for either side, really. I don't think anyone's going to be rushing to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel like they need Panda to have these like abilities in the fight. So committing like a Tombstone or Flesh Golem down to secure Roche is a bit scary.
It'll be basically a Eye of the Storm or for the Radiant and a Tombstone for the Dire that's going to cost, I'm sure. And probably won't be even like 10 minutes, honestly.
Yeah. Well. Pick up
though.
Whisper.
Here
it's a
we
nice
go.
target.
Setup.
Instantly on him. Now they do have some friends nearby, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. It's a hard hero to kill. They bring in Panda. Drop Tombstone if they want to in 2 seconds. Matthew jumped upon, but the pushback. Oh, and then the relocate out. Nicely done. Great catch with that stun after the fact, and then the blink away. Nothing lost on the map.
Wow.
If they can get out with Ace, that's a big if. It looks like they're going to. Man.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw the last time they did this strategy with the IO Razor. Same idea. Downside to that pick was that it was just too close to the tier 2. Like,
right.
I mean, it's good they recognize that, like, maybe this isn't so easy to just, like, grab Whisper. They also forced all the rotations, so even though they all rotated, EG all rotated, it's definitely not the worst. They'd also already farmed up some of the camps up there, too, so there was just, like, some dead space they were kind of missing out on. They will respawn now, though, so it's fine. But the whole time, Duraccio was farming, whereas they had to actually force Pakaz to join that fight. Maybe that closes the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get back to it again pretty quickly afterwards, but those little incremental gains that they're trying to find. And Gaming Gladiators making a lot of moves around this map. The Blink Lion, like we said, it's going to be a problem. They did also manage to deward that ward that was just placed down, so something else that does get lost from Gaming Gladiators there. But down bottom, EG, they're prepared for this. Underlord has Fiend's Gate back up in 15 seconds. As EG, are they under any vision? Doesn't quite look like it. Quinn walks forward, finds Matthew right there. Oh, they find one. He's gone. Crimson Guard not enough to keep him alive.
Dyrachyo didn't like what he saw for Chrono. They just take the one kill. Keep going here. Don't want to fight into the eye of the storm as EG clearly, because they definitely need that right now to fight, it feels like, for Game Gladiators. Especially when you consider Chrono. They really don't have a whole lot of damage to throw into the Chrono. You're kind of hoping that the eye of the storm is going to be nearby.
Right. Draws the creep aggro back behind the tower, and he can farm it up a little bit. But already, Gaming Gladiators, they're getting more out of the map. Underlords on the top side obviously can get there in a second. And EG, they need to find this pick. They got to get somebody here.
And they did it last game with Whisper, with his grabs. Like using superior vision, they managed to secure a lot of kills that I wouldn't have expected. So now it's going to be on Matthew here on this Bat Rider. He is the Blink and the Tumbler's toy, so a little bit of high mobility here. Ace going to be spotted out.
This is a nice one.
Is popped.
Onto him immediately. And no way to stop that. Now, there was a thought there of maybe going right into the pit, but it doesn't look like EG want to do it. Instead, they're going to get jumped on Panda mid. Kaz turns around. Panda, he lives. Oh, and now they're on to Celery. They find Tofu, going to kill him. I don't know if they can catch the rest of Gaming Gladiators. They're pretty quick.
Yeah, I think Tofu might have just saved them, honestly. There's like a little bit disabled there. They focus on the line instead because it kind of felt like there's a chance to get a chase down to at least the IO, if not for grabbing onto Tofu there. So
yeah,
nice play by EG. But yeah, you're right, because like I wasn't really expecting a Roche, but in that would have just been like serendipitous, where you've just ulted to get a kill, Underlord's dead, and you're immediately next to Roche. Like that could have been worth it, but they didn't want to just give up tier 2 mid, or just like lose too much map control here.
Yeah, I guess there's a question.
It would have been nice, though, because they just got Bloodstone on C-Smile, too, so it's like, he would be so strong with Aegis.
Yeah. Quinn comes in, steals the camps. And EG still kind of being herded around the map a bit here. Kaz is getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger, which, again, he's already incredibly strong, but he doesn't have that same type of lead that we saw earlier. And also, because of Whisper's build, going for a very different type of, not like having that same level of farm that we normally see from a Doom.
Yeah, it's true. I like the idea of the tank ability, though, simply because they're trying to get more to C-Smile. You know? Like trying to keep him alive in these fights is definitely going to be the main consideration here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With the Blink not even done yet, though, it's by the time he eventually gets a Blink, it's very likely Dyrachyo's going to have the Lincolns.
Yeah.
So it will be hard for him to actually deal with them.
I mean, he's going to have the Purge Creep, which he can use to break Lincolns, but they're going to have one on both Razor and Dyrachyo at about the same time. Matthew, Whisper together trying to go for a hunt, but they're going to run into a lot of heroes down bottom. Celery. I think now seeing all of these guys, yeah, Matthew backs away, but this is really good for EG. They do get scanned, so now Gaming Gladiators recognizing they're in the area. No wards down as of yet.
Now they smoke the Gaming Gladiators. They're going to run
Quinn.
right into them.
Find Matthew, push back. Now they bring down the Fiend's Gate. Ace goes forward, finds Whisper, purges himself to back away.
Nice play.
Keeping it good for the moment. Vision already down.
Oh, no.
They find him. See Smile. He gets hexed. The follow-up. Is it going to be enough? Bloodstone, everything. He can't survive. The Doom is there onto Io. But, I mean, the Tombstone down overdose, but maybe it will with Pakaz here. The chase, looking for a stun. Whisper, but the Chrono. Dyrachyo has it. This is a perfect fight from Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo on to Pakaz, finding a couple more bashes. Matthew looking, trying to control the lasso. It's coming out too late. The stun from Tofu catches before the lasso gets out. Gaming Gladiators played that perfect.
That could not have gone any better, man. Smile was going for the ultimate play from that ramp, but the vision placed on the high ground there from Tofu gets the ward on the pillar. And that just went from potentially the greatest Leshrac start to an engagement to the absolute worst that you could have. And then Pekka's stuck near that ancient camp. He couldn't get through. He was like trying to find a way left and right. And then Celery, despite being doomed, was body blocking there. So Whisper couldn't get to the ramp. He was trying to escape. But he just got blocked left and right there. And that's just a 5-hero wipe.
Really impressive stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think about how different that fight looks if Lesh even, not even Bloodstone, but just gets Pulse Nova off. I don't think he had it at the start of the fight.
No, he did nothing. He just Edict. That's it.
Man. Well,
he still did
huge.
1,100 damage.
Yeah. That was impressive. And again, whereas I feel like, you know, you kind of had to go for these items on Whisper, his lack of farm is really hurting him. Panda's going to die. Tombstone up on the high ground. It's immediately going to get taken out. They all got to run. Whisper trying to escape, but they're in. Kaz finds Tofu. Look at how tanky this Lion is. Took 5 hits or so there. Can he bring down Quinn? I'm not so sure. Maybe. The chase. Good catch there on the gate. They relocate him back a little bit. Meanwhile, the lasso connects on the south side of the fight. Trying to take down Celery. Because keeps the hits going. Maybe this is working. No chrono up online means that they can just swipe away. See Smile trying to chase down Quinn along with Pakaz. They find him there, burning him low, and now they're about to run out of the God Strength. Have to back away. Panda's respawned. Duracchio's still beating on these guys. And Matthew, too, gonna die up on a cliff. So, a bit of a strange engagement there. A lot of heroes dying. It kind of ends up a bit more even.
Part of the problem is they have yet to find a Sven fight where there's just vision and he gets to jump and he gets to do his like 3 or 4 swings for free out of his stun. And that's really what the hero needs to succeed. I mean, he's just being chased around. He's going to be forced to TP.
Good recognition. Chrono, back up again. And, I mean, EG, I think that they have better fights ahead than what we saw there on that bottom side, but...
They're going to chase him. Oh, Panda, run!
No, Panda! Quinn. Hello, sir. But I do kind of... I'm really worried about Doom's lack of farm.
Yeah, he's not scaling. Not often you see as the lowest core, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Lincoln spheres are done, so has to hit a purge into a Doom. And I mean, it is why, you know, if you find him catch Celery, it can be a pretty nice pick there, but it's also not an insta-gib. Duracchio runs through the portal.
I think that the best case scenario for EG is defending, because that's the best chance you're going to get to open up a Sven fight, where you see the enemy first because they're like sieging a tower or something. And if you look at their heroes, they're very good on the back foot. You're going to have this Blink Lasso to catch someone. You're going to have the Doom, hopefully getting Blink at some point. But even just, you know, it's obviously much more likely you actually get a Doom target off if they're the ones who are advancing into you. So Game Gladiators, the step 1 of how to play lame and win the game is to get Roche. And the truly lame strat right now is to not even go high ground. Like, take some tier 2s, but even with this lead right now, I do not think there's any reason to go high ground as Game Gladiators.
Well, Game of Gladiators, they at the very least are going to find these opportunities to get pickoffs, and the relocate game is strong. Matthew trying to escape, but there is no escape from that. This gets brought down with a quickness.
And a bit of vengeance here from Ace as he eyes up the halberd.
Dire's top tower is
Wants
under
to
attack.
show EG how frustrating it can be.
Radiant's middle tower is
You know what actually could be kind of huge, though, if they can get it, is if he can finish this Silver Edge on Pakaz, connecting onto the Underlord. That might be their ticket forward, because the Atrophy Aura does destroy them. Oh, Duracchio.
Oh.
Is it going to be a Duracchio death, or is he going to get a pick off? Does he smile?
50-50.
Oh, run. Got to get out of there. Tofu finds him. Yeah.
Kaz is just out.
Wait, Bloodstone? He wants to save the Chrono. Oh! Oh, Matthew blinked right into it. What a sick chrono, but a save from Panda. Don't think it's going to matter. Whisper dies on the other side of the map. It is all falling apart. They did take down Celery.
He's still alive.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue there. Now, on the other side, Quinn barely gets away with the win there. He almost got killed off by Bakaz, but an outplay going on.
Just a casual 4,000 damage there from Razor. You know, just normal stuff.
Dire's top tower has
Oh yeah,
fallen.
other fights. Sorry, it doesn't show. But and the Sven death summary is what I was looking at. It was a 1v1. You know. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Jeez, man.
Stuff. It's a big number.
Razor does just, I mean, obviously, if Sven can get some free hits away and if he has other people there to stun him, Razor will get swapped up. But, I mean, this hero counters Sven if he is left on the one-on-one. Or rather, Razor counters Sven. Yeah, that's what I said.
There it is.
Nailed it. Mid. Flesh. Found. Bloodstone. Good heals. Quinn. Still chasing in with the DD. Yeah, you do not want to fight this guy right now. DD on Quinn. Lasso pulls him in. And then saved by the tombstone. I'm not sure if that's the way they wanted it to go. Things falling apart for EG in this game, too. I think that right now, Gaming Gladiators are sending a message. Don't take our Lesh. God dang it. Because
this is very impressive. I think maybe it's time to just ban Io for your first pick, guys.
Yeah. They take down Kaz. 3 heroes dead very rapidly. Gaming Gladiators trying to close this one out now. And Whisper, nowhere left to go. It's going to get bopped.
Like I said, no reason to go high ground here. Yeah, if you are walking them down and getting kills and solo kills
GG.
Across the map, they certainly did not need to play too lame in this one. Worthy call there from EG. Never really having much of a shot in this one, it felt like. Maybe when the blink timing came out from Matthew, if they were a little bit more successful, or if they could ever actually get some solid vision down to advance further onto Game Gladiators side of the map and get like a Sven grab, but that never happened.
Right. Well, and you can see there were a couple of moments like this where things were looking like, okay, they're finding pickoffs, but it was very much just a playstyle wise, and this, I think, was the biggest fight. If C-Smile, big thing, if Tofu doesn't get that ward up in time, if instead that starts with the tombstone on the high ground, maybe you've got a chance there. But I think there's something to be said for just like, don't try and play the hero that Quinn knows the best in the game against him, because you're going to get razored. And even if he has a bad time in lane, he's going to catch back up eventually. And this hero, it's a good answer.
Yeah, I would say so. A little bit absurd how good it looked in this one. So, I don't know. I think it's over. We just ban Io. I think they have now proven it. Don't give it to him second pick or first pick, I think, at this point. I think it's time to just let it go. But it is a group stage, so this is when you want to be doing these things. You just certainly don't want to be doing it in the lower bracket if you happen to run into Game Gladiators. But they're trying to make it very, very clear that this is not what you want to do.
Not even in the least bit. Well, and they sent a message, that's for sure. It does end up with a 1-1, which I think is pretty cool. This is a very competitive group stage. You've got all of the best teams in the world playing in it. Gaming Gladiators have proven that they're the best team in the world, but Evil Genius is also showing, hey, we're no slouches either. So impressive stuff. We've got a little bit of a break as we get ready for our next series, which is going to be Talon versus Aster. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few with Riyadh Masters 2023.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful people out there. We're getting ready for another game of Hype Dota. You have to forgive me a little bit. We were in the midst of talking about the wonderful P-Flax IKEA build stream. So there's some comfy vibes going on. Shout out to P-Flax. But Trent, we've got a great game coming up here. It's going to be Talon facing off against Aster, Southeast Asia versus China with a little sprinkle of NA in there. Our buddy Sumail. How do you feel about Team Aster? We haven't got to see much of Talon between the two of us, but Aster, I feel like we've got a pretty good amount of footage on so far. How do you feel about them?
Yeah, we got to watch their series versus Liquid. And we've also saw them quite a bit when we were doing coverage for the Bali Major. I feel like we covered a lot of the Aster games. So
right,
it's been fun. They are definitely an exciting team to watch. There's no doubt about that. Everyone's obviously was pretty hyped up the second that they added Sumail, and since then they've I guess this was our first time seeing them with Kaka though, which has been pretty cool.
Right.
As oh wow, we're getting started already. Nice, cool. But they're probably my favorite team to watch right now. Is that crazy? I don't know. I feel like they might be actually.
Really? Okay.
I mean, because like the draft was so interesting before that they're developing. I think that's what makes them so exciting is they're constantly changing. Because at first it was just like, oh, we're just picking a Storm Spirit, and it was working. And then everyone was like, oh, we'll just first phase ban Storm Spirit. And then other heroes open up. And then not only are they shifting a lot as a team because they're still relatively new, and they also just got Kaka added on instead, the meta is changing at the same time. So I feel like they are the most dynamic team at the moment because they're just not quite sure what they're doing.
Yeah, they're discovering it themselves. But I will say, whatever it is that they are doing, it's working right now in Group B. They're sitting top of the marks with Talon. So Talon and Aster are up there. Bet Boom just a couple of rungs above them on the ladder that is what I'm describing in my head. That doesn't actually exist. But yeah, exciting stuff as we get into this this first game here. Let's see how it goes. Clockwork banned out as well as the Broodmother. Clock has been pretty high up there in terms of ratings, but also the Lion first phase banned by Talon. Interesting. Spicy.
Double support focus there.
Yeah.
Interesting. Talon though, yeah, you were kind of saying though, not here we've seen a lot of. Yeah, that was my question, was going to be the IO. Obviously, we just had a big discussion about it in our previous series with G.Gladiators, but it's not like every team is picking IO at the moment. So there is some debate as to like how much are you going to ban? Like for example, Tundra banned it last game. They banned Brood and IO versus Talon. But if you go back, Talon have not been banning IO. Their opponents have not been banning IO. Talon have not picked IO. Let me see here. The last time Talon played IO, I'm still scrolling here.
They don't play IO, is what you're telling me.
3 months ago.
Okay.
For like 2 games.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. Curious. I don't know if they're just copying Tundra's homework or they just really don't want to deal with IO strategies. But it's going to be a silencer opener.
Okay. I like it. That has been one of the go-tos for Talon. They run that together with Storm. They've run it together. I mean, Storm has actually been the most common one. It looks like they've been pairing it together with. We'll see if they manage to get that. If maybe Aster wanted to take Storm for themselves. Definitely a Sumail hero, but maybe taking it this early with all the nerfs that's received when you run Pugna together is not worth it. Also, running into Silencer just feels bad. But no, they're going to take the Snapfire. This has been a staple for Sumail.
I wonder why they didn't pick Enigma instead of the Silencer. I feel like the Enigma has been, I don't know, maybe he's fallen off a little bit, but I don't know. That's how they started the tournament. Their very first game was a first overall Enigma, and they picked it up. They beat Team Secret. Maybe it just didn't feel that good. They also just lost to Tundra. Maybe they felt like it's too counterpickable, and especially if you want to try and keep it in the core role.
Whoa.
Hey, that's actually we have seen Aster play this, but this is also a hero that Talon has picked up a little bit too. So, bit of a shared hero pool right now.
Right. First phase is a bit surprising to me. I kind of like it. If they are thinking that this could be a Storm that comes out, which again, Talon, when they first face Silencer, they've taken Storm every time. This is a nice way to try and set up for ganks against Storm in the mid before he gets 6. Sumail already is going to be punishing you. Very easy to get a couple kills that way.
Yeah,
but no! Dude! The jabs Meepo. This is what they ran previously with this.
This thing is disgusting. This offlane Meepo is very, very nasty. Now, of course, yeah, Jabs played it. It's not guaranteed it'll be offlane, but logically, the offlane seems fine. It seems to lane well, and that's typically the lane that you want to be the most concerned with. The least concerned with in terms of just like, you're just chucking someone to the wolves sometimes, every once in a while. If the Meepo can do it, that's the dream. Now what I want to see is their bans when they pick Meepo. That I'm curious about.
Yeah. So there's a couple of interesting dynamics going on here. Obviously, the Clowners Wyvern still feels like it could be really good on it. Any of their heroes, honestly. But then the other dynamic is you talked about the fact that a lot of these Meepos are relying upon Mega Meepo, right? This is what makes this hero so incredibly strong. Do Aster go back for something like that? Know this, when he goes into Mega Meepo mode, if you Astral Mega Meepo, it immediately ends Mega Meepo, and all the other ones just fall out. That could watch for. We'll have to see.
They did do that in their first series versus Liquid during the play-ins when they were both secured. They had that matchup. They used the OD. It worked. They beat the Meepo. Right. But that also has been spreading, that knowledge in terms of like the Shadow Demon Disruption and the OD Astral. So Talon, maybe either you just don't worry about it and you just don't build the Ags. Like you skip over and go another way. Yeah. It might be something. But I don't know. The Ags feels pretty critical to the build. So obviously they don't seem that phased by it since they aren't worrying about banning those heroes. They're instead going to go for the other classic hero and one that upsets us that it's banned in the ET. I really want to see Giant Punch happen. Timbersaw is still in.
True.
That hero seems pretty crazy with the Ags versus Meepo.
I agree. No, it could. I mean, again, for anybody that doesn't know, each of those Meepos, you had tested this earlier, does supply one of the buffs to Timber and his reactive armor craziness. I just, before we get too deep into the woods with counterpicks and all the rest of it, I think from a strategy point of view too, this is a really important game for Talon, right? Because if they can get Meepo first phase to win, some of the teams would have just pushed up Meepo into their pick priority into banning it in the second phase, right? But if you can get Meepo to have to be first phase banned against you, that opens up a whole new round of strategic problems. So if like winning this match right here for Talon is going to sort of send ripples down the rest of the drafting pool against this team for a while.
I also think teams are going to be looking at all of these games with the Meepos in them because they want to see what other teams did. They're gonna like these are going to be the replays that are watched quite a bit, both from the winning side and the losing perspective. To wonder like, okay, so does this work? Why didn't this work? Can we adapt on this to make it a functional counter? Aster overall, I mean, their draft is still just pretty chill. This just looks like some pretty normal Aster stuff in a lot of their games. We still have the potential flexibility here of the Snapfire. But the mid has just been looking so good, but it is 10th pick, so of course the flexibility is always there. I think we talked about how they were one of the few teams that was busting it out more often. Was that them? I don't remember. Either way,
maybe
it's very comfortable on support as well as being into the that last pick core role. So Tide Snap, great combo. Ravage into Kisses, pretty much the best way to start a fight. We have this double brawler strategy too of Spirit Breaker and Tide Hunter, where it's just so chaotic in the fights when they're all in the midst of it there. And with all the physical damage, they're going to bring out the TB. This reminds me of that game that we cast at the Lima Major that was, wasn't that like TB Tinker on the same team? I think it was.
Yeah, and
that we were just, that was disgusting. Yeah, and they won that game. That was gross.
I think it was
very
Talon.
Similar feeling.
I think that might have been Talon.
Either way, it was gross.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I think Talon. We just hate Talon's drafts. These people are disgusting, unbelievable.
And I'm okay saying that because, I mean, frankly, it's deserved. Let's be honest.
If I'm Team Aster right now, I am regretting not taking that Timber Saw, though. My God.
Oh, they also used to play that Talon with they used to do the TB and the Naga Siren, too. Oh.
Yeah. It's just
they
jabs.
Have the Naga off lane.
Honestly. It's just jabs. What a guy.
Well,
God, I don't know. I don't know what you do here. If you're Aster now, I mean, I guess from Talon they still need to cover these guys, kind of.
Just win. Well, it's fine.
Okay, fair.
Game. There's still Morphling. We saw that hero pop off. He still looked kind of okay. I don't know. I want a big game winner.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm thinking of some larger heroes here from Monet. Do we go hardcore counterpick carry heroes? Do we have hardcore counterpick carry heroes? I mean, Sven, of course, was the classic. It's still decent. The Timber Saw is still in, I gotta say. Timber versus Terrorblade and Meepo looks incredible, but it's kind of hard to make it... Well, it's not that hard to make it work, I guess, at this point.
But
maybe if the mid matchup's good after.
Yeah, you're committed to like weird stuff a little bit, right? It has to be Timber mid then. And you don't know what your matchup is yet.
Yeah, I can't pick it now, but maybe after. Monkey King?
Okay. Maybe, yeah. I could see that. I could see also, like, I don't know if Faceless might be the play. Oh, okay. Oh, that's another interesting Meepo one. Okay. I like that. He's going to be running very fast.
All right. Yeah, okay, I like this. It's pretty solid. Very good laning stage, too. Doesn't know the off lane. Well, I guess he does know the off lane matchup for the most part. It's probably going to be the Ench and the Meepo, so yeah, okay. And do we put Snap mid? They're going to, they banned the Shadow Demon. They know.
Yeah.
Also, with a TV and an Ench, it would have been an excellent Shadow Demon game.
So then the question is, do they decide to take this Snapfire to mid, or are they going to run at support? And having last pick overall gives them a look at like what could be a decent matchup at the end here. I
really hope that the Timber mid works. Like I think if it's a playable matchup, I think going Timber looks awesome for Aster.
I think the other thing to think about is Talon right now. I think their early game looks good. Ench beefs that up a little bit. And I think their late game is also very scary. But I think their mid game, they don't have any stunts, right? And you're playing against like Tidehunter, Spirit Breaker. I think Aster want to hit a really good timing in there and just put as much punishment on it as they can.
Yeah, in that regard, it would be nice to be able to take down structures a little bit too.
Right.
10 seconds.
Like something that helps you take any objectives, really. Yeah, Roche or be it towers.
Dude,
be very helpful because it does feel like there's a window.
The OD, I think, is a really good pick here for Team Aster. Like being able to take him out of Mega Meepo, get a Meteor Hammer if you want to even. It's great against TB.
I'm sure that's the consideration of the ban right now. Just because like they've already banned the Shadow Demon. We've talked about that being a good counter to the Mega Meepo. The Ag seems necessary. Unless that they're thinking like maybe we don't have to ban it depending on what we want mid. They banned the Zeus, another classic counterpick to TB. And pretty good versus Meepo, I guess, too. That's an interesting one. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Is it? I don't know. I was thinking about with the Shard, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I guess you're just
the magic
dealing
resistance is just too much.
You're doing so much damage, though, that even if there is magic resistance, like you can't build BKB against him, right?
Yeah. That's kind of interesting.
TALON Esports.
All right. Wind Ranger.
Ooh. That's definitely a hero OD doesn't like.
I don't think Talon can take it now, but they can try and like, dude, what if they like sniper?
Dude, what if they just take the OD, then they can't pick Timbersaw?
I don't.
It's genius.
Primal. Okay. That shores up their mid game a lot. I like this a lot from Talon.
Dude, they actually can just take OD's so sick. The Astral saves versus Pulverize, the damage versus TB, the Mega Meepo counter. Aster have already done it. I mean, Talon know. Again, I'm sure they know about this counter. But it looks good.
I think if it's anything but OD, I'm favoring Talon. Let's see. I guess Timber maybe is another one, but they go for the Wyvern.
All right. Also acceptable. We're bringing it out.
Interesting.
Sumail? Or wait, I guess who knows? Maybe it's not.
No,
it's just Pichu. Oh, all right. Still sweet.
Okay. I like it. I like what we're seeing.
And it does make more sense for it to be support as well. I mean, the upsides of it being core obviously are that you will get like higher mobility on the earlier end and you go more damage focused, but then you don't have the sole mission of just cursing the Meepo. Whereas when you're playing support, you have one job, and Sumail can help with the additional damage onto the Meepo afterwards and deal with that, but still do so much more as a core Meepo.
Well, and I think
core snap.
It's core snap. I think the other thing too is that it feels like it's more in their wheelhouse, right? Like obviously they've run the OD as an answer to the Meepo before, but I think that putting Sumail on the Snapfire, taking Monet as like, okay, Monet the Bloodseeker is going to be our Meepo answer, and also like the other thing about Bloodseeker is Bloodright after a Ravage. Suddenly you can't make a Meepo as Meepo unless he builds Manta, I guess, to deal with the silence. So I guess that he could then. Yeah, that actually is an issue. I think this Jabs Meepo might be really good. And I think Aster are like, we're just going to play our game, but I'm worried that might not be enough. That's a scary water bottle. Look at that.
Vanish.
Nice.
It's my magic trick.
Is that your Meepo magic trick?
Yeah.
Vanishing?
I don't know. I was digging.
Poofing away?
Hiding. Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna get some more HP.
Interesting.
Well, I've been asking for a Meepo game. Is this our first?
I think
it is. Yeah, first one we had the pleasure. I wonder how Meepo's doing at the old Riyadh Masters so far, huh?
Dude, I'll tell you, in pubs, it is a frustrating hero to play against. It's like you think you're going to get him, and then he's just like, nope, I'm standing on top of everybody.
He's only, this will be his 10th game so far, and if they win, he'll be back up to 50-50.
Okay, so it's been losing a decent amount, 4-9.
Yeah, it's about even.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's see as we get into this game number 1. Talon facing off against Aster. Both teams towards the top of the group right now. Would love to get a 2-0 here. A 2-0 wouldn't guarantee making it through the upper bracket, but I think that realistically, they would be through into upper bracket on these teams. Obviously, a lot can change, but like if you're already 3-1 and then you take a 2-0 over another team that's 3-1, you're going to be in a good spot.
Right. Feels good.
Or maybe we just end up with 1-1s everywhere and a bunch of tiebreakers. Who knows?
Ooh, was that? I don't think that word was spotted. I think he did it from behind that tree, so they didn't see it. But it's kind of hard to tell. Both teams having a lot of vision on that bottom bounty run.
Am I remembering this correctly, by the way, that Talon was one of the teams that has the most pings per average in Dota? I think that's true. Yep. Okay, and there it is. So what I was going to say is that part of the reason for it is Jabs. He just pinged like 4 times that Spirit Breaker's missing. Jabs is a pinger. He's pinging all the time. And voice lines, all of it. This guy is very emotive when he plays.
Well, hopefully he's a little bit busier with the Meepo. Maybe, it'll be down this game.
That's right. He uses it to keep his finger speed up high. So this has been preparing for this moment. And bounty runs 2 apiece.
All right. Hopes, dreams, and aspirations for this game. From the side of Aster, I mean, you have one clear mission, and that is to slow down this Meepo as much as you can. Try and ruin the early game. Try not to feed when the Atos comes out, because if you're just picked off alone, it's very easy to just die. Core players included. That has certainly been a problem for some of these matchups. And then just try and hit your big curses. So to be clear, Winter Wyvern, you said it was the very first hero you named in terms of the counters. This was widely considered unplayable for a long time. You could not play Meepo if there was Wyvern. So we'll see if that has changed. But essentially, because when you curse, obviously everyone around attacks. Meepo has a lot of friends. Becomes a bit of a problem.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, there is the issue, too, of obviously Mega Meepo is really good at helping to deal with that, but if you Mega Meepo and then they curse one of your allies nearby, Mega Meepo is going to beat the crap out of them, too, and it's going to be a problem. wave pulling shenanigans down bottom, as you can see. Kaka grabbing one wave, and then 23 Savage bringing his on over to the small camp. So we'll be able to get off to a decent start there. In the mid lane, the thing that I want to watch for is Primal a good enough answer against Snapfire? This is a hero that can be very strong, but you can see Sumail still kind of taking him to town, getting denies right in his face. I mean, Sumail obviously is an exceptionally gifted laner, but beyond that, I feel Snap is just really, really good right now.
Yeah, she feels extremely powerful. Possibly one of the best safe picks going into mid at the moment. You have so many tools, right? You have a little bit of mobility early on. You're hard to gank, but you also just have this insane damage output. And the ability to cookie creeps makes for very cool and pretty unpredictable plays in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You just have to... It's like laning versus TA traps. You always have to be just TA side blades. You have to be always sort of thinking about it.
Yeah.
Just like that. It's quick how much damage you can take.
Jeez. And then the charge coming through. Bloodseeker's moving fast because he's low. Everything kind of working together in concert. Kako is just using the charge to get to mid so that way he can steal the water rune away. And Primal bottle, but not really that much to do with it.
Yeah, not a great start so far in that regard. Doubled up from the last hits of Sumail. He's just been clicking him through the whole time, despite the 8 armor when he's under tower.
Oh, Jabs.
Still been painful.
That did not go the way Jabs thought it was going to, and takes a good chunk of damage there. Although Q buying a little bit of extra time and forcing back Monet. You can see they're making value with this.
Yeah,
Odo
has a salve, so he's just hoarding.
Ooh, well done. I was wondering, he's getting low there. They made it work.
Oof. That is painful. Did he buy something? Oh, yeah, he did. Okay. His courier has some tangos, so that's good, at least.
Yeah.
Positives.
Always got to find him. Well, right now, Aster definitely off to a hot start across all of the lanes. The only one that's really doing quite well is going to be the Terrorblade, as Primal tries to catch back up a little bit here. Sumail even glyphing the wave while they're diving 23 Savage underneath the tower. Some good damage into him. XXS does have another anchor smash, but can't quite get in range, and Kaka going to drop. Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
okay. Fairy Fire backs away. 23 Savage right onto him. Has another reflection in a couple of seconds. But Kaka has charge and salve. Backing out of there. Will reflect, but... Oh, Arcane Curse. Charge is dead. Well done.
Did he have charge up earlier? Did he just charge too late?
No, it was coming off cooldown.
Oh, okay. That was a bit greedy, I'd say, overall from Aster. It did force a rotation, which is nice, so it kind of leaves Jabs alone, but I mean, I say alone. He's a meepo, so there's still 2 of them. He can still mess with the pull at the same time. He's able to use his other meepo to pull while still being in the lane versus Monet, which is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Charge him now, too. Oh, look at this.
Go on to the back one.
Guys, he's too good.
Net.
He's too good.
That's really nice. That's really impressive. Interesting.
Oh, this is so annoying. I love it.
Go on to him. They move in. Q is there. Connects. Brings down Monet. Ollie with the rotation, or rather Q with the rotation, and Ollie securing it.
That was really nice, because Ollie had TP'd just in case in that last gank, but Q was still down bottom because he had also TP'd, right? These support rotations to assist the side lanes, they're not giving any help to mid because of this, and he is suffering. Keep in mind, this is hurting Makoto's game a lot, because since they had to TP Q down bottom, which, by the way, a TPing Eng never feels that great, but still had to be there to try and stop the dive on 23 Savage. Then they TP back up top on Ollie. So now they have to really use these twin gates, see if they can secure something. Jabs is going to come down bottom with 1 meepo. So really getting cute with it at the moment. I don't know about this, though. This is a full HP Tidehunter. He's just going to grab the Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, and now XXS knows that he's in the area, too. He should not get caught out by this, but he actually is going to.
No,
a little bit?
There's no way. He's literally just taking the Lotus.
Yeah.
Or at least securing.
In towards mid. Makoto tries to get away and will be able to. Sumail using at Mortimer's Kisses, but not able to get the finish.
This is crazy.
What part of it? The Meepo?
Like, yeah, using the Meepo to go down bottom just to help secure the Lotus so that Tide doesn't get it, to like give a better lane to your TEB. Like, he spent so much time with that Meepo doing that. And also securing the Watcher, and now he's going to get a kill into Pichu.
Yeah. He's really good at this. I mean, again, as you said, it's coming at the cost of Makoto's game, but jabs moves enough in to get the finish onto Kaka, and now Sumail taking some damage. If they can get Sumail here, this would be huge, but not going to be able to. A bit too hard.
Monet takes a ton of damage there from the meta. Force the TP out. They love these twin gates. I mean, keep in mind it is XXS about to have a Meteor Hammer here on the Tide Hunter, so that's a pretty big reason why it's time to bail.
Absolutely.
Makoto comes down bottom. This is pretty solid. Okay. I like this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Swap it up a bit. He's still not going to be able to deal with the Meteor Hammer spam, really, I feel like, on the Primal. And Jab's taking over mid for a bit. He actually goes back through again, and they're going to try and knock the Wyvern out of here. So Makoto spots the reflection there. Sumail has a Cookie at the ready if they want to chase. Makoto in trouble. Slowed down. Cookie and XXS. Makoto dead. You can't really do that much to help this.
That sent 23 Savage back down the bottom lane. Part of the reason why TB's up here is that you're hoping to knock down this tower and then be able to farm a couple of those camps just up above. But if the tower stays up, if you commit the resources to it and you manage to save this tower, you're going to keep this lane for XXS. And now it's Kaka who's getting some free XP on the bottom on a Spirit Breaker. So the Wisdom Runes did go even, but getting this nice like full wave to your support feels great. Aldi doing the same thing in the mid on the Silencer, and a little bit of Meteor Hammer action up in that top tower too.
Yeah. Meteor Hammers all around. Jab's got an Illusion Rune, is trying to take some Ancients with his Meepos. So trying to get his farm going. And I think has the Atos flying out right now? No, it was just the Crowns.
Oh my god, you just terrified me.
Yeah, that would have been quick. That would have been very quick.
Jeez. Oh, a jump scare. Speaking of being very farmed though, Sumail. Kind of huge. Gonna have an Atos himself at about 250 gold. So there you go. There's the jump scare. Because he's 1,000 gold ahead of that Meepo.
He's had a really good time.
These snaps. Yeah. I mean, free lane for quite a while. With again, all the supports having to go to the side lanes and using the twin gate so much. Less attention than mid, which was something that was theorized a lot when the patch dropped and we first started playing. We saw a lot of twin gate action, but now it feels like there have been way more rotations towards the mid to secure those runes. And now it's starting to feel a little bit more hero dependent. Like if you have those spirits mid, you get more rotations. But this game, it's been pretty 1v1.
Yeah.
Charge hits mid. Level 5 Ench. Monet not going to commit the Rapture.
No. Yeah, and he's trying to get into his Maelstrom as quick as possible. Everybody just trying to get to their items. I think, again, for Talon, they've got some strong windows in here as they run towards the Wyvern, who does not have that much mana, is just going to have to TP back home. And, wow. They just got him. That was just kisses.
Sometimes you just get sniped.
Oh, man.
I mean, that was like from downtown. That was, he just died. That's it.
Yeah.
He even tried to sunder by the looks of it.
It wasn't even an Atos. He was trying to sunder his own illusion. Man. Okay. 23 Savage too far forward, and Sumail in the right place at the right time. XXS keeps on stepping forward to Meteor Hammer this tower and should be able to get it within the next couple of volleys.
Ollie's been mid for so long.
Yeah.
And it's still hard to get 6.
Right. Yeah, they're going to bring all their numbers forward. Sumail gets the last hit on the tower. And Talon, as has often been the case for this team, is basically just sort of buying time for the late game. I think that's what this team really tries to excel at here.
I'm worried for Makoto's game.
Yeah.
Pretty far behind. mean, he can't. He doesn't really feel like he has much to do because he is just waiting. Like waiting on a primal beast feels awful. It might be one of the worst heroes in the game in a core role to feel like the team doesn't want to do anything. It reminds me of being support disruptor or like support undying. I want to go fight. I want to go do stuff. I don't want to just chill. Primal beast, kind of the same thing. I mean, not to say that you can't farm up like crazy, but I think he's just too vulnerable in this game because he's versus a spirit breaker, so he's never quite sure how aggressive he can be on the lanes.
Well, and he also just kind of got trashed, right? He was
100%.
left completely alone by his team, and then kind of got the Sumail treatment. And they do. He can't go on XXS here. There's no way that's gonna work. Scan hits over to the side. Talon trying to find somebody. It's gonna be Monet, but are they gonna be in position to find him for the kill? Rupture. Monet in trouble. Global for the follow-up. Wyvern would have been great for a curse, but can't quite get in range, and now silenced, but about to wear off. Okay. Jabs is there. The Ravage at the same time as the curse. A little not what they wanted, and Jabs just gonna poof away. But Atos out. Sumail on him. Jabs gonna go down. Not bad. And with the charge going through onto 23 Savage, they might have him for after. Charge of Darkness used, but Nether Strike is there, pushes him back into position, and then the cookie not quite on the mark. But they will have Meteor Hammer back up again if he tries to TP out. Sumail is there for the chase. That should be more than enough. Great fight for Talon. Oh, excuse me, for Aster. All right, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
The king. The scatter blast and the cookie not connecting there. That would have been rough. He denied himself to Roche. He would have been feeling a little bit silly there, but yeah, nice play there too, coming through, and good thing he was able to clean up Jabs. That would have been a true disaster there if he didn't get the kisses onto the camp where he had poofed over to. They're gonna move through though, again, just immediately getting aggressive here. This time with no global though. Makoto still desperate to fight. Blink on Tide. And Pichu still thinking about Arcanes or maybe Blink, if he can get there. Curious if he wants to maybe eventually go for a Dispel or go for it first, but the Blink Dagger is truly the item that you're usually hoping for versus the Meepo.
Right. XXS runs into Jabs again. Meteor Hammer. Charge. Kaka gets away from the people that were ganking him, and now they connect in. Not enough mana for the Nether Strike, actually, but they still have enough to take down Jabs. I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about. I think Talon, early game and late game are good, but this mid game, they kind of get walloped.
Yeah, I don't know. Felt like there could have been some rotations there or something, maybe, but obviously he was a little bit in no man's land, and no one's by the Twin Gate, so I guess rotations are kind of hard to come by. At first, I thought he was just going to be able to like move the other Meepo and poof away, but hit with the hammer. The charge is pretty great, honestly.
Yeah.
For tracking the Meepos, too.
Gonna be found. Have the Nether Strike. Pulls him back into position, and the Scatter Blast. Is it enough with the cookie? Don't even need it. Kaka cleans up top. Chasing onto XXS. He is in trouble. Ravage back off cooldown now. Not gonna pop it.
Roche nearby to assist either on that one.
Now.
Still very wealthy though. Second highest net worth in the game with Sumail above him and Monet below him. So still feeling pretty good over there on Aster. 20 Savage though will eventually get into the Scotty. They'll help out a lot versus Monet especially. Trying to make that Bloodseeker have a bit of a worse time here. Game plan wise for Aster though. Getting into the farming item of the Maelstrom immediately into the BKB. Typical Bloodseeker stuff. Halberd looks like it might be the next option there for XXS. But yeah, it looks pretty damn good this game, huh? Versus Meepo for the evasion, versus TB for the best like long range disarm, even versus Ench. We saw earlier today how helpful it can be versus those impetuses.
Yep. Dash. Kodo. He's caught. Gonna get Atos, the Meteor Hammer, to land in the midst of his onslaught. They tried to cover it with Global, but will not work.
That's a painful Global, man. I don't know if they just think Makoto's having such a bad game that they have to rip a Global to try and save him, but that is a painful one to lose. And that just gives the green light to Aster, I would say, to pick an objective and just go for it.
Yeah. Absolutely. They're getting everything done. Still keeping this tier 1 tower mid alive to allow them to rotate and find these pickoffs around the map. And Sumail, I mean, he's getting close to an Aghanim Scepter. We saw how good this could be in the series just the other day. I feel like this has been a staple, them combining Tidehunter with the Snapfire, and it's looked really good.
Yeah, I think with the extra mobility of the Spirit Breaker, it makes it even better. Because, like, the main thing about the Ags where people miss out on it, like, we had them rush it. It might have been Kaka who did it, where he rushed it in the support role, and it felt pretty bad. But he didn't have great vision. Like, they never knew exactly how or where to start the fights. But when you have this charge, there's going to be way more situations where you can confidently say, like, oh, okay, here's the hero. Like, we're going to connect with the Gobble Up and start this fight off on the right foot. They're all immediately rotating down towards Monet. And with this vision on Q, he is very dead.
Not really a great chance for anything else to happen. So they'll kill him off. But now there are 4 heroes down bottom. What do you do if you're Aster? Do they try and push that bottom tower that's going to spread out and farm? It is a pretty big move for an Enchantress, but I mean, I guess the rest of Talon is just so afraid that you can't really take advantage of this anyways.
I think you keep mid pushed in, you farm up these camps, and you kind of do a little test run on the bottom, you know? See what kind of response is coming in. Even just meteor hammering that mid tier 2 is great.
Yeah. It's really solid.
No such thing as too much.
The only thing they're really getting is just like some farm of the top camp there onto jabs, but they're not pushing any objectives on their own because you're holding 2 lanes down right now. You are getting the benefit of this right now as Aster. But yeah, they're kind of like lollygagging a bit, aren't they? Like running around in circles a little, clumped up. They're not quite sure what they want to do either.
That ward, they see this.
Yeah, that's a very nice ward. They had thoughts on this potential meepoing.
I mean, this is not going to work. It's just not. Oh, man. If they catch him heading out here. All right, yeah. Thankfully, Jabs is gone. Are they going to get the 2 supports? It doesn't look like it. So, Spidey senses tingling for Talon as they realized that a smoke was going on and they got out of the Roche pit.
They do have a very deep ward still left on that dire side of the jungle. They did see that Monet was hitting some neutrals. I mean, he shows mid now anyway. But they are at least aware that he is not currently joining them, but they can't see much else on the map right now. So I'm sure they're feeling a little bit worried. Makoto is just hiding because he's too scared to reveal himself to a potential charge and gank through the Twin Gate, which is exactly what will happen when he shows here. Well, I guess charging directly across the middle of the map's a little bit savage. So he just wipes the wave as fast as possible. That same ward that Q died under before does get taken out by himself, though, and not going to be charged because of it, because Kaka's busy charging mid already.
Okay. And meanwhile, up on the top side, Aster, keep that pressure on, yeah. Well, 5k gold lead. They're going to try and set up now, find a kill onto Kaka, and it looks like that one's going to be easily done. So Talon doing what they can there.
Yeah, Makoto actually makes his way into a BKB. He's struggling. It's not the best game that you can have, but this is a huge item for Primal Beast. Certainly a hero that relies on it quite heavily. Usually just BKBs and blinks, but feels like more and more he has to get that BKB first. He's going to find them first.
Yeah, Makoto's dead. I think they get Q2. Oh, no, Global. Nice play. TP out. So they get away with Makoto. Q, not going to quite be so lucky, it looks like. Oh, wait. Ollie. Oh, denied shield rune. I was like, what the hell? How'd he do that? No, XXS got the kill.
And then just Roche. And it's a Pichu saying, you're all here. You got 3 points and a little shredder. I'd say it's about time to head on in.
Yep. Trent.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Yep.
I know this offlane Meepo has looked good in other games. I'm not feeling it right now.
Oh, this is how they get you. This is... Don't lose faith yet.
I'm not feeling it. I think that Aster have come up with some good solutions, and the solutions are just beat you in lanes. Because holy moly, they have not been able to do that much, it feels like, over the last couple of minutes.
You're not wrong.
And they still have the Wyvern counter, which has not even been realized yet.
Yeah.
As he is just getting in towards that Blink Dagger Gold now.
Kaka. A little late to the rune. And does he get punished? Ooh. Charge, charge, charge. Jabs. Does he get him with the net? The Atos is there. Ooh, but the Shadow Blade, the runaway, still got vision. Kaka gets out.
Yeah, I feel like XXS being there on that wave just kind of stopped them from really wanting to do much. Q has been up here for a while, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Meepo?
Monet. Mega
Meepo.
Monet keeps the pusher on, tries to run away. That's Aegis down. Jabs getting charged. Can they survive through a second round of this now? Monet running after him, flings one out, tries to get away, but the silence means there won't be a poof out. Jedi. And they find more. Ollie. Gonna get thrown objects at him by Sumail, and eventually they'll run down the silencer. So they do manage to burn the Aegis, but Meepo ends up dying for it along with the silencer.
Yeah, and the one, kill that Makoto finally finds again is just on an Aegis. So, unfortunately, not going to get himself a little bounty there. And, man, Q has just been up here for a long time. He's still there. These are the only camps on the map that he could find that he's like, I can get some creeps, I can farm it up a little bit here. And Makoto has joined him to take some of here. They're going to try and grab Kaka. Let's go, Makoto. Let's go. Yeah, get him.
Oh, no. Okay, they got him. They got him. They got him.
Dude. You don't really want to use Pulverize on him anyway.
Right.
Oh, wait. It's channeled, right? So it doesn't get affected by status resistance?
I do not know.
I think that's correct.
No,
Pretty
I think
sure.
Okay. Sounds good. Status resistance is dumb. I think that's something we can all agree upon.
I thought the same thing about cast range when it got introduced, to be honest.
Cast range.
I was a hater.
Okay.
I was like, notice about feel. You can't just mess with the.
I mean, it's true. They did. Ooh, that's a cool one. The Splinter Blast on the Aghanims, or on the shard thing. Pretty neat. The big thing is that Ichu needs to get to 25, and then I'll have the Splinter Blast stun. That's when really cool things happen.
Oh, dude, I love that town, actually.
Yeah. God, you remember Aghanim's Labyrinth? When you could play Wyvern and get all the upgrades for her there? Oh, we need it back. We need it back. Please.
Out of the heroes in this game, my favorite was Snapfire. When you had the cookie one that you cookied the enemies and it spread the cookie around and they all hopped and made lava puddles. That one was so broken, actually.
God, you miss it.
Surely it's coming back. Everyone wants it back, okay?
I just want to play
Soulbreaker Act 5.
I mean, whatever. I'd be down.
Yeah, I'm down.
Any of those. All right, Aster. Go on down, take the bottom tier 2 tower up top. There's some counterplay going on. I will say that a lot of this game has felt like Aster trying to push objectives and Talon just sort of reacting on the other side of the map, doing the counter move, the same thing. Can they get Monet here, though? XXS is nearby him. They global. Try and go for the counter. Is it going to be enough, though? Silence, run. Makoto in trouble. Winner's Curse at the ready. Don't even need it. Take down Makoto.
Run away. Yeah, that'll be the plan here for Talon. Not picking up a whole lot of kills this game, huh?
No. I mean, they're only 5 less than Aster, to be fair. But
that is true, but at least Aster are trying to make kills happen.
It's true.
That's what it feels like, at least.
Jump in. Finds him. Big bash. Big jump. And Mega Meepo, is it enough to save him? Jabs. Doing good. They still have Ravage. Kaka getting controlled. Pulverize. Runs away. Kaka trying to escape. Not going to happen. And XXS right on a 23 Savage. 23 Savage going to die. Manta to try and take that silence off, but not going to be enough. Not able to get the Sunder.
Yeah, so close to that Manta. into the Sunder if he could, though. That would have been very nice, but I guess the Alice were a little far for the turnaround there. Jeez, that Meepo took no damage, by the way. While they were trying to focus him down, that was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I feel like his HP wasn't even moving.
No, it's a strong guy. Very strong guy.
Someday we'll see the curse. Someday the counter will come into play. I mean, he is relatively close. He's only 1,400 gold away from having the Lotus Orb, so it's going to be very dependable then.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to worry about Global Silence covering the Meepo. How long can Talon keep this going? I'd say the lead could be a lot worse, honestly. I feel like they've actually done a pretty good job. Oh, that's a fast Spirit Breaker.
Oh my god, they're all going to get silenced. He can't Mega Meepo. They can't do it. Now he can. They've already killed Q. The Mega Meepo and blink away. Very cool. Oh! All right, the Mega Meepo blink away is pretty sick. I like that.
It's something else, man. Yeah, look at him. Look at him go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dire's middle tower is under
Taka's even back here kind of scouting. He's like, where is he, man? He's going to come out. There he is.
I mean, this is...
Wait, does he have the night vision talent? Did he not see him? Oh, he doesn't have the night vision talent.
Yeah, I don't think you saw him.
They're right next to each other.
The thing about this, too, is that, like you're talking about, we haven't seen the curse yet. We haven't seen Sumail's full outfit either, right? Like, realistically, he's doing everything he's doing with, like, Gobble Up and then other abilities. When he gets into little Shredder talents, I feel like this doesn't get easier at all for Talon.
We just had a blink-on-blink action there where Makoto blinked on a Pichu while Pichu blinked away at the same time. Yeah, you're right, though. Sumail's, like, and this is where he's in the lull state of Snapfire, where, like, the magic damage kind of falls off a little bit because it's in a stage where, you leveled up early, right? You're at level 9, and you've got max cookies, max scatterblast, and ulti.
Uh-oh. Well, they'll find their man. Global is out, but it's not going to matter. And, yeah, he actually has to cancel that TP even. Damn, dude. Aster have put on a clinic in how to deal with this, and I think it was a big gambit by Talon to run the Meepo first phase, and it is not paid off.
No, it certainly has not. They managed to stabilize their lanes pretty damn well inside of Aster, and they just did not give any space. Well, they gave some space to the Meepo, but the whole time they just knew that the space they were gaining was more valuable.
Yeah.
I think XXS's Tidehunter did more work than I had anticipated in this game, simply because of the way that he popped himself down in some of these lanes. It was a really good call.
Jump in. Makoto, Rupture, in trouble. Monet, they turn onto him, try and blow him up. Will it be enough in time? Yes! Monet goes down. Winner's Curse means Makoto's dead. But after the fact, can they get away with XXS? The damage coming out, it's enough to finish him off. Now the kisses landing, jabs chasing. Did we just curse Aster? The answer is yeah. Very... Oh my god. They almost got him.
Okay, and now a gem too. Maybe they'll get it on the map. Get rid of some of these wards. They have so much vision down right now that it's very hard for Talon to get it back out. Because, like, you win a big fight like that, your first reaction is to get out and farm, but then you're versus a Spirit Breaker, and there's leftover wards because they were controlling your jungle, and then you just all die. That would be bad. So, and he knew about this ward from when they tried to grab Jab, so he just dewards the one on the pillar. Now we have to think about Roche. Unfortunately, it's a late spawn. Had this been a fast spawn, this could have been kind of insane for Talon. It would actually get them right back into this game.
Yeah, it's going to come too late. And it's probably going to be around the time that Snapfire level 20 is there. So another thing to be concerned about here.
Something else that just happened, though, is that they had scanned the Roche pip. Jabs had a Meepo in it for a while, but then they left. So had he actually waited out the whole duration, they might have fully committed on Aster to making their way down here.
Yeah.
Let's say they're going to anyway, though, but not in any sort of a hurry. No big smoke or something.
I mean, we saw in that last fight, though. I mean, if all the abilities are used, there's a chance that Talon can maybe make this work for themselves.
Part of the problem was that he couldn't find a good Ravage on XXS. He got a bit controlled there, and he didn't want to just like let it rip for the chance of maybe surviving. So we haven't seen like their full force quite yet, but we did see the ability of just like isolating a single person and blowing them up with Meepo.
Yeah. All right, Roche about to respawn now. The Centaur in the pit, so they're going to know when it's up. It will spawn in the timing. But can Sumail get to 20 in that window? That would be a huge win for them. As Kaka. Kodo finds him right away. Cannot control him long enough, though.
He's going to follow him to make sure he doesn't TP bottom.
Yeah. Shadow Blade about to wear out. Kaka.
That was a nice play by Kaka.
Goes out of there. But they see now that Roche is up.
Yeah. He is just hoping he's going to TP that bottom outpost. Because they know that they're also prepping for this.
Yeah.
He might even do it again, to be honest. I'm kind of surprised he didn't charge him on the wave right now. Yeah, now they see him TPing.
Okay.
He did it in range, so it got pinged out.
Aster are aware.
That might have been an inch ping.
Kaka.
Oh, I don't like where Pichu is right
Pushes out top. It's dangerous. Ooh, XXS gets the bink back, and Jab's not quite going to connect him on there. But Kaka goes in, cancels. Backs away. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Doing a good job of sending his Meepos top. Wait, Talon sent the real one up there, too. Oh, wait, no. He keeps the real one here. Jabs down on the bottom side. They're sending in Snapfire illusions. Takes over one of those illusions. Kaka connecting back with the rest of his team. But Jabs is ready to jump at a moment's notice.
Monet's also just a couple hundred gold here away from the Aghanim Scepter. He's bought the other components. He's ready for this courier to come out at maximum speed.
Right. Well, and you know, you look at this right now, the net worth, it feels like it's obviously into the favor of Aster, but there's a lot of items that are yet to be completed, so they're virtually even. Monet's Aghanim Scepter. XXS almost has Shiva's Guard. They're basically on the same net worth. Jump in. XXS found. Jabs. Atos connection. Not wanting to fully commit. No.
They just don't know where Pichu is.
Aghanim's coming out right now from Monet. They're on to 23 Savage. Global down. Does have BKB at the ready as well as Sunder. Sunder's the Ravage. He get it off in time to save. Now the jump forward. 23 Savage living through it. The winner's curse, but they back away. Out of there, Jabs finding that back line, trying to get onto Sumail. Will it be enough damage? He's level 20, trying to run the connection onto both. The Mega Meepo. But look at the turn, Monet. He's so strong. The Aghanim Scepter delivered is more than enough. Godlike on Sumail as XXS buying more time. Oh, that was the perfect timing for Aster.
And they haven't even needed the Pichu counter, too. He just wanted to help control that fight and stop the Primal Beast from interfering. You saw him get eviscerated by Jabs, but that's the point of the Wyvern, is that Jabs was just off to the side until finally the Wyvern revealed himself. And then, you know, jumps on top. He had a nice, like, triple poof, just explosion. Pichu completely vanished, but didn't matter. And yeah, look at that damage.
That's crazy. I mean, in the fight recap, I saw Meepo did 13,000 damage, but it still didn't matter because, I mean, they couldn't kill anybody. Wow.
Lincoln Sphere there now from Makoto.
This blood mist.
Ruptured, doesn't want to be ruined by Wyvern. Yeah, we're blood misting, you know.
So 35 minutes in, another round of Wisdom Runes are going to spawn, but that Aegis, that one hurts. And they throw in XXS, find themselves the Enchantress. You forced to run away, but, oh, Pearl Boulder? No, I can't do anything.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're going to get their Wisdom Rune here, too. Just spawned, Kaka steals it. You know, we actually have had almost no Wisdom Rune stolen today. I've been keeping an eye on it. It's like never been relevant. They've gone like 1-1 almost the entire time. Short of like when we get to like the late game. Sometimes we're losing a couple. But the early games, teams have been very aware of the spawnings and really keeping an eye on the enemy supports to make sure they don't get stolen.
I mean, again, if they can manage to find a couple of kills on Talon, I feel like that would massively switch over the XP, which again is where That Wisdom Rune stuff can matter, and getting a few of those clutch levels would be helpful, but I mean, it's just so hard right now to deal with this lineup. And Kaka, he found 23 Savage. He found Jabs. He's on to the Meepos. Does he want to do something here?
What a hilarious sight to see him just chasing Meepos. Yeah.
Does he just die? They go in on him. He does not have his team here yet.
Molly or powder or something.
Uh-oh. Well, Kaka, that was not how that was supposed to go. Mega Meepo buyback, runs it down. Ravage connects onto both. Jabs starting to fall, but they get the pulverize. The damage is out. Is it going to be enough? Monet starts to fall down. Jabs digging for all he's worth, but eventually they do manage to get that kill. And now the Primal in trouble, taking that fight outside of the base. They found and punished Jabs hard.
The Q heat map is just the two cliffs. The bottom cliff and the top cliff. That's the only place he's played Dota this entire game. What a play by Kaka, though. Scouting out the Meepos.
Yeah.
That's just the end. I mean, that's 75 seconds. Meepo's not coming back here. No buyback. They should know if they were keeping an eye on it. They can do pretty irredeemable damage at this point. Like, we got Aegis, we got Cheese. What is stopping them? Can they cut this wave at all? Is there any... I can't think of something. He didn't get any TV illusions in behind. I think if they're fully aware, they just walk this down now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Sumail. He loves that. He loves the gobble up into ultis.
Yeah. It's nice. And again, a huge chance that, you know, they just kill them all here. Yeah, find one. One and done. Q gone. God, Aster have been playing this game so well. So 30 more seconds until Meepo's back up again. And to be honest, I don't think they can last that long on this set of racks here. We'll see, though. They're playing it a little bit more conservatively. The rest of Talon moving forward. And no, they will back out. Okay.
Yeah, waves going down. Don't want to deal with it, I guess. So it ends up being just one lane, but it is an 18k gold lead at this point, and plenty of XP. So they're going to need some miraculous Meepo plays here from Jabs.
Find XXS, but the disarm onto Terrorblade as the global came out. They're going to be there immediately, but the charge is there. 23 Savage does not get to play Dota. Immediately go for a winner's curse onto one, and the charge through. Sumail with the stun. Meepo dying. Everybody's gone. And now on to the throne. Aster ready to party. GG. They're done.
Did they cook too much is the question.
A little.
Is he talking about Jabs when 23 Savage has let him cook? Is that who he means?
I think so. That seems like it. Well, cook they did, but it was Aster that was serving up the goodness. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was ever going to work. There was always this like worry of, you know, eventually you get the late game Snapfire, Wyvern curses. I don't think we ever saw that like Wyvern curse into immediate blow up. You know what I mean?
No, it didn't really become a thing. But again, that was because Jabs is forced to play around it the entire time. And so he can't be into the fights when he wants to, and it just kind of ruins his whole game. And maybe that is a sign of just because they picked it so early too that they had to spend so many of their bans on trying to protect it. And I mean, keep in mind that 23 Savage also got insanely farmed this game on TB. Like he was the true carry in this game, but he wasn't ever able to really utilize it. They were just able to focus him down because the Wyvern was just shutting out the Meepo. Like they weren't really thinking about Meepo the way that we were thinking about Meepo the whole time, because. Although Meepo is at the front of their mental stack of like what they need to worry about this fight, they can just do this because they know that Pichu's got their back. If Meepo ever tries to join, he's just done.
Right. And that's why some people thinking this matchup could be unplayable like you were talking about. A couple figures from that game. At the end of it, Jabs ends up doing only about like 600 damage more than the Wyvern. 10k damage number on Jabs, and then 23 Savage on the Terrorblade, less than the Tidehunter. Not the numbers you want to be seeing out of Talon. We'll see if in the next game they can sort of pull things together a little bit more, put together some more work, but we're going to head to a quick break. When we get back, it's game number 2. See you then.
gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Hello and welcome back, you beautiful people out there getting ready for our second game of the second series of the third day of the group stages in the second stage of our group stages. Numbers all over the place as we get ready for this match. Aster versus Talon, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a second pick Meepo this time around, but maybe we will. Who knows? Maybe Talon are crazy. Crazy like a fox.
That's right. It could happen. It could work. It just didn't that time. That's all. Not everything always works in Dota. Just because it loses a game doesn't mean that it was wrong. Maybe you just need to fix something. Okay, it's a group stage. We're solving here. How are the group stages looking anyway? How are things shaking out at the moment?
I'm not sure if everything has been updated as of yet, but still, coming into this, Talon and Aster were the top two in that group. It looks like I think we're some of the earlier people that were done or that are playing in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're moving quite fast. Only us and Liquid and BetBoom have finished their first game so far of this next round. BetBoom team taking BB team taking the win over Liquid.
Interesting.
And 1-0 so far. So they'll be moving to game 2 pretty soon on that. And that is that's with MLP and John, and that looks like it's over at the C stream. Okay, good. And then we got on the D stream, we have TSM versus Team Secret, who are still currently in game 1.
Oh, so Secret just won.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Spoilers.
Update that one.
So that's interesting because right now the real battle that's going on in this group is obviously towards the top. BetBoom, after beating Liquid, are sort of securing their spot, going 5-0 so far. But Liquid and TSM are jockeying for position right now. Everybody was, writing off TSM to go out first in this entire thing, and now they're coming out here and getting a couple of wins. They're going to be tied with Liquid. But losing to Secret definitely hurts. Secret, they need those wins in a bad way because they were bottom of the barrel. They were 0-4. But in terms of our matchup, the big thing that this tells me is that if Aster can get away with a 2-0 here, if they can win this next game, I think it is really high probability that they're going to secure themselves upper bracket. If Talon can pull out a 1-1 combo, both of these teams are looking good to stay in the group as well. But Talon might end up running into some issues if they get 2-0'd.
Yeah, that would be a pretty quick fall from second place to to immediately go down to 3-3 here.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they can avoid that. We'll see how the draft shakes out. We'll see if the IO ban still comes into play, considering how early it was prioritized in that last draft. Seemed a little out of place. I don't know. It might be one of those, leaving more heroes in the pool ideas.
Right.
Where maybe there's not a huge concern of it. So we'll have to see how they play it out this time.
That's a good one.
Yep, that Snap. She's been a little too good.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to think about when that's happened before. Snapfire has not. It's been banned a couple of times. Aster banned it themselves one time and they didn't play it, but other times that this has happened, they've been running Storm, it looks like. Some Broods if it's let through, but the Brood is obviously not going to be let through. Aster take out the Silencer now. So do they want to give up the Storm? Do they want to give up a Rubik potentially? Io?
Yeah, last time it was the Clockwork and the Lion that they were a little concerned about too.
Right.
Interesting. I guess the question is, what is the fourth pick that you don't want Aster to take? And the Storm is, the Storm makes a lot of sense because in that positioning, that's the ideal way that Aster gets you.
Right.
They pick Storm into immediate bans.
So Io feels like a pretty clear choice here for Aster. Or running the Timber, I think, are your two options. Most likely. Is there anything else? I guess they've run Lion before too. Like Lion Dusa, something like that.
I mean, I think the IO is pretty likely. I mean, they've only gone for it once. It would be nice to have that threat back in the drafts. You're not really assuming that Talon's going to have these big IO strat, like the IO last strat counter plays ready. It didn't work for Liquid. Liquid tried the Undying Timber as the response answer in the game we were casting, and it did not go well.
I think.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't the game we were casting. That was the play-ins. That was when they went for the Muerta in the games that didn't matter.
Right. So I think this is a really interesting time for Aster now because they need to show what happens if they are... Okay, so now they can set up for either Coddle Pango or Coddle Ember, I think is what they're doing now in Aster.
Yeah, without the Storm being there, that seems like the most likely one. And this might be something that's a little better than previously, because I think Kaka's Coddle is probably better than Bobka's, to be honest. And there's not many heroes I would say that about, but I feel like Kaka's always been a really good Coddle player. I
mean, the other thing that I just thought about too, though, is this could be Sumail Coddle as well.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a flexibility. I mean, it's the same issue where sometimes the flex is really strong, but this idea of because like typically you think of really strong flex when you have the overall 10th pick, but sometimes it can also work when you have 9th if it's that flexible of a hero.
Right.
We're probably going to assume support, though, I think is still pretty safe.
I don't know. I feel... I mean, I agree with you in a certain way because I think that we haven't seen as much of the Coddle mid anymore, but I do think that in Team Aster, there's this dynamic of wanting to get Sumail his hero quickly. And I also kind of wonder, like, I know that Sumail has played a ton of this during the period that it was happening. They were just spamming it like crazy. But we'll see. ET gets taken in response for Talon.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, here's a little fun fact.
What's that?
Kaka's highest win rate hero of anything over like 14 games or 15 games is his Coddle. He's 38 games keeper with a 1% win rate.
That's crazy.
He also has a clockwork that is almost at 70% after 54 games, which is nuts. That's a crazy high win rate.
So,
but oh my god, it happened. It's just like the Leshrac.
I think you're about to get pangoed, probably.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's a bit of a checkmate there. Maybe they were supposed to take the Pango, but then you don't have any flex with 10th overall pick.
I don't know if they were or not. I mean,
what if they just don't take their mid?
I think then all the good mids probably get banned out, I would imagine.
It's like Ember too. Like, are they willing to safe lane the Ember? I guess is the question, which they probably are.
Ooh. Okay. So Timber is the pick. I mean, there's a lot of mental gymnastics going on here. I feel like there is the potential that this gets put into another weird position. I honestly feel like Jabs might play Ember just because he's that crazy.
This is where we're at, huh? But sure that's not Jabs ET, like, you know.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Also, this Timber could end up being XXX. There's so much flex in this situation.
Downside, Timber kind of bad versus ET. Good in the lane, but gameplay wise, pretty bad. Like, I mean, you tends to be magic damage or some break interaction where you didn't manage to build up any stacks. But ET really helps with the magic damage.
Right.
Like, it's just ridiculous. Whenever you look at like what ends up killing Timbersaw and like whatever the statistical heroes that beat him, it's almost always magic damage amp. It's like Pugna, Sky, Bloodseeker, Elder Titan. It's always the same thing.
Well, definitely fits the mark then.
Just need more magic damage, I guess, huh? I mean, we got some carries that are pretty good with magic damage bonus would be Faceless Void. But pairing with the Ember is always a little bit weird, but as long as you find the damage in the other roles, it can still work.
God, they are banning out a lot of Aster heroes. That
is the goal.
Yeah, I know, but like it really feels like after that first game, they're like in the first game, I felt like Talon was more focused on just accomplishing their own goals, right? And in this game, it feels like they're just trying to do whatever they can to shut down what Aster want to do instead.
Well, they're gonna have to find some good bans on this side here too.
Right.
Tide. Oh yeah, Tide is banned. That's what you're saying. Probably a Q or a all the hero come into this phase, right?
Yeah.
Ban up the Monkey King. How would I want to go about this as Talon? Probably going to be a ranged hero. Do I want to commit to early magic damage, though? To try and deal more with this Timbersaw out of that 5 roll. Rubik, I guess, looks pretty balanced. That gives you some flexibility in terms of the lanes as well with the ET and the Rubik.
I do like that. That sounds nice. I think you're not probably thinking about Meepo again for Talon with Timbersaw already in the game.
No, probably not. You could also Techies, I guess, by the same logic, but I feel, Techies nerfed. I feel like the Rubik's just a little bit safer right now.
I love it against Timbersaw.
Yeah, it feels so good.
Even against Coddle, some of the stuff you can steal there is pretty nice.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm surprised they are taking a lot of time on this after all those bans. Is there something that they want to grab that they're worried? I mean, there shouldn't really be anything that I can think of unless you... This is not where I would want to spend my reserve time, is what I'm thinking right now. Because, like, you got the double counter pick after. This should be a fast pick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the debate is, but this looks very bad for Talon.
Yeah. There's a lot of time spent. A whole lot of time spent. If they come out with anything other than a Rubik right now, I'm kind of okay with it. If it's a Rubik, it feels really bad. Like,
it's like so long.
If it was anything other than a Rubik, then I'm cool with it. But that pick right there tells me that they were trying to decide something, and then they're like, all right, we'll just take the Rubik for now, and then we'll figure out the rest of it as we go. Which maybe having some of this like time now is going to be spent thinking about it. But if Aster can pick quickly, we'll see what they decide to go for.
Team Aster's turn
to
pick. Legion Commander.
Okay, this hero's we liked this hero earlier from Evil Geniuses. Whisper had a great game on the Legion. It also shuts down a lot of the potential carry picks that you want to go for. All of those heroes, like the TB, the Naga Siren that are still in the pool, the Talon have tended to rely on in the past. They don't really want to deal with a Legion Commander. But she also has flexibility. She can go multiple lanes. She can go mid. She can go off lane. She can go safe lane. Dude. She's everywhere right now.
I don't know. I think Talon are in a lot of trouble. Like, Aster are presenting new problems now for them. And, I mean, yeah, you can get Lincoln Spheres. That can be pretty nice, but you don't want to put those into your game early, particularly when you have to, like, get some damage for the Timbersaw. Oh, wow.
They got the damage. Now they have Duel and Silence coming out right there for that Ember. So his game just got a lot worse in a very quick moment, but a classic combination for a good reason.
Right.
Actual finished damage in the duel, and Faceless Void was still a consideration moving into this phase. If they wanted, I feel like you have to take it now. I feel like overall it does pretty well versus the heroes they have. There are some downsides for sure. Like, I got ET, it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, there's Blinding Light, obviously can be very annoying for Faceless Void. But other than that, the eventual Aghanims can be bad. I feel like they're just going to pick Faceless Void. The morph comes out. The 23 morph. All right, let's go. The big guy. He's a good hero. It's fine. I think morph or Faceless Void were the two choices. It's okay. He's okay. No panic.
Dude, what are you saying?
You need positive vibes, okay?
They can't hear me. The teams can't hear me say that it's over. It's over. They're done.
It's a good lane versus Legion because, like, again, Legion's like a lane dominator, right? But you can't dominate Morphling's lane. It just doesn't happen. I mean, to be fair, there is a Sky or a Coddle, and that could happen. We've seen the 5 or we've seen like 5 Coddle and 5 Sky. We've seen 4 Coddle and 4 Sky. It just kind of depends on like how much harassment you can put in the lane. If you think you're gonna get a lot of good spells with the Coddle and the Legion combo, it might be worth it. Or like you said, it could be mid Timber, it could be mid Coddle.
Yeah,
Flex is all still in there, and they go for the Beastmaster ban there. So just very good map control, pretty solid laning. Nothing too crazy about that ban.
No. Slark taken out of the pool. So they will get a counter pick here on Aster. I mean, that's part of the other problem with taking this Ember early. It's completely thrown off like the tempo of the draft for Talon, because now they're still getting counter picked. in like the last phase here. I mean, obviously Talon are going to have one last counter pick, but Aster can counter Morph. Right? They've already countered Ember in the lane with Timber.
Talon Esports.
Yeah, potentially. I'm really trying to figure out how Talon deal with this Timbersaw, because to me, Timbersaw is the problem still. I mean, yeah, we're going to get the carry, and maybe Monet's hero is going to be the real problem. But I mean, the ET is still... I guess the Morphling magic damage might be enough. They just need like a little bit more oomph to this guy. And Talon, when considering Monet's heroes, they will get rid of a couple of fishy ones.
The Naga. I mean, Terrorblade is still like, I don't think it's good against Morphling, but banning out the Darks here, maybe that was they were trying to set up for the Naga Siren, and that's why that gets banned. But yeah, I'm unsure.
5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to Drow Ranger.
Whoa.
Just chill. Just anti-Morphling.
Yeah.
I mean, with the nerfs to Morphling as well, right? Drow was one of the heroes that I think really struggled because like people wanted to pick Drow in that matchup, but it felt way worse. Like we could see it when it was counterpicked. It felt like almost like Morphling was counterpicking the Drow the second the Ags came out.
Right.
Like her game just got kind of ruined. It was really hard for her to avoid getting hit by the ultimate even.
Mm-hmm.
But now with less stats being stolen, it doesn't feel quite as bad. I think that assuming it's the Timbersaw and the Legion Commander, the two cores, I think those two heroes will give an excellent amount of space. It'll be exactly like how they played earlier on the side of Evil Geniuses, but instead of a Timber, it was a Primal Beast. And they made tons of space around the map in order to get Pakaz really farmed. So we'll see if they can do that for Monet. And we get an exciting hero, though. We get ourselves the Brewmaster. So benefits of the Brew. Tossing up annoying heroes. Big dispels versus any barriers. But we don't have any barrier builders here. You hate the Brew, huh?
It's over. It's over. It's freaking over, man.
Positive vibes. Positive vibes, bud.
What's this Brew going to do against the Legion Commander?
Not get dueled.
Okay. All right. I believe it.
Am I right?
Dude, Jabs doesn't even want to pick his hero. He hasn't chosen it yet. He knows. He knows. There's a way.
Just because Legion Commander and Coddle are two of the statistically best heroes versus Brewmaster, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Fair enough. I guess there are some interesting dynamics that go on here. And I think that Talon is one of these teams that like loves to go for the super late stages. I think super late Talon probably win this. Right? I mean, you've got Ember, you've got Morph, there's an ET. ET always is like this huge problem later. And I guess there is like the other thing, if you get late enough with Brew, he can get an Aghanim Scepter and his Primal Companion could like lift the Legion up or whatever. Also, I'm pretty sure that the Void stance on Brew, it's like 70 or 80% status resistance if he gets a Cinder Brew off. So that's going to be one way to help deal with the Legion, actually. So
it puts a ton of pressure on Jabs. I think that's what he likes, though. I feel like he always drafts for that. True. Where he has this possibility to just win the game himself if he just plays the absolute best game of Dota of his entire career.
Right.
But it is tough to do that consistently.
True. Absolutely. We'll see if he's able to do it as we get ready for this game number 2 coming up in just a second here. Talon facing off against Aster. Again, the stakes for this game, Aster, if they win, they almost assuredly secure themselves a top spot in the groups. And if it's 1-1, both teams are still feeling good about that, but you know, you'd feel a lot better if you're Aster. Just win. Just win, baby.
Isn't this just like their third series? I don't think you secure yourself a top spot in the group.
Dude, I think that
you're very confident compared to the opponents they still have left.
I mean, who do they have to play still? Aster's
like everyone.
I mean, I don't know.
They've only played. This is their third series.
Right, but all of the people they're playing are towards the bottom. I'm believing it.
Like Bet Boom and Tundra.
Listen, I'm calling it, okay?
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm calling my shot. If they 2-0, they're making it upper bracket.
All right. We'll write it down. We'll take some notes here, folks.
Don't question this, people out there on freaking Twitch chat.
All right. Give me your percentage chance that Talon wins this game.
30 seconds to...
I'm going to give it 25%.
That's considering what you were saying. That sounds more generous. I gotta say.
Look at that. Look,
Dota Plus is already creeping.
Yeah.
It's lurking its way towards Aster's side.
They believe. Dota Plus knows. Actually, it doesn't.
I believe in 23 Savage Morphling. All right. I believe in Genespris.
Genespris. How'd that end?
I believe in Genespris.
That's 3 bounty runes. A start. What's the percentage say? Oh my God! Devastation! Look at that.
Put it away. Put it away. Come on.
The only way the Talon could have won is if they got more bounty runes.
That was it. All right, call it. Let it go. Let's move on with the day here. Where's Gareth and Wagamagaga? Bring them in.
Ollie in the top side going to D-ward a little bit here.
Romane's just trying to get to the lane right now. He's being bullied back by Q. So, classic combos with the Brewmaster. You love to have any sort of a nuke that you can just kind of spam out a little bit. Fade Bolt, pretty good one. Matches the timings of Cinder Brew fairly well. Just keep zapping it. As you level up each spell, they both kind of have the same cooldown.
Right.
Unfortunately, missed the zap jump there over to Monet while securing the range creep, so good positioning by Monet. But up top, Ollie is playing a melee support into Skywrath Mage with an opponent with an AoE spell of overwhelming odds. That does not feel great. It is very easy to tank a ton of damage.
Yeah, they have to be really careful up here. I think as far as like pathways to do well in this game for Talon, like the lanes I think do need to at least have like a decent start to them. And so far it's feeling okay. You know, they're kind of getting what they need out of it. First couple of waves here. We'll see.
Cool play there.
Oh yeah,
by Ollie. He did just like the perfect timing of the cut through that only the range creep went, and then they actually all de-aggro because they chased him instead, and the range creep still comes through.
Interesting.
That'll end up working out. Haka might still secure it. Yep, easy.
I mean, Legion is just such a strong laner. It's kind of crazy what you can do on this guy.
Sumail. They didn't make her universal. That would have been a problem.
Monet. Getting a little bit low there and seeing some of the things that you're talking about. This combination of the Cinder Brew paired together with the Fade Bolt can be very annoying to deal with.
You know, when Venge was good, that was my favorite one, though.
Oh, the Wave of Terror?
Yeah. Just Cinder Brew, Wave of Terror. It's guaranteed. You could hit both heroes so easily most times.
Yeah, that was nice.
She's dead.
True.
And the only person who plays her is Soxa, and he just went home. So.
Oh, no.
I think Venge is out.
Say it ain't so.
And then, much like when Vengeful Spirit has Ags, the ghost of the past comes back up to fight, much like Aoi 2000 standing in again for Soxa.
Right. This guy's going to play Enchantress and just start grabbing waves. You know it's going to happen. Ollie trying to push back Kaka a bit there. Doing a good job of it. You can see the pressure being put on 23 Savage already on this Morph lane. Needing to be careful. 5 denies already for XXS. Likewise, though, some good damage as Ollie up top. Oh, just barely able to go down. And yeah, Sumail getting very low here against Makoto, but they don't have enough to take him down.
That's a tough matchup, man. Just always under threat of taking 200 damage from overwhelming odds.
Yeah.
Very difficult to be a melee hero in this world now versus Legion. Yeah, Sumail and Makoto just been doing it out mid, been relatively even on the CS for the most part through this. There is a pretty big wave coming to Sumail here, though, so he might take a bit of an edge as he already has a 4 CS lead. Unfortunately, we were watching while the flag bearer creep got taken out by the tower. Sorry, Sumail.
Unbelievable.
Didn't mean to let everybody know. But he's going to clean up all of these, so it's okay.
Good deny.
Oh!
Well played. Does Kaka end up getting a deny anywhere?
Oh, no.
Yeah. He has a healing Lotus. Tries to juke. Maybe a deny to creeps. Deny to creeps. Kaka going for it. Slow down. He's heading on through the river. Q makes the move. Dodges the blood grenade. Kaka.
Bro,
oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, he could Lotus TP. Oh, hide. Hide. Lotus TP.
He doesn't want to risk it.
Lotus TP. Oh, Kaka. What a gamer. Oh my god, he doesn't even need to. Dude, he took them on a walk.
Yeah, Windlace Skyrath, 345. And now he's coming to Makoto. He's like, yo, I'm here. Sumail, I'm ganking.
Big plays. Another round there of the Whirling Death. 3 points in it right here. Oh, no. Kaka, all that for nothing.
Tips him back.
Oh, my God. Sumail? Another slight?
Oh, who's feeding my mid?
Ooh, not quite in range.
Damn, we got some spice. This is great. This is what happens now that all the Chinese players are playing on the C servers. We got way more interactions happening.
Right. Yeah, they've
ever since the Great Migration.
They've been playing pubs against each other.
Yep.
Well, so far, so good for Aster. And Talon trying to set themselves back up for success here. Makoto a little bit behind the timber saw. And needs to be careful when he hits 6 on Sumail, which is about to happen. He has it now. Bottom lane going in onto Monet, trying to take him down. A good gust for the pushback, but Q's still causing issues. And then moving in with the Legion, overwhelming odds.
Whoa.
Not quite hitting onto jabs, but they make the move with Kaka onto Q. Will be enough for a kill there. But no extra follow-up.
Ollie will manage to get out of that one. And what are they doing? Are they going to run right back to the Twin Gate? They are indeed.
Okay.
Monet wants to get back to this bottom lane here as they try and deny those creeps. Keep it a little bit close. 23 Savage will get the Lotus that's been sitting there for a while. He's pretty low. 280 HP right now.
Yeah. Waveform on XXS. Can't do that much more.
Oh, he has raindrops. I was going to say, if he literally just ran into him and Q'd, he would have died, but the raindrops would have saved him.
Yeah.
And that is what's crazy about Morphling, is that this guy has 300 HP right now, and you still can't just kill him.
Scan, see that Ollie's already there, and Kaka's going to TP to pick up the Wisdom Rune for himself. Monet is behind the Morphling right now, so 23 Savage having a bit of a better time after that rotation away from the Legion. Makoto invis does walk into vision of this sentry, and, well, that's going to be the extent of the action he can get. So it's going to be off to the jungle for Monet. Try and play a little bit of catch-up while the Coddle takes over the lane for a bit.
I do think you're seeing the benefits of the Morphling, though, and why this pick works here versus the Legion Commander. Because the supports have not had to babysit 23 Savage at all, and his last hits are just fine. Like, it is giving space to the Legion still, which is true. But, you know, she also rotated and got a kill, so I just got a little bit more farm. But it is letting them actually try and continue to bully with the Brewmaster, because I think you want Brewmaster to just like sit as a hero.
No.
You actively want to bully out the carry, and that's what's happened to Monet. And Drow is not happy. TB, sure, happy hitting the jungle this early. Drow Ranger, not so much.
Big wrap here, heading up towards the top side. XXS and Kaka spot that. They saw that somebody was coming through the gate.
Yeah, they have the ward down bottom too, so they see them just dancing all around this gate.
Yeah. They're not going to be able to make that solid move through. Ollie goes back through again. They just keep going back and forth. I'm not sure what they're hoping to get done here, but it's not much. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the goal is here. I mean...
Now we wait.
They're literally just doing nothing.
I think they think Kaka's going to run through. That's I legit think that's what they thought.
This is so much wasted time for these supports. And
I guess they're waiting for Monet to come back?
I mean...
Look, Pichu had no idea. They're just lurking back there.
I don't know, man. That's pretty rough. TP out. Do they get him? Oh, my God. Oh, dude. Talon, the last couple of minutes, just getting styled on. Pichu gets away from them all. Unbelievable.
And Jab's now going to immediately run top, trying to hold this tower. Has the split, but I don't think you can threaten kills. He could kill Kaka, to be fair. If Kaka gets too close, he could split and kill him.
Oh. Monet, he is happy to take all of that farm for himself, trying to get into the Midas for the Drow. I think it's pretty clear what Aster's game plan is this game. Delay farm for Monet.
Sumail, despite being picked relatively early for this Timbersaw, it's still a great game.
Yeah.
They do eventually have to bring Monet back into it, but oh jeez.
Monet. Any TPs, or is he just gonna have to get out of this himself? Trying to back out. The stomp, it's gonna be there, and yeah, Monet, he is finally gonna get punished. This needed to happen. Talon had to get these kills here. It's very good.
Any teammates?
Blink Dagger done for Legion. Sky not with him.
Spicy.
Trying to get level 6.
Yeah, Pichu has it on the coddle, but not quite there for old Kaka after his grand adventure.
Right.
Makoto gets hit by that timber chain. That was a lot of damage.
Oh, the duel! Yo, that is big.
Man, the timing of that rotation. The fact that he also hit that timber chain as well.
Yeah.
Like, one might even call that a meaty timber chain even. On,
that was nice.
On the return there.
Jump in.
And he's back. He's just right onto Ollie. Remember me.
Force a rotation.
Not fun.
Runs away. And just like that, XXS is fine. 30 seconds till next duel. And, well, Skywrath now has the Mystic Flare at the ready.
Do they have a smoke? So they just smoked a mid right here. This is going to be fantastic. Yeah, they're going to. Kaka's bullying it out. They're just going to smoke and loop on Sumail. Makoto to link up with Sumail. Is that the play? Or do they want to punish this Morphling?
They need to kill this catapult. I think the catapult was scouting him.
Yeah, if he rotates to that camp, I think that's what he's calling. He says that 23 Savage is going to go to that camp. We smoke to the right. We catch him at the camp.
The other move, though. Dire. Gotta be careful.
Yeah. Oh, you got bopped.
Press the attack. Try to run. Trying to escape. Blink Dagger broken. XXS in trouble. Another Blink broken. Can they get in range? No. Gets the Blink out. Aster. They have anything else here? Won't be able to make any other move. But Monet, very happy with this space. Still trying to get towards that Midas. Dude is broke as a joke.
He's ahead of the supports. He's got that going for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not looking great. Surely she should just be able to one-shot creep still, right?
Yeah.
Like, come on. She needs it. Speaking of Midases, though. The big one, the Brewmaster. Loves that Midas.
Odo?
One of the best heroes.
Oh, recognizing the danger. Yeah, that's smoking. They could have found him right there. Instead, the head towards mid. Need to be careful about their positioning here.
If they see that remnant, if they had a ward, maybe they might try and camp it, but Makoto might like jump back, trying to be aggressive.
Going into the jungle. They need to be wary about this. Sumail, he already has stacks. Will they have enough to kill him off in time? No. He is going to get lifted. Do not have an easy way out of this one, but he finds his way away for a second. Pulled back in by the chain. He actually gets a dim distance. And Timber chain away, not going to happen. He's dead.
Great use there of the early morph from 23 Savage.
Yeah.
There's a couple heroes that feel really good, and Timber is definitely one of them. I think it gives you high mobility, but the fact that it gives you so much ridiculous damage is great. Only 2 points in the reactive armor at this point because he's only level 11 on Sumail, so you kind of have this window when you go for the max damage where obviously he's going to want the chakram at 12, and so you're kind of stuck on being slightly squishier. And even though it took the entire team, like that just comes back to this idea of just like having that amp damage and actually be able to cut through him. A great first split there from Jabs. I think it was the first one.
Yeah.
That's definitely the target you want. You can see he's also waiting for some of these bigger creeps for the Midas. If you're interested in playing Brewmaster and you've never played the hero before, keep in mind, Midas is very good because the problem with Brewmaster is that a lot of the items that you buy, you don't get a lot of use of because you're in your split form. So the good thing about Midas is you're basically just buying experience. That is your goal, new players who want to try this hero. So it's pretty legit. Obviously, you also have like a crit and stuff. You run a brawler, so attack speed can be kind of chill too.
Right.
But the main thing is that you just want levels. All his talents are insane. You want the bigger levels on Primal Split. And you do, actually want gold, and eventually too would be pretty cool.
Right. It's helpful. Speaking of wanting gold, Monet is being chased away from here. Does going to have the Midas back up, but they have a ward down. Spot jabs. Hello, sir. How are you doing? And that is a problem.
Especially because that ward's about to expire in 27 seconds, so someone's going to come by, try and deward it. There's not going to be anything there. Yep, Jabs just pinged it. That gets put on your little list that you have to go do as a support. You get there. There's no ward. Animosity builds. That's Dota, baby.
Absolutely. Well, keeping that pressure up on that top side, this is going to be the Lincoln Sphere completed for Morphling. Legion, at the moment, getting into the BKB, so won't have an easy way to break that Lincoln's in the near future. But honestly, I think the #1 target's going to be Jabs in these fights. If they can catch him before he gets the split off, #1 dual target. Scanning behind the tower, they see people.
He is the keystone to these fights, without a doubt. Q. Spot up
Down.
on Sword.
Very dead. Ooh, and now they have Chakra on Q. Oh,
that is a huge steal. They have the Ember Coddle. This is what you guys wanted. You've stolen it. Copied your strategies here.
Well, Monet still staying AFK as he can be. Has the Dragonlance done, trying to get into the Agnum Scepter. This is going to be towers given up. The thing that's interesting about this game, if you're sort of keeping your eyes on the graph, it's been pretty consistently a gold lead for Talon, but still feeling pretty good as far as the win probability is concerned. XXS, though, turned upon, tries to get some separation. They have the primal split, and XXS going to be found. This is a nice kill for them here.
They're getting these kills across the map, and although Monet is farming on his catch-up, and he's slowly crawling up the board, 23 Savage is still getting lots of space to farm as well, and he's going to be having an easier time utilizing that in these team fights. Drow still needs a pretty specific set of circumstances in team fights to feel really comfortable. She needs that space around her. She doesn't want anyone jumping on top of her. She doesn't want to get hit by a random ET stomp and just be disabled during the team fight, or a Brewmaster Cyclone. There's a lot of things that she just has to play around, whereas you look at 23 Savage, he's just going to be looking to copy Timber and just go nuts. Especially with this Lincoln's.
Yeah, no, for sure. It allows him to just play so freely.
I think that's why the Manta is so good here, too. I definitely love this choice. Go Lincoln's right into Manta because you just want to utilize your ultimate as this Morphling. You don't want to be locked down by this the silence of Kaka or anything like that. Maybe even additional silences if you try and jump onto Monet. Just keep things moving.
For Aster, gonna need to watch out for this gank move. And Makoto finds him. Does have the Lotus on him, so Sumail gets force staffed and out of trouble. Trying to get towards the Octarine core for himself. While Talon starting to group together and try and exert some of their will around the map. Aster is still holding on to a very slight gold lead, but Talon definitely in a position where they can fight now.
Yeah, the pipe complete there for Jabs, so be a bit harder to bring him down before these fights start. They do have a lot of physical damage as well, of course, especially if Drow gets involved. But that big nuke potential of the duel is what he's hoping to mitigate here with this.
Right.
And just like someone just gets stuck in place and then hit by Skywrath Mage, obviously. That is 4 points in the Ancient Seal, however, of course, so the increased magic damage is ridiculous. You're basically just canceling out that spell, and then there's still quite a bit of magic damage piling through. Any Veil buyers?
Maybe. Could be good. Monet has really been the definition of AFK farm, which you love to see. Makoto maybe in trouble here. The silence, double silence, and the duel gone. I mean, they're going to need more Lincoln Spheres.
Yeah, a couple more, huh? Man, that was a gross overwhelming odds. That was 400 damage.
Yeah.
The help of the Ancient Seal. Boosting that right up. And one thing about Monet is he also has to go Ags first because it's a Morphling game. Like, that's kind of the whole point of the counter pick. It almost feels like he gets that, and it's still like, back to farming, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is interesting. Ollie sent the spirit through, now trying to find people with it. They decide not to go Roche as soon as the Elder Titan spirit showed up. And now they're going to spread out across the map. Maybe look for another pick with Legion. Has duel back up again.
Talon are hunting. They don't have 23 Savage. He's completely not here.
They find Kaka.
Ooh, they missed the bolus.
Looking. He has a silence at the ready. A jump could come out. Healing Lotus. Not going to go for it. Okay. So they don't decide to try and go for a turn.
I'm really surprised he didn't try and BKB duel that.
Yeah.
So it would have been very tempting, but I think he knew that the Flame Guard is just a little bit too much right now, right? Because he has the level 10 talent, so the Sky would basically just cancel that out, and then he still has all that other HP to work through, and they didn't have enough allies nearby. Like, if Sumail's there, maybe they go for it, but that's very good reservation there from XXS.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like Aster think their game plan is the late game, which, again, I can't really argue with him that much. This Drow does counter Morphling for a reason, and she is getting bigger and bigger. Monet has that Agnum Scepter done, trying to farm up these camps here. And with that Midas continuing to go, it's been pretty freaking good for her so far.
This has got to be one of the most boring Timbersaw games I've ever seen. Because 1-1-0 on Timbersaw. I feel like this is not a hero that you really want to be AFK farming on the whole time. I don't think it feels that great.
Instead, Talon are going to be heading into the pit themselves while Aster take the Tormentor. Okay. So Kaka gets the shard.
Kill DD Morph.
And into the pit they go. Is Radiant side Roche, though. So we'll spawn there on the next Aegis. What can they get done with this, though?
Probably continue their current plan of just letting 23 Savage be a little solo and then running around as 4. Jabs is level 13, so big upgrade compared to earlier. Now that he has the single point, the ultimate from the 12, and gonna start hunting for these fights. That Drunken Brawler is maxed out as well. You've been seeing that when he gets into aggressive positions, he's often been sitting in the Void stance too, if he ever thinks he's gonna get jumped on first.
Right. So again, just a passive 25% status resistance. If he does Cinder Brew, it goes up to 75%. Oh, sorry, up to what should we call it? 60% instead with the 25% or 20% resistance. My brain turned off a second there. Thank you. XXS is going to take the top tier 2 tower in exchange for the bottom one taken. Although TPN immediately runs away.
It is interesting to choose between the Void and the Earth.
Yeah.
He was just roaming around as like the Earth one. Now he's on the Void. I feel like the Void makes the most sense in case you get hit by the Silence first.
Right.
Because I think you'll survive long enough that it's better to have the status resistance as compared to the magic. Because, like, do you really want to be stuck in it for 6 seconds, or do you want to cut that down? You know?
Right. Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Have a Dispel. And he's going for the Refresher next, too.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a change, too, because we used to have the Eggs build was just 2 charges of your ultimate, and so you basically always just went Eggs Refresher. But now you have this debate as to whether or not the Ags is actually good on Primal Beast. And I don't know if it's even a per-game thing. It feels like it's more of a per-player thing.
Right.
Whereas some players think that the value of the Primal Companion is just that ridiculous, especially in a game, I would say in a game like this, where the Storm Panda feels really strong. This idea of just like, I want my Cyclone to be ready the second we see a duel, or the second I see the Drow, I want to invis and hunt her down. But he's putting more value in the ultimate. That means he needs the shard.
Right. No, I mean, it very much, you're going to get a ton of value if, even in these late game scenarios, if you can get the lift onto Drow, it's going to kind of wreck her.
XXS? It's a great target.
Jump right at the start. BKB, run away. Tries to get out of there, but got clipped at the very end. Sumail throwing out a Chakram. XXS has a Blink. Blink TP gets away, and Sumail might not be so lucky. As 23 Savage is after him, does a ton of damage out with the chakram and everything, but no, Sumail, he's going to die. So a good pick there. Talon making some solid moves. And still Monet farms.
Yeah, they were really close to getting nothing out of that if they weren't able to cancel that TP there from Sumail. So really well done from 23 Savage. If they had a few more stuns, it would be very helpful on Talon, right? Because like right now, they can't actually lock down and kill a lot of these targets. They also don't have the best heroes to go for Scythe, unfortunately.
Right.
That is certainly one of the big problems with Brewmaster. He's kind of a master of team fights, but unless you go for the Aghanim Scepter, outside of your ultimate, you don't have the best tools.
Right. Tier 2 tower. Gonna start to get hit here. While Pichu spams the wave. Kaka pushing this one out too. Jabs is nearby him. Success was also hunting in the area. But Aster just trying to dodge away. Man, these Midases are getting value. I'll tell you what. Success?
I tell you, Alright. Talon lose this game, I'm just going to be broken. I know that they probably will. Because I feel broken for them. Because it feels like they're playing the game. It's like chasing a Jigglypuff in Melee. I feel like Aster are just playing Jigglypuff right now.
That's fair. Kaka goes
and
down.
I'm a fox, and they're just planking. They're planking on ledge right now. And I'm playing the game. I'm going out. I'm farming the camps. I'm playing Dota. I want to fight. And they're just like,
nope.
Puff, puff. That's all I see here.
That's fair. We'll see if they can do it.
A disgrace. It's a disgrace to the game. Gotta ban it. Gotta force fights.
That's
Where's the stall rule?
There you go.
Yeah, ledge grab limit. All right. Smoke is up here. You guys want to hunt them some more?
A CS limit. You can only
That's
last
right.
it so many times.
Yeah.
Oh! All right. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be quick enough? It gets enough damage out right as the duel ends. Don't get the victory, but do get the kill. Sumail wanting to chase for more right onto Ollie. Eats the greater healing lotus. That gets him back up to full. Sumail low but not dead yet, and finally ends up dying to 23 Savage. Now Makoto, BKB, bits away from him there, but keeps himself alive.
And you still get those extra stats, a few more, of course, versus the Universal Heroes. So weakening him down a bit there on that Timbersaw. It was a trade in the end, of course. At least they get something. Come on, Talon.
Can they do it? This is great. We have biased caster now for real. Normally it's all a joke, but now it's real stuff. We're actually biased. As Ollie tries to get away, Force Staff's going to keep him back. XXS. Ooh, Chakram thrown. They protect their ward.
It's growing in strength. The Drow Ranger looms ever larger upon the horizon. And our tier 3 neutrals here, and it's going to be a little bit harder to bring her down.
Yep.
Top of the Elven Tunic. What's next for 23 Savage? Considering a couple options here, goes for the Scotty. Bit safe, bit middle of the road. Helps out a couple of these versus a couple of these heroes. Legion, Timber, pretty solid. Just general sustainability as well with some more HP pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Morph is definitely feeling mighty strong right now. He has gotten what he needs so far. And we'll have to see if over the next couple of minutes, maybe that next Aegis is what we're going to be looking for to finally put the screws to Aster if they can. They have not been able to really break open a lead in this game. They haven't been able to take like firm control over it, even though they're doing anything they want in the map. It always feels like Aster's getting something in return.
Yeah, I think the main problem is that it is like both teams lacking in this bit of hard lockdown and control. Like there is individual targeting like you saw where they just jump onto the Brewmaster, but Outside of the duel, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of stuns for Aster. There's kind of no stuns. And if we look at Talon, it's also similarly pretty weak in terms of like actual sustained lockdown. So they're looking for a Scythe next on Sumail. Makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't mind another Scythe, but it's pretty hard to get. I mean, Peach is going to try. So he'll try and farm his way there too. I think if they get double Scythe up for Aster, that's when they can finally actually utilize all of this growth that they're finding on Monet and get the big damage out. But without it, it's kind of hard to win these fights.
Yeah.
Or at least to force a fight when you want to. It's getting to the point now where Jabs is going to have the gold here for this refresher in a moment. And that's a big fight. Keep in mind, they do still have a lot of AoE damage that he's to be concerned about. I do worry about him taking this fight with refresher without Shard.
Yeah.
The Shard, if you haven't played Brew in a while, guys, it has been changed to the way to end the ultimate early is no longer linked to the Ags. It is linked into the Primal Splits Shard. So having that available is huge. It also just gives a crazy duration of up to 30 seconds. So 10 more seconds on your ulti. Sorry, 12 more, actually, once he gets to 18.
Well, and then the other issue that they're going to run into, of course, 20 seconds till Roche is going to spawn, relatively fast one, is like you said, that, damage that's coming out from Drow might just kill all the Brewlings, or you end up in a situation where, he gets dueled before the fight even starts. So they're heading in. They want to contest this Roche. Smoked up already for Talon. Talon in position. Now, Drow not with them yet, but starting to make that move down bottom. They scan. They know that they're over here. Now they
TP.
It's a little scary.
Yeah.
Are they just going to give this up?
No. They're coming.
Thinking about it, Roche not very low at all. Starts to fall. The Spirit is sent back. Aster, move forward. There's a ward there. They see it. Roche, half HP. Jabs in position to try and break this stuff. Chakram out, hitting onto Roche himself. Sumail thinking about going in. Q is there for a lift if they do decide to go. Immediately takes this out. The split comes out. Stolen Chakram. Sleep onto 3. Good hit. Aegis already claimed, and now this fight, it's going to happen one way or another. Monet up on the low ground trying to do what damage they can. They can't find a target. XXS already dueled. Was on to a Lincoln's. Not enough done. Makoto is getting ran at by Sumail, but I think this fight is going all Talon. Sumail's in trouble. He is just going to get brought down. The Lincoln's was what they needed, and they find the perfect fight. Easy as pie for Talon.
Yeah, immediate refresh as well there from Jabs. Just would rather keep that on cooldown the ulti and just wants to be ready to go here. Sorry, on the refresher that is. So nice positioning here from Talon. That's exactly what they need. Again, no one can force a fight. Like, despite them being in the worst spot ever when the other team takes Roche directly outside, they still are unable to lock too many heroes down just because of the couple dispels that they have versus the long-reaching lockdown of the bolas. But they're going to take that. They're going to march to the high ground here and even cut these trees. Catching Kaka lurking on the side. Nicely done. Q still holding that chakram. Got it right at the start of that fight.
Monet starts to beat away a little bit there at 23 Savage and onto Jab. Some good damage. The duel done. Didn't get a chance to do anything, and now Monet turns, hits onto 23 Savage. That's going to be one life for sure. Can they find another? Talon need to defend their carry. Monet is there. They have the Earth Splitter. Dodges away from some of that damage, but Q, he might be in some trouble, gets the blink away. Ollie, Chase? No, can't get him. I mean, look, Refresher's great. If you don't get the ulti off, it's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it is tough. I mean, this is kind of Brewmaster issues, right? Like, when he was building the pipe, I was wondering if he might shift off to an Aeon Disc, like, looking at this. But then even Aeon Disc, like, is that going to be enough in this game to save you? Because then someone's just going to go for Nullifier. In fact, XSS is already eyeing it up right now because, it's clearly become just a straight-up great item in the later game, but that is a pretty common solution for Brewmasters to go for. And literally, he just queued it up. All right, so, it's just... Man. Depending on how fast this comes out, because there's already quite a bit of farm here on XXS, like, it just might be immediately countered.
Yeah.
And then this is where you run into this problem of Brewmaster, because then you're just like, oh, so what do I do? Like, do I have to split outside of the fight? Do I try and buy a Blink Dagger to try and get in so I can just, like, Blink Split, but then I don't get to use my other 2 spells?
Yeah.
It's really awkward. And Jabs, he drafted himself this Brewmaster. It was last pick. and he has to play perfectly to win this game. And I'll be honest, he's been doing a great job. Like I think it's been a pretty hard game for Brewmaster to play. He just died to the Tormentor.
Dude. My guy.
Oh, how long has this patch been out?
That's 60 seconds with no buyback.
It's menacing. It's a menacing pool of lava there.
Dude, actually, oh my
he's
god!
Just like
oh
me,
my god!
For real.
Oh my god, dude! Oh no! Oh no! Because now they can try and force something here. They're actually out on the map and gonna take towers because of this. Oh! Just get a buddy. Get a friend.
Just don't get a Rax. Just don't get a Rax.
Just get a friend. Get a friend. You don't need to do this alone. Oh man.
It's good stuff.
Trying to find a pick off. Well, they know that they're gonna want to go for the Tormentor.
Yeah. It's a frightening Tormentor though. It's got a body count. I don't know.
Oh my god. Yeah, 1 kill. God. Well, it happens. You get one, you know.
It's got 1/12 as many last hits as Ollie.
Okay. All right. Well, Talon.
It's just a tower.
It was 2 towers. It was 3 towers, actually.
Just a couple towers. There's a couple towers.
Top, middle, and bottom. Wow, that Aegis death really ended up mattering, didn't it? Kaka, Glimmer, running away. They pop the brew split for this. Now they see 23. They see jabs. Heading forward. Do have a lift up if they want to use it. Glimmered, though, for the moment. Now backing away. One pops that BKB Shadow Blade and gets out. So they're disengaging from the fight. The fight continues over towards the mid lane, though. But after Brew used ulti, he, like you said, did immediately refresh and has a split ready if he needs it.
He's just doing it for the Midas.
True.
Genius.
Yeah, double value.
Yeah, it's right back up there. And post recap. All right, so we're back on top. It's okay. Yeah, getting some map control back. Still feeling pretty strong. Scythe Watch, though. Almost done for Sumail. And almost done for Pichu. And I think that if they do not take a Rax before the double Scythe comes up, I think this game looks really, really good for Aster. I think the Scythes are going to kind of crush them.
Well, this Tormentor.
I also think, dude, Jabs needs a shard. Like, legit. He needs the shard on this hero. It's so much better to have the shard.
Yeah.
It just reduces so much of the danger. It also just gives him that crazy long duration. But can't find the opportunity for it. And he's very close to his Aeon Disc. He's only 30 gold away. Like, you can disassemble the boots for it. How close is that Nullifier? It's done. Okay, done with 2,000 gold. All right, yeah. That's a slight issue.
That's an issue. They also did just get the Hex done. And also, Timbersaw getting the Trickster Cloak. Drow has not gotten a tier 4 neutral yet. Trickster Cloak on Morphling. So evasion's starting to become an issue.
Maybe if Jabs gets Ninja Gear.
Right.
That could be kind of huge. Oh, he's got
Ninja
him now. What's he got?
Let's see. What does he decide to go for on Jabs? Did you make your choice? Oh, that usually means it's a bad one. Okay, no.
That's good. No, that's good. That's definitely one of the other best ones. That might even be better than Ninja Gear. It just depends how confident you are on their vision.
Right.
I guess because he's not playing the Blink style anyway, he can't really use the Ninja Gear that well. So
right. Ward over there.
Jabs is splitting to siege bottom.
Okay.
But he doesn't have the shard, so he can't use the Earth Panda, which is annoying
right
because the Earth Panda is one with Demolish.
Is still gonna get this range Rax down relatively low. They do manage to get over into position quickly enough to take out the rest of them. But yeah, as you said, no Earth Panda there. And he just backs away. But that will be a pretty cool play for them eventually. If they want to just slow siege buildings down with that even, maybe.
But it's GG, as Patrick points out here. We got the double scythes. It's over. Tag it in.
Yeah.
The scythes are up. So
That's
currently, he's almost level 18 on Pichu. He's 17.5. If he gets one more level, he'll get the bonus 125 on the cast range to be the full plus 375. He also has a Psychic Headband, so this Scythe is going to go nutty when he ults. It's going to be really hard to avoid. Remember, there is no Lincoln Sphere on Jabs. There is one on Makoto's Ember, and there is one on the Morphling, though. So those are the two big ones to watch for. There will be a 4-staff save, potentially from Ollie. Maybe he can get them out of trouble. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah. 6K on the gold lead. And Aster, still in a very, very strong position. Their movements around the map are gaining them a lot. It's a long Roche respawn. So tier 4, Drow has that ninja gear for herself. Sends one more back. That'll be for either Coddle or the Sky.
Oh, and claps in the chat here. We've hit 1 kill for every 2 minutes in this game.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. It's
amazing.
A barn burner.
Yeah, it is. Jeez. Interestingly, Coddle decides to just keep the Psychic Headband. Oh, wait, no, he's bringing out the tier 4 neutral right now. Okay. Ninja gear for Sky. Ooh, that's nice, too.
It feels so good on so many support heroes.
Yeah.
Just the confidence you have being smoked up. And when you have Gem, too, like this.
Oh, yeah.
It's very nice.
Oh, Coddle takes the Timeless Relic.
All right, that's for the Scythe.
Yeah. Very, very good stuff. All right.
God, this is so tense. Oh, Roche in 1 minute. Nothing. Net worth does not matter at all right now, folks. It means nothing. All that matters is who hits their scythes, who hits their duels, does the split get off. There's an Arcane Rune Ember with Aghanims. This could be big.
Monet goes in.
Nullified.
Goes in very far, very far. All the way onto Kaka, trying to blow him up. Kaka, Glimmercape backs away. Do they have detection? Do they have anything? Monet pops the BKB. They turn. They kill Kaka. Does not have buyback. And in fact, they're just going to TP away with the rest of them. XXS TP's out after his BKB. They give up the Roche, and Sumail is going to likely go down.
Dude,
now,
what a sweet entrance there from Makoto, man.
That was exactly what they needed.
Just having the Arcane Rune, too, to just confidently pop your BKB and YOLO in. Because like these fights, this comes back to like the lack of stuns on both sides, but it's just the vision is just so key. And being able to break up the fight and make it super chaotic like that.
Right.
He culled Monet as well. He was down to like half HP instantly.
That's sick.
Just does not have the defense.
Long Rochery spawn, but enough time for Timber. Well, they're gonna have enough time to take it still, because Timber's dead for a while.
And they just camp the pit too, just to ensure like 100% we're gonna know when it's up.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, they kind of get owned by Roche.
Oh, big win. Right. They're gonna get the Ags.
Yeah, who's taking that? I guess, do they just give it to Jabs?
Oh,
they're giving it to Ollie?
Oh my god. Okay. That's kind of hype. I love that.
That's going to help him out a lot versus the Timber.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of struggling in these fights. He just keeps getting like pulled apart by Timbersaw if when the fight like breaks down a little bit.
Right.
That's pretty nice for Ollie.
Kaka trying to
for
farm
the Primal
up.
Companion, but all right.
Just out of vision. Down bottom, Jabs. They're over here with Monet and the rest of the team.
Does have the shard this time too, so that's nice. You
Yeah.
can just win Panda away.
Right. Keeps himself safe. And they will manage to kill off a couple of those Brewlings. But it's still more the same, you know? AFK farm on Monet, try and hold their high ground eventually and wait for a good fight. I feel like Talon really want to get something done with this Aegis, though. I think it's time to really try and push the tempo. We'll see if they decide to do that.
I think you don't want to be too bold. You don't want to.
Right.
You know, one scythe, problems can occur. Going later, I mean, I'm not really that concerned at this point. I feel like they've kind of gotten over the hump of any real dangers from Aster.
Okay.
Like, I feel like Ember is just at the point now where he kind of has all these like defensive items, but now he's willing to grow offensively, and with the help of this Aghanim Scepter, you know,
True.
He's looking pretty good. You slot that thing in, you get another slot opened up with your bag there. It's a bit better. Pretty confident. I mean, Mighty Savage just got a BKB. You know, they're kind of chilling right now.
True. Fair enough.
Talon. I think this game just comes back to the inability to actually get much out of this Timbersaw pick.
Right.
And he had an incredible start. Like, he farmed very nicely, but they didn't Timbersaw didn't do Timbersaw things. They weren't pushing forward on the map. They weren't taking towers. He wasn't bullying. He wasn't sitting in dangerous spots. He just, like, farmed the jungle a lot.
True.
Because they couldn't really do much with the lack of stuns in their support duo. And even all they really had was duels. And at some point, they just didn't feel confident enough to actually move out with XXS.
You know, one thing I'm pretty stoked to see? Ollie throw Spirit forward and then stomping and choosing to just be in there. You know what I mean?
It's go time. Yeah, with the punches.
Yeah, I think because he's queuing up Mask of Madness next. Like, he's ready to battle. Thinking about it. Silence, duel, got him, but the lift up, well played. They got Drow away. They don't have the damage to throw into this. Trying to now turn onto it, does some good damage forward, but the back away, not onto him. XXS dying, dead, out of there. Sumail also in trouble. Kaka, Pichu trying back away. Now Monet will be able to hit a couple of times here, but just doesn't have the damage he needs. But no, wait, jabs? What happened?
He came out and got hexed. He just got hexed up. He got double hexed.
I thought he had a Bruling out of the base, but no, he went all in with everybody. Oh man, that is a big mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching Trinity Savage. He had a shield rune when they jumped him, so that was a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
Considering how much they were able to whittle him down, maybe even to take out that Aegis a bit on the earlier end there. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't have one of the base. I think that would be kind of the whole point. But he has been microing them previously, so maybe it got caught in the backline or something, or maybe he just had more confidence he'd get off a second split and wanted all his units inside.
Right.
I mean, he has been saving buyback this whole time, too. Like, he was very careful about the Aeon Disc purchase. He has also given up on that by the looks of it, unless it's sitting somewhere. Yeah, no, he gave up on it. He saw the nullifier and was just like, I've only committed to the recipe, whatever.
Sumail looking likely in some trouble here yet again. TP out, not gonna happen. No chance at all. So they take down Sumail, finish him off. Old lead being accentuated by Talon right now. And I mean, as much as that last play was rough, like, they can just go down bottom and do it again now, right?
Yeah, one would hope. Jabs on the way. No creeps to Midas, so just got to wait for that respawn. There we go. Easy.
No Sumail for 50 seconds.
Now, they're not going to get dueled with, like, 2 seconds left on this Aegis, right? That's not going to happen?
Surely.
Promise me.
I'm sure that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, see, look, they're giving a little Lincoln's help there.
Okay.
There we go.
They back away. They're going to start to take down this melee Rax here. Stomp goes out. Remnant forward. Lift up onto Drow, and they manage to take down that melee Rax. So they do get a couple of them there. And Jabs, one of his pandas left behind. They hex it, but he comes out on the other panda.
That was the most casual siege. They don't want to commit anything because Sumail's down, and he does have that scythe. More so than the damage. That's really what they desperately need right now.
Yeah.
To have any hope of winning one of these fights. The Talon in very firm control, looks like right now. Not able to link anything up here from Aster, and they're finally going to migrate out of the base. They need to find a fight that allows Monet to actually right-click people. He's on a ward to use this gold.
He's on a ward. They find Jabs. He's gone. That's a dead Jabs for a while. Can they get anything else here? Though. They're on this ward. This ward is giving total vision. Talon realized that they back away.
And the gem's down, but it's not picked up.
They have a creep wave up top. They want to try and force a buyback.
It's a bit of a big break here from Talon. I mean, I think the cooldown's probably back anyway, to be honest. It's probably just bought another gem, so it's probably not a big deal. Actually, yeah, they still have one in stock.
Okay. Are they actually
They just didn't bother.
I'm wondering what the call is here from Aster right now. Monet is pinging that he wants to go hit these buildings, and it looks like they're going to do just that.
Yeah, he's ninja geared up. Throw him out. No immediate jumps here.
Tower is under attack.
How many ninja gears are in this game?
There's a few. Now the wrap through, seeing if they can find anybody out of the base. Talon dodging away from them for now. Makoto's heading down south. Does have that 25, so the extra slight charges. 23. Ooh, man.
Have those Lincolns, though.
Yeah.
So,
There's creeps hitting their tier 4 towers. Like, Talon know what's going on right now.
I mean, there was a chance. If Smell caught him there,
Yeah.
if he's quick enough to get the halberd into the site before he pops something. But although I don't think he'd have run it down. So yeah, actually maybe he could have died there. They're immediately going to essentially retrace the steps here, follow some footprints of Aster. Next hero, Tracker. So
Glimmer tries to run, no detection. Monet has so much money right now. He's saving buyback, but he's almost got enough for Daedalus. Did synth his Aghanim Scepter already.
Maximizing these slots.
Yeah.
Roche, the timer will be about a minute there, folks.
Okay.
So, you know, get your exercise in. Do a lap. Take a lap around the house. As the Brewlings come into push, he's going to retreat back the Wind Panda.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. He sends it. He sends it up. He's feeling confident.
Well, Monet there too. Just spamming out against it right now. This is all of Jabs right here. Now he sends the Wind Panda away now. Okay. But trying to get in some of this chip damage, this is, you know, not insignificant.
Yeah, they shouldn't have any way to deal with it. Right? Like, there shouldn't be enough AoE lockdown to get them all.
No. All right. 4K gold lead is all that we've got. But Talon in good position now. Jabs, they see him again. He goes for the split right at the start. Okay. Are they looking to take this fight? The silence is that he's dead. Jabs did not anticipate that movement at all, but he just walked into them. Homie. This is a serious problem. 23, he's in Timbersaw form. They find the ward, they take it down. I don't even know, Trent.
I don't know. I got nothing, bud. He just died.
Yeah.
I think he envisions them getting back, but Makoto,
Catch
he's
onto
the
2. Kaka goes down. Big kill. The duel onto the Rubik. It's not doing enough damage, but they finally have it now. That's enough for the kill. X now onto Morpheline. Sumail has to run away. Monet also backing out of there. The buyback already came from Kaka. The buyback came from Jabs. As they find and kill XXS. If they want to, they can buy back now on Aster, but it looks like they're going to give up another Roche.
Yeah, I don't think they can fight here. Getting back into positioning is going to be too tough. Trying to TP into that state, like with all these wards and all sentries down here, it's going to be a bad time. So we have another Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Out here for Talon. Jabs perhaps needs one more Panda to send in, I think.
That was the problem.
Do it.
Oh, more?
Actually.
Wait, what? No, okay, yeah, they do give it to Jabs.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait.
He's holding it. Maybe he's reading it. Okay. He is going to give it to somebody else then.
He's going to combine it with his energy booster.
Okay.
There we go. He builds the Aeon Disc, so he's no more messing around. He just builds it.
I think they're going to give it to Rubik instead.
Yeah, I guess so. He does not care for the eggs.
I will say it does make things a little bit weird sometimes with like your micro and stuff. So maybe he's worried about it messing him up if he hasn't practiced it more. I don't know. But they're going to split. Monet, ready to start punching. Hits, breaks, throws damage out. XXS jumps forward, 23, good damage, and he is dead one time. Now, looked for a duel, can't get in range in time. XXS backs away. Remnant forward from Makoto onto Kaka, doing some good damage with the duel. Whoa. They save it. Oh, the lift up though. Keeps him alive for a moment, but will it be long enough? No, Makoto is dead. Jab's second round trying to make something happen. They get the push back there from the Coddle. Jabs is going to die in his ulti another time unless he can get away with one. All right, the Fire Panda gets away. 23 onto Monet. Tries to back away. Invis gets out, runs. Silence back. Ollie, he hits very hard. They're all back onto him. Monet able to get some amount of escape. Manta dodging, trying to get out of there, but will die. Does that buyback. Now, everybody back alive on the side of one, but they get the Hex. Follow-up not there. 23 Savage gets away. They still have one more lane. Sumail trying to chase. Ollie getting some separation. The slowdown. Sumail double chakram. Connects onto him. But eventually with Monet there, it will be enough damage to get the kill. Holy
Makoto's
moly.
Nullifier is doing so much work, though. Like, that chase down, trying to lock anybody down is so difficult with all the assistants they have. Force staffs, glimmers, right? But that Nullifier, very necessary. And he's doing a little management here as well.
Yeah.
With the help of his DD rune that he has now put into his inventory, so Makoto ready for that next fight.
Oh, God.
Right for the Gleipnir to try and increase their control a little bit more, and obviously just working with what he's already got. That was his buyback, though, so they're kind of all in at this point. Big buybacks still left in the game. Certainly, I mean, 23 Savage and Sumail are the only two cores that currently have buyback, and those are all timers. It's not a gold issue for anyone here. As Tormentor's taken. Shard for XXS.
Satanic about to be completed for Drow. Might be a turning point. But to be honest, this game, it's getting to some crazy territory. Though we did see in that last fight, Q with the Wind Waker, making some solid moves. You know, able to save Makoto. Yeah. But buyback's going to be imperative here.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Wind Waker with all the legions we've been seeing, but it's obvious why it's so hard to get there. It's just such a costly item, such a bad buildup. This like naked Mystic Staff and Mules feels pretty awful.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah,
dude.
let's go, Ollie. All right, Ollie wants to win this game.
Ollie is a monster. Sumail does have that double chakram.
He'll live. Haka as well been feeling very confident out on the map because of this ninja gear, and again he's trying to pop it right now. It's kind of dangerous to be doing this without a blink dagger, but
I've been really impressed with Kaka's. The fact that he's only died 7 times this game is kind of crazy. Split.
Yeah.
Walk high ground. They see one of the pandas though. Force staff gets the low ground, backs away. Another force staff. They're out of there.
Even dropped the Will-O-Wisp there for some protection. So, y'all want to wait for another Roche? Or you guys busy today? You guys got any plans? It's funny, we were so far ahead.
Boots of travel. They botsed onto the panda that found Sumail. So Sumail, in more trouble, is going to get ran down here and going to die. Now, he does have buyback, but did not anticipate that move coming from Jabs.
Yeah, they're likely going to know that he has buyback just on how like his inventory hasn't changed in quite a while.
Yeah.
And he's been the one who's been doing all this pushing it on the map because, you know, he clears the waves very fast. You know, so he has the buyback, so.
Right.
They're not too worried about this inside of Aster. Obviously, it's still a big pick for talent because this is how you want to force the next engagement. Right. It does mean that you have to go high ground without the Aegis. And we've seen how fast they can die that first time.
It's scary stuff, I would say also. Will-O-Wisp down, starting to beat into them a bit with the multi-shot. This is likely going to be mega creeps here. I don't know if Talon are going to try and force the issue after they get the racks, but we'll see. Silence dead! Oh my God! Oh no!
That explains it.
Oh no!
That explains it.
Oh. And there's no way that Aster could have known that.
Oh, of course not. They're just playing Dota.
Oh, jeez. That is really unfortunate timing. Oh my God. Oh man.
Imagine like Talon who can't see the game state right now because they're still disconnected, and like Aster are sitting on the other side of the stage right now, just like looking like, oh, actually wait, they're in rooms, aren't they?
I mean, so
on the mainstream.
Check it out. Here's the other problem. Like, realistically, there's no way that he buys back right now. 100 seconds dead. They have to back away. I imagine Aster's just going to let them get out of there. We're going to have tier 5 neutrals. I mean, this could have been the game-ending push. Oh, wow. Wow.
So, chat, how you guys doing? What's up?
Oh, jeez.
You guys doing good?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, guys, let's keep in mind the Drow Ranger. It is hypothermia, right? Frost arrows, and
he did die really quick.
And he's made of water.
Yeah.
So, he
he's the first one back. Oh no!
Smile.
Oh no! Hello, admin. Oh jeez. Yeah. Yep.
What can I do? This is me calling customer service. When you know there's no hope, but you just want to try something.
Yeah.
How can we deal with this situation?
That's true. Man, that is a unfortunate situation for sure. And again, in the context of what this game means for their group stage, for Aster, I mean, this is huge for Talon. If Talon could get a tie up the series here 1-1, that makes all the difference in the world in terms of their hopes going forward. That would be 4-1 for both of them, right? And again, if it's 2-0, if Aster could find a way to come back and make this type of win happen, that's really huge for their hopes as well. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. Sounds like there's probably on behind the scenes. Let's see real quickly here. Let me.
Oh yeah, you gotta go check with the. I don't think we can talk about the admin chat, even if we can't see it. Please do not discuss that. We're on thin ice, Lyrical. We're already here. We're already on the second stream. Come on now. You want to be C stream?
I'm not talking about anything. I don't even know. I don't see an
I don't
admin
know
chat.
nothing.
I don't see any admin chat. I don't know what you mean. All right, real quickly, let me just wait and see. I want to talk to our producer and see if they need us to go to a break or something.
Oh no! Come on now.
Okay, fair enough. We'll chill. We're hanging out.
What are you doing here? Look, this is one of the rare instances where
that's
the chat
true.
Isn't that delayed?
That's true. That's a good point.
And I'm sure that someone out of you 33,833 people have something of value to bring. Certainly more than we do.
Okay, fair enough.
Mostly Keck W's currently. Could I get some dino dances? Is that possible? Good.
How are we dino dancing in chat, everybody? Let's get some dino dancing. Where did that thing come from, by the way?
It just got added.
Really recently? That's great.
Yeah, it was necessary, frankly.
I think the like movable emotes, they're pretty good. You got to admit, they're awesome. They're the dream.
We need one of Lion taunting.
Okay, I like it.
I feel like he's got the taunt for it, you know.
Yes, absolutely. The Dino dance is the Lion taunt of Dota 2 or of Twitch chat, I guess.
Yes. All right, let's do a little game here, guys. What would you do as the admin?
No, God, what are you doing, Trent? That's a terrible idea.
We could forward any good ideas.
Okay.
Did I see Oppenheimer? No, I did not. I did not see Oppenheimer.
Okay.
Did you see Oppenheimer or Barbie?
I haven't yet. No, I was thinking about going pretty soon. I think both of them are probably good, right?
I'm sure they're fine. I'm surprised people are this. I guess the movies are back. Is that what they're saying? I thought the movies were just kind of done. Do you guys actually like going to the movies anymore?
I think
what.
The reality is that you want to go for like a movie experience that like really resonates with you, right? It changes you as a person. It makes you think deeply about the world and the way that it functions, and that's what Barbie is. You know, that's just that's what happens.
Yeah. I really need someone with some introspection. Thank you.
Exactly. Oh,
good. All right, good dancing. Well done. Thank you. Hopefully by now you guys should be on the part where you tell us how to solve this.
Exactly.
That That would be good.
I'm sure everything is fine. I'm sure that
rematch. All right, they say remake, full remake. Okay,
dude,
that's
I
good.
would be down.
Good admins.
We're coming back.
You guys
to us
are
for
solid
a second here. Oh my god, my
All right, these
shirt.
are some good ideas. I like this.
Absolutely, love that. And we're gonna take a look at a couple of the highlights from this game that we're in. How often do you get to do that? It's pretty awesome.
I like this one. Rough piece. Both teams play 3 respawns.
Oh, I like that.
That's a good one.
I didn't quite hear you there, producer. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, we see that, you know, these couple of high ground attempts, there were some clutch moments here with trying to just make XXS find those dual turnarounds. It was awesome to see. And, you know, at these clutch moments. I will say that you're right. The Sumail, like, Timbersaw has not been able to put together the same things that we've been seeing before. They've come up with some good answers to Timber in this game. It's
tough because, like, the hero can just look so good, and he was really farm, but go. Oh, there's G's in the chat.
Oh, we're back.
Go.
Producer, into the
G's
game.
in the chat. Type your G's. Everyone in the chat, type G.
We're back to us. No, go into the game. Perfect. Okay, they backed away.
Typing the G's.
They backed
that
away.
Was from you, chat.
So it looks like we are just going to be resetting and chilling. There's no actual resetting, which is the thing that could have happened. Yeah, died very quickly to 2 shots. 2 hits from the drought. And wait a minute. They're trying to go now. No Morphling. Nullifier? Duel? Dead? Oh, no. Oh, man. Not like this. Ollie. Now chase down. Can they get him in time? Not going to look for it anymore. Holy moly, dude.
Okay. All right. Got buyback. Sumail's back up. Now, if a little rewind here, guys. The Roche. It's about a minute and a half away from potential spawning, so there's nothing that can happen there. They're not going to get this for free. There has been a Rapier queued up in Monday's inventory for like 1 billion years. Now there's 4 of them. They are multiplying. But for now, they're marching high ground.
And going to try and force the buyback. If they have to buy back on 23 Savage here, that is devastating. Absolutely devastating. And I think that they're just going to get a free tower here, most likely, is what it looks like.
Remember when they almost had Megas a second ago?
Yeah. It's an issue. 8 seconds left. They want to try and force the fight here, maybe. Bruce split, heading over to the side. Sumail backing away. And it looks like Aster get out. But 60-minute items. It's up. It's time.
Oh, my goodness. I forgot. I was so preoccupied with our little fireside chat here. Okay, what do we need? Book of Shadows versus Legion. That's the first thing that pops in my head.
Sumail.
That's pretty
Sumail.
good.
Lifted. Sumail in trouble. Does have buyback still.
I'm just used to
Blink Timber Chain, try and get away. Sumail caught. The chains to get him. Nicely played. Sumail will end up falling now because of that.
Yeah, Kako was kind of close. He needs to get out of there.
That should help.
Again, though, still has his buyback. They're returning. All right. Did that buy enough time for them to farm us? There's an Ex Machina here. Oh, they already got 4 to 5? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, they got a lot.
Ex Machina for the Legion. Double Nullifier, double Halberd. On Dire, Mirror Shield for the Morph. Not actually a solution for duel, though we haven't been seeing many duels on the Morph.
Oh, Monet gets the Stygian. He was waiting a while, too. Wow. They're actually all holding. They were discussing what they had. Oh, Sumail, the Giant's Ring.
Ring?
He's been struggling. He needed that.
And a...
gross. Refresher Book of the Dead.
What? Oh, my God. All right, Refresher Book of the Dead. We do have a Seer's Stone on Caudle, though, with his Hex. So cast range is crazy.
Oh, that's true. That is huge, actually. Oh, and Rubik, too, with the Aghanim Spellsteal. That's a really good item.
Yeah. All right.
All right, no more fighting for Talon. Only creeps. Only base.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Force racks. Look, he's going in. He's sending in the army.
He's ready to go. Trying to take it out, and it looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Still. Uh-oh. Quick pause from Jabs. We have a Fallen Sky on Ember now, too. So another way to help deal... That's a bit of a weird one.
It is, yeah.
Did he misclick?
No, it's okay. I mean, it's just mobility, right?
They paused right after he got it. There's no way he misclicked. Surely.
It's just more mobility. I think it's all right.
Okay. I don't know if that yeah, that Seer Stone I think was the Roche. So now I think Aster see that Roche is up.
They're actually still holding a token on someone. Am I crazy? Oh, maybe I'm crazy. Never mind, I'm crazy.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I'm not. They still have a token somewhere in Talon.
Ollie. Ollie hasn't taken it yet. It's back at base.
Ah, I see.
Into the pit they go. Roche about to be claimed. And Aster, they run into Sky. They find him here. Oh, and the vision from the neutrals, the creeps, the force staff forward, catching him for the moment, trying to purge Makoto. Good damage out. He is doing so much in this fight. 23 Savage, though. Turn upon Slap. Silence dead. That's one time down. Can they get away? Meanwhile, in trouble. XXS starting to fall. Monet is gone. Sumail Timber Chains tries to get out of harm's way as they TP out on Pichu. Sumail almost goes down there, but able to survive for the moment. Lift up onto him. Has the number Timber Chain. Force staff to the high ground. Staying alive. Makoto gets the kill. Gets out. Dude, Makoto Ember Spirit is something special.
Yeah, he is carrying so hard this game. All the fights that have brought them back into this game for where it felt like they just couldn't play where they want to on the map. That first Arcane Rune play into the Radiant Roshan when they won that fight, it really has just been all him since then.
Oh, yeah.
He has to do so much in these fights because, I mean, he is taking advantage of the lack of stuns, but you keep in mind when they bought these two sites, I foresaw some problems for him, but he's just been very cautious about the use of his Linkins as well as his BKB, ensuring to play around it perfectly. As he trudges his way along this map now at 300. Look at these two carries mid. Look at this Morphling and this Ember. Look how slow they walk.
Yeah.
We're coming. I'm old. I'm level 28.
Sad, man.
It's hard, you know. These carries, they get a little older.
True enough. Well, they are still very strong and hit pretty freaking hard. They're going to send in some more. Or actually, they're just going to send in 23 himself. Now, we've been here before. Monet throws in a couple punches and will kill off those illusions. So the marksmanship paired together with Stygian, if he gets a proc, it's kind of disgusting. It is, because Morph has no armor, right? If he gets a proc, and then on top of that,
yes.
He's in negative armor from the Stygian.
And currently, Jabs, he did get the eggs this time, and he's currently playing around here using that Storm Panda. So, not going to waste trying to send in an Earth Panda or something. It's not really going to work. This does give him a chance at just a free initiation. He's just kind of lurking here. And there's the big split. And where's he going to go? He's trying to loop them around through the bottom to try and attack the buildings or just cancel blinks maybe.
Okay.
They're all in. They're going for the Megas.
Lift up on Monet. XXS there. Gets the duel. They need to bring down the Drow. They got him right there. Now the turn. He's gone.
Dead.
23 Savage is out of there. Killing off jabs along the way as well.
Makoto.
And now into Makoto. A couple more hits. He too is gone. He didn't have any more remnants left. They didn't even get the racks. That's not even Megas. Oh, Jabs messing up his micro. Oh, he did get the refresh to get it out.
He used it. Am I crazy? Did he accidentally jump out of it? What just happened?
I think so. It doesn't matter, though, because he got out alive. The Aeon Disc refresh was big, and that allowed him to get away. But, yeah, so there is some weird misclicky things going on right now. Monet's about to have Rapier.
That was crazy. I actually don't even know what just happened to Jack.
I think he double tapped
I'm gonna rewatch the replay. It looked like he split and then accidentally canceled it, but then he got telekinesis saved.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm keeping an eye out. That was wild. Man. Monet has finally joined the game, ladies and gentlemen. The damage is in.
He's going for the Rapier. I don't know what he replaces it with.
And then it ended instantly.
Okay.
And then he got silenced, the Aeon Disc, and he got telekinesis out. That was really funny.
I mean, here's the thing, right? We said, if Morphling gets dueled, I don't think he can survive against Monet. There's a reason this is the counter pick. And if Is there any way they actually... Oh, that sleep is good, actually. Any second that you can delay this is really important. Meanwhile, bottom. Sumail onto Jabs. Jabs gets dueled and gonna get killed. 120 seconds without him. Monet, he's in the base.
He's trying to buy time. He wants to like cut waves and try and like delay things here because he wants to make sure they don't have to buy back onto their Morphlings. That is certainly the biggest deal, is that 20 Savage didn't have to buy back.
Monet, buy a rapier.
A little bit more acceptable. They have creeps in the top. If Jabs wants to YOLO, because I feel like Jabs is going to YOLO this.
I mean, he could. It's a lot of damage
they
very rapidly.
Have no glyph.
Monet turns. Wind Waker backs out. Still sticking around.
Creeps in the base.
Now they're back.
The only problem is he can't YOLO with a buyback because obviously then his game's just over.
Right.
If they had found like a sneaky respawn or something, but now that chance is probably gone for a while.
Talon going in for the fight. Catches there onto 2. Has the turnaround onto Makoto. Jabs did buy back. They're all here. XXS turns, looking for a duel. They find it. Makoto is... Oh! The Wind Waker save! Is it going to be enough? No! They take him down. But 23 onto Monet. Monet, no buyback. If they kill the Drow here, it is over. But they can't quite get him. Drow lifted, bringing him low. Oh, 23, he dies! They take down the Morphling first, but the buyback, they know that's enough. 3 are dead, 2 minutes. They're going to take down Sumail as well, and Talon, they've finally done it. What a great catch.
There's no way. Yeah, they're just going to call it. There's no way. He can't hold by himself. Talon, what a grueling game to win this. XT indeed. From Talon.
Oh, man.
All right. We're good. We're
a little sweat off the brow there.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Deserved victory. Everything's fine.
Jeez.
That was a long holdout for a Drow to eventually become powerful, and some frightening 2 shots onto some of these heroes.
But was she powerful? She didn't buy Rapier, Trent. She didn't buy Rapier. She was right next to the secret shop. That last fight, she could have had Rapier. God dang it.
Would that matter? I mean, does that even matter at that point with her damage ban? I don't even know.
I mean, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter.
That was pretty ridiculous.
It's the moral.
I'm definitely on the Makoto show for this one.
Yeah.
I cannot believe he did not feed this game. Like, how do you not feed on this this Ember? Like, when you have to play like this?
I know. I have no idea. I feel like it was one of those moments where, like, particularly, I think the fight that we just saw, or maybe it was the one before that, where he double remnanted into the fight. So many times he was doing just this. Sleight of fist, remnant, sleight of fist. And then he had the freaking Fallen Sky afterwards. I'm sorry I ever doubted it as an opportunity, because it's actually sick with the way that Ember can play this. It's really cool pickup.
It is a tough one to go for, though. And I think, toughest game, probably Sumail. In terms of the amount of gold that he had, the amount of space that he was given, did not ever really come online with this Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Couldn't force any sort of a bad fight for the enemy team. Couldn't, like, just get into their face. I mean, 23 Savage did almost as much damage with Timber Chain this game as Sumail did.
Yeah?
The constant morphing into the Timbersaw was really powerful.
Oh, it definitely was. God, Makoto, 70k hero damage dealt. That was crazy. He did so much. It was a really, really impressive showing. I don't know. And as far as what that means for the state of the groups too, I mean, we were pretty far ahead at the start of this one. Now we can take a look at it, and spoiler alert for all y'all out there, Tundra and Shopify, they end up 1-1. Obviously, this one ends up 1-1, and then Bet Boom and Secret both 2-0. Secret with the 2-0 is pretty huge for them, but this puts Talon and Aster right below Bet Boom continuously now. And like I said, they're in really good spot to keep moving forward in this, and maybe even get a top of the group stage, or coming in through the upper bracket. That'd be huge.
Yeah, we would also be a shame if we did not credit Jabs for the 10th overall pick Brewmaster, because when you go back in this game, no, I'm serious.
Oh my God.
Why did Aster lose this game? Where was Drow, guys? Where was Drow at like level 4 and 5? She was in the jungle.
That's true.
Because Jabs is Brewmastering. He's just cinder brewing all over the place. They're fade bolding. They ruined Drow's game. And then there were some hardships for Jabs. but he played very, very well in this Brewmaster. It is not an easy Brewmaster game. There was a ton of AoE damage. He had to play in their face. He had to feed a couple pandas.
Yeah.
But I said that they lose. Like, we were not looking at Talon as winning this game.
No.
But they really did a very good job of taking out that one strong carry that Aster were showing. Because this is a strategy that's looked pretty successful so far at this event. It's having these two like tankier sort of like somewhat playmakers like the Legion and the Timbersaw, and then having this like one bigger force of sustained right-click damage.
Right.
And they ruined that force. They delayed Monet so late in the game that you saw how scary it was. Imagine it was like that 10 minutes earlier.
Absolutely.
All right? And that's jabs. Okay.
That is Jabs. I will also say that Talon won the game because of Jabs' ability to push the draw out. They also almost lost the game because Jabs fed horrifically multiple times in the late game. Went 1-7-20, one of the worst score lines I've ever seen from him. And I only say this because I love Jabs as a player, and I think he freaking rocks.
There is no late game without Jabs.
But
all right?
Exactly. But and also, much like Duraccio, there's games where he looks horrible and there's games where he looks amazing. And in both cases, he's integral to the success of the team. Very cool performance from Talon. Man, Trent, what a journey we've been on together.
This was a great day. There's two excellent BO2s here, especially considering that our first ones were pretty fast. Would you guys Dino Dance us out of here? Is that cool? Could you
Dino
guys
Dance us out.
Put a bunch of Dino Dances and stuff? That'd be awesome. So thank you very much, everybody.
And we're going to head to a break. When we come back, Gareth and Wog are going to take over for the rest of the day. More great Dota to come. See y'all in a few.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters group stage. Here we are with another best of two. A couple of them, in fact, as Wagga, we get ourselves into a pretty damn good match here. Gaming Gladiators against Quest is our first one up.
Yeah, it's good. It should be a really good one. I've been looking forward to seeing a Gaming Gladiators game. We didn't get to cast them yet, and seeing them go up against Quest, who we have watched. They were the first team that we cast here during this, and we saw some interesting stuff from Quest. You know, they busted out the TA in game one, where TA 2000, appropriately named, went completely beyond godlike very quickly. We'll see how they're going to match up here against Gaming Gladiators. Obviously, a lot of people will say, this is the team to beat. This is like Gaming Gladiators. A lot of people just look at them like these are the champions of Dota right now.
Yeah, and you know, they've not had a super easy ride in the group stage so far, going 0-3-0, so 1-1ing all three of their series against Spirit, LGD, and EG. Some, you know, tough opponents there, but it's starting to feel like, you know, teams maybe not necessarily fully figuring them out, but definitely taking wins off them here and there. It's not a full 2-0 by Gaming Gladiators. Well, yeah, like you say, Quest currently up near the top of Group A, sitting pretty with a victory against Spirit and a draw against Extreme and 9 Pandas. And after that Bali Major run, even with the swap out of Amar for Malik, they're still looking really solid.
Yeah, they look like they very seamlessly have, you know, just integrated him into the gameplay here. When we were casting them, they looked like a team that's played together for a long time. You know, it didn't look like they recently had to do some change. And that's really nice for them, considering that it's always a little bit scary going into a big tournament and just having changed a player. So really looks like they have integrated well, and that's exciting for them, because I want to see the best possible Dota here between these two teams. But yeah, we'll see if Gaming Gladiators are gonna sort of bring that power that we know that they're capable of, or if they're gonna keep getting these draws, because, you know, draws only get you so far, Gareth.
They do, yeah, especially once we get into, like, you know, day 2, day 3 of the group stage. You need to start getting at least a 2-0 or something down the line, or else you could be finding yourself, you know, in the bottom spots of the group stage. And we've had a similar situation with, like, TALON and a couple of other teams in previous tournaments where they've gone a complete 1-1, you know, taking victories against some big teams, but also dropping to some lesser teams as well. It's that consistency, which you need to be picking up the victories wherever you can. And every time I look back on Wikipedia at Gaming Gladiators' recent results, it's just like first place Bali Major, Dream League, second place DPC, first place Berlin Major, Dream League, Lima Major. It's massive from them.
Yeah, they overall just, you know, have had a very, very good performance. Not just the last year, like overall Gaming Gladiators over the last like 18 months or something, they've just looked really fantastic. So we'll see how they're going to perform here at the Riyadh Masters, and we are going to start into the game here, so we'll get the draft underway soon as well. I'm excited to see what the teams are going to bring to the table here, what type of approaches they're going to have, who we're going to see come out with a little bit more of a curveball perhaps in the draft phase, or who's going to get ahead in laning stage. There's a lot of questions that kind of tell you how the game is going to go, because we saw a lot of things so far, Gareth. We've seen teams get a little bit sneaky with it here to try and pull a fast one on their opponents.
Yeah, because what is it, EG, right? Doing these bait and switches in the draft, swapping, you know, heroes from +4 to 3 to 2 to 1, making things very difficult for you. And as we get ourselves into the draft, that first phase of bans, always very important. Against Gaming Gladiators, it's a difficult challenge to figure out what you want to be getting rid of. You know, you think about this Meepo, Io Lesh, Timbersaw, Broodmother. Do we focus down some of Ace's heroes? Do we look at Quinn in the mid lane? There are just so many hurdles to get over.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of stuff to look at, but Quest are going to do what a lot of teams have done for a very long time as well, which is just ban IO when you play against Gaming Gladiators. I can't really fault them for that. I think that is a very, very solid approach. Gaming Gladiators have many different IO combos that are just disgusting. They've played Storm IO back when that was like... nobody was even really doing it. Then Gaming Gladiators started just abusing it, and everyone was like, whoa, this is completely busted. And then people stopped after a while, but they've done many different IO combos over the years.
Yeah, even the like IO Razor, which they've pulled out a couple of times at the Riyadh Masters. They've grabbed that a couple of times. We'll see what they get their hands on here. Like you say, with no IO on the table. Broodmother, Snapfire, and the Primal Beast also being taken out leads to a Timbersaw first pick. Of course, we know how flexible this guy can be, both in the hands of Quinn and Ace.
Let's see how they deal with it. Yesterday, you and I cast game where we actually saw 9 on his Timber get absolutely destroyed by the counter picks coming out. It was Rubik, There we go, Rubik. Silencer was picked, and Storm. Storm was picked right after the Silencer first pick, and then they went Rubik later. We're going to see a very solid opening here of just two super popular support heroes, the Rubik and the Undying. I think Rubik is one of the best supports you can have against Timber. Undying, not so much, but they're also not overreacting perhaps to Timber. Maybe this is just like, you know what? Undying, he wins us the safe lane. He makes sure that we're going to have a good game on our carry, and they do lean heavily on the carry in this team.
And just solidify your lanes early on. Don't double or triple down on this Timber if you don't know where he's going yet.
Yeah. Also some respect already by Gaming Gladiators in the first phase to pan out the Snapfire, which obviously a lot of teams are running Snapfire, but Noob really enjoys it. He plays it very well, and it's understandable that they don't want to let him get his hands on a nice first phase pick mid hero that's very tough to counter pick. It just has very reliable impact on mid lane.
And now, answering a bit of that. Undying lane oppression with Enchantress for themselves. Always very good at securing the safe lane or the off lane, depending where she goes.
Yeah,
usually in the hands of Celery, though.
I think Ench is usually a very good hero against Undying as well, because if you pair up that matchup, Ench can do a good job not standing close to your core, and she can still do those ranged attacks into Undying. Trade hits a little bit, even though Undying is very hard to really harass in the laning stage. Eventually, you get those creeps, and then you kind of take over the lane after a while when Undying runs out of resources.
So what do you want to see from bans from Gaming Gladiators? Like, do you want to cover the Timbersaw more, or are you thinking of covering your next pick?
I think they should probably be careful about letting Quest get too much teamfight draft right now, because when we see Rubik and Undying already, Undying is the type of hero that really enjoys going 5-man push strat, so they ban out the Pango. That's a great teamfight hero that would be facilitating this type of action. Maybe they should consider getting rid of stuff like Beastmaster, on the offlane, or some push heroes on the offlane. Even Lycan is still a possibility here for Quest.
Yeah, is Batrider a fear when you've got Timber and Ench on your team?
To a degree, yeah. It's certainly a problematic hero. One of the better heroes for locking down the Timbersaw for sure, and dealing a lot of magic damage is always nice. So they're gonna get rid of the Morphling, though. Another fantastic hero in the current patch. Very strong safe laner together with the Undying, since you get so much value from any potential heal from Undying. Though usually it's just max Q and points in Tombstone builds. You don't really skill the Soul Rip early on.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, poor Soul Rip. Completely ignored now.
It's good in the mid game, and even then, a hero like Morphling would get super value. You just morph down a bit, get a Soul Rip, full HP.
As an Undying spammer, I remember the days of going like 1-4-1 build, just maxing out Soul Rip, healing people up.
It used to be the build. Actually, Undying is probably one of the heroes who has the most, or has had the most different builds be meta in Pro Dota, because there's definitely been no Tombstone builds. There's been only Tombstone builds. There's the priorities have shifted.
Well, second phase of bans. Amber and Quest thinking pretty hard about this next one. Beastmaster gone.
Yeah. Okay, so they want to set up a little bit of block there against potential Vision. I think Quest, having Rubik in your team, you already have the potential to do very nice ganks. Looking at Gaming Gladiators, though, Timber and Ench, not really a type of heroes that make good pick-off rotations generally. Timber does a lot of damage, but you don't really have any good way to lock people down. I always feel like insta disable is what you want when you want to go and get a gank. So blocking out some vision there from Beastmaster, always nice.
And Gaming Gladiators with this one final ban. Let's see if they, remove a noob hero, get rid of his puck or his tiny, or if they still go down this line, taking out some of these safe laners.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him keep banning safe laners as well. We've seen a lot of teams prioritize it a bit. I mean, we could see something like, banning out... banning out Bloodseeker is pretty nice when you have Timbersaw in your team. Could also see something like Faceless Void get removed, just because Faceless Void time dilation, really good against Timber. You don't have great stuff into Chrono already, but Tombstone is sort of good with it. I'm going to go with the Medusa first.
Okay. Well, they banned Bloodseeker themselves, Quest. Would have been pretty irritating to handle, especially when you're picking up a Darkseer for Malik, yeah.
That explains why they get rid of Bloodseeker. Don't want to deal with a constant heal that he has in laning stage, and also the Rupture being so good against Darkseer later on. Alright, so Darkseer Rubik lane most likely then, gonna pair up. I like Darkseer in the current patch. I think he brings a lot to the table. He's underrated by a lot of people. I think that Aghanim is deceptive. Get a normal punch. It does a lot of damage to start with. Like max damage on that ability, it's a 9-second cooldown, is 450 damage. If you ram pretty far, that's just one really massive punch. And then you also get the illusions, of course, which they hurt.
I mean, they started off pretty hot in the Riyadh Masters with that Darkseer. They had like 3 wins in a row. They've picked him 5 out of their 10 matches so far. Last couple of games have been a little sadder for him, dropping a game against 9 Pandas and Extreme with the Darkseer, but Malik's still feeling pretty comfortable with this going into the first game against GG as they grab the Faceless Void, and with the double pick, you take up your secondary support now?
Yeah, I'd say this is a combo support for that safe lane, something to deal with them. Actually, it might be Ench safe lane here, looking at this, but I love the Skywrath and Faceless Void combination, and Faceless Void against Darkseer also really nice. Time dilation, great against his skills, getting Chrono, reliable lockdown as well. They picked TA into Faceless Void here. Okay. I mean, it's not a bad TA game against Skywrath, and she does pretty damn well against Timber and Ench as well. But Faceless Void is a problematic hero for TA.
I just caught up in the bubble. Have a Mystic Flare thrown at you.
Yeah, you just don't ever really win man fights in late game. That's the problem. Or even mid-late game. There comes a point where you just kind of die. And TA also gets very hurt by time dilation. So this can be a problematic game for sure. Comes down a lot to the last 2 heroes that are going to be added in here. I wouldn't be surprised to see, Quest perhaps want to play some form of jump hero on mid. We see a ban by Gaming Gladiators on Storm Spirit. Almost feels a little bit bad for Quest that they removed the Ember, because he would have fit really well for the matchup, I feel. Get Iron Shell and Ember, because send them in.
The Lawnmower. Run people down. I've still got a couple of options left for Noob. His hero pool is reasonably strong.
The ban. Got to cover your back in this patch. The Meepo, a lot of teams are using the offlane Meepo or just Meepo in general currently. We've seen it a bit. We've seen it successful. We've seen it unsuccessful. But Meepo can certainly have a big impact. Also a hero that TA absolutely does not want to play against. So that's a big reason why they ban it.
Is it the ban on the puck now? Leave the Tiny in. Oh,
they go the other way around. Yeah. Get rid of Tiny. Makes sense. You're playing Sky, Ench, and Faceless Void. None of these heroes really love the idea of getting jumped by an Avatar's combo. So that would also fit well for Quest. They need some form of disable in their last pick for sure. Only having the Rubik and Vacuum right now being your 2 disables, and Vacuum isn't the longest.
Yeah, I'm looking back thinking, what's Noob going to play? And it really is just the puck that's coming to mind. Everything else has been taken out.
I mean, he might take Queen. He loves playing Queen, so could also go for that. It doesn't really bring lockdown, but it does bring a lot of damage. You can vacuum into Sonic Wave. There's potential there. He is level 30 Queen, so...
I guess you're still waiting for this info, right? Like, you're not 100% sure where the Timber Sword's going. You're looking at Void Ench lane, Sky +1, and then Slap pick again. Gladiators has to show.
This is going to be a telling pick, and after that, they can make the best decision with the information they have. Gaming Gladiators, I would like for them to have some form of, even going for the possibility of mid Timbersaw here and send Lycan on the offlane could work for them. TA doesn't do too well about being run down, and gives them a bit of tempo here.
Get the wolves on her. Oh yeah, what a call.
Baby.
There it is. Last pick Lycan. Right, another shot here. What's the last pick for Quest?
Okay, last pick. I'll do one more. I don't know about Queen anymore. I'm not sure. I mean, if it was a meta for it, this would be a Kunkka game, but Kunkka is just not picked at all. Oh, this is tough, dude. This is really tough,
actually. It'd be great if they picked Kunkka right now. I mean, the tarot cards perfectly.
I don't really see it, actually. I'm not sure what they're comfortable with. They do have some time, so maybe I get time to think as well.
Yeah, I mean, is there a way we can swap this? Like, does TA want to go mid and they pick like a Monkey King or something?
I mean, I don't think they're doing it, but they could. They could definitely swap it up. Noob plays TA as well, as far as I know. I wouldn't mind seeing them go like Naga safe lane and put TA mid. That would actually be dope. Naga destroys Lycan, good against Skywrath, pretty good against Faces Void too. Like, it's actually a pretty good Naga game, apart from the Timber and Ansh are decent. You can steal the illusions and you can burst them. But I still think this is going to be a safe lane TA.
Yeah.
To which I feel like they're going to surprise us a little bit. Maybe...
I think they're just going to pick Puck. We'll just go full circle and we'll round back into the Puck again.
It could be, for sure.
It can be a little spooky against Skywrath Mage, but you'll have that coil against Void and Timbersaw and the Lycan. Like, a lot of maneuverability here from the cores of gaming.
I'd like to see like Legion or Konka or something, you know, down that route. Kind of melee stunner hero, but okay, they go with the DP. So it brings the element that you were discussing, bringing Puck, you know, a hero that can come in as silence, but it doesn't have the weakness of getting destroyed by Skywrath. DP, very tanky hero, able to actually stand her ground. Also, does pretty well with being chronoed. So she can run in very aggressively to get flying and hopefully shield the TA from being caught in that chrono. This pick was better than any of the ones that we suggested here. Honestly, the team came up with a very nice final pick. I think it fits nicely. At the same time, Gaming Gladiators, what they have is very potent. Late game should be theirs. Early game, they got that Timbersaw, they got the Lycan. They can definitely put pressure here. A lot of it is going to come down to how that mid lane goes, how well Noob is going to match up against Quinn on his Timbersaw. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, because we had a lot of DP thinking back, 9 months, a year ago was a massive pick. Then she got all these changes to Spirit Siphon and stuff like that. So no longer that percentage-based damage against Timber, but still very good in the early levels, right, with the flat damage to try and break him down a little bit in that early laning stage. But I'm just looking at the way this game's going to pan out. Once we have that lane stage breakdown, these big clashes are going to become very apparent with the Chrono Mystic Flare, the long cooldown on Shapeshift, and then the matching of it by Quest with this Vacuum Wall, Tombstone, DP ulti with an Exorcism. Both teams look like they want to be picking their moments very carefully where they want to fight around their cooldowns.
It does look like that. One thing that I see as an issue with Gaming Gladiators, this is sort of a minor thing, but still could have a big impact in this game, is that they have the Void Skywrath combo, right? And Chrono into Sky ulti is very nice. But think about the rest of their draft. As this is not on screen, they have the Timber, Ange, Void, Sky, and Lycan. None of the other heroes really set up Sky ulti that well. What, you're gonna slow them with Chakram? You're gonna enchant them? You're gonna cripple them with your dogs? Like,
we're gonna Lycan Helm, a troll, a net creep, get the ensnare going.
This is where you get the Rod of Atos, of course, on your Skywrath though, and possibly we're gonna see him just set it up himself. But it can be nice sometimes to have a teammate that can set up for your ulti as well, especially before you get that Rod of Atos. So that's one minor thing that I feel is a weakness potentially in their draft. But yeah, we're going to head into the game and see how these teams play it out. I think we're seeing both teams right now smoking out for that early ward drop. So getting across the river and dropping a ward. Look at the alt chat. Is it the Timbersaw he's talking about, possibly?
I assume so, yeah. This Timber has been a thorn in the side for... every team has played against it, the Riyadh Masters, bar that one game we saw 9 in the mid lane have some struggles. Definitely curious to see if Quest go the same direction as we saw in that game with the Spirit Vessel Rubik and this way to deal with the Timbersaw early on. Put a bit of pressure on him, make sure he doesn't get off the ground.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't end up with the best heroes ever to shut down Timber. Like, usually it's good silences and a lot of lockdown is a good way to do it, but compared to the game we saw with the Rubik, the Storm, the Silencer, who all brought great stuff to the table, I mean, DP silence, yeah, it's a thing, but it's a little bit worse for bursting Timber than the Storm, I feel. And they don't have a silencer, they have Undying, who's just strictly way worse against Timber. So it is concerning if the Timber gets off the ground in a good way here. We talk a lot about him, but Timber is honestly one of the most powerful heroes, if not the strongest hero of the current patch. I think Broodmother takes that title, but Timber is still very, very difficult to control.
Yeah, he's up there. He's in the conversation for sure. Bottom rune spot. Gaming Gladiators were considering going in there, but the level 1 fight from Quest looking like it's a little bit stronger. With 3 heroes around and that high ground vision Gaming Gladiators got put down as well. We saw OG doing this quite a lot with that movement into Ancients. They don't get the block on any of the Ancient camps, but they do get this ward up to watch Rune and any rotations coming in. Keep tabs on Omar's Rubik, who, half of his job is going to be stacking camps for the TA.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing the stacks being built is pretty important because it kind of allows the Timber to possibly run over and just decide to steal that very quickly, as he has the capability to burst down the big camp at least really fast.
Up in this top lane, Kaori, Undying against a Lycan and a Sky. We'll see what he gets done here. It'll be a little tricky for the Undying here with concussive shot, wolves being thrown at him, and positioning from Tofu and Ace separating to make sure there's no two-man decays. And it's his primary job just to keep TA farming.
Tofu gets a little courier snipe too.
Oh yeah.
It did deliver the tangles though, so at least not going to be without regen. He almost gets the second courier snipe. I love the positioning of Tofu here. Look at the work this man is doing right now. It's just non-stop auto-attacking. Accidentally pulls the range creep though. Didn't want to do that. Oh, this is annoying. Now he has to go and drop it somewhere. The wolves are going to come. Take it. Yeah. Passes over the aggro to like it.
And then TA last taking under tower. This is something I asked you about yesterday. Quelling Blades on carries. I don't see it that often. I think Monkey King's been one of the only heroes to buy it. But now we have a TA and a Faceless Void, both with Quellings. What's the reason?
No, you buy it on these heroes. It's kind of hard to say exactly which heroes buy it, but 100% you get Quelling Blade on both of these if you play safe lane. TA, then Quelling Blade is just fantastic. Since you Psyblade from creeps onto heroes, Quelling Blade can actually do more damage to a hero as well, which it normally can't for any hero in Dota, right? Like, it usually doesn't do hero damage, but Psyblade does damage based on the damage the creep took. So Quelling Blade gets converted to actually being able to do hero damage on TA.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, nice little
converted into pure damage as well, right?
Yes, actually, yeah. So it's useful. She has a little converter for damage types there.
That's super sweet for it. Omar just being punched by Celery over and over again. Such a pest, this safe lane support Enchantress. Still
Celery.
Blood Grenade.
Yeah, Celery knows his way around these heroes as well. He was also famous for his tree-end gameplay, but his Enchantress is equally annoying. And once he gets his hands on the creep as well, it's going to be tough.
He's absolutely a hero specialist. I remember...
A little bit of an overstep, though. Punished by the grenade.
This Omar Rubik has been spectacular from what we've seen.
Yeah, Malik coming in with that vacuum there. I don't think Celery expected Malik to already have the vacuum ready there, perhaps expecting him to have a poignant surge in Iron Shell, but he went up and just got that kill.
And that mid lane looking decent for the DP. Dead even between her and the Timbersaw right now as Quinn catches up a touch. It's down at bottom lane, and Enchantress trying to dispel off some of these Iron Shells and annoying instances coming out. But a good courier snipe from Omar there does get them something out of the lane as it's being dragged off towards the Lotus Pool. People gravitating towards the little fountain.
Yeah, these safe laners couriers, they live a dangerous life bringing out the region. Top lane, Ace taking quite a bit of harassment now from all this decay spam. Undying is running out of resources though. Doesn't have any more mangoes, doesn't have any more tangles. He has one grenade and that's it.
Does he have a courier coming? He's got a couple of bits of regen there. It's always that awkward spot, like, do I want to die? Do I want to walk back to base? Nah, I'll just ferry some more out and keep this going. Yeah. No brakes on this train for the Undying. Noob. Every time I look mid, Noob is like clicking into Quinn, trying to harass him as much as possible, and the Timbersaw, 2 points in reactive armor, just doesn't care.
Yeah, it's a very futile feeling. He didn't go for a single point Timber Chain. This is just a very safe farming build. Probably going to go Timber Chain now on level 5 to give himself some kill potential when he gets his ulti available as well. Not scaling up yet, but I reckon you don't really need a third point in either reactive or Q here.
Yeah, DP has always been one of these annoying laners. Just constantly long range right clicking into you. Timbersaw can hold his own. Tree number 4 is his tag there on Quinn. Jumps across to it. What's the... That's Witchblade coming out of this DP.
Yeah, this is a pretty common build. Top Blood Grenade being thrown. Defensive Blood Grenade.
And the Melt Strike on Tofu. Oh god, that minus armor with the zombies on him. Ace getting chased under his tower as well a little bit here. Refractions up on TA. Another Melt Strike, but not the ability to gap close. No further slows or stuns. Ace survives, while over on that Dire Ancient spot, we've got a Radiant Sentry blocking up the Ancients. Celery's wandering around, getting some more high ground vision down, really controlling that spot against Omar.
Kaori's winning against the Ancients. Oh wait, Kaori lost to the Ancients. Unlucky. He tried.
Well, he'll come back full resources.
Yeah, get that reset, come back, ready to fight again. Bottom.
Ooh, siege
nice
shot.
silence.
Into concussive shot. A lot hitting into the back of Malik here, and there we go. The slow down, stop the surge, and Iron Shell, and pick him off.
It's such a brutal matchup, honestly. Playing Darkseer into this, like your Iron Shell doesn't work, your Surge doesn't work. It just feels like you're playing as a hero that hard counters you to the point that you can't even play, really. It's Oracle and Enchantress, two of the toughest ones for Darkseer to go up against.
Yeah, it's real rough. And that mid lane ward was spotted. Quinn should be able to take it down a little later on.
6-minute rune.
I'm going to take the opposing ward, and yeah, 6-minute rune spawns up at top. DD that Quinn is sprinting towards. Hiyori and Noob, they're in the vicinity, but with that Chakram slow and the chains forward, Quinn grabs it up and bottles it. We'll get chased and harassed all the way out of lane, far northwest. Down at bottom lane, Duraccio bashes in onto Malik, who's trying to fake pump and bait out a chance or something there, but the bashes are connecting. The slow down here, Malik doesn't stand a chance. He was left alone.
Oh, that's painful. He just TP'd back in as well. I mean, when you have Vanguard as well, you really don't want to be dying in laning stage. It's a commitment. Mid, I think with Tombstone, don't think he's going to do too much, so...
I'm trying to catch up to Quinn. Tofu's here, though. Quite a lot of magic damage coming his way, and they do get the kill in the end. These Spirit Siphons doing tremendous work.
Yeah, the Exorcism very strong there. Even though the Tombstone didn't really connect too much on Timbersaw, it's now going to help push the mid lane, you know, kill these creeps quickly. And with the Exo still running for a good few seconds here, they can do a bit of tower damage before Timber comes up. So, nice start for Noob on the mid lane by the help of Kaori here, as they leave TA alone against the Lycan, leaving her for a 1v1 for a bit.
The DP ghosts don't trigger reactive armor, right? They don't give them stacks?
No,
there's physical damage, but
yeah, it's not
hit.
an attack. Yeah, it doesn't count as an attack.
It's one of those interesting ones. I remember back with the old like Aetherlands and Kaya and stuff with the spell damage increase. It would increase the spell damage of the Exo Ghosts because they're a physical damage spell dealer.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then you can also buff it by minus armoring the enemy, so it's like multiple ways of making it stronger. Top, we see a setup here over on the TA. She does have Undying nearby. No Tombstone yet, though.
The Lotus Pool turns around to try and fight with a trap on Celery. Focus on the Undying, though, silencing him, trying to stop this decay from coming. Tombstone is on cooldown, though, as Kaori just charges forward. Trying to bodyguard TA2000 here. He's going to die in the end, but the TA trap slowing Ace down. Do we have the DPS? TA2000 just about secures the kill. Very well done in that trade.
Yeah, gets that kill. Very nice pick off, and now, of course, gonna push out the lane here and get herself nice and quick towards that Dragonlance. Probably gonna start jungling here as well after bursting next to Creep Wave. Very good start for TA2000 again, as we saw last time.
Yeah, great stuff. And that move from Noob as well, getting that second kill. It was a setup by Gaming Gladiators, but losing a couple of heroes with some swift rotations. Noob getting a couple of bounty runes and a bottle refill. My god, how many bottle charges do you need?
Yeah, all of them, man. When you're a mid laner, you're thirsty. You need all that mana, especially DP. Spamming all those Spirit Siphons really brings your mana low. So she'll be happy to get a neutral item as well soon, probably from TA as she starts the jungling. Maybe she gets something to help her mana a bit more as well.
The D-Ward battle mid. The Dire Sentry stands strong.
Yeah.
Celery couldn't take it down in time.
He has another one. Celery just waiting for the right time. Now he can go for it. Using his creep as well to zone out Noob a bit.
Oh, who's trying to deny it? Well done by Celery to get the actual take on it.
So Draccio has his Mask of Madness and Chrono available. Looking at if they can... Oh, he TP's top. He's going to go for TA.
Yeah, I mean, Ace being pummeled by the side blades, but you're right, with the Chrono there. Duraccio catches two of them. Exo from Noob on the sidelines as Impetus shots start landing in. Gaming Gladiators ditch on it, though. Quest have brought the numbers up here. And Quinn, he goes in. Illusion Rune pop to get out of the silence as Tofu blasts into Kaori's Undying. Looks like Gaming Gladiator is going to trade out a support for a support. Tombstone is being focused by Duraccio, but denied by Omar. Now with the time walk back up, it's just time to turn tail and run, but still a reasonably long cooldown. Mask of Madness to give him some movement speed. The slow from the concussive shot tries to keep Noob at bay. Duraccio, 15 seconds for time walk, and he's out of there. He cannot survive, cannot escape. He's dead.
They realize they only has level 1 on it, maxing the bashes, and they just run him down Very, very nice kill, and that was so costly. Not only did you not get a kill with your first chrono, you die instead. You also didn't get the tombstone. Everything went wrong there for Duracho, and this is gonna really cost them. The TPM for the chrono, like, it was nice catch on TA, but they didn't have anything nearby. They didn't have the Timber there, they didn't have the Skywrath ready, so it was really just him and Lycan doesn't help you during chrono.
And you can see Noob just like waiting for his moment, like thinking, hey, my TA's fine. The impetus shots are landing on a support. I'll just pop Exo once it's all over. Giving a little bit of breathing room to Malik as well, who had a tough laning stage, but he's ahead of the Void in net worth, looking pretty good now.
Yeah, he's happily just starting his farm with, spamming ancients, iron shells, and making sure he's working towards that Crimson Guard, which is going to be ever so valuable this game against a Lycan plus Faceless Void. It's really good. One concern is that it can be dispelled. I believe the enchant can be used against it, so.
Hey, does he go full on auras here as Malik? Like Crimson into pipe?
I think so. I think it's usually the play for a lot of Darkseers, and normally if you don't do that, you go for some Blink combo play, but they don't really have a combo lineup for the Vacuum. He's more just meant to be tanky. He could go Lotus Orb as well here if he wants against the Silence from Skywrath to be able to unsilence himself or someone else, and also get armor against the Void and the Lycan. But there's not too much to Lotus, so probably just gonna see him full aura build.
Yeah. And Quest, well done by Noob to keep the catapult alive. Tanks a couple of tower hits to get that bonus. 200 damage or so into the objective. 10 seconds, less than that for Exorcism to come back up as well. Might be able to secure this tier 1 while Gaming Gladiators are trying to spread out on the map and get the farm they need.
Very quiet start this game from Quinn on his Timbersaw. 0-1-0, hasn't been involved in a single kill at 12 minutes. Nothing really going on yet.
Still got all his items in his inventory. He'll be doing alright. Kai up next after that Vanguard Arcanes. A shield rune on Timbersaw as well. Good luck touching him while he's got that running.
Yeah, very, very tanky. Meanwhile, we see a lot of people transition out of the laning stage now. They're gonna send over Darkseer to push out top on the side of Quest here. So using him to get some safety up there while TA starts taking the triangle. Same kind of move though, Lycan coming down bottom here, looking at a different angle of approach.
Yeah, scouting with the Centaur, holding that bottom lane. Making sure Quest don't have easy access into this bottom tier 1 and then into the jungle as that knock-on effect. Lol's going to scout out Malik.
Darkseer just standing there watching him, waiting to maybe set up for his teammates, but the Wolf sees him.
He pretends to Twin Gate even. Yeah. Just stick around down bottom. As it looks like Gaming Gladiators, they were pinging this out. Chrono is ready from the Faceless Void. Duracho itching for a fight here.
They have the Sky ulti, so they're going to combo. Someone's going to take a lot of damage. Preferably they want to go on TA, but she's being kind of protected. People are playing around her. Everybody is making sure she doesn't get smoke ganked right now.
Yeah, good positioning from Kiori.
Smoke still has a long duration here, but maybe they don't want to take this fight. I don't know, Gaming Gladiators, this is time that you're not farming on your Void. So I feel like they have to move over if they want to take the fight. In the end though, Void is going to say, screw this, I'm going back to my farm.
Yeah, just get back to trying to accelerate. You know, this tier 2000 has had a great lane, farmed through some ancients, top of the net worth at 7,500. She's going to be hitting her stride pretty damn soon. That's one of the big strengths we've seen from Quest through the Bali Major into Riyadh, is this ability to pick their moments. But with a chrono like that and a Mystic Flare on top, the DP dying quickly, but a heal though. Noob kept alive, turns around, still looks like she's going to die though. As the Faceless Void can't finish her off. Still stick on the man. The DP is still alive. Spirit Siphons are going. Noob caught up in the Chakram. The damage coming with the blood grenade onto the Impetus shot up the high ground finishes her. Quest have lost the DP undying. As Quinn going to TP out successfully from that middle lane. No further stuns coming. And TA 2000, one Melt Strike to get the double kill for her. 2 for 2 trade. Gaming Gladiators spending Shapeshift and Chrono though.
That was very costly for Gaming Gladiators. Now they can start pushing as well. TA has the full Deso coming out as well. This tier 1 tower not long for this world, as I don't really see how they can muster a defense. They're TPing in though. Maybe they can hold on to this.
We'll see what Quinn can do. He's still an annoying presence frontlining here, but a stolen Chakram. We've seen what these Rubiks can do, turning the spells around onto the Timbersaw. Malik and TA 2000 still feeling pretty comfortable here, pressing forward past the tower to kill the Sky off. They'll finish off the objective afterwards.
I got a little bit too close there. And they're gonna back out happily here. Kaori grabs the bottom Wisdom Rune. Top Wisdom Rune taken by Celery, so 1 for 1 on that. And now the invasion here. You win a few fights, and then TA gets in and starts taking away the enemy resources here, stealing their big gold income here from Ancients.
My pieces of pie. They're all being pilfered by Quest. And Celery's being wrapped around on as well. Look at all the
he's in no man's land.
On the map, you just see a swarm, a horde of heroes coming the way of Celery. Enchantress going to try and buy as much time and delay the inevitable death, as Duraccio does get a solo kill down bottom on Kaori. And again, a trade for both position 5s.
Yeah, Duraccio, that solo kill is pretty impactful though. It gives him a lot of experience, and he needed something. This is like the first thing that kind of has gone really nicely for him here. He is 3-1-4, but his game has been kind of tough. He had a nice chrono there on the DP, but the first rotation really set him back a bit.
Well, that is one hell of a creep wave being dragged by Celery. The Warpine Raider has got a double wave plus a catapult, bringing it mid. This is given the... Go into the Roche pit.
This is for Timber. He's like, here, Timber, take this.
Tons of money. Courier snipe as well there. Quinn's going to get loads of cash from clearing out that creep wave. Roche in the meantime
gets Kaori again as he goes bottom, and this time doesn't do something with it.
He's silenced up. Yeah. The pig pole tried to slip into the tree line, but... Mid lane, Malik, he is a little alone here, and he's being surrounded. In comes Tofu and the shapeshift from Ace. Catch up to the Malik Darks here with Mystic Flare and the Centaur. There we go. That's the initiation tool they've needed.
There we go, yeah. Just gotta have your Helm of the Overlord ready out. And sadly, that was the last time they're gonna combo like that. He's probably not gonna grab a Centaur again. He's looking for Dracarys. He wants the Black Dragon, the best Dominator creep for Lycan here. He finds it as well. Very nice. Hits the creeps, making sure to pull the creeps away a little bit so you don't misclick, because this bad boy right here is just S tier. It's actually funny. The other creeps are so much worse for Lycan.
Yeah. Accidentally get the Ancient Ice Shaman. It's like the worst Ancient creep ever.
Yeah, the Ice Shaman is absolutely terrible. At least the Golem is very hard to kill, but it doesn't do that much. The Dragon, though, this bad boy can just push waves alone, kill support heroes alone. It does anything you need.
I feel so much nicer. And like later on down the line, maybe think about the Thunderhide to like amp up this Faceless Void, get the frenzy on him. But yeah, Ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah,
much more versatile.
It's alright to get the frenzy as well. The thing is, it's very weak. It dies so fast to getting hit by TA. The dragon, a bit easier to keep alive as well.
Right, yeah, we've got Blink Deso on this TA, a couple of stacks up on it. Yeah. Gaming Gladiator is losing traction on this map now as Quest swarm to tier 2s.
And Darkseer, he did go for the aura build, by the way. He has the mech as well as the... oh, nice blink in here.
Oh, yeah.
Surge.
Goodbye. They're on high ground here. Tombstone's dropped. Very difficult for Gaming Gladiators to approach. Tier 3 glyphed up for now.
They gave away that they have high ground vision, most likely there with that blink in, so we'll probably see Gaming Gladiators try D-ward here if they can get rid of the Tombstone, but this Tombstone as well, it guarantees full vision in the enemy base.
Yeah, complete freedom for TA2000, even denying the Tombstone. Just nothing being given to Gaming Gladiators. This has been crisp from Quest. Ace is getting a little bit done on the other side of the map, though. Like you said, just pushing out waves, getting onto tier 2 with his dragon. But we see the reaction from Quest trying to come in here. They won't find the Lycan himself, but nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, nicely done there. He grabs the Satyr, so they don't get the bonus 250.
Yeah, you always want to try and take a new creep. Really useful. Something to mention in this game is that both Enchantress and TA, or both Enchantress and Lycan, I mean, grabbed up the Gossamer Cape. This is an insanely hard TA counter. This item, it makes her miss her first attack, which for TA is very impactful since the first attack will be a Meld Strike. If you dodge that, you lower all the damage for the continuous attacks as well. So, very annoying item for TA to play into. And we'll see if they get more heroes able to drop the Gossamer as well. I reckon everyone who gets it actually will take it, other than Faceless Void, who, of course, wants his Ring of Aquila.
We have mini Aegis against the TA. Gonna survive some way or another.
It really is. It's good against like Nyx and Bounty Hunter as well. If Nyx tries to Vendetta you, it actually misses.
Oh. Oh, that's fun. Just stop them from playing the game. Malik sat in that tier 2 top lane. Looks like he's ready to fight. Mech, Crimson Guard, going for the Greaves. And then the Blink Dagger queued next. Tons of auras. And yeah, we just saw the Solar Crest finished on Kaori as well. So they've got a lot of steroids here to pump into the TA to keep her in fighting shape through the chrono.
They're in great shape here. I mean, Quest are just doing things right, and they are going to go straight for the enemy Tormentor, I believe, after this as well. As TA takes it very fast, she's going to prep, go into Meld, waiting to stack the double Meld for big minus armor, and they start taking it. So minus 22 armor on this Tormentor. Instead of having 20 armor, it's minus 2.
And taking no damage. Crimson Guard mitigates everything from that Tormentor.
Yeah,
Fraction,
Crimson,
of course, there, nice as well.
Crimson is very, very nice for taking Tormentor. And looks like they're successful.
Celery, what's he up to? Grabbing enemy creep waves. Game of Gladiators. It feels like they're a little lost on this map. Trying to gather up forces down bottom. You know, a couple of chrono whiffs. Not whiffs, but not utilize their full potential.
Yeah, he had some nice combo. I mean, this also comes back to a bit what I was saying before, that like before the Skywrath had Rod of Aegis, he couldn't really combo with anyone other than the Chrono, so it slows down the game a little bit. You're playing around big ultis. Or he gonna walk away here and be just fine. He used ulti though.
And Omar, he was toying with the idea of going up the staircase there. Would have been into the waiting Skywrath mage.
Yeah, he had a mech Darkseer next to him, so probably not a burst Tofu judges. And TA just gonna trap and slow this guy. Easy pick.
Now they make their move. Blink DP. The speed at which Quest can jump on a target now and just blow them up is pretty insane.
Yeah, it really is. And now they have both the support shards. They have the Undying Shard, they have the Rubik Shard. TA taking out the second Tormentor there, giving the extra shard. And I like the choice that he's doing here, going for a Manta style on TA. It's not a very common item for TA, but when you're playing against Rod of Aegis, Skywrath, and there's also the slow from Enge, there's time dilation, you have a few things that you want to get rid of here. And even the Howl from Lycan, honestly, decent to dispel away.
Game Gladiators wanting to try and break out of this rut a little bit. Down on kills, down on net worth, but still with a nice toolkit here. Good arsenal of abilities to go and shred somebody. Just a matter of finding them first. Quest to position themselves quite nicely. Just Omar, the only one really showing out on the map. Chakram will come back to him as that's the spell he's got stolen. And a shapeshift from the Lycan trying to catch up to them. A quick smoke, Kaori TPing. Omar looks like he's still going to get caught here, even with a quick jump up to high ground.
This is fine though, this is completely fine for Quest. They got out with all the core heroes, they got out with one of their supports even, and Lycan ulti was expanded for this. And the creep waves, I mean, there's no creep wave bottom, no creep wave top, so they can go mid creep wave if they, or mid push if they want, but without Lycan ulti anymore, how do you fight?
It's pretty rough. You can take over enemy ancients and maybe try and push into mid tier 2 tower here, but they're going to come back and maintain the lanes. There's a Darkseer farming bottom after pushing bot lane in.
Yeah, bottom lane is in absolute shambles right now. They need to fix it. They did cut the next creep wave at least, but still they're so forced back on the map. Trying to use Enge to push out mid, but that creep is also just gonna stay alive.
Oh, I like this, Malik. Shifting into the Scythe of Ice. Yeah, that lockdown against the Faceless Void just really enables your burst heroes to get the job done that little bit quicker.
Yeah, that's smart. Their lineup is pretty low on disable, so get yourself a little bit more. Always good against Timber and Faceless Void. Oh, they're in trouble.
Breaks. They go high ground, looking at Duraccio. A lot of damage, but he pops his Manta and time walks down to low ground. Nu will blink forward. Spirit siphons onto this Faceless Void, trying to catch up to him, but Tofu's got the answers to hold them back for now. A Chakram to slow down the TA. She's still got refraction and some big physical damage. Hits coming. The Melt Strike after the blink. Oh, look at Duraccio evading a ton of it. But
look at Omar hunting him.
Still going to get caught out by the Wall of Replica. Malik, Noob. They're chasing onto additional targets now. Tofu in trouble, but the shapeshift from Ace might actually be able to turn this around as a defensive chrono from Duraccio gets him out of danger. Game Gladiators wanting to continue this and connecting onto Omar, but he tombstones himself, gets into the bunker, and Tofu going to get turned around on. There we go, with a jump on Celery. The two supports of Gaming Gladiators have been left isolated here as Quest will just keep moving forward.
Yeah, Omar is keeping perfect vision on the celery as well. He's not gonna get away. Look at him. He has so long cast range on this time walk, just chasing after.
Body blocked for days. Oh, where are you going?
Man, that looked so disjointed though for Gaming Gladiators. They were getting chased, getting run down, and then they want to turn and take the fight when Chrono was already expended and they don't have Faceless Void anymore. I think they need a perfect fight here if they're gonna take it. Taking these half-assed fights, not gonna work out for them. And Omar, so confidently going up now. He has the shard time walk as well, so he's just trolling at this point.
Where's he going? Back and forth, up and down, round and round, and off he goes. Noob will jump in onto the Faceless Void with a silence there. No Manta style, but he will have time walk after coming out of the silence just to barely scrape away with his life. The trouble is, the chase continues. Faceless Void being destroyed by Noob. Another time walk, a jump away, and he heals back up a little bit as the Mystic Flare onto the TA. Oh, the Soul Rip in the heels. He's tombstoned and bunkered. They've kept the TA up and running. He'll jump out and look to fight now. No chance for Quinn to stick around. It's Ace left stranded as Noob will jump again. These blink daggers and damage from Quest keeping GG on their toes.
Yeah, no Lycan ulti yet. He has it soon, but he's gonna lose another of his ancient creeps there. That's 250 gold going over for TA. Getting a lot here in this fight. They are grouping up to try and take a fight though, with Lycan ulti coming up off cooldown. No Chrono.
This is pretty big. It's Aegis timing as well. Roshan's back up as TA2000 and Malik get jumped. Rod of Atos there. Darkseer not able to get any spells out before falling. A buyback from him though. They want this fight to continue. Ace's shapeshift getting into the back lines. Kaori just bodyguarding this TA. He is the brick wall in front of TA2000, keeping the bad wolf at bay. Ace shapeshift coming to an end soon as the impetus shots rain in towards the Undying from super long range. And Gaming Gladiator just struggling to stick onto somebody. Maybe now with the Malik buyback. Rod of Atos, but the vacuum back into Noob. Jumps in aggressively. Duraccio, half HP lifted up. Will they be able to finish him off before he gets out of the silence? And the time walk off to the left-hand side. Duraccio gets a bit of distance.
He has Chrono now. If they chase too far, this could be dangerous. But the Exorcism is going. They're pretty strong. Roche is up, so this is still an important place to hold. Neither team losing too much there. The buyback, of course, from Darkseer does cost them a bit. But Gaming Gladiators took a good fight. I think they don't really want to fight without Lycan ulti, but that fight was so long. He only has 40 seconds more cooldown until he has Lycan ulti again.
It's like a 3-minute long fight.
That was a very long skirmish. DP now being the one punished for not having ulti and having a long cooldown. We might actually see Gaming Gladiators be the one just go into Roche here and say, you can't fight us. But I don't think they want to give it away that easily.
And Quest in the area, still sticking around. And his lanes look alright. Mid lane at the river. Bottom lane for GG right by that tier 2. And Quest can have to TP to outpost. Very risky from Noob. Does he insta-blinks. Okay. He's on his toes there, making sure Quinn can't get that jump.
Yeah,
high ground vision here for GG as well.
They did get the third Gossamer cape, by the way. So 3 heroes on Gaming Gladiators have Gossamer against this TA insta-burst. So she has to be a little bit mindful. Almost want to hold the meld until you got your first attack out at least.
Ace with one of the little shamans. Is that the CDR creep?
Yes. Yeah, that's the CDR one. 11% CDR for everyone is honestly pretty big in a team fight like this.
Yeah. If you can extend these team fights super long, get more spells out, get 2 Chronos in a fight. It's Quest with the wraparound play though. Smoking in from the southern side. That's the angle of attack they want. Enchantress and Timbersaw on the right, and the wall will whiff.
Taking high ground.
Duracio's up there with high ground vision as well. Just going to kill off his illusion.
Yeah, tough to chase in there. Quest has to be a little bit mindful. Stepping up onto the portal, very hard to do.
Lift it up. Duraccio, time walk, vacuum, silence. The Faceless Void being focused down. Duraccio's dead. Quest execute perfectly.
Yeah, that was a really clutch vacuum that pulled him back. Like, I thought that he was just going to be fine, be able to Manta style, time walk off, and maybe Chrono if he needs to, but somehow they actually burst him.
Oh, the Tombstone again, saving Noob this time. Gives a chance to turn around onto Quinn, silencing the Timbersaw, and they've got so much control for him. The damage from the Chakram stolen. Destructive forces out of Quest as they secure the Roshan pit. 3 big kills for them against Gaming Gladiators.
Quest is just showing up and being really strong here in this as well. Like, this is not just Gaming Gladiators, like, not playing that well. Quest are doing very, very well, taking structured fights in the way that they want, and now going back and grab themselves a Wisdom Rune for Malik, push out bottom. So even though he used buyback before, he's pretty happy now getting back his net worth, working on a pipe. And Omar finds Celery.
Yeah, Omar's out here hunting. Enchantress, what you doing? Stealing our neutral camps? Get back over here.
He's calling help. He's calling the authorities right now. There's an edge here. Wild deer.
You're being illegal.
She's not really dying that fast, though. It's taking a while.
Sir, pull the Bambi over.
What's this, GTA 5 RP?
No way can he... Yeah! Oh, he gets out of there. He realised they didn't read the Miranda rights to him, so he's like, oh, okay, well, I'm not being detained, I'm not being held. I'm going to TP home.
Am I allowed to TP out? Easily gets
Miranda
to safety.
rights, yeah, Patrick, observer with the punt. Thank you very much. Duraccio, Chrono's up Malik. TA2000 jumped out of there, and the tombstone again. Beautifully done by Kiori. Duraccio silence this trap causing issues. Time dilation and jump back. Wall is dropped on him, though.
That didn't get payoff, though. That's
Vacuum
so
in. Okay, they don't continue. And you're right, another Chrono busted out for nothing.
And this should lead to an easy tier 2 tower. I don't see how you can defend this at all. Just a very, very complicated situation right now for Gaming Gladiators. They cannot afford these initiations to be on a one-hero target. If they only catch Darkseer, that's never going to work. The Chrono has to be on multiple heroes. It cannot be on a single. Especially if it's on a single hero, it kind of has to be Undying so you can actually kill him. Otherwise, he just blinks in and saves whoever you grab.
Honestly, I've got to say, these last couple of fights, it's been very impressive how patient and deliberate TA2000 has been, as they do kill off Quinn in that top left corner. It's like you don't see this TA until it's too late. She's waiting, 10, 15 seconds for Vacuum and Lift and all of these spells to kind of catch out the Void and forcing him to time walk, and then you come in with a Trap Silence and the Blink Meld Strike to actually finish him off.
He's going to go for another steal here on the Tormentor. Easy solo kill, and that's going to get them Shard over on the Darkseer now. Actually a very annoying Shard. This Shard is underrated, I think. Like, heavily underrated. If you ever walked in this, you know how bad it feels. It's a 50% slow.
You can't move.
Yeah.
Being burned and slowed.
It's so tough to chase Darkseer when he has this. If he starts running away from you and you try to chase him, you have to, like, run to the side. It's very awkward.
You get turned into a slug trying to walk through salt. Not a happy situation.
High ground push. Exo coming out. They're trying to split a little bit bottom with the Faces Void, but he's alone down there.
And you've got to break past this TA2000 Aegis and Cheese in hand. And tier 3's down. Melirax focused. I'm trying to clear out some illusions here with Celery's impetuses, but this top lane looks pretty done.
Yeah, at the same time, though, bottom racks, they're losing range racks right now. There's a wolf there, catapult wave. They're losing stuff back at home.
Yeah, Malik's come back to try and defend it. Quest still sticking around up at top as Gaming Gladiators, they're poking and prodding, wanting this fight to break out. Well, they are on their doorstep. And Quest's going to back up. And like you said, bottom lane. One barracks down.
So actually, it's Gaming Gladiators who pull out a victory there, getting the range racks and not losing their own racks by some nice poke defense by the Enchantress stepping up, and now Quest have to reset a little bit. So an annoying thorn in their side, and keep in mind, they're playing against Lycan with Shard as well, so he has those extra wolves added to his side lanes. Now losing one racks as well, just a range one, means a little bit of issue. And some alt chat here. Miles issue, buying a new one on the spot. Celery is... Celery is always a funny guy.
Let's get the replacement in straight away. I don't know. It's just such a weird game. I felt like Quest has done such a tremendous job to get these Roshans, get Aegises, top of the net worth. TA looking very good, pressuring top barracks and getting into the enemy base. And then you just look at the other side and like, oh wow, yeah, there's a wolf and a catapult just doing the job we're trying to, but better.
We didn't talk about this, by the way, as well. But the Timber going for Manta style is a little bit of Amar feeling, Amar the F feeling. He used to go for this every now and then, even before Timber became a universal hero. But in this game, playing against both the DP silence, the TA silence from the traps, it's pretty useful for him to be able to have that. And also, being a universal hero, it does add a lot of auto attack damage, so I can't really fault it anymore. He could obviously have gone for a Lotus Orb instead, but I don't think it's wrong to go Manta here. It also allows him to burst the refractions a little bit faster from the TA.
That's clever. I would never have thought of that. So many little use cases for this Manta Timber. And Game Gladiators a little stuck in their base. Just Dyrachyo out on the map farming up towards his Skadi. And there's a Scythe of Vice now for Malik. Huge pickup. We've seen how clean they can be in executing these initial jumps, the disables on the Faceless Void, finding that first pick off. Adding another layer there is going to hurt Gaming Gladiators a lot.
We'll see if they can find the initiation with it. He's the only one who's not smoked out, though, as the full smoke is coming in here. 4 team members going in. They want to go in and up on the high ground ramp.
Hello. Noob jumps in. Scythe of Ice there, trying to burst into Celery's Enchantress. A little tanky fella, but falls nonetheless, and there's no buyback on him either.
A double Hex. It's so threatening. Hex into Hex.
I got to maintain the lanes, though. Yeah, Dyrachyo's down here on the bottom lane. Creep wave up the top. Closer to the tier 2 than they would like. I do have a die wave coming through mid. Might be something that Gaming Gladiators send some summons out there to try and drag it or hold it back.
Dyrachyo in position to try and split push, but is he going to TP base? He's going to farm the Ancients instead. A little bit worried about going up high ground. That's also a thing. Now that they have 2 hexes, this Void can't split push as safely. If he goes up on that ramp, very likely DP TP's in the Fog War, links in hexes him, he gets chain hexed. You know, he could definitely die, so he doesn't want to go up on that ramp alone.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you know, seeing him with Skadi in the quick buy, having an ultimate orb purchased, was there a consideration for buying Lincolns as the Faceless Void?
There could be for sure. I still think he kind of needs Eye of Skadi though, but maybe it's just you got to go back for like a defensive item next. He's going Butterfly next, which does give some defensive capabilities. I'm thinking that maybe they should have gone for a BKB on him. They have triple Hex now with TA Hex, DP Hex, and Darkseer Hex. This is starting to get to a point that you can't play the game if you don't have BKB.
Yeah, some nasty stuff. It's going to come down to Game Gladiators needing that initial jump, find a catch on someone, try and bait Quest into dogpiling, then you get the big chrono.
I think it's starting to make them feel really bad that they didn't go Lotus Orb on any hero. That's also where the Manta style on Timber could have been a Lotus against all these hexes.
Quest perfectly positioned here, holding high ground. Enchantress Wolf, breaking vision, scouting up into the darkness. And do get some good ward coverage here, which is not spotted by Quest. Celery pinging out, saying, hey, boys, play with my ward, defend the vision.
Dyrachyo, close to the enemy here.
Tucked away, Invis Rune, half duration left. Sees Malik walking by, gets a hit and a time dilation in on him. The Surge Trail left around as well.
Yeah,
nobody really looking to commit. Gaming Gladiators. Maybe thinking about swinging down bottom lane. A lone DP trying to clear out that wave, hold on to the base. Now it's Quest on the back foot defending their side of the map.
Yeah, they're being pushed back in a pretty amazing fashion here because it feels like Gaming Gladiators are definitely behind in teamfight overall, but this is just the threat of the chrono. Everybody respects the late game chrono combo. Like, it hurts so bad to get jumped by this Faceless Void plus a Sky combo. So Quest, a little bit careful about how they take that initiation when they know every single spell is available, though I do think they have the advantage. They find anyone. Quinn is down here. Don't see him though.
Quest gonna have to start calling pest control or exterminator or something. This is look at Lycan Wolf. He'll die to the creeps in the end, but he's held this wave back for long enough for a new Radiant wave to arrive. And like you said, Quinn down here as well.
Yeah, just trying to split push. They always need someone on bottom, I think, on Gaming Gladiators. They need someone, ideally, Lycan. They don't really want to have like Timber or Void down there. Lycan can actually send in his wolves, maybe an Overlord creep, and the can't really go up on high ground. Now top, moving towards this Roche. Want to check it, as Roche is going to respawn in 1 minute. Oh, they find the Void, but he gets far enough away.
And Noob was he's there, ready to jump. If Dyrachyo stuck around or didn't get off his spells.
I think if Dyrachyo didn't have the shard for the extra time walk range there, he might have been seen by the DP, which could be dangerous.
Shiva's guard for the Timber. Now a blink for Darkseer. Game Gladiator is smoking back towards this Roche pit. I know how important these fights are. 1.5 minutes until daytime, 30 seconds for Roche to spawn, so we'll have about a minute or so, 50 seconds, of Roche sticking around in one place before he transfers down into that bottom right corner.
Yeah, and this move coming out here, this smoke move. It looks like Quest has realized that they have really good vision on Quest. They don't see anyone in the base. They don't see anyone back in the triangle.
Yeah, nice little Lotus Pool observer ward.
They see the courier heading top too from Skyrath, so they're pinging right where they are right now, and they see them with a ward over on the pool.
They know exactly what's up. Wolf passes them by. Quest coming in to cut the wave behind.
Oh, this is awkward positioning now. This is scary for Gaming Gladiators. They're gonna try and play around the high ground. They're portaling down bottom. I think that's a good call. Maybe they can portal bottom. I don't know, 30 seconds?
Well, there's no time to take Roshan, but the jump in from Noob and Malik, the vacuum onto the Faceless Void, the side device is there, the Hex, the 4-step back, Durantio, the time walk off the Manta, he's got out! Oh, the great escape! The tombstone's dropped and Quest on the hunt, looking for Ace and Celery, but they've got themselves a bit of distance now. Gaming Gladiators, they reset, not losing anything, as Noob, the one hunted by the big bad wolf. Spirit Siphons are out. Blink is ready. Jumps up to high ground to get out of the grasps of Ace. The rest of Quest are coming in now as well. Celery is being eyed up. Like an ulti is out. And the Faceless Void hexed up again. The physical damage out of the TA. Can they control him up? Can they jump back in with a chrono? Durantio locks onto the TA. Now onto Malik. Focusing the dogs here down. And TA 2000. Meld and refraction. But the Impetus hits a landing real hard. Has to pop the cheese. Eats it up and gobbles it to full HP. But Quinn's on his tail. Chakram slows him down. And Ace is here with a big hit. Kaori's in trouble too. And Durantio. Gaming Gladiators running over Quest in this massive fight. They got the DP kill. The double buyback's out. Quinn slays the Undying. Where are they? TA and DP bought back. But
2 heroes without buyback right here. They can't fight this. Gotta be careful even on Rubik. He's gonna get away, but amazing fight there by Gaming Gladiators. The way they turned that around, Void surviving the initial jump was so crucial. And I think great targeting overall by Gaming Gladiators in what was a really chaotic fight. Ace said, you know what, guys? I got this. I'm going on the DP. I'll make it easy for us. She's not going to be allowed to run us over. I will chase her down. I will use my ulti to trade against her ulti. Runs her down fully and generates some space for his team, which made it easier there for Timber to play out the game and overall his entire team to kind of escape from a bad situation. And now it's going to be Gaming Gladiators taking Roche.
It is. Magnum Scepter there on the ground as well. That fight recap we saw, the fight lasted for long enough that it didn't show the MVP of the fight, that Hurricane Pike from Celery. The 1-4 staff, just to get that bit of distance to allow Durantio to pop out.
Yeah, exactly. Even just getting the distance so that the projectiles don't connect fast enough so you can get your Manta and your Time Hawk out. Yeah, that was really important there. Anytime you get hexed up, you know, with this many chain hexes, you need some form of save. Something has to come and help you. And they don't have too many abilities on their team. It's honestly only that one Hurricane Pike. I don't think they have anything else that can really help you here. As far as team abilities go. I guess he has a greater healing Lotus as well in Celery, so if he gets close enough, he can heal you.
I'll pass it over. And Tofu just bought a full staff himself, so they're adding another layer of save there. Oh, yeah, huge performance being pulled out by Gaming Gladiators after being behind for so long. Now their one's back in the driving seat.
This is big as well. So Void going for that butterfly got the Trickster Cloak, right? But he's also managed to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune, and they have their own Wisdom Rune to take still. So he's level 23, getting close to level 25. If he gets that backtrack talent, he's going to be very, very difficult to kill. And at that point, he becomes that powerhouse in late game.
Oh, and he's very aggressive here, Durantio.
That's a dangerous jump.
Jumping into Malik. The wall and the vacuum's dropped on him. He does have Aegis. We're still going to get hexed up here and focused down, but the 4 staff out from Tofu. A little bit of space for Durantio. Maybe the chance for a Manta and a Time Walk. He's getting controlled, though. First life down. The rest of Gaming Gladiators rallying around this. Faceless Void now as Omar gets jumped by Quinn. Noob with his BKB, silencing up this Faceless Void. Ace is there, though, with physical damage. The DP, he's gone. Dead for 100 seconds. No Noob to play in this fight. TA2000 is going to run back to high ground. This is now Gaming Gladiators 5v3 up on the high ground, defeating your base.
They still have Chrono as well with 2 heroes dead. Chrono up, Lycan here to push. They have AC, they can push super fast. This is just going to be straight thrown. They're going disciplined. They were throwing a little bit, but smoke coming out here. Only TA and the 2 supports, 2 cores dead. How do you fight into all 5? With Cheese, Chrono? I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I think Gaming Gladiators have done it. By some miraculous fighting.
Yeah, they've cracked it. Tier 4's glyphed up, but still 60 seconds with no DP, 30 without you. The Darks here. And Mega Creeps, they're going to be coming here as Duraccio focuses down the final barracks.
Yeah, playing it very safe, making sure to get Megas before ending, but even so, the respawns are just 9 time.
I mean, Duraccio taking a pummeling here from TA2000, gets the 4 staffs away, and time walks back in with a chrono on the TA, perfectly placed, and GG called, they know it's over, the throne is falling, and game 1 to Gaming Gladiators.
It was a very, very impressive turnaround from what was not a great early game, but it also goes back to the same thing that I addressed early on in the draft here. They picked TA into Void. It's tough, man. When late game comes around, it's just tough. Like, she was super strong. I don't think you can fault TA2000 for anything they did this game, really. He played a very, very good game. He lost the game 7, 1, and 10. He overall had very clean positioning, great impact, but they chose to play into this, and I think the Lycan reaction by Gaming Gladiators as well, adding that extra bit of power push and someone who could run down the DP and just chase her was very, very clutch for them.
Yeah, vital stuff. I mean, Celery swaps out his mouse and suddenly the game turns around. I don't know what kind of gaming mouse he got handed, but my god, the victory then. On a serious note, super high-level gameplay in this game number 1, right? We talked about picking their moments for these team fights with all these big long cooldown ultis. The dancing around the Roche pit for the majority of the game. Super fun to watch, these jumps and hexes and baiting by Duraccio. You know, we know he takes a lot of flack from the community, but his ability just to tank spells, know his limits, and make sure with that final Aegis that he dies, but he sets up the entire fight and the victory in the end with that bait.
He did. He baited them out. I mean, it looked like he was just making a misplay overall. He was, playing very aggressively there and didn't really have a lot of friends nearby. But again, 4-staff. They bought a second 4-staff there on Tofu that arrived just before that. So the enemy didn't know that he had it as well. He got it just as that would happen, like 42 minutes in. 4-staff arrives in Tofu's inventory, and that pushed Void a little bit further out, baiting Quest to come deeper out into the field, and suddenly, boom, in blinks a Timbersaw with Blink Dagger and Shivas, and you can't move. It was overwhelming Blink as well, and at that point, everybody's just stuck in a horrible spot. You can't fight that.
It's like Lycan shapeshifts on your DP. DP's in the middle of like 3 heroes, 20 summons and creeps from Enter and Lycan. Just got obliterated completely. Great turnaround from Gaming Gladiators there, showing some real strong resilience against an oppressive Quest. Still showing they're a top-tier team here in the Riyadh Masters group stage. That's it. Game 1 rounded out. We'll find out what happens next, though. Game 2 after this break.
حتاكلين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلو الباكت حطلو الزنجر حطلو مايتي حطلو تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Riyadh Masters group stage, where we've got Gaming Gladiators taking on Quest. Game 2 right around the corner. We've got a couple of minutes, though, Waga, so we can think back to Game 1 and how that all panned out, because it was some pretty high-level stuff.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting game, very difficult to break down, and it felt like everything was going very smooth and flawlessly in the early game for Quest. And they made nice moves. They got Roche. They took good control of the map, stole the enemy Tormentor, played the field, but they didn't close out the game. They didn't get up on that high ground with the Tombstone DPXO and like hitting the high ground with the TA at the same time. There was some nice split pushing going on a little bit there by Duracho, forcing some people back, and they actually ended up, counter playing the high ground push. But Quest, even though they dominated early game, they just slowly but surely felt like they were not really addressing the urgency that is Void late game. And maybe I'm giving too much credit to Void alone here, because obviously Lycan had great impact and there was like a team play overall. But at some point, even with triple hexes, Void was too much of a problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, you called it in the draft, right? Picking TA into the Faceless Void. Okay, you can have this momentum and the ability to play that wide open map, get yourself the objectives, get yourself a couple of Roshans. But there was that looming presence of the Faceless Void going into late game, and Duracho's ability to, go in and out with his shard, bait people out, kick off fights, triple Scythe of Ice. Not even that could stop him, which is pretty nutty.
Yeah, I mean, they got the double Force Staff there towards the end, having the Hurricane Pike on the Eng and the Force Staff on Sky. I think those were crucial. Maybe they would need even more saving tools as well. But ultimately, Void knew his limits, had the Aegis, stood in a good position, and he just baited people out to overcommit on him. And after he dragged the enemy out of our base, he just had his team come in and punish. And I think this game was a lot about baiting out ultis, right? Both for Quest and for Gaming Gladiators. There was like baiting out the DP Exo, or baiting out the Tombstone drop, or baiting out the Lycan shift, and then stuff happening after. Overall, though, I think it's just an easier spot once you go late enough into this game for Gaming Gladiators to play out, and Quest maybe didn't play with enough urgency. They were dominating the game, but they didn't really make it clear that they're going to end this game within a certain fixed time. So we'll see if they take some of that into the next game here, and we'll see if Gaming Gladiators, who have so far only draws, if they can actually get themselves a win under their belt. So they got one game up here, only needed one more win against Quest, and they will get their first dubs here in the group stage.
Yeah, got to get them, or else you find yourselves, in tiebreaker spots or just straight up getting eliminated. Honestly, we've seen that plenty during the majors. Very important to get yourself at least a 2-0 somewhere down the line. But yeah, such a patient game, and very well done by Gaming Gladiators to kind of drag things out. Use these pesky, ratting, pushing Lycan Wolves coming out that Quest couldn't really handle. We'll see if things do change up in this draft, though. Is Io, Timber, and Primal Beast going to be banned out?
Yeah, he did say last game on mid, Noob said that he has PTSD and why do you pick this hero? So now they ban it out. You can't say stuff like that and not ban the Timber. So they get rid of Timbersaw, don't have to deal with him again. Even though I think they did a pretty good job mitigating the impact of Timbersaw. This didn't really feel like they won because of Timbersaw and the impact of the mid lane.
Yeah. And Broodmother, it's left in the pool. And you've got first pick as Quest.
Oh boy. I mean, you don't really want to give it away here, man. Ace plays a nasty Brood.
He really does. I've not played it yet at the Riyadh Masters Quest, anyway.
Yeah, we'll
Curious
see.
to see if Malek's a player.
See what they want to go with here. The first phase pick, it's going to be Rubik. So just opening with Omar and his Rubik. He is always so happy to get this. I feel like every game we've watched of Quest, they've been playing Rubik, no? I actually think so.
Yeah, it's definitely been in their wheelhouse for a long old while. But there it is, the Ace Brood. And what's the pairing alongside? The Lion. Okay, so they had this exact same opener against the LGD Brood Lion in that double pick spot. It was against the Timber first pick, but yeah, it's not necessarily a counter pick duo. It's just what they feel like playing. Solid.
Yeah. I mean, getting themselves the Brood Mother is already a nice setup here, and I don't even feel like Rubik is that good against Brood. He's like okay, but he kind of just becomes spiders as well when Brood goes on him, right? And nobody wants that. Lion, though, definitely an interesting pick. And picking Naga into Lion? That feels strange to me. Feels like you're kind of like giving away...
Handicapping yourself?
Yeah, you're playing into a counter. Like Lion gets himself the shard eventually. He's not bad against the Naga even before he has shard, because you can always deal with a single split pushing illusion here and there. And Naga does like splitting all her illusions up and cutting all the creep waves. I don't know, that's a very odd reaction. Obviously, Naga is good against Brood. I'm not going to deny that, but I do feel like maybe the Lion anticipated this. Maybe this was preparation here by Gaming Gladiators. They're like, you know what? People counter Brood with Naga. We're going to shield it with the Lion. Yeah. And even so, they still take Naga.
That's a good point. Very bold by Quest. I do get these triple bans to make sure that her life is a little easier now, though. Ember Spirit gone. And Gaming Gladiators looking at this, carry Naga. Rubik likely in the hands of Omar as a position 4, so we don't know any of these guaranteed lane duos yet. Whereas this is probably going to be the Tofu Lion and Ace Broodmother in that off lane. They start off with the Mars ban. Make sure they cover a little bit here.
You know what? This is where you bust out the good old Naga carry counter. You pick the Pudge carry.
Ooh.
Gaming Gladiators, set yourself up for it. Ban some heroes the Pudge doesn't like so much here in the second phase. And then you can go for like a fourth pick Pudge. Could be nice. Even last pick is fine. But that matchup is like nearly, I don't want to say unplayable, but it's incredibly bad for Naga. So has been used a lot in the past. We used to see it a lot from Team Liquid. Would use it a lot. But we'll see if Gaming Gladiators go for that, or if they have a different approach they want to take in this game.
They just chase her around the map, rotting on her all the time.
I don't know. I mean, this could also be just a support Naga, honestly. Because when you pick it this early, it can be countered way too much as a hard carry. But Naga's support, it's pretty good against Brood. You can still just, song and end snare. You can easily catch him. And you don't really clear the spiders that well, but you can somewhat defend against a Brood push as a support Naga if you get enough items, get some stuff in your illusions, can kind of defend-ish. Better than another support, at least.
Oh, what kind of itemization do you go on the Naga, then?
I mean, if you play support Naga, I think you want to play around drums, probably. To be honest, you get yourself bongo boots eventually.
Okay.
And go for some form of bongo boots, a few wraith bands. Maybe you go for a glimmer cape at some point if you want to save people, but I think you don't go for a save item. You just rely on the bongo boots tempo. Well, we'll see. I kind of doubt that this is going to be support still, because Rubik usually a pos 4 and Naga pos 5. I mean, it can be done, but that's very strange.
Yeah, it sure is. We might see that Darkseer come out with this Bloodseeker ban. Also, maybe an indicator of your Slarks and things like that. Slark has been used as a hero that's solid against the Broodmother throughout the game. And Kiro's Phoenix getting focused down. Yeah, Supernova plus the song has been a really good combo that they've utilized just to really secure teamfight victories.
Yeah, we saw it in the first series that we cast of them, and they actually used it really well, just going in, dropping the Phoenix Egg, and then, ending the song in time that it will get the stun, but also in time that it gets a little bit of DPS going. They played it really well. So just respecting the 1-2 combo there. Probably one of the few Phoenix players that are getting this amount of respect here in the tournament.
Why are we banning Huskar here?
That is a good question. This is because they want to go for something, I feel. This is because they're trying to pick something that they don't want to get cheesed on, but I don't know. I mean, I guess Naga isn't good against Huskar, I will say. She's pretty bad because she doesn't go for a BKB, which is usually pretty important against him, and the illusions can all get disarmed by Q. But this feels like they know something that Gaming Gladiators would just do. Perhaps it's just a Huskar with nothing else going, you know, just a Huskar mid. But
the cheesy Huskar pick.
But it, to me, feels a little bit more like they want to go for a certain pick that would be bad against Huskar.
I guess it's that spot where you got double pick. Gaming Gladiators have the last pick of the phase with double ban to come out as well. Could have been a cheesy spot for them. Disruptor for now, so they do add in that little combo with the Song of the Siren, Static Storm. Both supports and carry now pretty much guaranteed for Quest's first 3 heroes.
Yeah, solidifies the Naga's position, unless you want to get really weird and do the mid Rubik, of course, which has been done in the tournament. But I don't think you play mid Rubik against Pango mids. It's not fantastic. So,
do we just go back from Malik's Darkseer again? Go full wombo combo?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see him go for that. It's an okay hero here. It's not fantastic, but you can vacuum. And at that point, you can try to go for, the Aghanims play, Disruptor, wombo combo, like you said. Ooh. It looked like him, but he's taller.
He's purple.
He's taller.
His head's not quite as pointy as a Darkseer would like.
Yeah. The guy she tells you not to worry about Darkseer.
We've got a Darkseer at home. Another hero that's pretty good at catching up with this brood. Now they've got Thunderstrike to give vision, glimpse, telekinesis, and the gap closing of Void Spirit. So they can get into the back lines, hunt for Lion, find Broodmother. And the lane against the Pangos, it's okay for Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, it's not a bad matchup. Not a bad matchup at all. I wonder if Gaming Gladiators want to try and shift things up here and do the carry brood, by the way. Something that's definitely possible to pick here as well. That would allow them to take something against the Naga lane that, shuts her down a bit, so they could go like Underlord to deal with Void Spirit. Looks like they are going to do carry brood, but it's going to be Beastmaster instead. So don't want Underlord. I think Beast's more important here. Get some vision as well, but also get a great clear against Naga. Another thing that you can do is just get that Aghanim Scepter, and if Naga summons illusions, you just heal. Because that hasn't been changed yet. You still heal incredibly fast from illusions on Beastmaster. They count as though you're doing damage to a real hero. So basically, yeah, you just win against illusion heroes. Naga is, pretty strong illusions. PL is completely incapable of winning against Beastmaster, but Naga does, have some chance, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, right. That's the one clip that's always in my mind. Beastmaster against the PL, and the PL had like 3 teammates with him, sending illusions forward, and the Beastmaster just stands there not caring.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot as well. Just whenever someone picks PL, I feel like they deserve it, PL pickers deserve a Beastmaster with Aghanims, they do.
Get counted.
So, yeah, they countered him a little bit there, and also set up very nicely here now, having the Lion, Pango, and Beastmaster Hawk as well to provide the vision for those ganks. They have very good ganking heroes on Gaming Gladiators, where Broodmother can just keep farming non-stop and become that big threat. Completely expecting her to go for Manta, Harpoon, Nullifier as her 3 big items immediately.
And go for the big right-clicker build.
Yeah. Those are going to be the 3, but the Void Spirit is interesting though. Like, I don't feel Void Spirit is good anymore. I'm going to be honest. I think that hero, he got nerfed too many times. His spells got nerfed too much. Yeah, you have decent, stat build still to become the right clicker, but I honestly don't think he's in a good enough spot to justify picking. And I don't know. Maybe it's just a comfort thing. Maybe Noob just wants to play it against Pango because it's a pretty good matchup. You can use your Q when Pango tries to get away or, jump in. You can stop either of his abilities. But I just don't really see it being that effective.
Yeah, it's like he's still flashy and irritating, but overall impact has definitely been neutered by all the nerfs he's had. Legion Commander out. So no chance for Malik there to have that brood counter in his hands. Darkseer gone as well, so his pick's going to be the Tidehunter. Safe, solid pick for them. A lot of team fight for Quest here.
Okay, so this is again going to try and control all the summons here, right? The Tidehunter, just to try and deal with the zoo that is Gaming Gladiators. So you have the Beastmaster and the Brood. Gives them a nice team fight as well. Quest definitely have a nice 5-man, but their split up gameplay, I guess it's decent. You have Rubik, Disruptor, Void ganking around, Tidehunter, and Naga to fix the lanes. It's all right. Their lineup definitely doesn't look weak. I'm just concerned about this early Naga pick. I feel like they have too many heroes now that deal with Naga pretty well, especially picking Naga into the Lion already. I don't know. I see these illusions just becoming pretty useless.
Yeah, so would you say that it's like maybe a soft outdraft so far and Game Gladiators still have one pick to go?
I'd say so. Yeah, I mean, even with one hero still remaining, I already favor Gaming Gladiators. I think their spot is easier to play out. We'll see exactly what they want to go to round out the draft here. I mean, they still have their pairing together with the Beastmaster. Could go for, Skywrath if they want some damage, if they want to add more magic damage. Pretty common nuker here to pair into it. Or if they want to go for something more melee to go in as well, to give Lion some space. Okay, they go Pugna. Another counter to Naga. Okay. Okay,
get those shards up, boys. Lion and Pugna with the shards against this Naga.
That's such a Gaming Gladiators last pick right there, the Pugna. This is, yeah, they do like playing their Pugna. They liked playing it before the majority of people started hopping onto that meta as well, way back. I like this. I like the draft from Gaming Gladiators. I think this is one of the bigger outdrafts from the games that we have seen so far. We'll see how Quest can play it, though, and how Gaming Gladiators can execute what you have, because drafting is one thing, execution ultimately is what decides the game.
Yeah, and when you've got such a teamfight heavy lineup like this, execution is going to be key for Quest. If you whiff out on one of these ultis, that's your map space gone, your foothold on the map itself gone for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, whatever it might be. Scary times. I guess they can maybe rely on this Disruptor, Rubik, Void Spirit as a ganking trio. Make a bit of space while Tide is holding a lane, sitting in front of a tower. Naga's farming jungle. But then you're getting swarmed by Broodmother, who's so good at pushing objectives, sweeping through jungle, Beastmaster with the vision. And this push power from Beastmaster, Brood, and Pugna is disgusting.
Exactly. It's pretty early tempo. There's a lot of stuff. And honestly, your shove for defending high ground, if you think about it, imagine all the tier 2 towers fall for Quest. Then think about how they're going to deal with being sieged into base. Hawk maybe
Fade
giving
Bolt.
high ground vision. They have Fade Bolt and they have a potential stolen spell. Naga just sends in illusions that instantly die here against the Pugna and the Lion. You have Disruptor, who doesn't do anything really. He can put down kinetic field to delay the creeps hitting the tower, but he doesn't really protect against Nether Blast. Void Spirit, he's all or nothing pretty much. He commits in and catches someone, or he doesn't really do that much against the push. And Tidehunter, same story. I guess you can go Aghanim Scepter and try and gush the creep waves down, but I see a lot of concerns here for Quest. I think this is a big outdraft. I'm heavily favoring Gaming Gladiators' chances here.
Yeah, so usually with these big teamfight drafts where we're looking at level 6s being hit, utilization of the first ultis, and then that primary item, whether it's a blink or a pipe or something for the Tide, and Void Spirit's Echo Saber, it seems super important for them to get to that point. So if Gaming Gladiators can get a couple of lane victories here and maybe quell that initial sort of initiative from Quest, this game could be over before it starts. Find out how they go though. Game 2 coming up. Gaming Gladiators still needing one of these 2-0 victories in the group stage. This might be the way to get it.
Yeah, they're heading out. Both teams with the smoke out again, going for the ward placements. A little bit of a connection here as they run into each other. Both heading to the other side, trying to drop a ward. Change their mind, run around. Tofu drops a top rune ward instead of a mid ward, so you get at least some vision that's very unlikely to be dewarded.
How much money do you get from these illusions early on? Plus 2.
Yeah.
Because they scale, right?
Yeah, it's 2 times your hero level.
A little bit of cash for salary.
So, eventually, they will start giving a lot of gold. Once you get up to a level 10, level 15, level 20, you're getting 40 gold per illusion. And there's a lot of illusions with Mirror Image, Manta Style.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah.
I'm super glad they changed all of the gold values on a bunch of these summons and TA traps and things like that. It always felt so bad spending a sentry for +1.
Yeah, the TA trap should just be 1 gold. Come on now.
No. They should give me hundreds. Yeah. Especially once you get shard, those damn things. And Tofu and Kaori. Another blast into Thunderstrike. And it's going to be Tofu who grabs the bounty rune there. 2 for 2 across the map. And this trading just never stops. Kaori, Thunderstrike, a longer cooldown than the Nether Blast. Takes a few more hits.
Yeah, I mean, Pugna is a very tough hero to trade hits with, even backpacking a few branches here as he tangles up top lane, though. Not getting safely to your lane. Celery trying to just walk up here, but gets grenaded. Grenade again.
Fairy Fire to try and slip away from this, but Malik, pretty speedy. The Tidehunter waddles forward, gets first blood.
I mean, you get grenaded twice. What can you do? You know, it's pretty hard to run away there. That's going to be a first blood, though. And Tide going to be very happy with that little bit of advantage here against Brood.
Look at Kaori and Tofu still at it. Korea Snipe. Pugna gets that takedown. And still hemming Kaori away from this lane, allowing Ace to have a 1v1.
Yeah, the Disruptor is completely being kept out of the lane. He's got to keep going between the tower here and just chase him. He salves up, but he might get caught again. Not going to get spotted, but the courier will.
Another courier for Tofu. Green Skellington. So bloody annoying.
This is a typical Pugna gameplay from Gaming Gladiators. I've seen this so many times. Just so annoying with our Pugna. Pugna's movement speed and auto attacks. Just trading hits here. I mean, 330 movement speed is no joke against the poor 295. Now his own courier, though. Miss micro. Uh-oh.
Someone call the RSPCA. All the couriers getting taken down. Malik does get himself another kill, though, up top, yeah.
He has no TP scroll. 30 seconds. So he's going to have to do a little bit of a walk of shame here on Lion as he gets brought down again to this combo of the Gush. The level 2 power spike, of course. Pretty powerful, and he only had level 1 on Lion still.
This Pugna boy is so funny, though. A spooky, scary skeleton. Very irritating to handle. Aster, yeah, Ace in a great spot. 8 and 2 on the Beastmaster. Getting that free farm in the first couple of waves. It's going to be irritating for TA2000. Yeah, look at that. He pops Mirror Image immediately. Nether Blast, half HP on those illusions. Cleared out by the Wild Axes. And Noob is getting tracked back. He's alright.
This is a key thing that a lot of good teams will do against Naga Siren in laning stage is focus extremely heavily on killing the illusions the moment they come out. So instead of trying to harass the Naga herself, just immediately switch your focus, because if she doesn't have the illusions up, her DPS completely dwindles. And she's taking a lot of harass here. This magic damage lane. I mean, this is what you get when you pick Naga first phase.
Yeah.
You get against a lane that has really good spam, and you're just running out of regen here. Like, you're getting some tangles delivered, but this is going to be a very costly lane to stay in.
Yeah, I mean, Kaori had to spend all of his regen dealing with a Pugna, so he's got none to hand over to the Naga. In that mid lane, Pango 16 and 2, Void Spirit about a wave behind, so Quinn starting to lay it on pretty thick here.
Yeah, his Pango, definitely really sharp, really clutch. One of the heroes he enjoys more. If we look at top lane, do you notice anything strange here? It's like something missing. No webs
I'm not too sure, but it might be... Oh yeah, there's no webs, so it might not be a Broodmother soon. Get slapped out.
Yeah.
What's the build then from Duraccio?
So he's going for 2 points in Insatiable because it's just, you know, getting him a little bit stronger, more lifesteal to be able to stand and trade hits. But I am surprised by it, though, because the extra movement speed, passive regen from the webs, I also feel like that's quite valuable compared to an extra point in Insatiable. But he's just trying to give himself relevant damage to go for last hits against the Tide. So far, though, Tide is winning this lane, not only with the kills, but also with the CSing.
I guess maybe it makes sense there. Broodmother losing his line a couple of times, just trying to be more self-sufficient. And continue fighting.
Getting jumped again, but she's going to be fine, trying to turn.
Ooh, but that Anchor Smash reducing her damage means a lack of lifesteal. Has to fall back. And no regen left on the Brood either, it looks like. Celery's holding a salve, but he's being harassed back by Omar.
He's about to get level 4, and then finally he will have the passive regen of the webs. Definitely going to be scaling them up. I feel like he's missing them right now, because he can't really trade hits with the Insatiable Hunger. I feel like the play to try and go for lifesteal with level 2 Insatiable doesn't work into the Tidehunter. He just Anchor Smashes and wins.
Yeah. An attempted little block on the pull there. Yeah, Omar successful. Celery doesn't drag the creeps back. Just continuing this great time for Malik's Tide.
This is a nice counter, though, that they built up against the Broodmother, going for a double damage reduction lane. This is an old classic, the Rubik and Tidehunter. We see a lot of Rubik these days. Don't see a lot of Tidehunter, but it's just looking very tough. Bottom lane now. I'm looking at TA2000 and his net worth. Let's see, 1700, yeah. He's getting some CS, but his net worth is so low right now. Not able to get away without buying too much regen here.
Yeah, the courier's putting in a lot of work. Ferreting out cells and tangos.
I mean, it's mana boots on the Beastmaster, so both Pugna and him can keep spamming. And because they're pushing in lane, they're also having access to the Lotus Orbs or Lotus Pool. Sorry, imagine if you just found a Lotus Orb. That would that'd be something.
Like a 1 in 1,000 chance to get a full Lotus Orb comes out.
Oh, minute 3. How nice.
Oh hell yeah! Do the lottery. That's starting to become pretty unfun for Noob in that mid lane though. 36 and 7 for Quinn's Pango. It really is going to come down to this first Ravage, first Astral Steps. The quest to get up on the board.
A little bit of theft here as Celery takes the rune. Omar trying to go in there and yoink it. Mid lane rotations now. Noob possibly in danger.
It does get blasted. And Lion keeping tabs on Omar on the back. 6-minute rune's going to be there. Invis rune for Omar. And Noob's he's even going to spend Astral Steps to get back to Fountain a little bit faster.
Yeah, just wants to get back to that mid lane as the creep wave is about to come in. Omar will be there to catch up some of the experience though. And we see now Naga rotating in, not to the mines, but instead to the well wishes. Honestly, going jungle as Radiant feels so much better than going jungle as Dire. Because down here you get 1.5 mana regen in the well wishes. And I feel like that's way stronger.
Malik getting stunned up with a blood grenade thrown at him. Very tanky though, with phase boots and double bracer. Difficult fella to bring down. And he's just been left there on an island, as it looks like the Rubik starts to stack up jungle.
Yeah, the Kraken Shell procs keep him completely safe there.
Glimpsed away. He does get the Nether Ward down to block the bridge. Kaori low on HP. The axes come just in time from Ace.
Not going to be able to TP out there, and that means TP on cooldown as he respawns. Also doesn't quite have boots yet. 440 gold, a little bit awkward spot for him as he respawns here. Not going to be able to get out to the lane as quickly. And Wisdom Runes being grabbed up 1 for 1. No imbalance there. Again going on Malik.
Another shot at Malik, yeah, but he's level 6 with Ravage ready. Turns straight back onto the Lion. Omar's here with Blood Grenade. Get the kill. Quite simply. Doracho just trying to leech as much life back as he can. Difficult though, like you said, against this Anchor Smash, reducing all that damage.
Yeah, and the Fade Bolt as well. Like, when they pair up like that, he really isn't stealing anything. He has 10 seconds cooldown now before he can fix his HP, get it back to full. He has his Soul Ring now on Brood, so has the sort of infinite sustainability of both HP and mana to be fine. And as bottom lane's being completely abandoned here, Ace is starting to take over, pushing tower, using his Vanguard and his mana boots to accelerate his farm.
Yeah, complete free farm for him. 4k net worth already. Tier 1 tower in a bit of danger as he drags creep waves into creep camps. And Tofu, yeah, leaving that Beastmaster alone. Like you say, bottom lane evacuated, so plays in towards mid with Celery's control. Quite a lot of damage onto Noob. Not full kill threat, but absolutely pissing him off and gets him out of lane. While Quinn, Ace down bottom getting glimpsed back. Yeah, Quinn found a kill on Omar over in the Ancients, and I think he's stealing stacks too.
Yeah, Quinn is going for a little bit of big camp stack steal. We saw Roar bottom onto Kaori, but he walks away with the glimpse keeping him safe. The smoke coming in, trying to find the Naga. We'll see if they're successful. She's farming in the well, but they're not really going together here. And even if they did, it's just 2 supports coming in. More just bothering her. You don't have to kill her to make her annoyed. Just go here and try to, you know, nuke her a little bit, maybe steal something. She gets all the last this thing.
Oh, Kaori's going to die there for sure, trying to drag waves around, but Quinn in the mid lane. Found out by Omar and Noob. Something going the way of Quest there as they take down the big Pango.
Yeah, an important kill, shutting down Pango a little bit there. And I think they do well to just go and focus towards the mid lane and top lane. Top has been working pretty well for them so far. Tidehunter is really strong. Maybe try and play around his next Ravage in 30 seconds as well. As Gaming Gladiators, wouldn't be too surprising to see them make a switch up soon. Perhaps they want to move the Broodmother bottom even. But for now, the Beastmaster is farming up towards his Aghanim Scepter. Has the Staff of Wizardry already. And look at that ancient stack. That is a lot.
Oh, yes. Go farm it up, big boy. Yeah, Doracho's Brood. Yeah, I would love to have easy access into some jungle. Right now, kind of farming small camp and dipping back into the lane. While in the mid, Rolling Thunder and an Earth Spike does push him to low ground, but the chain stuns were there. I mean, that was a frame-perfect execution, not allowing him to cast a single spell.
Yeah, they have such good disables. Very hard for him to get away. And even Omar has to be careful here. He gets the Swashbuckle steal after using the W as well, so he'll be fine. Kaori, though, under a Hawk.
He's scouted out by the Pugner. Look at this again. Deja vu. Getting chased back by Tofu. Nowhere's really comfortable for Quest right now, apart from Malik in that top lane, who's going to sit there for days.
Yeah, and right now we see a TP back in towards mid as the focus is on this mid lane by Quest, bringing a lot of heroes and finally getting some space for Naga to farm up, but she is at the bottom of the net worth, and so are all three of their cores. They are very close with the Tide and the Brood kind of just swapping places now. Now he's ahead. But look at the Beastmaster, 6.4k net worth at 1040. He is huge, absolutely massive. And he's going to stack up the other Ancient now after clearing the first one. This Aghanim's going to hit early.
Yeah, nice little bit of micro up top from Dyrachyo, making sure Spiderling Army not going to get slain by the Anchor Smashes. And there, like you've been saying, we see Ace stacking up another Ancient camp. Oh, all the spiders look like they've died up top lane. Malik really does pack a punch with his double brace of phase boots build and a ravage straight into Dyrachyo. Back up from Noob and the jump from Omar, looking to kill off the Broodmother, but the other spike, nah, not going to save him. Telekinesis is there, and a final swipe from Malik's Tide. Gets the kill.
They're coming in with a possible roll, but probably just trying to defend the tower. They don't want to give up map control here. Losing access to his tower would be bad for them. They have the roll, they have the Diff Blade. This really hurts for the Tide. He can't do anything.
Gets a little bit of distance with the Kraken Shell popping, but the Finger of Death goes straight through that natural hide armor he's got.
Such a big power spike when the Orb of Corrosion, Diff Blade come out. You have a lot of minus armor, and on top of that, burning all the mana. So even a hero like Tide doesn't want to get hit. Corey mid, get jumped. Glimpses him back.
This is going to be one of the fastest Ags we've seen on Beastmaster, like, ever.
Is just a solo kill, I think. Oh, yeah. The haste rune gonna be enough.
Can he get away?
He can Q him, maybe.
Oh, Quinn baited in. No, but Omar there, ready to strike. That haste rune, just handed to him by the gods.
Yeah, that was nicely put kinetic field though, and ultimately he manages to outplay Quinn there and gets some help by his teammates coming in as well. So they're now gonna mount up a bit of a push mid as the best defender of the towers is currently dead, the Pango, and yeah, like you said, this. Definitely one of the fastest Aghanim Scepters I've seen in a while. He is only 120 gold away now, and once he has that, it's like a Radiance on crack. It's just way too strong, man. Like, you farm so fast, and not only that, you destroy heroes. So it'll give him the confidence to start playing more aggressively, not just hide away in the Ancient area like he has been.
Oh man, I wish we had the JJ and Booker layer thing to see how many Broodmother Spiderlings have died, because Malik just jumps into the middle of them and kills an entire swarm of them.
Hey, almost one-shots the Spiderlings even. The Spider Rides insta-die to him.
That's pretty solid. I just had flashbacks of that old Beastmaster Ags build, though. I remember now the mid Beastmaster with the Arcane Soul Ring into Ags. It used to be pretty quick.
You mean the old Wild Axes build?
Wild Axes, yeah.
Right. Might see a play here onto this Broodmother. Glimpse is coming in. They can pull him back.
Yeah, into the kinetic field. Trap the spider inside. We've got plenty of disables for him with that Ether Remnant. Catch him out with the damage. There we go, with Quest finding another kill. Things going well for them. They're taking these little victories where they can, while TA2000 is farming up a storm.
They're doing a good job. Right now, though, we can see the intention of Gaming Gladiators. Smoke up the Beastmaster. He's done farming. He's joining the fray. Currently, it's been Quest who's been playing a lot around their offlaner, but for now, they're engaging here. And good read, though, by Quest. They're avoiding it. They get the top tower, and then they get out. So the smoke not connecting to anything. And we can really see in this game as well why teams enjoy picking Disruptor against Brood. Like, that glimpse is so valuable. You think you can just run away in your webs? No. You can just Q him, get vision on him, and pull him back in good time.
Yeah, super nice. Rushing Aghanim Scepter as well on Disruptor. Try and get these big wombo combos going. That's what their lineup is really suited to do.
Oh yeah.
Song, Static Storm, Ravage.
It's terrifying, honestly. If you get songed and you have multiple heroes nearby and there's Aghanim's Disruptor, that could just spell like GG for that team fight. You're not winning it.
Yeah, again, that's kind of how Quest have been playing, picking these single moments in the game. 20, 25 minutes in, a single team fight gets them a Roshan or that map space they need. And they're really good at converting that one team fight victory into bigger things.
Oh, the ancient stack has been spotted here by Quinn. Goes in, nukes it, wants to farm it, and as all their heroes are around, we're just gonna have to see Quest give it up here. The leeching experience with Disruptor, trying to get anything he can out of it at least.
I made these.
Yeah, please. You don't get any stack gold anymore when the enemy farm it.
Upsetting. Poor Disruptor.
You know when they added that, it actually worked that way. If you stacked a camp and the enemy farmed it, you still got gold for it. It was, Oh, solo kill mid.
My investment. Oh, you're right. Straight on Celery. Noob making the most of this new Echo Saber pickup. But look at Gaming Gladiators. They're straight in the pit. They see 2 heroes show mid, 1 hero show down in bottom lane. I know, it's pretty free.
Yeah, especially with the disarm as well, the minus armor. Just bring this down. I don't think we're going to see a rotation over there, but instead trying to make the most out of this time, just farming up. Let's have a little bit of an item check as they're taking this Roche without any contest. Looks like Naga Siren working on that Manta style. Has enough money for it right now, but not purchasing it. Oh, his courier. Ah, you got his courier sniped. That's painful, delaying his timing here. He has 2.9k gold right now and doesn't have the Manta in inventory.
Oh, it's a bit painful. Bit of pain in the mid lane. Stolen Earth Spike. Ether Remnant. Not quite going to catch out Quinn. And he had Lion in behind him as well.
Fantastic spell to have though with that Ether Lens. Having the extra range on the Earth Spike.
Malik. He does have Ravage down here, and Quest are maneuvering into position. 3 heroes caught up in the tendrils, the stun from the Earth Spike, connecting, and in comes Noob. Tofu in trouble, but the Roar is there. Can they take down this Void Spirit, though? That's the question with Dissimilate. He's very slippery. Gets back on top of Tofu, focusing the Pugner down, and they get the takedown on him. TP out from Noob. Not successful, though. Gaming Gladiators.
Minus
2
blink.
core
He's
kills
gonna
for them. They
Oh,
find
he doesn't
the
blink.
Courier Snipe. The Hex is there just in the nick of time from Celery. 3 in a row as Kaori is trying to slip away on the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, he's gonna hide, but he doesn't have a TP scroll. He used his TP, had to cancel it or got it cancelled, and now he in courier scouting him. Pugna is actively microing to try and find him. This is not a coincidence. He sends it down here just to scout, keeps his courier alive, and oh, okay, he's gonna lose his courier to the Tumblr's toy as he hops down in the little pit. He gets the courier kill.
Bit cheeky. And Tofu's coming down here looking for revenge, though.
Ships in the dark. They don't see each other.
Straight past each other, yeah.
That was actually as close as you can get without seeing each other, pretty much.
On the very brink of that fog of war.
I'm concerned, Gareth. I'm very concerned here for quests. They are losing map control, and now with the pipe as well as the Vit booster over on the Beastmaster.
Kiori, come on. Oh, you need so many hits as a ranged hero. You'll get one of them.
He's making the most out of his situation, not being able to TP base. He's doing a bounty hunter roleplay.
Tumbles away, glimpse across. Kiori's still out of vision, hidden away, but Celery, he's going to find him eventually, right?
Give him the finger.
Come on. Get over here. Hello, Disruptor. The Static Storm drop with a Thunderstrike.
He doesn't want to die.
Is he going to solo kill this line? Nah, Quinn comes in and says absolutely no more nonsense.
There's no way he's getting that solo kill. He had Magic Stick as well, holding it, just chilling. TA 2000, Summoning Illusions trying to push out mid, but that's where you see Ace just running there as well. He's just running, actively hunting people right now on Ace.
This is where that steamroller is like slowly moving towards you and you're stuck in the cement.
Rubik.
Unable to do anything. Rubik taken down. Lion and Pugna make short work of him, and Malik in trouble as well. Gaming Gladiators bringing their forces into this bottom jungle.
I like the choice here. They're going Blink next on Beastmaster. A lot of times with this Agnes build, we see them go full tank build, but I think he's tanky enough already. I don't think that you need to be even chunkier. You just get some stuff for catching, because right now, Quest are attempting to play some Rat Dota. They're trying to push out side lanes. They're trying to, avoid confrontation, and there's no better item to punish the opponent than Blink, maybe at Travels, get yourself these items to punish people who try to hide.
Yeah, what's the state of the game where... Oh, is this an illusion bait? Tier 2000 sent one behind, and that might... Yeah, he gets jumped. Lion spends his hex on it.
Not again. His courier died again, Gareth, this time with the Orchid on it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he has most of the components, but he does not have the Copium. The Copium was on the courier. He's not going to get it for 2 minutes. So first he gets his Manta delayed by what looked like about 2 minutes, and now he gets his Orchid delayed by about 2.5 minutes. His Naga's not hitting her timings, and she's playing into counter picks. This is tough.
Right, I was just about to ask you, like, what is the timing? What is the state of the game here that Quest says, okay, we go in, we ravage. Malik says it's now. Right here, onto the Broodmother, trying to catch out Duraccio, the BKB, the healing, the insatiable hunger, not going to be enough. Now Ace, the focal point. They're going to try and burst down this Beastmaster, and Malik with a double kill. Even without this Naga's timings, they're still hitting their stride with a teamfight prowess.
That was really clutch. They got the Beastmaster before he gets Roar out. If he roars, he quickly gets all the charges for the Aghanim Scepter. He had no charges on the Ags there when they went on him, so he wasn't healing at all. Now they're chasing for more. Even gonna find Tofu, slap him up with the whip even.
He's gonna get glimpsed back. Malik and TA2000 right on top of this. Little Skeleton Man and Quest. Right, come out of that shell a little bit there. A stolen Nether Ward. It looks like we've got a little bit of lag as we try and reconnect things up, and try and get Wagga back in here as well. Looks like we lost him for a second. Well, yeah, Quest doing their best. We've seen how good this massive team fight can kind of overwhelm Gaming Gladiators if they're not ready for it.
That was a perfect timing right there to pause by the players, because my Discord decided to crash and restart itself, and the players decided to pause as well. So thank you players.
Yeah, they had a bit of lag as well. Probably the same thing, honestly.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, good first showing, really, from Quest's big team fight. Aegis on this Pango not really being utilized that much. 20 seconds left on it.
Yeah, they haven't gone too much, and Quest are doing a good job under the situation that they're in. It's still an advantage over here for Gaming Gladiators, but we see good utilizations of the Ravages. I want to say Malik, his decisions on when to Ravage have been really on point. They always have people close enough to punish whatever he catches, and they're getting closer to the big thing. The thing that matters the most here for Quest is getting this Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. Once you get that, you can deal with the BKB Broodmother very easily, possibly, if you get the Song go in. So they're only 1,000 gold away now on Disruptor, and when he gets that, I think fights are going to be a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, honestly, pretty wild to see how well he's got towards it. Okay, he's not upgraded boots, he's just got a wand and some wards. No Philosopher's Stone or anything, and still getting pretty close to it, just 20 minutes in.
Looks like we're actually seeing Duraccio do a little bit of a different approach to the Broodmother carry build as well, as he, of course, went for the Echo Saber into the BKB. I understand the BKB in this game, it's very, very good, instead of the Manta style, but he's going for a straight Butterfly here as well, not opting to go for that Nullifier build. We'll see if it's going to work out well for him. Of course, getting that evasion, very useful here against Naga Siren, but could also always enjoy a Nullifier. Not too much to nullify in this game, but the armor protects you a lot and the damage is really good.
Yeah. Well, once they all respawn up, we'll see what Gaming Gladiators do, because right now Noob is snatching Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, not only that, when he jumped in for the Wisdom Rune, he coincidentally jumped over Quinn's Courier, sniped that one as well, and then got the Wisdom Rune. That turned out to be the perfect crime right there. It gets to safety as well.
Oh, very fortunate. Ravage still about a minute off, but a Halberd being delivered to Malik here. Very irritant force in these fights with Vlad's Halberd, Blink Dagger, so he can jump in, control up this Pango Brood. Give a bit of coverage to the Nagasaran to let her do her job.
Yeah,
a couple of seconds and Orchid's going to be finally delivered.
It's pretty cool to see, Gaming Gladiators struggle against the Tidehunter, because usually, Ace Tidehunter, probably one of the most impressive Tidehunters I've seen. Top vision on Karori. They jump in with a roar.
Straight up. Blink roar. The drums are being banged. And the Finger of Death helps Ace get the kill. 3 stacks up on Celery now.
Not the worst hero to lose to a double ulti combo like that, but he was only 600 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Losing 100 gold and being dead now, not making more progress towards it. Just slow it down a little bit. At least they can play safely now, knowing that the Roar and Lion ulti is on cooldown, so probably gonna see Noob get a little bit aggressive bottom.
I mean, right now, do Gaming Gladiators want to try and speed things up and play aggressive, keep the tempo going? Or do they want to slow down and hit the next set of items and wait for Roche?
Yeah, looks like Gaming Gladiators, they have their eyes on this top tower. They just want to keep shoving here. Keep pushing.
Bang, bang, bang. Beastmaster bongos, the drums are slump. March into the beat of their drummer. And back and farming jungle with Quinn. So they do take their foot off the pedal a little bit. Just reclaiming territory back on their side of the map. No, Miss Broodmother is still out there farming. I guess you know Quest are in a situation here where they probably want to be the ones smoking out and using these teamfight ultis whenever they're off cooldown to get that little bit of leeway.
Yeah, you want to try. I mean, right now the game is in a state where it's all about pushing out map. You see all the heroes kind of forcing out creep waves wherever they can. A little bit of a move towards bottom now by Gaming Gladiators as Quest retake their Ancients area, trying to deward, check for any vision in the area.
About a minute until night time. Roche could be up in 30 seconds. Gaming Gladiators not getting any wards or anything down here. I think about stepping through that twin gate up towards top, but you see Quest already in position with observer wards and a couple of heroes ready and waiting for them up north. Butterfly's nearly done for the Broodmother now as the Pango gets his Manta delivered.
Yeah, the siege is starting bottom. They're tipping out on Gaming Gladiators, tipping in on Quest to defend it. So Brood has to be a little bit careful if she stays in the area. A very nice rune here for Quinn. Finds the Arcane rune on the Pangolier. Maybe they will try and take a fight around this. They do have vision bottom, so they see that Quest TP down to defend. They know everyone is down there now.
And a pretty quick spawn on Roche as well. 20 seconds to go. Still sticking around down here as Noob. Pretty deep. But he's such a slippery devil. Tons of escape mechanisms. It'll be quite hard to catch him. Especially when you've got no real vision over him.
Yeah, difficult, but at the same time, they saw people walk away and leave, so they're kind of shoving towards the tower at least to see what happens if they just push it. But looks like they're concerned about a possible smoke gang. They haven't seen a hero for a long time. Easy for us with bird's eye vision say like, yeah, you could just take that bottom tower. People TP'd in and then they ran away. Tower is pretty free, but they haven't seen a hero for a while now as Quest are playing in Fog of War over on their triangle. So that's what we see right now. Gaming Gladiators back up, play it a little bit safe, take the high grounds, and try not to get smoke ganked.
Yeah, they just see a couple of mud golems fall flat down in that bottom jungle. I know someone's down there, but apart from that, it's all darkness.
And Disruptor has the entire Aghanim Scepter, so I think Quest are the ones who want to look for a fight right now, trying to lead with Tidehunter and Naga, and then follow up with Kaori. This positioning is so important here on Disruptor. He needs to be close enough to follow up the song, but he cannot get jumped first. It would be a disaster.
Now this Roche fight is pivotal for both teams. Quest, the ones that can show off their prowess with all this team fight capability.
Quest just want to see. They just want to see a chance here to use a big song, so probably gonna try and use the Tidehunter to give that, but looks like they're a little bit scared of taking a fight in an area where they don't have any wards themselves, and also playing into the Beastmaster, worried about the Hawk. They're gonna back up, and that means they're starting Roche.
Yeah, they're gonna come and clear out mid. Top lane's being pushed in as well. They do 5-man smoke though, just leaving the lanes. Have these Naga illusions try and contend with the creep waves. As like you say, Roshan started with the DD Brood.
I don't think they're in time because of this DD rune and all the minus armor. This goes down fast.
It's going to be pretty close here.
Smoke revealed by Lion.
Leading the charge, Roshan down, Quinn grabs the Aegis, Cheese on the floor, and Ace pre-BKB to make sure he doesn't get summed up. There's the Static Storm though, the combo coming in from Quest. Naga Sarin getting shredded though until the Ravage gives the coverage. Protects the TA-2000 Naga and they turn on to Quinn. Pango in trouble, gets the disarm down. Malek still standing strong, but the Naga has fallen. Aegis claimed up as Quest still continuing to fight, but the Finger of Death blasts the tide, and Noob, he's got to turn tail and run. Void Spirit wants out, but Celery has the catch, and the damage is there from the rest of Gaming Gladiators. Really well done to counterplay that teamfight initiation.
Yeah, they're hunting for more as well. Getting into D-ward here and chasing, but they're just gonna go straight towards towers here. And in that fight, you could see how much the Beastmaster does. Like, there's a reason that I was talking so much about the Beastmaster and his Aghanims as they chase for more. Don't think they're gonna find Kaori. TP's on their corner. Maybe again. Ooh!
Well, howdy! What you up to over here, Disruptor? The Shard on Lion as well. You can't do anything against them. Just stands his ground, drains your mana, and now Duracho and Ace will come in to clear up.
In that fight, the Beastmaster did twice as much damage as the Broodmother did. He did 4,000 damage in a team fight. And a lot of that just coming out from the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and he pre-BKB to make sure that when that Aegis fell, he could grab the cheese, not get songed up.
Yeah,
doesn't get clipped by the Static Storm.
Great presence of mind by Ace. If he didn't BKB, that could have been a disastrous fight, I think. But Ace just, you know, they saw them, right? The smoke reveal was there by Celery. He blinked out. I think Celery was an important component there, but the reaction of using that BKB by him was pretty damn good.
Quest is still out on the map. They saw the spiderlings. They know Brood is nearby. And they can't keep vision on her, though.
Wisdom runes. This time gonna go both towards Dire. Which is fair. Last time they didn't get a single one.
Oh, Celery and Quinn. Two-man smoke, roping into bottom lane. Noob's making the call to retreat. Don't get caught out. No stragglers. No one left behind, but he's got caught himself. Hex into Earth Spike. 4 staff back, and he's still got steps and Assimilate.
Yeah, they're running down, just pushing here. But Quest, I don't see any way they can defend it. They're going to try to do something, but I think ultimately you just have to give it up. You don't have Ravage quite yet. 15 seconds.
And no way you stop this tier 2 take.
Noob is trying to set a trap here for anyone who walks up on the ramp, but I don't know if Lion is going to walk that way. He's around. He's close. Oh, BKB.
For the D-ward. Quinn? Thinking about it. Putting the fear into that Void Spirit.
Could be costly not having BKB there.
This could be the high ground push that Game Gladiators need. Cheese still on the Pango. Malek will take out the Spiderling army as Duraccio BKBs and gets a couple of free hits on the tower.
Pretty aggressive.
Brood Mother.
Pretty aggressive trade of his BKB himself, though, on the Brood, so maybe they think better of it. I don't know if they can really break high ground quite yet. Of course, not having the Aegis anymore. You have Cheese, but you really want that Aegis. And we see Celery TP top and just kill all the illusions as fast as he can. He uses Hex, Mana Rain. We see why this Lion is so damn good against the Naga, but you chose to play into it. I don't know. I still have yet to see this Naga have the impact that you want from a first phase carry pickup like this. She has only been part of 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, she's done like a little bit of map control. That's just been the song, really. That's been the vital part of this tier 2000 Naga pick.
It's less than 1 KDA per 100 CS, Gareth. That's low value. The real comparison is the kill per CS. Kill per net worth.
Yeah. The net worth impact. Spend all that money for what? Omar? Stepping out of his base just for a quick little ward. Game of Gladiators really utilising this entire map very well. We're back in their own Ancients. Broodmother's continuing to accelerate. The other 4 ready to fight at the drop of a hat, getting the D-ward with their gem that Lion picked up a while back.
Yeah, I really love
top
the
left corner.
That's something that Gaming Gladiators do a lot. They pick up early gems just to get map control. I think they are one of the teams who value vision advantage a lot in Dota, and could be a big reason to their success, honestly. It's just the way they understand how to clean out the map. Because look at Radiant right now, and try to understand, what's Radiant's vision on the map right now? It's nothing. They don't see shit, Gareth. It's dark, alright? You see your Naga illusions go out, and they try and push a lane, then they just die to Hex or Mana Drain. That's it. That's why you see them clump up now, because it's terrifying. It is scary in the dark.
Oh, really? The map is dark and full of terrors.
It is.
There's all kinds of wild stuff out there.
It is. At the same time, you look over to Gaming Gladiators. They got spiders running around scouting. They got a high ground ward over here that they're now setting up a trap over on this guy. Poor Kaori. This guy go down.
Straight up BKB and shred the Disruptor. Dead with buyback. See if Gaming Gladiators really push the limits here and go high ground again. And all 3 waves are trending towards Radiant Base, something that Quest have to go back and maintain right now.
At the same time, it doesn't feel like it's a sense of urgency here from Gaming Gladiators. They have very good late game, honestly, and I think that they can comfortably just sit outside the base like this, choke out Quest until the advantage keeps building. They're 20,000 gold ahead right now, and I don't think they have any stress going high ground. Just gonna take the next Roche, and that's gonna be the moment for them to siege up the enemy base.
Yeah, it feels like one of those situations where really Quest's primary way back into this game is some...
close.
What happened?
The roar, just animation on the primal roar onto Void Spirit. He TP'd out. It was very close.
Lifted his hands, did he?
Yeah, waved a little bit.
Yeah, that Quest, they need this, big hammer to land down on Game Gladiators with their massive team fight. And if Game Gladiators don't give it to them, then all these team fight long cooldown ultis Kind of being wasted, sitting there unused, gathering dust in the toolbox. They do smoke out of their base. It's just uncomfortable, though. Like, do we hold this high ground at our ancients? Do we go back to the far left side? We've got to clear out waves first.
It's an impossible smoke. They already knew about it. You can see Gaming Gladiators, all 5 of them, grouping up together. They're saying, okay, you're smoking? Well, it's kind of awkward that bottom is not being defended with, like, 7 spiders and a creep wave hitting it, and nobody defended top as well. So, yeah. The thing about Dota, you really can't go for those smokes without pushing lanes. They can't push lanes that easily, due to a lot of different factors here. Primarily the Naga Illusions just not being a reliable push, since either support can kill them instantly. Beastmaster kills the Illusions really fast, and Pango also deals with the Illusions. I don't know, this is just very, very tough.
Should never have leveled up Mirror Image in the first place.
that's the real bait and switch. Not only a support Naga, but just max something else. End Snare and stats support Naga.
That's the way.
It is not the way, don't do it, chat.
Get the shard, get the greaves, get the holy locket, get the heals.
And as we see, when one team is controlling the entire map like this, their advantage keeps building. They're still staying somewhat relevant in net worth here on Quest, but the advantage keeps ramping up bit by bit. Courier gonna die again, possibly. Ooh, even all the way out there. Still in range.
Miss.
Just stopped microing it there. He was like, yeah, it's safe over here, but no, Celery will happily kill that courier. That's 550 gold and more time that Naga can't purchase her nullifier that she's going towards. We haven't talked about it too much, but the saves from Pugna, you know, he's got Pavis, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Decrepify. You're not killing anything without that nullifier. Not if Tofu can help it.
Right, he just never shows himself in the fight either. Tofu's always skirting around the edges with the line, playing from fog. Just allowing Beastmaster and Brood to be that bulwark in front of them. Next, Roshan is up. Gaming Gladiators much more focused, like you've been saying, on this map control. Just hemming Quest back in their base. Trying to limit how much space they have to actually get out and farm on these heroes.
Nope, going for a Wisdom Rune. This is like the one play he can make right now. Go get something. He's gonna go for another little steal here.
Oh, yeah, tasty Wisdom Rune.
And towards his level 20. Always nice.
Farm up some ancients on his way back as well. Nullifier for him queued up too. Not that far away from it.
They have Nullifier now on Naga. She managed to get herself out there and buy it manually as her courier is still dead. But now Roche spawning. GG. Or Gaming Gladiators. I'm not calling GG. It's not over yet. Gaming Gladiators gonna move over there and get themselves that refresher. Jeez, and Aegis. Refresher, man. I'm not even sure who gets it here. They have a lot of good candidates.
Hey, you got like double BKBs, double Roars. Who wants it?
Refresher, maybe Brood here for double BKB probably. Yeah, he's keeping it, I think.
Looks like it. Well,
it's very nice after the Aegis. He can always swap it in, get another BKB going then.
Heard a glimpse. I don't know if that was on a boar or what.
Oh, they TP'd bottom. They TP'd bottom to defend and got glimpsed back top. But it was just Beastmaster. He has his Aghanim. He has his Travels level 2 with Octarine though, so his TP cooldown is not very high.
And disarm on the Brood. Stopped Taracho from hitting that tower for a couple of seconds, but now with the Assault Cuirass and move forward. I need the glyph here, Quest. Nargasaran still out on the map. Not coming back just yet. Might leave this tier 3 to fall and look to defend a little deeper inside their own base. Gaming Gladiator is being very defensive with their move.
They have that double nullifier now though, and they have the Naga Song of course into Disruptor Aghanim's combo, so Quest looking for a chance to set up here, but if it's only Brood, that's not a good target to go on.
And just watching your buildings collapse. The foundation's being crumbled here. And Gaming Gladiators being wrapped around on by this tier 2000 with a song. Ace trying to hide in the tree line.
Up, though.
Yeah, there's no big connection here from Quest. They'll go for the Pango in the back, trying to ravage them up, aiming for Quinn. Omar traded out. Kaori's dead. They've attempted to get on top of Gaming Gladiators here, but they're so damn tanky.
Yeah, they hex up the Void.
They're still up and running. The Void's going to dissimulate away while the Brood goes in onto the Naga Siren now. They've got the stun to connect, the turnaround play to save TA2000, gets her away from danger. But you've spent everything to get a solitary kill, while Gaming Gladiator is still running towards your buildings. Tide coming back with a TP forward. He's stunned up. Nullifier on the Beastmaster. Broodmother does lose the first life. Aegis down. Oh, Ace! He's not surviving. The drums not working out for him. And Quest are holding their base now. Catching up the Broodmother. Big ticket kill to take. Noob went into the back lines trying to catch him out. As Duraccio, he knows there's no escape, so he tries to play aggressively to dive in deep, but he is stunned and killed.
Wow, that actually works out in the end. It was a little bit costly with the buybacks, but not that bad, actually. The initiation looked a little bit scuffed for them, but they did bring down the Pango. That was the important hero to remove. A lot of the teamfight control disappears when the Pango dies. He didn't even get a chance to use his cheese in that fight. He died very, very quickly. And after that, they just kite. The Broodmother tries to lock onto a target, but Tidehunter, not the best hero to hit to begin with, and with the Force Staff from Rubik, keeping people alive. Also, again, Omar. Him on his Rubik, man. Every single game I watch him on his Rubik, big impact. This Earth Spike that he has stolen as well, he does so much with it. The positioning play from him with his Blink and his Force Staff. He's kind of the unsung hero, I feel, of their team.
Yeah, he pulls stuff out of the hat consistently. I guess there is the situation that Gaming Gladiators were kind of hesitant to actually go up and face, right? They were being very deliberate with their sitting back, farming, not going for this rash push up to high ground, waiting for Aegis and Cheese. But even holding Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, they're walking up into the high ground defender's advantage of buybacks and massive team fight really overwhelmed them.
I think the worrisome part here for them is that they didn't actually get caught in a very bad song. They were really split up, and the song didn't group anyone to get a nice connection. They, survived online initially, and the only one they lost to the song initiation was one core, which isn't that bad for an Aghanim song initiation, but still, if you can't protect the Pango because of that Nullifier, no matter how you try with, Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes, Pavises, nothing does anything, then this has to put a little bit of worry in Gaming Gladiators. That was not a poorly executed fight, and still they got destroyed. Quests feeling a little bit more in control now. Also, the Shivas from this Tide, it mitigated so much of Beastmaster's healing. We could see when the targeted Beast there, he had a lot of charges on his drums going, but ultimately he didn't heal anything at all really because of that minus 40%. Not able to, or minus 25%. Well, not able to get his HP back.
Yeah, it's massively impactful. And now they're adding another layer in here as well with a Blink on Disruptor. So that will give the option for Naga to go pretty deep into the ranks of Gaming Gladiators and have these two supports follow through a little delayed. But Gaming Gladiators looking to try and hammer this nail into the coffin. They have been leading this entire game. It's looked very smooth for them until this last team fight, and they will get a catch with Ace, the Roar onto the Disruptor.
Oh, that's a big turnaround. 2 core heroes.
This is dangerous. 2 cores inside a Static Storm. The Stolen Earth Spike stunning them up, and the Ravage is there, so Ace and Quinn falling quickly. Noob with a double kill in the chase. Disruptor glimpses back Celery. Tofu, I don't know, he's trying to TP out. He's stunned up by Omar. Caught out, pants down. An ultra kill for Noob.
They're doing it. They're actually turning it around really, really well here. And this is just go time for them. Everything is opening up. 4 kills. Brood is just running away. No friends alive. And the Arcane Rune on Void Spirit is giving some chase. Omar leading the way. I don't think he can reach that, though. Both Blink and Force Staff on cooldown now. Yeah, this is exactly what was worrying for them. That if they lost the fight when they didn't stack up, what happens if 2 core heroes happen to be next to each other? Song came out perfectly there. Disruptor was close enough. This is just disaster for them. They had a 23,000 gold lead at the highest, I think.
Yeah, it's down to nothing.
With Aegis and Cheese, now it's 3k lead, and this absolutely just feels like their game to win now on Quest.
Yeah, 2 fights in a row. I think it was 6k swings apiece, plus all the towers and the map control you get. Now Quest the ones on the enemy high ground taking tier 3. Wild stuff. Quest just executing these team fights to perfection. Duraccio, there's nothing he can do to stop these buildings falling. I can glyph and delay things, but with the catapults, Naga Siren, melee racks will fall in the end.
Yeah, and they get the racks, get out cleanly, and keep persevering here, just holding their advantage. And so much gold now being injected into all these heroes. The Naga Siren already swapping out her power crest as well. She's building towards an Aghanim Scepter next, as she is already 6 slotted here with the Bloodthorn and Nullifier.
Completely stacked.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much real in action, but you know what? We could in this game, because she has Disruptor with Aghanims. So now, if the enemy heroes are not stacked up, she could get herself the Aghanims and reel in. I am hyped, Gareth. I have never seen reel in used in a pro game in the games that I've spectated, because it's a shit ability that generally sucks. But for this specific combo, is actually damn strong with the Aghanims of Disruptor being able to stop the enemy from doing anything.
Oh, I can't wait. I've seen it once, but not in a combo. Just I saw it. It did a thing. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I've seen it lose games in pub games mostly by different pro players testing it. It's generally shit. The Aghanims is still pretty good because you get extra cast range on the end snare, and you get the BKB piercing as well on it. But being able to use it on sleeping units is also really, really nice, because then you can reel them in during it, set up for that Disruptor.
Drag him into the Static Storm. Gaming Gladiator is very hesitant now, holding high ground, waiting to see what comes over the hills.
The problem is they need to find this Disruptor, and his Neutra item is carrying hard right now. He's got that ninja gear. It is the best item in the game. I don't even care what tier 5 item he gets. He's keeping this item the rest of the game, because this is everything he needs. If the game was to go to 60 minutes, I don't expect to see him swapping for anything, because just being smoked all the time, there's no way for you to find that clean initiation. Oh, they're smoking up though. They're looking.
So big on these fog heroes. Disruptor, Enigma, whoever it is that jumps out of the trees. Gaming Gladiators, they smoke up to top. They've got to clear out that wave. And prepping themselves for the next Roche, right?
Yeah, I think so, but this is probably just a preparation move a bit. You gotta get the wards down, get vision down in the area, as Void Spirit shows himself bottom, but the rest of Quest are coming towards top. They do not want to give away another Aegis for free here. And the net worth is pretty much dead even now, less than 1,000 lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Roshan spawned bottom right and immediately has to run through the twin gate. Quinn, watch your step. The big man's coming. Even pushes the Hawk out of the way as well for a second there. I'll pop out of the pit, say hello to Tofu. But this is where Quest really do shine. These choke point fights, the terrain around Roche Pit is pretty spectacular for them.
Yeah, very careful Roche here. They're using the Naga Illusions to scout, coming in. Someone has to deal with them. That will give away positions. Line jumped.
There we go, Celery. Found out in the back. Does have buyback as Noob jumps in, finds Quinn. A huge one with the Ravage, the Tendrils. Can Malik follow through with a chain stuns? He can. He's got buyback on Quinn. He's going to have to use it now. The Pugner songed up, Ace with a Roar, Disruptor found, 4 staff from Omar buys him space and time to survive. Static Storm dropped down, not really landing as he would have intended, and the Finger of Death going to blow up the Rubik. But look at Ace disappear! Beastmaster's gone, and Duraccio, he's got the help of Quinn now. Oh, multi-buybacks with the Boost of Travel 2, coming in onto TA2000 with the Nagas TP down with the BKB. Noob slipping away with a Silver Edge. Have they got reveal? They don't need it anymore. He's removed himself from invisibility, and he's taken out. Duraccio with a double kill, a real chaotic team fight.
A chaotic team fight, but that was a lot of buybacks as well coming out. Lion bought back, the Pango bought back, Pugna bought back, and Beast bought back. So 4 buybacks on the side of Dire here. Yeah, you get Roche, but at what cost? That was very, very expensive. And I'm not even sure if they can really go high ground and try and threaten and force the buyback of Void Spirit. And if you don't force that buyback, then Quest can just make a power play by going aggressive and then going in with the travel buyback play. So Gaming Gladiators, kind of, their hand is pretty much forced now that they have to go for a play. But this is worrisome for them as well.
And these instant deaths on Quinn really, really hurt Gaming Gladiators. Every single time he's being found in the back lines, getting caught out by multiple Ravages basically with his Tendrils of the Deep.
He does have the Aegis now on him at least, so bursting him is not going to be the best initiation for them anymore on Quest. So perhaps next fight will be a little bit smoother.
Duraccio? Alright, okay. Yeah, just jumps in to kill off an illusion.
He tried to get onto the real target, didn't get it, going for racks.
Think about the buildings.
He's got that minus BAT talent on Brood, so it's extremely fast.
Evens out the playing field. Top lane barracks, both destroyed. A lift up in the mid lane, though. Nice. Gets himself that man to dodge out from some of the control.
He's here.
And Quest don't really want to be running out of their base chasing Gaming Gladiators here. Just wait and see what comes up the ramps.
So the only one who has any buyback on the side of Gaming Gladiators is the Brood, but she doesn't have travels. She could buy it though if she dies, so I think they want to use Brood as the one playing the riskiest, so that if anyone is going to die, it's better that it's her. They can of course do the same thing with the Aegis on the Pango, but right now, the fact that they are 4 heroes without buyback makes it very awkward for them to try and push high ground here.
Who do you want this DD on at this point? Still Duraccio?
Yeah, it's definitely Duraccio. He hits incredibly hard.
Bottles
Problem for him, though, is that he wants to stay hitting on someone, but there's a lot of saves. There's Rubik with the Shard, there's the Force Staff, and there's, of course, just the counter-initiation play. You could always find a song or a turnaround.
Oh, the Battle of the Ages. Range creep against Hawk. A Sentry giving vision of it as he takes a year to kill it off.
Okay, Quest coming out. They're the ones looking for a fight into this Aegis.
Straight on Celery. Blow up the Lion. One hero down, and they know there's no buyback. Numbers advantage for Quest.
This is big. 100 seconds, no Lion here. This is a power spike to play around. Quest just going out now. They need to push the mid creep wave, and they're hunting for any bonus kill they can get with the Naga smoking in with their ninja gear.
Scan connected.
Yeah.
TP down to Outpost.
He's going behind.
Spirit. He's going to catch up to Ace here. Finds him. And with a Song of the Siren, Ether Remnant, they've got him locked in. Static Storm makes sure of that. He disappears. Evaporated off our screens and dead for 2 minutes now. Duraccio, he does get a tier 3 down bottom, but it's dire times for Gaming Gladiators now.
Duraccio has so much weight on his shoulders now to push and try to create any form of counterplay, but he doesn't have a creep wave anymore. They're going to push out mid. Bottom creep wave already dealt with by some illusions, so if he doesn't have creeps, he can't really bother them anymore. I mean, he can try to backdoor, but he doesn't quite have the damage to threaten melee. I think he can take range racks, but melee racks is going to be super slow.
Oh, the sound effect of Brood hitting stuff. Squelching.
Yeah, doesn't even try for the melee racks, but that means they can completely ignore him down here. They know he can't really do anything important. They're going mid. 80 seconds on the Beastmaster Lion. 25 seconds still.
It's going to take some real magic here. Quinn with a Rolling Thunder. Gonna try clear out the creep wave. Do a bit of chip damage to the Naga Siren. It's worrisome times, though, as he's going to get caught out potentially if they jump in. Behind these tier 4s, they decide with a glimpse. They'll drag him back into the kinetic field. Silence Nullifier, catching him with a Static Storm. Quinn, he's dead. Aegis taken down. And Quest getting that little step closer to a victory here as they look to blow up the Pango on the second life, and the Ravage catching the Pugna, taking out Tofu. This might just be it. They've got the jump on the Lion now as well. Noob finds the additional target. Duraccio trying his damnedest to get any kills and trades he can. Finger of Death is good on Noob, but the refresher up from Malik. Oh, he's got another Ravage here with the Song of the Siren holding them in place. They've caught the Lion and the Brood. Duraccio jumps out, but the Ravage is there. The second round of Tendrils takes another kill. And Omar with a well-played nose that they Tier 4's falling, throne about to be exposed, and it's Duraccio against the world. Oh man, Noob is gonna send him back with Kaori there and focus down the primary objective. The throne is falling, you can no longer defend your ancient, and GG is called 1 apiece as Gaming Gladiators get another draw in the group stage.
Another draw, and this was their game to win. They were well ahead, they had everything they needed in this game, and it looked like they were supposed to win this game, but you know what, Gareth? This game, I think Quest did an excellent job of showing every player in Gaming Gladiators that you never give up in Dota. You try until the bitter end, no matter how dark it is, no matter what time it is in the game, you can still try to come back into the game. I think that's an important lesson taught by Quest here, but look at this was the big moment where they get the second catch with the 2 heroes this time. Disruptor Aghanims.
Yeah, key moment for them. They just swept over Gaming Gladiators here. And this was meant to be their Aegis Cheese refresher high ground push, and Noob is the one that comes out with the ultra kill. Void Spirit, a hero that has suffered a lot to the nerfs, has felt quite uncomfortable to play recently. Noob showing is perfectly viable.
Yeah, this was also a fight where they tried to hide behind the Roche pits, trying to not get caught in an awkward position, but still the Naga Song running after, catching people. They tried to burst the Disruptor with a roar, but they force staff him, keep him safe. And still the fights, I mean, they win it, but it cost them 4 buybacks to do so. It's not really a one fight. It's just you were alive at the end of the fight. Is a better way to describe it.
Yeah, the entire left-hand side feed just showing everything that Gaming Gladiators were spending there just to invest into that one victory. And here, the final death of Quinn. Oh, the penultimate death of Quinn, actually, because he had the Aegis. He does die twice in a row, caught up in all these disables. And it's really nice to see the initial fights, this kind of overlapping of ultis, right? How we expected to go with the Song, Static Storm, the Ravage, everything was going. But towards the end of the game, they were using them kind of piecemeal, one by one. They got perfect efficiency from the stun duration, from the Static Storm duration.
Yeah, they had incredibly good control. I mean, their spells for just setting up and bursting heroes are really good. And I gotta say, the execution this game from Quest was really impressive, because overall, I would still say that Gaming Gladiators had an easier draft to play into here. There, of course, comes a big power spike later on here in the game when the Aghanims from Disruptor comes out. Heroes, how they prioritize the kills. I think Quest did an excellent job with their targeting and with their gameplay. Also, Broodmother in a great way. That laning stage looked so tough. Even though Brood is a powerful hero, even though she's first phase ban pick material for all these teams, they didn't get that much value out of her just because of this Tidehunter Rubik double damage reduction. Awesome series, awesome game, but another draw for Gaming Gladiators. 4 draws now, and probably not going to feel too good about that.
Need to get some W's. That's what they absolutely desire as we round out our third series of the day here. One more to go. A best of 2 between Tundra and Aster. We'll see you after the break.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters as we continue on with the group stage. Last series of the day, as we've got Tundra taking on Aster. And if you've not kept tabs on what's going on, sadly Saxa has popped off back home having some health problems, which hopefully he gets recovered from as soon as possible. And I believe AUI standing in again for the squad.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I hope that he gets better. It really sucks for both him and his team, of course, being in this position. But they have AUI 2000 hopping in and playing with him here. Obviously, a great player as well with tons of experience. He's done a few things. He won a TI. No big deals. So you can't really complain about the quality of a stand-in. However, they're going to be going up against Team Aster. Aster playing, with Sumail, who has been playing with them for a little while now, and we'll see how well their team play has built up over the time and how they will match up against Tundra here.
Yeah, Team Aster putting up some solid results. 1-1 against TALON and Team Liquid, and 2-0 in Team Secret. So looking decent to start off their group stage. Now getting over the hump, getting over day 2 and day 3. That's where really the meat of the group stage is taking place. And like we were saying in the previous series, getting a single 2-0 victory often is the difference maker between being bottom of the group or in tiebreaker situations and actually making it to the main event. So that's what all these squads will be looking for. While Tundra, they've dropped to Bet Boom 2-0. They did get 1-1s against Talon and Shopify. But yeah, definitely needing to step things up here and get a W.
Yeah, I would say so. And we'll see exactly what type of drafts they're going to bring to the table here. We've seen so many different approaches here as the sort of land meta evolves and people are trying out different things. Some people are now letting through the Broodmother. Sometimes Broodmother is first phase ban. Timbersaw, is he getting figured out a little bit to some degree? I feel like the impact of the hero was massive at first, but more and more, at least in our 2 last series of seeing Timbersaw, he has been lower impact than you would expect, just because teams are getting used to which heroes they need against it and how to approach him, I feel. And also, itemizations being a big way to solve him, really.
Yeah, and in particular from the mid lane as well, right? It feels like there's maybe less pressure from offlane Timbers, and they can maybe feel a little more free with what they're doing throughout the game. Whereas mid Timbers, they get in this position where I need to go do stuff right now, and if they get shut down that once, twice, then things fall apart for them.
It's a bit tricky because mid-Timber, he brings a ton of damage. He's pretty tanky and has survivability and he has mobility as well, right? But he doesn't have that sort of setup in his jump. He only slows a little bit with the Chakram. And a lot of mid-heroes, think of Storm, Ember, Void Spirit, Puck. All of them provide some form of catch as well so that you can help your supports get in there and get those kills. So downside to him. We go into this game and we see the bans here. Immediate Storm ban out by Tundra. Obviously, you're playing against Sumail, Probably, I would say, the strongest Storm player to ever face Dota. I mean, he is a monster on that hero.
Yeah, he absolutely is. When's the Rod of Atos Timber build coming out? When are we going to see that? Get some catch on the big boy.
You can actually build that totally. He's a universal hero after all, and he doesn't auto attack that much, but you shouldn't underestimate the ability to get some damage from your auto attacks in fights. I've seen it a lot of times. Small detail, players will get one auto attack out, throw the chakram, pull it back, and then one more auto attack secure to kill. You get a few slaps in just by virtue of being tanky.
And this Lion rising in priority as well. And we've seen G.Gladiators pull it out, and of course you're against Kaka. And this has been, one of his top 3 heroes for a decade now. You think of Kaka, you think Lion Sand King.
Yeah, Kaka, he has very clean positioning on those heroes and always gets the most out of them. So big respect in the way they open and draft here. Team Aster banning out the Brood and the Enigma, being the heroes they don't want to deal with here, but that does mean that Wisp slips through. Now, of course, the immediate threat is perhaps the Leshrac combo with Wisp, so you got to be ready for at least that with the heroes that you pick up here. Just going for a solid 1-2 combo here. You get the Snapfire, could be mid, could be played off lane, and Clockwork pairs up super well. So, I mean, that is an entire off lane if you want to run it. Just Clock Snap.
Yeah, and kill threat throughout the game. Long range initiation, long range artillery. You see a hero, you catch and kill them. Yeah, one of the switch ups when AUI standing in is that snaking has moved to 4 last time they did this. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's shifting their hero pool, who's playing IO, and like you called for, the Leshrac's there.
Yeah, they go for Leshrac. No big surprise there really, but this is expected from Team Aster when they see the Wisp, I feel. It does give some changes, to what they might be doing in their picks. Of course, Aoi, notably known for his visage. He plays a very good Mirana as well, but he's capable of playing many different things, you know. He also got famous for his Techies gameplay, but that was a different Techies in a different era. And he himself expressed that he really hated the fact that he played Techies and, you know, only did it because he wanted to win.
The only reason. Play a disgusting hero just to win a TI.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty fair reason. I could think of a few million reasons to do that.
Yeah, there's a few players out there that wish they had. You think back to CDEC, Shiki not playing the Leshrac for that entire tournament. You know,
the disco pony meta, and then, you know, at first people didn't pick up on it, and later on it evolved, and people realized, wait, we can just not ban it and not pick it, and they're not gonna do anything about it. Yeah, interesting. And
it's like we have similar.
Yeah. Go on. I was going to say, we'll see if this tournament is going to have similar sort of meta evolutions here, and if people can find weaknesses in their opponents that they're unwilling to do certain strats, because certainly not every team lends itself to every type of play.
We do kinda... for sure, Team Spirit and the Broodmother situation is one of those. I can't remember who we were casting them against another team, and neither of those teams offlaners play Brood. It was Team Spirit against someone, and we had that situation where they both let it in, both ignored it, and we were both kind of trying to draft against it, and it just never came.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is. It's a bit of a blur watching a lot of games here, not just the ones that we are casting, but also keeping tabs on all the different simultaneous games that are going on. It's, you know, it really is like a mini TI this tournament, so there's a lot to feast your eyes on, and it becomes a bit of a haze after a few days. It's hard to recall the games.
It was EG. Yeah, Whisper does play Brood, but like not often. So it was one of those. Collapse doesn't play it. Whisper doesn't want to play it, and so it was kind of ignored.
Yeah, right. As we go through the second ban phase here with the Wisp IO opening for Tundra and the Snap Clockwork, we see bans on the Drow, which we have seen previously used very effectively against the Lesh. You get the hypothermia from the Aghanims eventually, and you mitigate a lot of the IO healing, the Bloodstone healing. Void, another hero that would pair up really well with the Snapfire and also be pretty good for locking down both the Wisp and Lesh. So intelligent bans by Tundra. At the same time, Team Aster, they don't want to deal with certain carry heroes here. They're getting rid of the Slark and the Ursa. The hard to lock down carry heroes seem to be their prioritized to get away.
Yeah, giving a bit of blanket coverage there to help at XXS. You know, he's picked up these Tides and Legion commanders who can definitely suffer against Slark, Ursa, Monkey King in the lane for sure. Now we've, you know, thinking back to EG again, you know, and Beast Coast, and these teams have been picking up TB with a Skadi Rush. Is that a consideration as a ban here from Tundra?
I don't know if it's a consideration of a ban, but I think it would be a good option actually to pick for Team Aster. I mean, when you have Clockwork to lock the enemy in place, you have Snapfire for a little bit of control and possible save even for a TB. If you go for that rushed Eye of Skadi, like Dragonlance into Skadi, I mean, I was very convinced with how good it looked against Leshrac IO. It dealt with it super well, but then we also have the trend of some people going for, you know, different item builds on TB and going for the Midas or something greedy like that. I would not be on board. But if you go for rushed effective item build, then sure.
Yeah, we had the stats come out last night. You posted a tweet, all the stats men came out of the caves.
Yeah. Got Knoxville and Lamar both responding, and I got some good stats on it. So buying my doesn't terribly. I got some data on it now. I dug through. It's 1-4 it was 1-4 in the Riyadh Masters by the time I checked in wins and losses. And so not a very good record. And Lamar gave me some bigger stats. Overall, it's a -5% average win rate if you buy a early Midas on TB compared to just not buying one in high level pubs, that is. And if you buy a Midas that is not very early, then it's a -13% or something. Ooh. It's very bad.
Yeah, not ideal. Oh, we're not seeing him straight away. Team Aster waiting till then. A last pick of the second stage to show things off. Just grabbing a safe, solid Rubik for now.
Yeah. Take the Rubik. Obviously, looks like a very good game to be Rubik here when you play against Leshrac. If you ever get your hands on that Split Earth, it is devastating, the impact it can have. Also, pairs up really nicely into the stuns that you already have on your team. Good magic damage, and possibly you can mess with the IO Lesh a bit with that telekinesis, maybe back. I have talked previously about how, you know, I like disjointing the combo of IO Lesh, try and, you know, make it hard for them to stick together and just stay alive.
Yeah, both Clock and Rubik really fit that role nicely. I mean, we're kind of expecting You said Snap could be 3, but I think expecting this to be the Sumail hero. That's been the go-to for Aster so far. How does that matchup in the mid lane go against Leshrac? Because I've seen Snap just crush lanes.
I think Lesh is hard to bully. I think Snap wins slightly, but I would say it's a 55-45 if we're giving like a percentage who has the advantage kind of thing.
All right.
I would say it's 55-45 to Snap. She's at a bit of an advantage, not that big. Also, keeping possibility open that maybe Sumail feels like busting out the mid Rubik. You know, Sumail's a very flashy player. They could do that offlane combo, Snapfire Clock, and just send the Emperor on his Rubik mid. Overall, though, Tundra here, going with the Darkseer and the Bloodseeker. These heroes add up a little bit of combo here. They have the vacuum into Split Earth. They also have the vacuum when someone's Rupture or the into Blood Right. So a bit of control, messing with the mobility here of Aster as well.
Yeah, good bit of tempo. Iron Shell Bloodseeker, and then covering the Darkseer with a Bloodseeker pick as well to not allow your opponents to have it. And the Monkey King does come out in the end. Monkey Rubik against the Darkseer.
It's an alright lane, but it's not fantastic. It's not a lane that you crush the Darkseer, I would say. And it's going to be interesting to see, because right now we just see the IO. I wonder what their last pick support is going to be here on the side of Tundra.
And what's left out? There's like Enchantress and stuff like that. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that snaking IO. So we could see...
I'm expecting Snaking to take that, so that would leave Aui's hero still as the last pick. It could be possible that they're just, giving Aui last pick as he is stand-in here, and they're trying to, give him a little bit of a more comfortable game, since all of the players of Tundra, obviously they play at the top level all the time, and while Aui has a lot of decorations for being an experienced player, he did not expect to be playing right now, and maybe you want to give him a good game, get him into a nice position at least, so it's not extra pressure on him.
He's not going to be playing your Saxa bats and Slarks and stuff like that in the position 4. Phoenix removed. I would see like a Phoenix or an Enchantress or something there. A bit of lane bullying, damage over time, healing kind of deal.
Yeah, also the attack speed's slow, right? The Phoenix is a hero that is very tough to play Monkey King against. He can be very oppressive in laning stage. You can't get your Jengus off, and it would be a lot of burn with the Iron Shells and the Phoenix W. So it makes sense. That ban out is pretty logical here, I want to say.
Does make a lot of sense. I always get lost when we get to here. Who has last pick?
The last pick is over on Tundra, right? Or, well, overall last pick. Oh, last pick is on Aster.
Okay.
Right? I think it's ban and then kind of...
And then pick, then ban. Then pick, yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken. I get confused with how they change it. Yeah, it is that way.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the draft order has been different so many times, so sometimes I get clueless on it as well, but no, it's still that way. Yeah, so I ban out the Venomancer, another hero that would be very annoying for the Monkey King, would also mess a little bit with the overall positioning in the fights. So makes a lot of sense. Some form of obnoxious hero like this is probably what they might be going for. I could also see them take a Hoodwink here. It's not
really
bad. I know it's not really meta, but Tundra have played Hoodwink a lot in the past. Granted, that's with Saxa, but it also would fit pretty well against the Monkey. You get some way to catch him in the tree line. You get combos. I don't know. It's a possibility.
What was the
Visage? Oh, they go for Aui's Comfort, man. Aui's Comfort Zone. They do exactly what I said. Get him a nice little game.
So what does this mean for our lanes then?
It's just a +4 Visage, right? Going
with the
together. Yeah, I think Io will pair up with the Bloodseeker on the safe lane, Leshrac on the mid, and Visage Darkseer going together on the off lane, which is a lot of damage, right? You have the Soul Assumption, which Monkey King can try to time dodges against. That's something that we will have to look out for here. See if the Monkey can do some good mischief plays against the Soul Assumption.
Yeah. There are ways around it. Aster with 20 seconds left. They still have that flex of the Snapfire. I'm not sure if they're a kind of team to flex the Monkey King. They've definitely got 2 and 1 hero to go. I've got plenty of team fight, catch, decent lanes. What are they lacking?
I think, yeah, they go for Legion. I was thinking Tide at first, but realizing it was banned earlier, so not an option. They go for Legion. It gives them a bit of solid lockdown here, and a way to initiate and keep people in place so that they can lay in. It's going to be a Sumail and a Snapfire. And this is also great for the Wukong's command. If they Legion duel someone, they can start laying in the kisses. They can drop the Wukong's command. Team Aster, this is a very typical, like, harmonious Chinese draft, right? Like, it usually has no real big glaring weakness. I think if you want to stress it, you could say that their tower damage is a bit lacking in the early game, but their team fight is so nice. It looks really, really good. At the same time, though, Tundra, they got that IO Leshrac combo, 33 on his Darkseer, which he loves to play. Skeeter got the Bloodseeker, which is pretty damn good here as well. And then Aoi got his absolute top hero. His Visage wasn't banned. Yeah, it should be a banger, Gareth.
Yeah. I mean, really looking at these timings as well. You know, thinking about this Iolash 15 minutes in, just running at you. Darkseer with a couple of auras, Bloodseeker with that Thirst sprinting around. They could absolutely cause some problems if they get into that aggressive posture as Tundra. But I think Aster, looking at their scaling, not just team fight, but having Legion, Monkey, and Snap, this physical damage can be really overwhelming if they get to their items as quickly as they want to. We've seen XXS and this kind of greedier meta can definitely scale from the offlane.
Heading towards the late game, they will absolutely get very powerful. Also, a super good game to go late game for them if they get towards the Nullifier. You can dispel the Iron Shell, Surge, Blood Rage. There's, a number of different things that you can get rid of here. And I think that they will be happy to try and take it there. Anyway, any time that you run mid Snapfire, you kind of want to get to that level 20 talent, right? You're hoping to get there, preferably 25, and get the multi-shot going as well, but at least 20 and try and burst someone with your physical damage. At the same time, though, Tundra are playing high tempo here, having both the Visage and Leshrac. Their tower push is pretty damn powerful. So we'll see who takes control of the game and who is going to lead the way here.
But yeah, you're right. Just watching the draft lineups match up, that shiny golden and red, very thematic from Aster, beautiful prosperity from the golden capes and stuff out of Rubik. We'll see ourselves get into game one, though, here in this best of two, the last series of day 2 of the group stage here at the Riyadh Masters. And there is old Rubik waddling around, Morty and Beatrix getting out onto the map. Beautiful lizard flopping his paws everywhere.
A little bit faster on the side of Tundra here. As they smoke out, they're going to drop the ward on the opposite side. And even though smoke out, Aster are going to drop their ward on their same side. Still good vision. Both of the teams having nice vision for mid. A little bit better vision for Radiant, as they will be able to see the entirety of the ramp.
And same wards down on that bottom right side as well. Radiant and Dire both planting observers to watch out for that bounty rune. The movement of heroes through the jungle. As Monkey King is going to come in and trying to safeguard up that top rune.
30 seconds.
He's looking for a high five, little scarab beetle.
Yeah, we'll see as well. It's fully possible that they put this Visage towards the safe lane as well, as a safe lane support just along with the Bloodseeker, and throw the IO up towards top lane. We'll see how they want to do it, since they're playing with a stand-in. It's harder to protect, right, compared to if Saxo was here playing.
And it's like, do I want Soul Assumption with Blood Right, or do I want it with the Iron Shell and the Darkseer? Where do you want Snaking to go? What's more comfortable for you? I'll try and figure things out. And there's Bounty Runes, the first point of contact. Sumail and Pichu getting a couple. AUI. And then Monet, the third one for Aster.
Yeah, triple rune, so they're getting a little bit of a monetary advantage there. Going to help get towards that bottle faster for Sumail in his mid lane, for instance. And yeah, that matchup, I think it should be a pretty good time. We'll keep an eye on it, as we... I think bottom lane could be an exciting lane to keep an eye on as well. Probably going to see a lot of trades back and forth there. We see the Soul Assumption spam already. Aoi showing Kaka that trading hits with a Visage. It hurts, man.
Yeah, we know. We've definitely played against each other a lot in the past.
Look at that damage. It's
quite the burst. This is before blood grenades get thrown. And
he's got a blood grenade. That's a kill.
Gonna chuck it at him now. Kaka about to die. Skitter gonna get in there. AUI with the first blood.
Hell yeah.
Coaches can do it all.
What a stand-in right there. Showing it immediately before the first minute mark. Already first blood.
I think 2-time TI winner, right? Once as a player, once as a coach. No messing around with this boy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He actually has the double TI win decoration. That's true.
Got the 2 Aegises on his shirt. Up at top lane, Snaking and 3-3. Overcharge level 1 from Snaking. It's not going for that tether, just going for outright harassment with the attack speed and a bit of regen to trade hits with Clock and Monkey.
this angry little wisp coming at you to hit, and he's going for that heavy stat build that we see Tundra do always. You know, even on the support players, the cores love to go for their stats, but even the supports here going for 4 branches and a circlet on the wisp, and it's a universal hero, so he gets a lot of damage out of that. 57 auto attack damage on this wisp.
It sure does. Honestly, kind of a nice lane with the Darkseer as well. Often we talk about this Darkseer having struggles in the first 3 levels. He wants to get to that second point in Ion Shell. Getting there can be a little difficult. But when he's being tethered up and topped up, he can play aggressively level 1 and level 2. Like going straight onto Pichu, vacuum back and get a kill.
Yeah, get a kill, and the wave is pushing back into them as well, which is ideal. So really nice how they're controlling this. Of course, they have Ion Shell, so they're kind of going to always push back into the Dyer's tower. And 9 gonna get the top rune, but he took a lot of harassment there first. Of course, he's gonna bottle first before taking it.
And Clockwork is continuing his job at running at people. While AUI down bottom does get a pull off after dewalling that small camp. And Kaka wandering around. Can't really contest, but it's also a Kobold camp there, the most useless neutral creeps in the entire map.
Yeah, they are known as the useless family for me. They don't really do anything. They can maybe get 1 creep killed if you help them deny as well. Top, bit of a rundown here.
Trying to get on top of 3-3. So let's get the Jingu stacks going, Monet. I'll just turn back and hit some creeps though. Deny it arranged. Damage done. 3 minutes about to hit though. Lotus Pool ready to be clicked. Who's there? It's Pichu. Should be able to grab it.
Yeah, easy for him, and of course the threat of the Boundless Strike there making it so even if Snaken tried to take it, he wouldn't really be able to. It'd be difficult for him to steal anything. So far, CSing Bloodseeker leading the way. All 3 lanes looking pretty healthy here for Tundra in terms of last hits. Mid lane, very even at the 15-3 and 14-5.
One of those odd situations where like the Kobold camp making the kind of double wave go onto the tower, pushing it a little bit further forward, now allows Tundra to actually drag their way back towards their tier 1. XXS getting a bit of damage in onto Skitter. Not much regen left.
No regen, but he's a Bloodseeker. He's gonna thirst these creeps back and get his HP. Top lane, we see them going on to Monet here.
And the slow from the rocket flare keeps them at bay for a little bit. I didn't want to dive under the tower for the Monkey King anyway, just good chip harassment damage.
Snakey's courier does go down as a casualty there. Good positioning by Clockwork.
Oh. AUI, I love you. 3 blood grenades in his inventory, man.
Oh boy. All of them. I mean, Blood Grenade is fantastic on Visage, especially support Visage. Sumail going for a play on mid, chasing here. Not gonna be able to get a kill, I think, because a lot of regen left on 9 here. Still kind of bullying, asserting his dominance.
Yeah, does get the deny. 23-5 against 18-6. Yeah, slightly favoured towards that snap, like you were saying. A little bit of a leg up there in the mid lane. Skidder going to regen back up.
Very minor lead, but still getting something. And he's looking to maybe establish some control in terms of harassment with that Q.
Pichu. Trailing Snaking. Scouting him out. Darkseer's courier in the neutral camp there, trying to hide away. Let's see if he's going to buy himself up on the Ring of Health, Vanguard.
Bottom lane getting a bit trickier for Bloodseeker as he loses a lot of HP to this continuous Fade Bolt and Q. But he's going to be fine for now.
Monet getting the Jingu going, one more hit. Can he find it on 3-3? Yeah, he will. I'm going to keep chasing. This rocket flare slow. I always forget how impactful it can be. Just a short duration, but a massive slow on it.
Once you play against an Aghanim's Clockwork who just spams rockets on you, that's when you get really triggered. That's so annoying. Does a lot of damage, slows you over and over. But yeah, even just level 1 rockets, having that 100% slow matters a lot.
You can see 9 being very tentative with his positioning there, knowing that Sumail is level 6. He's trying to, line up a cookie, think about the play with the kisses, and he'll go for it now.
There it is.
Rocket flare slow, the kiss is landing, and 9. I mean, basically solo killed by Sumail at this point. The early level 6 really paying off for the snap in that mid lane. Well, Kaka chases back AUI.
Cookie soon could maybe commit for this, but a little bit tough as the creeper is coming as well, and they don't have creeps on the tower. Gonna back out, but yeah, definitely nice play by Sumail, setting up with the Fire Snap Cookie there into the ult. It's so hard to get out of as you Didn't have enough HP on Lesh to insta-TP there, but at the same time, juking the Fire Snap cookies or kisses pretty hard.
And AU Deny takes out the bounty rune. He got some tricks up his sleeve still. 7 minutes coming up. Clockwork going to be waiting by the Wisdom rune, and it looks like Kaka is going to be going back to his side as well. Always feels really nice. Like this is a massive topic, right? Rubik, Wisdom runes, so good at guarding them.
As one of the big things, so bringing 2 heroes back here is a nice move, because if you just have Wisp here, you're definitely not getting this, but by bringing both of them back here, they stack up the Ancients anyway, you don't really lose that much on Darkseer for leaving the lane. I guarantee you get this Wisdom rune.
Well, aggression bottom. XXS slowed down, does have these raindrops. And
Sumail's
a
here.
Rotation from Sumail. Scatterblast into Skitter. Takes out the Bloodseeker. Now can they follow through on AUI? Trying to cookie forward XXS to get the connection of the stun. He'll turn around and try and fight, but surrounded by 3 heroes, he knows that he'll die regardless. Tries to get some last hits on his way out.
Fantastic first rotation for Sumail. Very happy about that, and that puts him well towards his Rod of Aegis here. Actually, only needs the recipe already, so getting kind of close.
Yeah, pretty damn close to it. And comes back into mid. 10 seconds for kisses. Could be looking at this Lashrak as a target.
8-minute runes. Both teams playing for the runes, but I think Tundra or Aster have better control for it.
Sumail handed over some mana regen. Cookie's a creep, but Nine's going to sidestep it. And a regen spawns down the bottom for Sumail.
Nice little rune for him to grab up, and meanwhile the side lanes are continuing pretty silently here as all the supports went towards mid, so the cores are just happily farming on the side lanes, nobody really being pressured, but they come back bottom. I think that might be the lane of focus now.
Yeah, pretty important for this Skitter Bloodseeker to get up to that Maelstrom. Key item for the Bloodseeker. I've seen quite a lot like Eastern European DPC, where a lot of Bloodseeker picks just go jungle trying to get that Maelstrom because they feel a little useless without it.
Neat little play there by Clockwork. Doesn't want to get his Observer D-word denied by Aoi, so secures it with the cogs.
It's already beginning. I said 15 minutes this timing for IO Lash, but it's 9 minutes in. Level 4 snaking is tethered up 9. A Rupture onto XXS. Blood right down with a duel. Catching him out with the kisses. 9. Ooh, he's going to die. I don't think they got the duel victory. Snaking going to tether back and ditch on this.
Yeah, they didn't secure the duel, but shutting down that rotation. That's the first rotation from the Lesh, who had a pretty tough time on mid, didn't do too hot. He's actually the lowest farm out of all the core heroes now. And with that takedown, that puts Sumail almost 2,000 gold ahead of the Leshak here. At 9 minutes, Gareth, that's very early.
It's a monumental lead. I mean, the entire lead of Aster over Tundra is 2k. Oh, that lifts back. Stops the tether chasing away, and Sumail, a mega kill streak for this mid lane Snapfire. 10-minute Rod of Atos, 500 gold saved up in the bank. Oh, it's a spectacular start for Aster. It's not just him, right? Monkey King up near the top as well. Legion having a good game. Tundra really struggling to break out of this early laning stage.
Yeah, the foreigner recruitment here by Aster definitely working out well as he's showing what he can do. 5-0, all 5 kills this game so far for Aster has been Sumail. Of course, with some nice team play, so definitely looks like they have their coordination down. The play bottom was really good too. The immediate reaction to just turn around with the duel there. Any hesitation, and that could have been a bad play, but the fact they did it immediately, it worked out.
Yeah, Supreme. Really good stuff from Aster. I think, yeah, Sumail, when he joined this team, there's all that topic of language barrier. Is he going to try and learn Chinese, get himself communicating with the team? Because the first tournament he stood in for them, it was all about the chat wheel spam, but I think now he's picked up a couple of phrases.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of learn stuff eventually, right? A little bit here and there, but you don't need that much to be able to play Dota together, as long as you're high-level Dota players and you can communicate the basic ideas, basic moves in Dota.
Hookshot. Catching out Skitter in the cogs with the cookie and blasted down. Everywhere Sumail shows up, there's nothing but death and destruction that Tundra meet. And this tier 1 looks like it's forfeit there. The catapult wave, they should take it down quite easily.
Yeah, that was another good rotation. Now pushing it, even having the shield rune on Snap. So if for some reason Tundra wanted to try and defend that, that would not work out either. And look at the Leshak and Io. They're running around looking for something to run down and terrorize the way that we see Leshraks do, but they don't find anything. Just gonna farm jungle a little bit here instead. I think the focus should probably just switch to trying to finish up this this Bloodstone unless she's super far away from it.
Yeah, you've got to try and hit some kind of timings as Tundra. Maelstrom, Bloodseeker, Bloodstone Lash. Darkseer, you know, he finished off his Vanguard a while ago, picked up the Arcane Boots, trying to get into that mech now to give that sustain to this massive healing lineup that Tundra have built for themselves. And there for the Rubik. Is he going to go straight Spirit Vessel?
I think he is, yeah. I mean, it's a reaction to both Bloodseeker and IO Lash, so it's a good game for it. And Rubik doesn't have to go for something else, so he can kind of get away with it. Right up mid.
Yeah, the kiss is raining in on Skitter. Ooh, he pops the Fairy Fire and gets away from some of those shots. So Mail does move back in to take down AUI. XXS was there with a dual setup, DD Rune and some bonus damage for him, while the Rupture thrown by Skitter onto Monet. Monkey King just stands his ground, thinks about the Wukong's command, backs away from the Bloodright as Aster take a good solid position here. But yeah, Clockwork, Cogs, that's going to give him the ability to escape from the grasp of this Lash and Io.
And they're playing really well right now on Aster. Sure, they didn't get the kill with Snapfire Kisses there, but the duel coming in, now DD Rune going in.
Oh, they killed the Cookie Creep. 9 could have been dead there if they had the full follow-through with the stuns. And yet they've got the relocate save. Would have been dangerous times for them. As down the bottom lane, Monet is leaping in onto Skitter. This Monkey King just 1v1ing the Bloodseeker. A few more hits and they'll have the job done. The Pig Pole getting the distance, but the Rocket Flare snipes him.
A level 1 rocket from across the field. 80 damage flying in for that kill secure.
And now they've got the Rod of Atos onto the Surge Darkseer. Age is being burst down here. Kaka, he can hold on to that telekinesis and use the hook shot from Pichu. Trap him in the cogs. Let Sumail get the monster kill streak. Level 10 Snap. With so much money, he's 8-0-0.
This is absurd. He has Travels already and Atos. He is just dominating the field right now. And Atos is such a good item not only for Snapfire, but against Darkseer, against Bloodseeker, locking down these fast heroes who want to just use their mobility. Even the IO Lash to some degree, right? It's mobility based, and Rod of Atos stops that. So it just works out really beautifully for them now. He's gonna go base, heal up on Snap, and look for a TP rotation for him as well.
Oh, he's going Aghanim Scepter, hey? Is that someone we've seen much?
That is not what I would have expected. It is a very good game for it. He has Legion on his team, so he can send in the Legion, give her a duel, and that's going to give them even more catch. And it's still a decent damage item for a universal hero. Aghanims actually gives you more damage than if you were a regular hero, so still very happy about that.
Just a little more old school. Like thinking about Snap Mid of like Sea Smile, Toronto, Tokyo back in the day. It was all about the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, the duel comes in. XXS with Blink Blade Mail slays the Skitter Bloodseeker. He picked up his Maelstrom and then just dies immediately.
Yeah, if he had his Maelstrom a little bit earlier there, you know, it doesn't really feel good having to stay bottom so late. 14 minutes into game, farming that area. It's a very dangerous part of the map, but they're just kind of desperate right now to be able to get something out of the map on Tundra. And Aster, they're all over the place, just punishing them. You're gonna see them push in mid creep wave, push bottom. Of course, the counterplay here by 9, trying to maybe threaten some damage on the tower.
Yeah, we're still going to have that kind of 15-minute Bloodstone timing for 9, even in a kind of a sad state of affairs. Tundra still balling up, grouping together, make sure that Aster don't get complete free reign of the map. Yeah, I do see that transition down the bottom. Clockwork is just like going through Twin Gates. Where's my next kill? Where's my next target?
Yeah, they're hunting. They don't just have one hero that's hunting, that's the thing. Like, Clockwork can catch people, Legion can catch people, and even Snap herself can set up with the Rod of Atos and have someone else follow up. So there's so many heroes that just look for kills on Team Aster. The map is very scary for Tundra right now. Smoke towards mid.
I'll see what they can do with this. Darkseer, pretty tanky, good teamfight hero. He's starting to hit his stride with that mech done. Does have level 1 vacuum, level 1 wall. He maxed out the surge just to try and give this Lashrak and Bloodseeker a bit of an easier time to get in and out of the fights. They want this almost guerrilla tactics. Don't want to get completely bogged down in a straight-on, honest team fight. But when you get Rod of Atos and Cookie not quite landing, Aster going to give up on the go there.
Good read by Aster. Even though the smoke was out, they just wait patiently. They realize that there's no way this Lashrak is alone and doesn't have people around. Ideally, perhaps Tundra want to try and bait with the Darkseer and use his tankiness, but the problem is, if you bait against Aster, that one hero that's baiting is going to die. Snapfire Kisses, dual, Wukong's command, like, you're just not going to survive. And if you can't cast your spells as Darkseer, if you don't get the mech out, don't get the wall out, then you're probably losing the fight anyway. So it's very hard for him to say who's going to be in front.
Tundra really just sitting on their side of the map. Hiding across the river, trying to gather up the little remnants of farm that's left to them by Aster.
Man, Sumail is just a point booster away now from having the Aghanim Scepter. I'm very curious to see how the game is gonna evolve here when he starts sending in the Legion commander. I mean, he can ship in anyone, Clockwork, Legion, or even the Monkey.
Yeah, just propel them forward and get on top of the IO. Catch out the Visage.
They all have their own little catch, you know, in different ways, but adding extra catch by sending them in, not bad in this game, I think.
Yeah, pretty shortly we're gonna have Monet getting that Desolator done. Add even more damage to the mix.
That's when Roche opens up as well. They have the minus armor from the Snapfire, minus armor from the Deso as well, would just make it very easy for them to transition into it.
Oh, it's just really nutty looking at these numbers that Sumail's posting. 17.5 minutes in, mid Snapfire, 10k net worth.
No
Massive
assists as
stuff.
well, taking all the kills that he's involved in. 8-0-0.
Mine. Grabs
Give
himself
him the rampage.
Yeah. Tier 2 token for him there. Let's see what he gets. Vambrace. Even more stats for the snap.
Oh, we're going to see a fight.
They're getting collapsed on down bottom. Hook shot onto Snaking. And gets caught out in the cogs and the kisses. Does have a tether in a second, but with battery assault and the raw damage output, gets taken down as AUI's Familiar is going to get left stranded here. One of them killed. The other one was still in stone form. XXS. Ruptured up. Skitter pretty low on the old HP. And Snapfire rotating in will make sure that there's no further chase.
Yeah. He almost brought down the Bloodseeker, didn't quite have enough damage to kill him on his own, and nobody was really there because of the fight that was going on bottom at the same time, so it was just a single hero would have meant that he got the kill on the Bloodseeker there. A little bit unfortunate that he couldn't get that rotation.
18.5 minute Ags. On top of Rod of Atos and Boots of Travel.
Yeah, like, if you took away the Rod of Atos, this would be pretty normal inventory. It wouldn't look like he's having that bad of a game even. Those would be like, yeah, kind of normal farm, right? But no, he's just
look
massive.
At those stats! Oh my god.
Yeah, already 178 bonus or 178 base damage with this item build. That's why I meant that this is a pretty damn nice damage item. You get 21 damage from Aghanim Scepter. Going bottom now.
Can you even touch the snap? Oh, that two-man boundless. Wukong's out, 9 and Snaking, trying to relocate out, 9 with a Bloodstone and the heal back up. Oh, get out of there.
Yeah, they're gonna get the consolation prize.
Yep.
Yeah, come back here, Wisp. No way out of this one. I missed the TP out trick.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah,
Even though I know you can't do it, I still try. Every once in a while when I play IO, I still try to do it.
It's gonna happen, man. One day. I mean, it was still like a pretty much frame perfect trick, or not really frame perfect, but it was very, very unforgiving trick that you had to, you know, risk your TP cooldown as well. So if you die, you respawn without TP. I think they could have left it in, but obviously a lot of players got good enough at doing it that they somewhat consistently TP'd out and got nerfed and removed.
Yeah, Jerax was winning TIs with it, basically.
Yeah, Jerax was definitely making a lot of plays, and there are even more players. Duel?
Oh,
Lesh?
XXS. Oh, this fluffy hat on Lesh. Let's see if we can save him. The little item that's brought up. 9, bought a bit of time. Oh, the lift back. Stops the 4-staff save.
Now Monkey is trying to hunt.
AUI getting hounded here by XXS. Bound to strike and a jump on forward.
And this is just Aster running the show. Tundra, they don't really have anything going for them. Like, I'm looking at their items right now and trying to identify what timings they're going to play around. Obviously, looks like Darkseer is going for the pipe. I think that's the best that they have, but there's so much physical damage. Even if you get this pipe, like, it's not going to really protect you that well.
Man, I was clicking around trying to figure out who had the 4-staff. Like, AUI doesn't have it, IO doesn't have it, Lesh has bought one himself.
Yeah, Lesh got it for himself. It's Clockwork. Clockwork and Wukong's command. Looks like a great game to have the 4-staff. So 9, always open to do you know, different itemizations. He's very much for breaking the mold when it comes to both hero picks and item builds. I think it's a good choice this game. Still wasn't enough to save him in that last engagement, though.
Oh, that's a pipe rush from Clockwork. Finished off 21 minutes in. So even more protection against all this magic damage from the Lesh.
It's actually really cool that he has the entire pipe on this support. Usually we look towards offlaners to get this, or a late pipe from a support perhaps, but 21 minutes. Not a bad timing at all for Clock.
Pretty hot. Nothing XXS is going with Blink, Blade Mail, BKB. Monkey King, BKB in a Recipes time. That's going to be a pretty hardcore timing for Aster. Lots of debuff immunity, lots of tankiness, and there's just ways to withstand 9 sustain and the magic damage that he brings.
Yeah, I mean, the pipe really messes with Leshrac because he wants to lifesteal with the spell lifesteal of the Bloodstone and the Vampire Fangs. If you put up the barrier, he doesn't actually get any HP. Same way if you do physical damage into a barrier, you don't get any life back for that. So it's not only to protect yourself, but it actually can help you kill the Leshrac faster.
And Tundra still gathering up. Trying to use that top jungle as a platform that they can play from, waiting on top of staircases, where this completely relinquishes control of the southern-east part of the map where Roshan resides. Aster take everyone down there, but it's always one of those situations where, you know, you're going Roshan to try and accelerate your win conditions and get yourself this nice moment of a power spike, but you're giving a little room to Tundra.
They get some breathing room, but they had glyphs, so they stopped the push top, and I think they're going to be in time to defend this too if they want. If they TP tier 3, set up with Clockwork or something. I don't think they want to give up the tower for free here. We'll see if they defend it or not. They might even portal behind. First TP coming in. Sumail does not want to give this up, but he's alone for now. Everyone going portal.
Yeah, the scan is there as well from Tundra. If they see Sumail, they'll
this
have an
might be
idea
deep.
he's alone. This is dangerous for the Snapfire. Cookies to the low ground, 4 staff from 9, the vacuum back into the wall as well. A massive kill here to take down Sumail. The Blink duel is in though, and the Wukong's command is coming. Monkey King arrives with a 2-man bound to strike, but the sustain from Tundra. It's keeping them alive. Trouble being 3-3 was stuck with the statues. A shiny golden Monkey Kings will swipe down on him, and Monet shows off his BKB. 9 and Snaking, still looking to play with Skitter and AUI up near the front. I see Pichu on the retreat towards the left, and this fight is scattered to multiple sides, but the relocate save is there to get the captain coach out of there. Found a strike again, Monet, landing these on multiple heroes every single time. The small retreat from Tundra going to get turned on again. Skitter, BKB'd, doing some serious damage, but he's run out of teammates to back him up. Has to BKB TP. Everybody shining and golden, just trying to use these BKBs to their advantage. In the end, you know, a snap kill is a good one. Tundra finds something, but the fight overall feels like an Aster victory.
It is a victory again, yeah, definitely. You can wonder whether that was like a little bit of miscommunication or something, him going there and everybody else going through the portal, but in the end it works out for them. Sumail not gonna be too happy about dying, but he did set up, you know, the fight by going in and providing this vision for his team.
Sumail dropping there. Oh, yeah, you're right. Hello, Kaka.
Tether from Rubik.
Tether. Drifts across to get in there and help Monet.
That was a cool gank, man. Kaka just flying after the tree jumping monkey. That was really something, actually. Very cool gank.
I've forgotten what I wanted to say because of that.
I'm a bit flabbergasted myself, Gareth.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Sumail using chat wheel just to drop the ow! My bad.
Yeah, my bad. Well,
he didn't actually, just in my head, in my fanfic.
Bottom tower goes down.
Oh, dual top. Darkseer cookied and killed.
And this time it is a duel victory. This is the first duel victory in a very long time. They only got one level 1 duel before. 9. TP's out in time.
Straight back down bottom to farm. This
Monkey.
vision, the gobble up. Oh man, look at that connection. Snaking though. He gets the tether all the way across to AUI. X-Success and Kaka tethered up again. Bound to strike misses. I don't find him.
I love the animation when Rubik tethers up and flies in. He's spinning on his staff, you know, like a witch. Flying in as he joins. But yeah, right now Tundra being completely shut out from the map here, losing bottom tier 2, and now quickly after the rotation up top by Aster, taking tier 1 tower. Map is getting ever smaller here. Do they have any timing? They're playing around. PKB is pretty far away for Leshrac. Don't really have any big item coming up that close.
Yeah, they're still playing into Monkey Aegis for 2 minutes. You kind of just got to give up parts of this map to Aster. Let them do what they want.
I think you need at least the BKB on Leshrac before you try and take a fight. So they're probably just gonna sit back. But 15,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. Only 3 kills found for Tundra.
Yeah, 3 to 19. A couple of meme numbers on the horizon.
322 still alive.
420 out there as well. Just playing Dota 2 bingo at this point.
And Tormentor is gonna be the target here for Aster as they go for Tormentor first and then gonna go for a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, secure all these map objectives, little victories here and there. Take them away from your opponents at the same time. Tundra, not much they can do apart from players 5. It's not really a death ball, just a tumbleweed rolling out on the map as Tundra need to just get out there and do something.
A tumbleweed wishing to be ignored. Just don't mind me, just part of the terrain here.
Yeah. Just rolling on by.
Yeah, and now Ultimate Orb in inventory as well, and the Snapfire makes me wonder, is it going to be a Manta Style, or is it going to be a Hex possibly? It does have the Blink Dagger as well, so you can always go for that initiation build. Success, finds the duel.
Oh, they've got them. Visage, another duel victory.
Dragon Scepter shooting in a creep too to do a bit of extra damage, help with the duel.
Every little helps. 66 bonus damage on this Legion now. Up at top, it looks like Aster did stick around. HU gets caught out by the Lesh stun, but the Monkey King's here. The statue's whacking into snaking a 9. The IO a little stuck. He can't tether out against a battery salt and a cogs. Very difficult spot to be in.
Aegis reclaimed, but still Tundra not really happy to take that fight. And very good move there. As they gank bottom, they still control the ancient area using the Clockwork and the Wukong's command here for Monkey, not allowing Tundra to get back on the field. And looks like Pichu is going to go for a bit of a steal here as well on the Wisdom. That's the jetpack, so he can be pretty aggressive. Not have to worry about getting caught.
Yeah, jetpack, pipe, cogs, tons of way for him to disengage. And Aster just feels so unbothered in this game.
It's looking very clean. They're not really playing with any sense of stress as well. Do we have the full... Oh, we have the full Nullifier already on Monet as well. That's an early Nullifier.
Goodness gracious me. Wow, he's kept on par with the Snapfire's farm, who is out of this world.
Now is the part where that 4-staff build that 9 went for to try and be a little bit stronger is going to backfire on him. Now, 4-staff is not going to be able to save you from Monkey going on you unless you use it very quickly before he connects. But I guess the Monkey King, who might stun you from the tree line, jump in, nullfire you immediately.
Just so much catch. So much catch. Hookshot, telekinesis, blink duel. It feels like no one in the world has got reaction times fast enough to get away from Aster in this game.
That's very tough. And XXX is going for a bit of a double here. He's buying a Assault Cuirass and a Nullifier at the same time. He wants it all. Going for the Hyperstone and the Helm of Iron Will, so probably wants the Nullifier first. Seems...
Armor and attack speed. In we go. Ichu finds the connection onto AUI. Follow through from Monkey King. Will jump over the canopy, get onto that Visage with a Boundless Strike, and XXX has a duel on the Bloodseeker. They found him inside the Wukong's command. The tether, relocate. Oh, yeah, away he goes. Not back to Fountain. Still close enough to fight if they want to continue this. There's no wall available anymore. Vacuum from 3-3. He's thinking about it. Just drag the Monkey King back. And Io will tether away to the Bloodseeker, so just losing their Visage there. Not too bad for Tundra.
That was a very impressive fight by Tundra. They're so far behind. Trying to not get absolutely overrun there in a fight is a difficult task. They didn't even need to expend the BKB usage on their Bloodseeker as well. So he keeps that, has the 8-second BKB still ready. But yeah, of course, they didn't really win. They just lost a hero and that's it. But I think at this point in the game, that's still pretty impressive fighting, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, that team fight loss there could be multiple buybacks. Even just straight up losing the game.
It is going to look incredible. Eye of Skadi on Sumail. So not going for either the Manta or the Hex next, but just getting more heal mitigation, as of course they're playing against that Bloodseeker, playing against that Leshrac. Very valuable item here.
Tundra.
Little drawing. Time. We can see their intentions here, see if they can connect on anything favorable for them.
That's a DD snap, level 19. Monkey King gonna jump over the trees, spots them coming in. Clockwork into his cogs, gets clipped by the split earth, glimmered up and jetpacking away.
Oh no.
He's going to get ruptured though, as the rest of Aster are starting to filter in to actually fight this properly. And Pichu, he survived. Monet, godlike, gets the takedown, and the Clockwork, he's alive. Pichu saved up with the press the attack, and Monet's going wild. Skinner in some serious trouble. 6 feet under now, the Bloodseeker's dead. Out of things completely as Tundra gets shredded by Aster. Relocate back into the waiting arms of the DD Sumail Snapfire.
Yeah, and even top lane 33 is going to get caught, and they called the GG straight up. That was a beautiful send-in. We saw it in action right there. They tried to go on the Clockwork thinking, oh, Clock is kind of far away from his team. He doesn't have much support. Well, guess what? Guess again, because Snap Aghanims eats up the Legion, shoots her in, and she gets all the way over to her teammate, brings a quick duel, they turn around the fight, and they destroy them. Honestly, though, this was the easy part of the game. They already had done all the hard work. They were so far ahead in net worth. We see some of the highlights. Of course, this is the one time they managed to bring down Sumail. One of the 3 kills they got the entire game here.
The single Tundra highlight. The one moment that went a little right for them. And try to extend the fight out with this Darkseer Mech and 9 healing up off Bloodstone. It's not just the Snapfire at this point, right? You see the net worth board on the left-hand side. It's Snap, Monkey, Legion, top 3 leading in the net worth. And then they've got this ability just to... Yeah, beautiful.
Good rotations. I mean, I like the way that Aster played this on their supports as well, itemization-wise. They went for very early value items that they just wanted. They basically beeline towards the Spirit Vessel, beeline towards a pipe to counter out the IO Leshrac with both their supports itemizations. And then all the cores had, very, very good farm and very good physical damage. So obviously the game looked easy from there. But there's so many minor details that they did... just good decision making, I will say. Aster looking like a very solid team here in game 1.
Yeah, really clean stuff here in game 1. Yeah, of course, Tundra playing with a standing AUI, not out of place completely. Laning stage was
living there.
Glimmer pressed the attack.
He's alive.
2-man cookie to finish it all off. Just the fact you've got, Clockwork long range hookshot, the gobble up from Sumail, Monkey King jumping over all these treetops. The gap close you have, nowhere on the map is safe. Tundra trying to come out of the shell, push out as 5, still getting picked off one by one.
You have to think back a little bit to the approach here. I always mention it as well whenever a team goes for the IO Leshrac. I always say, they're going to play big map, they're going to try to use this and blah, blah. Think about that, and then think about how Aster approached this drafting phase. Very intelligently. They got multiple heroes with great pickoff potential to punish the big map intentions that is IO Leshrac. You reveal IO Lesh early, okay, we're going to punish it. We get the Legion, get the Clockwork, get the Monkey King, who's, carry-wise, a very big pickoff hero as well. And they just set themselves up super nice. And then finally, you got to say, Sumail, he delivered on that mid lane. He just destroyed 9 in this game, I want to say. It was even at first, but he started getting more and more an advantage. Got some help on the runes, of course, with the rotation, but his moves were just absolutely flawless throughout the game.
Yeah, those first 2 moves down bottom, not necessarily reaction plays. We can watch 9 moving there, and from our perspective, it looks like Sumail's reacting, but he's ready. He's kind of preemptively moving into that bottom lane to get into a fighting position against that Lesh's move. And there we have it, game 1. Aster, a very solid victory in game 1. Right around the corner, though, game 2 of this 2-game series. We'll see you in a bit.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنقة حطوا بمايتي حطوا تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We're going to round out day 2 of the group stage here with our final game of the final series of the day. Aster taking on Tundra. And game 1, I mean, that was as crisp and clear a performance from every single player on Aster as you could dream for.
Yep. That was very one-sided, very dominant. You know, it's sad to maybe say that, oh, maybe something of this comes back to the fact that Tundra are playing with a stand-in. But I don't think a stand-in makes that big of a difference that you get completely shut out, especially when your stand-in is Aoi, and he delivered nicely in the laning stage, played a good lane, got the first blood before the 1 minute mark. But I think Aster just, you know, overall put themselves in a great position by both gameplay, itemization, drafting. I would give them high, you know, top grades on everything in that game. That was perfect, honestly.
Yeah, S-tier stuff. And now immediate response, the respect put on the Emperor's name. Sumail not going to get his Snapfire this time. Going to be joining the Broodmother and the Pango in that first round of bans. So we've left the Enigma in, and this Storm and Lion still lurking out there in the shadows as well.
Yeah, leaving a few heroes in, the IO also being available again, but after last game, Tundra probably have to think twice a little bit about, like, can we really get this going? Does it work? Do we get a good enough lane to play it? Can we even play the map? Aster with great reaction.
And get rid of Storm against him, get rid of the Lion, get rid of this, get rid of that. Leave the Lion in. Enigma's still out there as well, which Aster could snag up pretty quickly if they want to. It's such a fun spot to be in now in Dota, where there's not just like 2 heroes that are first pick priority, you know, Undying and Snapfire, tens of heroes, and then Aster, like, yeah, Clockwork, he's a first pick hero as well.
Yeah, honestly, it's very refreshing to see that there are so many different ways to draft. There are certain heroes that kind of always frequent that first phase ban, right? We see the Broodmother being, again, prioritized to Snapfire. Certain heroes still up there, and we gotta think, you know, is Timbersaw an option here for Tundra even to go for, perhaps? But Dota is very open right now still. There are many strategies you can go for. We're gonna see Tundra go for this Enigma first phase pick. Very popular, but at least Aster, they already set themselves up against Enigma a little bit. They got that Clockwork, gives vision for Enigma. You can always hookshot cancel the black hole as well.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Quite often we, you know, see this Saxa Batrider be the go-to after that Enigma. See if it's going to be, you know, there for snaking, or if there's going to be a 9, or is Enigma going into the hands of AUI. They've got some options there for sure. And Aster going to round out that first phase with the Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa, pretty common hero against Enigma. Usually you pick some carry that has some form of AoE to clear out the Eidolons. We've seen different approaches, Medusas, we've seen Gyrocopters, TAs, you know, always picking some form of carry that can cleave into those Eidolons in the laning stage. I think Medusa also is nice, particularly because of an interaction we mentioned before, which is the Midnight Pulse. Doesn't really do anything to Medusa, so very difficult to punish her as an Enigma.
And now the covering bands. Anti-Mage out of there. You know, who now kind of counters do so? We're still talking about these Slarks and PLs?
I mean, to a certain degree, yes. I think you got to think towards support heroes as well. Like, if this is not support Enigma Batrider, you know, it's probably going to be an offlane Enigma, I would imagine. Then Shadow Demons, I think, are really, really big. Getting SD and being able to disrupt the Medusa and also slow her with the ulti, always very useful. But yeah, they're banning out the carry matchups that are annoying. The Anti-Mage and Slark, of course, take all your mana away, so that's tough to play into.
This next ban out. Oh, no Timbersaw this time.
Yeah.
Gets rid of that one.
Taking care of Timber. Don't really want to add him into their own game here, and would be an annoying here to bring down, even if you have certain tools that are good, like Batrider and Enigma have a lot of non-physical damage. It's still a hero that you have to respect, and Sumail could definitely be running that on mid lane.
Even the 3/3 Darkseer gone now as well, just covering all their bases.
Yeah, Darkseer Batrider is a combo we've seen countless times, I feel, so that dual lane with a +5 Enigma would definitely be a possibility for Tundra here.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of this +5 Dire Enigma as well. I've seen it plenty of times. Really pays off big time. Oh, one more ban for Tundra. So they've got rid of a number of Sumail heroes. You probably count 4 of them there. Timbersaw has been something he's played quite a lot. Let's see if it's a fifth hero they get rid of.
I think so.
Like ban the Ember or something now.
I think they're gonna keep banning out. Yeah, they're gonna get rid of some playmaker hero. Okay, they go back and ban out the Beastmaster. So probably not towards the male that one, even though it's a possible hero to play mid. They're gonna snag up the Doom here, a hero that 33 is very happy to play. So quite likely we're gonna get to see what you are always happy to see, the 5 Enigma.
Yeah, then maybe Snaking's the one going to be dipping his toes into that 4 bat. I've seen how powerful that can be, the bat Doom lane with a ton of damage over time.
Yeah, it's also a good reaction, the Bat Rider to Clockwork, because you can always fly out of the cogs, right? So you don't have to worry too much about getting caught, and that's one of the big things. If Clock doesn't have a hero he can jump and trap and kill, then his game becomes a little bit more complicated.
And here we go. Now we've seen Rubik, silencers, ways to deal with this Enigma. Not just the stealing of the black hole or cancelling it, but Fade Bolt against Eidolons in lane feels really nice.
Feels fantastic, and now Enigma really has to be careful about using his ability, but there's a lot of good spells for Rubik to steal as well. You can possibly get your hands on a Doom, you have Flaming Lasso being a good spell, even just a casual Flame Break, not too bad. Aster, gonna go back for what they had last game as well, the Legion Commander, so Legion and Clockworks coming back. Looks like it's going to be a Rubik Legion lane, Clockwork Medusa. Only leaving the last pick for mid here.
Some really solid lanes from Aster. Needs something from Tundra to kind of upset the balance. When this trio of heroes, the 3 offlane heroes picked up, all of them very flexible across a number of roles. Sven, though, likely going to be your position 1 carry for Skitter, though, I'd say.
Yes. Yeah, that's the one hero that you can be pretty certain here. Also a hard hero to go in and duel, right? They pick a carry hero that doesn't struggle too much against Legion, because dueling is Sven, especially later on in the game. If he has Warcry out, you're doing no damage. If he has God Strength out, then, well, he's doing a lot of damage to you. Sure, you can Blade Mill, but you might just melt before he does, as Sven Warcry blocks a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tool that a lot of teams have been using against these very tanky heroes, right? His kind of alpha burst damage just comes out of nowhere. Destroyer of worlds, the Sven with the God Strength. I think back to his times against Bristlebacks and Medusas. He can come out swinging pretty hard. So Arc Warden gets banned by Aster. That's an interesting one.
That is very curious, yeah. Banning out a little bit of a 9 hero here on the mid lane. That they could sneak out. I mean, Arc Warden is still a very cheesy, annoying hero. It's a hero that Medusa does very poorly against due to the bubble protecting from the attacks outside. So Medusa would have to go for an MKB or fix her positioning somehow. It's very tricky for her. But Arc Warden with the whole bubble working on Manta thing is pretty absurd to watch.
It's pretty crazy stuff. He's a funny hero, that Arc Warden fella. He's probably in a better space now than he was with those those rapiers back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. Did you know a PL with like power treads only can kill a centaur with 6 hearts in 2 seconds, 3 seconds?
Yeah, you were telling me about this during Eastern European DVC. We were waiting for the PL Arc Warden to come in and just take Roshan down.
I'm not sure Arc Warden would have fit too well into Tundra's team here, but it's probably just they don't want to play into it. He protects really well against Legion, is one thing, I guess. You can put the bubble after the duel is cast, and then Legion misses all her attacks, and your friend gets, increased attack speed, so you might even win some duels. Queen gets banned out. Team Aster setting themselves up here for the mid lane. I mean, Queen is a hero that has become very popular now with the Aghanim Scepter. The amount of AoE damage you can do is really tremendous.
Yeah, does it indicate or signal a certain hero, like, Wind Ranger or something?
I'm thinking a little bit more that it could be... they banned out the Pango. I'm not sure. I'm thinking some tempo controlling hero. Wind Ranger would be very Sumail-esque to be playing, though. Could be seeing him go for a Puck as well here, to have one more elusive hero and some more catch for Medusa. When you have Medusa, you really want to treat her as the sort of meat grinder in the fight and just set up. And right now they have the duel, they have the Clockwork Hook as well, Rubik as well, but I think the mid hero is going to catch as well. Oh, you're absolutely right, the Wind Ranger comes out.
Yeah, I mean, you and Lacoste have hammered this home. You see a Queen of Pain ban, you think Batrider, Wind Ranger. That's
true.
all my monkey brain. that's all
true,
I've got in my
actually,
head.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play. You don't want to play against Queen as those heroes. It's very tough. Wind Ranger has been, kind of winning some of those Wind versus Queen matchups, even just because of the universal stats being so good for her. But that's going to be a lot of lockdown here. Look at Team Aster's disable in the team fights. You got Medusa ulti as well. Don't forget about that. It's very hard to even cast Black Hole into her, even if you get the positioning. And then all the other heroes providing disable.
I mean, Sven can get severely kited. Probably going to have to slot in Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade, some kind of maneuverability item to help him out. I might even look at some Force Staffs from Tundra just to try and extend these fights, get away from some of that lockdown in the early battles.
I think the Dire safe lane is going to be incredibly important to keep an eye on here and see how well of a start Sven can get here. If he gets going well, then he can deal with all the kites. If he gets BKB and Blink Dagger, maybe a Harpoon even, able to catch people. But if he's not farmed enough here, this could be a really despair game for him.
I want a DK for Tundra rounding things out. So that means, our gut read of this Bat Enigma supports looks like it's correct. Unless the Doom Enigma swap positions.
33, not picking his hero immediately, but we all know what's going to happen. It's the Doom. He wants to farm, he wants to use his Midas, he wants to devour. The DK rounds out the draft, gives them a little bit more of difficult targets. If you look at the core heroes of Tundra, Doom, Sven, and DK, these are 3 heroes that are pretty tough to duel into, pretty hard to burst quickly, and you don't have the best burst heroes for Legion this game as well. You don't have a Skywrath ulti, you don't have tremendous damage output quickly, like Medusa doesn't do it, Rubik doesn't do it. Wind, with a Maelstrom, yes, she can definitely do it, but I like the way Tundra addressed the Legion here by adding even more chonkiness of the DK.
Yeah, so is this a situation where we see Sumail go straight for Maelstrom, or is it going to be Ruddervatos into Gleipnir? Because there's this kind of back and forth with Wind Ranger, right, from mid lane, where sometimes you want one or the other.
I think probably double Bracer with a bottle, Magic Wand, get Power Tread to Maelstrom, and then get Gleipnir from there. I think that's going to be like Maelstrom first, then Atos. I don't think this is an Atos first game because they already have all the catch on their team. They just need to add more damage. And I think Sumail needs to scale in this game because XXS might not have the easiest time getting a lot of duels here if Tundra don't play out of position.
Yeah, thinking about these lanes, so we'll be snaking 3-3, the Batrider and the Doom, Scorched Earth plus Firefly. That can be a little bit nasty for Dusa and Clockwork in the early levels in particular to contend with. And you've already mentioned Batrider just flying over cogs, not really caring too much out of that. So it could be a good lane for Tundra in that spot. And you said keeping eyes on this Sven Enigma lane to get their farm going.
Yeah, you got a little chuckle, right? As you say, Batrider flying all over the cogs. He actually, on the screen, or on the pick screen, flew all the way from left to right over the other heroes. I've never seen that before. What kind of animation is that?
He does a little barrel roll.
Yeah, I thought the hero would stay sort of stationary. He flew all over the screen during picks. But we're going to head into the game, and I think overall, like I said, the safe lane of Tundra, very important here to see how it's going to go. I think their off lane, we've seen how they play it a lot of times, right? The 33 Doom, he usually ends up getting a lot of farm just by being incredibly experienced on this. I think out of all pro players, he's the one I've seen play Doom off lane the most.
He is the devourer. He munches on the creeps. Smoke out from Aster. Gets their early ward down as 9. Comes into mid. Oh, nifty little high ground spot there for his ward.
That one is so nice to place when you're Dire. If you're smoking up as Dire, getting across, getting that ward, it's quite low chance of getting dewarded by any form of river sentry, and it gives you fantastic vision to overlook the ramp. So if you're smoked, that's a very preferential one to take.
A little harder to deward as well, and a couple of sneaky ward spots. Another one on the little cliff top, little raised area, platform down there. As asked to get the double wards in mid. Watching over both of the rune spots, now positioning themselves by the bounty. Stay atop the staircase and wait to see what comes their way.
Yeah, both teams kind of posturing for the runes. It looks like it's going to be probably a 2-for-2 rune trade here, as it's a very solid hold by Aster on the top runes. Monet gonna get spotted here, slithering towards bottom, but he's not gonna contest that rune. He knows better.
That's not his home. Not where he belongs. 2 for 2. Balancing all things. As we'll see 9 on that DK in the mid lane. Going to have a reasonably good time. DK always chip away and harass at. Probably not going to be too much action in the mid lane. Just a farm trade.
It's a last hit battle, really. It's a very active last hit battle, and like creep aggro is going to be important, but kill potential is pretty low on this lane, since DK really only dies to a very heavy amount of right clicks, or if you have good magic damage. Windrunner, you can auto attack a lot, but you're probably not going to harass down this DK.
Blink, blink, blink. Yep. Battery assault. Getting a little chip damage under snaking. 3-3 already with that early Scorched Earth. We'll drag a bit of the wave back towards him.
Flame Break as well, pushing away, disjointing the battery assault. Always a nice thing in that support-to-support battle right here. Blood Grenades to secure the range creep. Snaking.
Really?
Yeah, he auto-attacked once, didn't get enough damage, so he threw a grenade as well.
Make sure it dies.
I mean, range creeps are important. You want to get your level 2 as soon as possible. You don't want to fall behind getting denied.
Absolutely. Now 3-3 just spamming out the Scorched Earth. Just trying to get as much damage as he can onto this Clockwork. Whittle down the Monet mana pool. And for now, a little bit of calm. Pichu just going to cast his battery assault, but again pushed back by the Flame Break. Just everyone forcing spells out of each other. Top lane
though. They're going low.
Oh, first blood for XXS.
That's not the start you wanted. This Sven needs to have a good game, I would say, and getting already killed by Legion here, that's going to put her a little bit closer towards getting her key items. And if she gets early face boots on this lane, then it gets pretty tough to deal with her, even as a Sven.
And Sven, even his last hit's lacking a little bit. 4-1 against the 9-3 of XXS. Creep camp still blocked up with that Radiant Sentry, so no ability for AOI to pull or manipulate this creep wave. He's got a salve and a blood grenade, and yeah, Dire Side does have kind of easy access to that northern camp close to the tier 1 there. We'll see if he starts utilizing that just to ramp up the experience and gold gain that this lane gets.
Yeah, and we see 33 not going for the greedy build, going for that Infernal Blade and Scorched Earth, so trying to find a chance to get a kill over on the Clockwork if he oversteps, but does mean that he's not going to be scaling as fast as though he skilled up the Devour.
Sumail a little behind the DK in the mid lane. Melee hero with that attack animation, just getting the slightest of upper hands. A couple of creeps arriving, and he'll not very nicely hold the creep wave atop his ramp as well.
Nice shackle into deny. No banner creep for you, sir.
Yeah, wonderful.
Doing what he can.
Every little helps. Yeah, this is 9 with the Ogre Belt double gauntlet. Very tanky. Lots of last hit damage. 79 against the 67, currently sat -20, as they do move in down bottom. Tundra, Blood Grenade and the Scorched Earth, damage over time on Monet. He's popped his stick and healed back up as Pichu, trapping them both in the cogs, but he's stuck in there with them. Gladiatorial battle.
Yeah, they didn't panic at all. They just both auto-attacked during the entire time against the Clockwork, just saying, okay, it's fine, we're not going to try and run away from this cogs, we're going to take the chance to just get as much damage onto Clockwork as possible. Good reaction.
Look at this. There. AUI, Midnight Pulse level 2. Not even bothering to go for Demonic Conversion. Just throws it on the creep camp.
I mean, it's only 50 mana cost. It's actually a very cheap spell, so you can use that to cut the trees as well between the two camps above the tower. Make it easier to stack up both those camps if you want to give some farm to Sven.
God, you're right. Yeah, for some reason I thought Midnight Pulse was like 150 mana cost.
It used to be. It used to be very expensive. Then long ago they changed it to be way cheaper. And on this lane he doesn't really need Eidolons. Like, it doesn't help him. He can't use them to fight at least. He can use them to deny. But I think this is better. Look, drop the Midnight Pulse. Now Legion has to be careful about going in and farming. Just gonna drop HP a little bit to this.
It's like a demilitarized zone. You know, just put Sven in the middle. No one can come inside. Let him hit some creeps for a little while.
Oh, that's a nice pull though by Kaka. Hard to contest.
And Tundra, again, kind of poking at this bottom lane with a Firefly. 3-3, not necessarily diving. Snaking goes to, I don't know, Courier Snipe, Grab a Wave. Not going to find either of them. Both the Couriers do safely make their way back to Tier 2, as that High Ground Observer Ward was giving some very nice vision.
Yeah, he's hunting it though. He's going to go back. Double Courier, they're coming in with the boots. Oh no, run Couriers, run!
Oh no! The boots, the blood grenade, the blood grenade!
Oh no! That's painful. 350 gold for his team there.
He's going to see the Batriders off the lane, tries to go aggressive on 3-3, who just turns and fights him. Again, no panic, just cast your spells, get some punches in.
That's a lot more impactful when you say that he basically scored 10 last hits there. Pretty big.
From the courier kills, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hefty price you pay. Not respecting the ward coverage from Tundra.
It's, I mean, they put this particular reason, right? The behind the tower ward on the cliff. Wanted to see those couriers coming in. And just before the ward died, the couriers come and gets his payout.
That's the snaking special. The Saxa special. Whether you're playing Mirana or whatever. Going behind enemy lines.
It begins on the mid lane. The Dragon Knight pops his ulti, starts trying to do some chip damage here. He has a catapult wave. It always works out very nicely when you play mid Dragon Knight. You're always going to have your ulti by the time the catapult wave is there. And then you push into a tower, try and deal some tower damage. I wouldn't mind seeing supports even sticking around mid lane to try and help him deal tower damage. But they're going back to the lanes.
He's a frost dragon. He's shiny silver blue. He's meant to be green.
Yeah, this very confusing actually. It looks like he has level 3 ulti.
Yeah, what's going on there?
This cosmetic, dude. SMH.
Glance value. What's up with that?
He don't care. He don't care if your
tower.
glance value. You just dino dance.
Just dino dance. You've set chat off now for sure. We'll look in 30 seconds. It'll be nothing but dinos dancing.
He's basically a dinosaur. A dragon is a dinosaur.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, those terrible lizards.
Wisdom rune.
Oh,
double TP. Oh.
Double TP. Pichu. He says hello to snaking. And then goodbye. Please let me out of here. Please. Oh, there's like bones and stuff in the way. There's a big old skeleton.
Yeah, he actually blocks the path. Yeah, that's very annoying. First few times playing on this map, I was like, can you move here? Blood grenade, they're chasing him. He doesn't really have a way out of this as well in Pichu. He's slowly gonna die to sticky napalm here if he doesn't get help. He's gonna take the Lotus. Oh, he gets mana from that.
TP. Oh, he has no stuns. Very wisely done. 3-3 is going to start Dragon Waves now. Pretty low on resources, but 15 one charges, Ring of Health. He's going to top up over time. We'll see what Tundra do next. Like, do they stick around here with AUI? Does he go Twin Gate?
I think he's just gating. Yeah, you can gate from low ground like that. It's a nice little thing you can do. Only on that one. You can't do it on the top one.
Yeah, try and defend Skitter, who is being dived. XXS and Kaka right on top of the Sven. They've got duel available, but not a massive amount of damage to dump into it.
Yeah, don't have overwhelming odds anymore. He needs that attack speed during the duel, so in 5 seconds he wants to click the duel on them. But they're backing out, they're respecting that he has his nuke again. 9 coming in mid and just slamming a stun over on Sumail and a few auto attacks, even getting an illusion rune. He's sending an illusion rune top. That illusion, very strong actually, because it does apply the corrosive breath. So, gonna micro that and try to use it to their advantage.
Yeah, got a bit of damage on XXS, keep him away from that tower.
Yeah, put it on the Rubik. If Rubik fights that illusion, he's gonna lose.
Skitter's going to try and use this time to go back jungle. AUI would have loved to lap up some experience and gold in this top lane, but he's going to get found out with a duel here from XXS, getting the victory and the bonus damage. Supports.
Man, mid lane is so deny heavy. Looking at it, they're just kind of hindering each other here, losing a lot of their farm. The highest net worth is the Legion Commander here. 4k after that kill.
Oh, about a 700 gap between the DK and the Wind Ranger. Doom, of course, doing Doom things. As Kaka, well, he walks up high ground into the wrong neck of the woods. He finds a stacked camp and a Sven ready and waiting for him. Fortunately, does slip out of danger with the help of the clockwork, and they're just pestering this Sven at this point. Not looking for a kill, but making sure his life is hell.
Hindering him so much.
With AUI, they can get this kill on the clockwork. He's body blocking, very nicely done there. Getting Skitter involved, and that'll be a swipe down for the Sven.
Coach AOI coming in with a clutch place there, helping out, getting a kill, and that's going to offset any form of hindrance that you were providing for the Sven. He gets the last hit, gets the kill, that's going to get him close to his Mask of Madness. Meanwhile, though, top tower is being pressured by Legion. She's going to get that one, as DK for the Dire is also sieging up on that mid tower. Not too much Sumail can do to stop it. Also, he is going for 8 DOS first, by the way, so really prioritizing getting those stats and getting even more catch.
Oh, he's trying to use them now. Focus Fire and Pichu positioning himself to get the cogs on 9.
Duel?
XXS has the duel ready as well, so another bonus victory for the Legion.
That is very clutch, actually, getting 2 duels this early in the game. 10 minutes in, double duel victory. Not often we see that at this level of play. Usually it can be hard to get going, but Legion is looking great this game.
Yeah, something Aster have been leaning on a little bit, this XXS Legion, looking for that scaling. Also this ability just to lock people down, rotate supports, dump damage into it.
Yeah.
Buying a lot of time for Monet on one of these farm-heavy heroes. Medusa aiming for a timing more 10 minutes down the line.
We see 33 with a bit of creep manipulation here, pulling them back and behind. Gonna connect onto his creep wave and use this to try and deny Medusa some farm. You realize he can't really stop her.
Skitter's dying to Blade Mail though. This Legion Commander 1v3 might be able to slip away from this and gets a double kill for the Clockwork.
Level 1 rocket from across the map gets a double kill.
He was bottom lane. The Clockwork.
Oh my god, dude. He gets some tips. That was insane. I mean, shout out to Legion there. That was a manly player right there, just standing her ground, fighting up against everybody, and the rocket from far away. Yeah, 3,200 damage dealt by Legion. Meanwhile, Clockwork did like 160 damage, gets the double kill.
Oh, and Legion's like Brienne of Tarth, just standing there against a horde of enemies. No cares. Just swipe with your sword and your blade mail.
That's a happy Clockwork now. He gets a lot of experience and gold there.
Goodness gracious me. Smiles all around for Aster.
Actually, he only gets the gold kills, even though you got the kill, right? Or yeah, he gets experience, even though she was alive on Legion.
Sumail. Felt something coming. Well, they might have actually seen them. That Radiant Observer Ward bottom jungle probably saw Tundra coming in. Does get himself out of that situation. AUI smoked up, heading down bottom with no black hole though. Trying to play into 3-3's lane because this Doom is the strongest hero on the map right now for Tundra.
They were spotted. The smoke ran out, even though they have a haste here, so might catch something.
Quick stun on the clock. I'm trying to surround Pichu. Can they get there with a stun in time? No, they cannot.
Clutch TP out, really clutch, and avoiding losing any single hero. He also didn't TP base, he didn't panic, he TP'd straight mid. Clarity's up and gonna stay on the field. Look at Medusa now, finding a juicy quad stack here. Her team is prepared for her, so she's gonna get farming towards that Manta style. Already got the Yasha recipe and 800 gold. Get quite close with this.
Sumail, 4,500 net worth, a little behind the rest of the cores right now. Looks like Sven has recovered nicely. Doom's still up there with his hand to Midas. Is it a dangerous situation for Sumail to be in right now?
And that he could fall behind. Yeah, he could fall behind a little bit, but I think it's not that important that he becomes like super scaled and very rich this game. You have a Medusa, play around that. Also, your Legion is monstrous, so he can take a little bit more of the playmaker role, which is what he's doing with this Rod of Atos here as well. So he just wants to run around, look for action, try and take fights, more so than farming up.
I have to feel this move coming. Guarding the Medusa in the Ancients. A triple smoke from Tundra. Enigma's smoke broke in that mid lane as he popped out some Eidolons and shows himself for a second.
Yeah. You shouldn't underestimate the Rubik right now with this level 4 Breathe Fire and Fade Bolt. He can actually do 65% damage reduction on the enemy. And also, of course, terrible damage with the double nuke.
Jump in onto Sumail. Dragon Tail stun, Malefice to follow. Lasso's there on the Rubik on the left side, but the Blink Duel and the Blade Mail from XXS claims yet another victory. Tundra with another one of these moves just not paying off.
Yeah. Tundra are trying to fall back and like stabilize this by going Midas over on the Dragon Knights. They have the Midas over on the Doom. They're in here for the long run, Gareth. They're trying to just hold on in this game. But at the same time, I feel like the timings are going to be nicer here for Aster. They got a 14-minute Manta Style on this Medusa, having a very good game. 0-0-0. The perfect score for a Medusa player, Gareth. That's the dream right there. No action, only farm.
Oh, PvE gameplay.
Oh, yeah. ZSMJ smiles somewhere in the distance. Memories of farming.
Hitting the crappies. But yeah, I mean, Tundra you're saying they're going for the long haul, going for this scaling towards later game, but it feels like Aster are going to start hauling ass in the next 5 minutes.
I think so.
They're ready to go.
They're going to turn out the pace, especially once Medusa gets the butterfly. That's when, the Roche contesting is going to come up. And once she has Butter and Skadi in this game, it will be tough. Bottom, XXS. Bit of trouble, perhaps.
They're slow on that rocket flare. Stop snaking an Owie in their tracks.
Yeah, gets just enough distance there to not get caught by the battery. Oh, actually, snaking didn't even have lasso yet. It was still on cooldown, so I guess they had no real way of connecting there anyway, then.
And they're still lurking around. They've got this Blink Duel to go back in on the bat. Focus fire and the damage from Sumail. Another win for XXS.
56 dual damage minutes, 15. And bottom, this Enigma could be spotted. He doesn't have Blink. He didn't go in Vision, I think.
There's a close one. XXS, now he's seen him, right?
Yeah.
He's pinged it out. He's got a pretty good idea of where he is, and the rocket flare will secure that
he has hook
notion.
shots.
Anyway, kind of stuck down here. Gets out of Malefice, but you're right. The hook shot there. XXS, no duel for 25, sadly. It could have been another bit of bonus damage, and a career snipe. AUI gets something out of a losing situation.
Yep. Honestly, he gets about the same gold as he feeds there, so for his team at least. And he didn't feed any duel damage, since duel is on cooldown. They didn't really have close enough cooldown to wait as well to try and keep him hostage in the cogs. If it was a little bit lower CD, might have seen that. But yeah, I don't know, going late game here, I mean, this calm approach by Tundra to just say, okay, we go Midas, we try and scale, we go late game, I don't know if it's going to work that well. I think there's going to be a very, very heavy power spike for Aster. Wants to get the BKB on Legion, get the Butterfly over on the Medusa, and once the Gleipnir comes up on Sumail, I think all 3 cores are going to be online, and we'll see them just start going.
It's going to come down to this Skitter Sven. Can he connect with the God Strength? Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, big hits off a black hole. Can they set up a fight for him?
The smoke with the Blade Mill here. Blink Blade Mill. They're looking for a good target. Nobody in this area, though.
Playing into their own vision. Radiant Ward saw the Batrider head south. Looks like it's going to catch a glimpse of the Doom on that right side of the northern jungle as well.
Yeah, just barely seeing him now. Batrider, that's an ideal target. Get some dual damage.
Oh yeah, easy pickings for XXS.
It's not the best kill, but 84 dual damage. You can't underestimate the value of this Legion Commander getting more powerful. As you go in towards a late game approach, you can't bleed these duels. It just hurts too much. 17 minutes, Garrett. This is way too early for it to be this big.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have, what, like a 19 and a half pre-20 minute Butterfly on this Dusa, the way that she's farming.
Looks
Playing
like
a couple
it,
of towers.
Definitely looks like it. I mean, she's getting to a very aggressive positioning too, taking away the mid tower now. And Power Rune is spawning soon. 9 wants to try and check bottom rune, but that's a dangerous prospect here.
And then things get kind of rough for Tundra with this Rubik on the field. If Aster are the ones pressing forward and AUI is in a position where he has to black hole just to hold out in a team fight or try and turn things around, we can start seeing these big steals from Kaka.
I mean,
tons of stuns, dooms, and black holes, all kinds of things for him to throw back into Tundra.
I have to say, between either having a Medusa 0-0-0 score or a Doom 0-0-0, I would rather have the Medusa. And also the 0-1-0 isn't necessarily much better. You're not really activating any hero on the side of Tundra. They're being outplayed essentially by 4 heroes on the field. Medusa is fixing creep waves. Yes, she's farming and making sure that the rest of the team has the ability to go for these moves, but the only fighting heroes are essentially just the Legion Commander and her squad, the Rubik, Windrunner, and Clockwork getting engaged.
Just say Legion Commander. It's just been
mainly, yeah. She's been in every kill. Every single kill has been around him, so
doing everything that's required of her.
By far and away the MVP for now. I will give a small mention for MVP, though, for Clockwork. That rocket from bottom lane, top lane, double kill. If it wasn't for that, Legion wouldn't be looking as good as well.
I'll be popping off the Reddit after this game. Make damn sure that there's a clip up of that. It's a glorious moment for the Clockwork. But yeah, it's a little bit of doom, but not all gloom for Tundra. We've definitely seen them come back from situations like this with scaling lineups as they've got. The Hands of Midas will start kicking in. This Dragon Knight, he can't be underestimated as like a late game carry with this Manta-style Aghanim Scepter build, right?
It can't. Also, there's some weaknesses to Aster's potential for late game. If you get halberds involved, you can start controlling the Medusa's damage output. Halberd's very good against ranged heroes. So a little bit easier to lock down her than it is to lock down Sven. Also, the overall spells that they have for late game are very powerful in Tundra. They have Black Hole, one of the best abilities. You have Doom, becomes incredibly useful in late game. Lasso, always a reliable way to catch people. They do have a little bit of save though. The press the attack can prevent that. But over on the side of Aster, I think, you know, they're more a timing-based draft in this situation, which feels weird to say about a Medusa. But I think their timing is like 30, you know, between 25 to 35, 40 minutes. That's when they're going to absolutely dominate. If this game goes to 60 minutes, I'm not really favoring them. If you manage to get to the very late game, like 40 plus minutes, I think Tundra should be taking over. And that's kind of their approach as well, with these Midas into Octarine Doom, not aiming to do anything early on, just saying, I'm here to level, I'm here to go late. You guys do whatever you want. We're playing for the long haul.
They've got a new character on World of Warcraft. They're power leveling up to 60 or 100, whatever the hell it is nowadays.
Yeah. I mean,
as quickly as possible.
I am concerned though, because the map will get very small very fast, I think, for Tundra. This mid-tier 1 doesn't look like they have any intentions of defending it.
Someone's pinging the mines. Ichu is saying, attack the mines. Attack the large camp dire top jungle. Go, go. I love this email.
Affirmative, careful.
Good stuff.
Players having some fun during the pulse. But
yeah, the next couple of minutes for Aster is like tier 1 into Swarm, top tier 2. Think about Roshan.
Exactly.
It's just going to be this kind of systematic move.
I think tier 1 and then finish up the butterfly, then Roche. It's like, yeah, if you get tier 2 tower, it's nice. If you don't get the tier 2 tower top, as long as you get butterfly, you can anyway just go into Roche. You have great damage between Legion and Medusa, and even the focus fire if you want to, and then you just sit outside and protect. But Tundra, they have to think about some way to offset what's happening right now. The net worth is somewhat even, but it feels like the overall control of the game is just 100% going the way of Aster right now.
75% win probability for Aster. It's a straight line there.
Go when ready, and let's go.
Back underway. Back into the game where Aster are taking this tier 1.
DT rune top as well. That could actually be a Roche prompt as well, if you want to go with that. Sumila's going to bottle it up for now. They see 33. They could duel him just to catch him. He wants to duel damage too.
2 seconds left. Fade Bolt from Kaka. Blink Blade Mail duel. Rocket Flare helping out yet again. Let's see if they get the victory in time. It's there with the power shot help. XXS claims another life.
Damn. XXS.
Is that 3-3's first death?
Yeah, that was his first death. So the only 0-0 score still preserved is the Medusa, safely tucking it away by going farming somewhere else instead of joining for these ganks.
112 bonus damage on this Legion now as well. It's pretty insane.
He's massive. He's absolutely massive. At this point, he's going to be, you know, a serious threat late game. He could easily outscale, well, I say easily, he could outscale even a Sven going late game. If you get this type of start on a Legion, we're not even 20 minutes in, and he's absolutely huge.
I'm just running around with permanent double damage.
He has 112 dual damage right now. That's the Swedish alarm call signal for 911, you know, and I think they need to call it soon over on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, because 9, he needs some help real fast. Someone call an ambulance, please. Tundra going to lose their Dragonite down at bottom, and Sumel comes in. And DD Rune to secure it. And XXS is going to find the lurking AUI Enigma. Dual victory. The Kobolds do not come in to steal the kill. They don't ruin the party. XXS on a mega kill streak.
This is so clean by Aster. The way they're playing, both the last game and this game as well. Like, they're out farming. Looks like they have great late game, but at the same time, they're also controlling the field. The way they're playing around Vision and their catch. They just look like a completely different level right now. Even though it's just a 2k net worth lead. I think they're just performing really well in this game.
Yeah, just complete map control, a real firm grasp on everything going on. 3-3 going to get his boots of travel delivered so he can try and spread out wide. Get out on the map a little better.
Sven does have his BKB, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, and he's going back for a Blink Dagger now. So that's probably going to be the timing where they can start asking themselves, can we go for moves? Can we make something happen? Like, can we, for once, be the ones to go on our enemies? We're going to see maybe a smoke move here by the 3 of them. A little bit concerned about their ability to get a kill.
Yeah, look at this lane ward from Aster. Sees Skitter transferring from top jungle down to that ancient spot. And catches a glimpse of 9 and AUI as they were lurking in the shadows, and it's going to be Aster the ones to smoke and play into that vision.
Yeah,
Wisdom Rune. Risky going up high ground though.
Wisdom Rune is spawning, so they know that people are going to go over there. Going in. Monet risking his 0-0-0 score by joining in a bit here as well.
Oh, but he's ready now, surely. Rocket Flare gives the vision over the Tormentor, slain, and gives the shard to Sneaking. Not the ideal grab for Tundra there. But they do get themselves away from this slippery move of Aster.
And Aster, though, they go in and invade, steal the Ancients, and they're mounting up a siege here on bottom tier 1 tower, even TPing back with a Sumail, hiding his TP. He was not in vision when he did it, so even though they could maybe defend 5v4, they're not aware that he's not there anymore. And now he's in position to set up for anyone who split pushes top 33. Is he gonna sniff this out and get away? Looks like it.
He's got neutral camps to farm. Back he goes. This is the point where we could see Aster just go into the Roche pit. Twin gates there available for Windranger and Legion Commander. Swing down to that bottom right corner.
So there was a smoke as well coming up top. Does he send the... Yeah, he sends his courier through the portal as well on Sumail. It's coming with a TP scroll. It's here.
I love you can do that. Look at that little stumpy.
It's most useful bit of information. Some people watching now like, holy, my courier didn't need to die all those times.
Courier, Chen creeps, Eidolons, whatever you want. You can't send plague wards and sticky bombs anymore though. I think they fixed all that.
Yeah, TA traps can't go through, Sag.
Oh, unfortunate.
Portals should be for everyone, Gareth.
Portals for all. Waga for president. That's your slogan.
Yeah. I'll make it happen. And also, this Aegis now on Medusa. This is so funny. It's actually like the stereotype Medusa game. 0-0-0, minute 22, pushing with an Aegis. And he's building that Diavascati as well next. The stock standard build. He also has a greater healing Lotus. That is not to be underestimated on Medusa. 900 mana. Basically a cheese right there.
Yeah, somewhere out there, ZSMJ smiling. Watching these deuces perform. No rapier rushes, but maybe later down the line we'll see one.
Around here.
Oh,
Duel.
but XXS has blinked into them. Duel.
Oh, he went for
Late
Duel.
mail out. He's turning damage back onto them with this BKB Sven. Too powerful. Sumail going to try and shackle shot back, but he's been doomed up. Hook shot from Pichu. Traps 2 in the cogs, and Monet can start opening up. They lost their Legion, but they claimed the lives of 3, and
Stolen Doom.
DK, Stolen Doom, caught out completely.
Ah, wow. What a beautiful catch there by Pichu as well, jumping in. The duel wasn't ideal, but he was blinking blindly into 3 heroes. He dueled the first thing he saw, and it happened to be the Doom. Wasn't necessarily the ideal. If you got Enigma, would work out better, but still a fantastic fight for them. And on the back of that, they're going to go back and take this Tormentor as well.
3-3 with a bit of bonus damage.
Yeah. Sadly, is a Doom with no attack speed item. It's Doom has 2.0 BAT, I think, so it's not really the best hero to get bonus damage on. Oh, it's 1.9. Sorry, yeah, it's amazing. Buy a Moonshard right now.
Oh hell yeah! Do they have a Solar Crest yet? Enigma has one, right? Let's put that on your Doom.
Yeah, you can get some value out of this Doom. This dual damage is gonna come back big. It's gonna do it.
I just love it when I say something real dumb. Your voice starts to go up healing you. Gareth, shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Of course, Gareth. It sounds great, man. Okay, so for scaling right now, we gotta look for Tundra. How can they get back into this game? The game is looking really desperate despite only having about a 1k lead. They're working on that Manta style. It's finishing in just one more creep here for the Dragon Knights. And there are a few more items that are coming out. The Force Staff for the Batrider could be really useful to try and blink in, grab someone Force back, or even Force Staff out of cogs. I think the biggest timing they need, though, is this BKB on Doom. So they can really tap into that dual damage, of course.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like 15-3, the kill score telling one story. Net worth difference pretty limited. The blink away from Skitter gets out of the range of the duel. XXS almost had him with that jump up to high ground.
That was very scary, actually. If he got the Sven there, it would be disaster.
Medusa. Oh, wow, okay.
She eats the Lotus.
What did she drop on? Did she drop her Skadi on the floor?
No, I think she dropped her Manta style when she used her Lotus to get more.
Okay.
Whatever
Still
Slacks
risky,
say, always drop your items on the ground, by the way. It's important. You get more. Look at all that mana he has.
Snaking. Blink debut, going to show it off. Jump Inducer here with the God's Strength. They're going to shred through Monet's mana pool quickly. Second life coming out. Midnight Pulse is down. The duel onto the Doom. The Black Hole there onto the Medusa, but it seems like they're lacking damage. And Kaka, he's got the steal. Turns it back onto Tundra with a 2-man Black Hole, sucking them in. And 3-3 left stranded now. In the middle of 4-5. Aster Hero slowed by the Skadi and caught up with the Telekinesis. Dragged back into the rest of Aster as Monet picks up a double. Tundra have spent everything they've got, and they can't take anyone down but that Medusa Aegis. Pichu, he's towing the line between life and death, but they'll back up with him, move forward with Medusa. XXS presses the attack and chases in towards 9. They sweep through them and they call it now. It's over.
Yeah, beautiful execution again on the final fight. They had the security there of the Aegis Medusa, but at the same time, Tundra had to do something. They went for the grab, tried to pull them back and, you know, get the fight deep enough that Medusa can't be helped. And Black Hole her back there, attempt to get a deep fight, but Rubik, he saw that Black Hole, he went for it, gets a nice steal again. He was all over the place, this Rubik as well, this game. I mean, obviously, Legion was the woman of the hour in this game, dominating a lot. Here we see that rocket. It's gonna come. Oh, it's on the way.
There we go.
One rocket, dude.
The immediate tip from Sumail. Really just wondrous stuff. I mean, Tundra had a few moments here where, you know, they're trying to make the moves. They're still playing aggressively, looking for initiations, but I just felt like Aster were reading them like a book through this entire series. They were like... Every move felt like the trap was already preset. 3 heroes, 4 heroes, waiting for the Blink Lasso, waiting for the Doom to move, catching DK when he's farming.
I think they just had Tundra's number in this. Again, you know, have to say it's unfortunate they're playing with a stand-in. Would love to see them playing with a full roster here at full strength on Tundra. But even then, I think Tundra is a pretty damn greedy team, right? That's not an overstatement to say so. They like to go for these Midas Dooms. They like to go for very greedy farming builds. And I think they punish that really well. They read the map correctly, they're in position in time, and they gank anyone who goes alone, making the map dark and scary for Tundra. I think Aster just looked like the way stronger team here.
Yeah, overall, like every step of the way, and then having this scaling of Wind Ranger, Medusa, and Legion. Yeah, okay, it's not going to be supreme against this double hand of Midas or triple hand of Midas out from Tundra, but they're just never allowed to get to that point where they were actually going to be able to scale that hard. But that does round out day 2 of the group stage proper here for the main event of the Riyadh Masters. We do have a couple of rounds of highlights though. Player of the day number 1 coming your way to witness exactly what's been going on, and this was Quest against G.Gladiators, one of our games.
Yeah, this is the Aghanim's Disruptor. They set up with the song, catch 2 core heroes. This is the second time in this game that they use this combo, but they managed to get 2 heroes there caught out, and this was when the game firmly went into control of Quest here.
And again, Gladiator just getting rebuffed over and over again. Ended up with that 1-1 draw, and then the Colonel's Choice, presented by KFC. It looks like EG up against Gaming Gladiators.
Oh! Is baiting him?
Is he? Up to high ground? No way. Tofu.
That was nice.
What
I mean, Flame Break's so good for repositioning people. We saw it last game against the Clock too.
Oh, and my favorite, Save of the Day, presented by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. What do we got going on here? The Wukong's 4-man Boundless. Oh, it's gorgeous. Duraccio, what a boss.
Yeah. Okay, that was a really sick save, actually. That was a really sick save. What a monkey stun right there with the Wukongs as well. Not just a save, but turn it around into an absolute slaughterhouse on the enemy.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But yeah, thanks all for tuning in. Day 2 of the group stage. Some wondrous Dota 2 that we've been witnessing through this Riyadh Masters does round things up for us today. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. Plenty more games, tons of streams going on at the same time. Make sure you tune in, and we'll see you all next time.
On the ground, still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
lies through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.